240 days. That is exactly how long Ariake Subaru was missing from the world, and he returns just in time to watch his only friend bleed out on the asphalt. A massive, glowing whale creature swims through the sky above the city, triggering mass panic and emergency evacuations. Subaru desperately pleads for Sayaka to hold on while paramedics rush her toward a waiting ambulance. But survival in this era operates on a strict hierarchy. An arrogant silver rank player blocks the vehicle, demanding priority evacuation for himself. He screams that his elite status makes his life inherently more valuable than a dying civilian's. Before the system swallowed him, Subaru would have been forced to lower his head. Not anymore. His eye erupts with a terrifying, multicolored, light-glitching, reality-warping energy that defies every known law of the gates. He unleashes his newfound power and coldly promises to slaughter anyone who delays the ambulance by another second. The elite player freezes in absolute terror, realizing he just provoked a walking calamity. To understand how the lowest-ranked player in existence inherited a power that breaks the world, we have to go back to the beginning. Years ago, a mysterious gate appeared across Earth, unleashing horrifying monsters upon the world. Our red countdown hits 0 and unleashes a creature that roars to begin its attack. These beasts pile up bodies in the ruined streets, easily slaughtering people because they are immune to human weapons. Winged monsters destroy aircraft, while multi-headed creatures terrorize the survivors below. As the underworld creatures overrun the streets, a dark-haired man agrees that humanity has only one countermeasure. A cracked golden portal called the Door of Trials appears, granting intense golden energy to those it chooses. These chosen humans stand inside pillars of light and become known as players, so they can fight the invasion. The players defeat the creatures, bringing hope to the survivors. However, the public panics when they look up and see an identical countdown timer floating above the city. An elite group called Skyclock promises to stop the apocalypse and put an end to the threat. Humanity entrusts its fate to these heroes, but onlookers scream they failed their quest when an underworld creature appears. Civilians scream for help as the beast breathes a beam of light, forcing a hooded figure to step onto a roof to confront it. Ariake Subaru arrives on the balcony and tells the creature that is enough. The terrified survivors realize a player has come to help them, and they immediately recognize Subaru. He prepares to fight and unleashes his energy to stop the threat. The crowd cheers that he always sheds blood to fight for their lives, so he launches himself into the air and unleashes a barrage of strikes. He executes a final slash that kills the creature while the crowd gasps at the instant kill. The public praises him as their savior, while a child points out how cool he is, so Subaru catches his breath. He looks down at the people he just saved and gives them a gentle smile. Falling back toward the street, he reflects that players are the protectors of mankind. He knows they must close the gates and level up to stop the world from collapsing. Elsewhere, a group of players in matching uniforms agree they must do this to save mankind. A woman praises his great job and two men notice popularity, making Subaru beg them to stop. He remembers being treated like an insect not long ago. He addresses his team and tells them they must all survive this together. He knows these life-threatening days all started because he passed through that door. Subaru hesitates in shock because right in front of him is a door that could change his life. Gasping for breath, he tries to enter, so a man blasts him with fire and orders him killed. Caught in the explosion, Subaru reaches for the portal and screams in agony, vowing not to repeat his mistake. He faces the gateway again, determined to claim it this time, while a man curses him and pins him against the frame. An entity calls him an insect, but Subaru refuses to give up the door to anyone because he has to take back everything he was supposed to get. 1 year later, a news broadcast introduces Japan's first gold player, Hirasaka Renji, while Subaru watches from the floor. As Hirasaka introduces himself, 15-year-old Subaru tells Taiga to look. 13-year-old Taiga tells Subaru he is too loud and to stop talking to him. Subaru asks what is wrong since they are brothers. Taiga reminds him they are not related by blood, so he should stop acting like a big brother, while the broadcast moves on to a recent gate incident. The reporter explains that a gate went undiscovered in a vacant mansion until time ran out, unleashing creatures that caused 16 casualties. Hirasaka confirms the tragedy. Taiga decides to take a nap, as the interview explains the mechanics of the gates. Hirasaka states that military weapons cannot harm the creatures, so players selected by the Door of Trials must invade the gate to defeat them before the countdown ends. He calls the release a tragedy, but the reporter praises Hirasaka for defeating the creature with a single blow. Renji Hirasaka reflects on the tragedy, but the woman reassures him that without his intervention, the sacrifice would have been much worse. She reminds him that the public views players as heroes, so Renji uses the broadcast to urge everyone to report any gate immediately. He vows the players will protect the people with their lives on the line, leaving a young boy watching in absolute awe. Years ago, when the gates first opened and the military failed, the only ones who could stop the monsters were those who entered the door of trials, the players. Ranked from copper to gold, these chosen few earn immense wealth and status, becoming humanity's idols. When asked how someone is selected, Renji explains that the brilliance of the soul chooses those who are strong. Watching the broadcast, Ariake Subaru hears the words, only for his younger brother, Ariake Taiga, to smirk and tell him it has nothing to do with him. Subaru freezes because a magical door has appeared right there in their room. Realizing it is the legendary Golden Door of Trials, Subaru thinks this is his chance to become a hero. He reaches out to the interface and firmly grasps the golden key. But before he can move, Taiga kicks him and sends him to the floor. Subaru mutters in confusion when he sees his younger brother holding the key. Taiga smiles down at him and apologizes. He tells Subaru he will be taking this, ignoring his brother's desperate shout to wait. Taiga steps toward the golden door and turns his back on Subaru to claim the power for himself. 3 years later, Subaru stares in shock as he realizes who is standing in front of him. Subaru hangs trapped in the web. He takes the hits in silence. The bullies treat it like a game, scoring 1 point for his legs and asking what his head is worth. One of them mocks his friend's binding skill as they prepare to throw again. They stop when a voice asks Subaru if he's being bullied, and they freeze upon recognizing Ariake Taiga. Taiga is the one who survived the golden door he stole from Subaru. He used it to become the youngest gold player in Japan. He calls Subaru an insect and tells him it is pathetic to lose to 3 copper-ranked players. He says having Subaru for an older brother makes him sick, and he is relieved they share no blood. Taiga demands they hand over what they have, making the bullies flinch as he steps forward. He activates his golden arm skill to strike the web. The bullies panic because the move rivals Hirasaka Renji's golden sword, and Taiga unleashes the attack. The strike shatters the bindings and clears the sky above them. The 3 men are stunned by the sheer power of a gold ranker. One of the bullies wets himself in terror, leaving the others recoiling in disgust. Taiga watches them. Taiga smirks and tells the men they can do whatever they want with Subaru, even kill him. The men look on in shock as Subaru cries out and collapses from the broken web. Subaru tells them to just listen to him for now. He remembers how bystanders would just take photos of him lying beaten on the ground. They would mock him for being nothing like his younger brother Taiga, saying they would kill themselves if they were him. Elsewhere, the news celebrates gold player Ariake Taiga for destroying 4 gates and lifting the city's traffic restrictions. Later, Taiga's parents praise him over dinner for supporting them. His mother calls Subaru a useless kid from another woman, while his father agrees that his older son is a failure. Sometime later, Subaru is studying when Taiga finishes his drink and calls him a damn insect. Taiga holds out cash and orders Subaru to go buy a specific brand of water. Taiga tells him studying is useless because Subaru is going to be his pet in a cage forever. Taiga promises he will never escape. Subaru resolves to take responsibility for everything to survive. Carrying water home, Subaru wonders if his brother is an idiot to think he can keep him trapped. But as a golden light fills his eye, he realizes Taiga meant it literally. The horror of being a slave for the rest of his life leaves him traumatized and exhausted on his floor. Subaru shivers in his room, remembering how his parents called him a good-for-nothing to justify forcing him to do chores. An elderly person is struck down, leaving Subaru terrified as he wonders why he is the only one left to suffer. He kneels before the memory of the portal, realizing he should never have given it away, so he decides it is better to die. A man says goodbye to his boss before leaving. In the present, 3 men corner Subaru in an alleyway to look for trouble. They tell him they are exhausted from destroying a gate, pointing out Solitari's scars to explain why they need Subaru as a stress reliever. Subaru immediately runs away, so Atari declines a hospital visit, deciding to torture and kill Subaru instead. Subaru sprints away to escape while his attackers chase and taunt him, so Atari swings his weapon to strike Subaru with a slash. Seeing them charge, Subaru screams in refusal because he realizes they actually plan to kill him. He realizes how pitiful he is to desperately cling to life right after wishing to die. The men drag him into a secluded alley to strike him down again. Subaru agrees with their insults as he lies on the floor to laugh at his own misery. The 3 thugs loom over him before driving a fist into his face. Ariake Subaru begs them to stop, as Sawatari Kengo and Kunisaki Shadaru stomp on him. Coughing up blood, Subaru realizes he is going to die when the bullies decide they have had enough fun and agree to kill him. Kunisaki manifests his special skill to summon a fireball called Red Rose. Subaru weakly pleads for help, but Kunisaki unleashes the flames to finish the pest off. A sudden snapping sound echoes, and the flames deflect off a mysterious barrier, leaving Subaru completely shocked. A door materializes out of nowhere to bisect Kunisaki as he screams to ask what it is. Subaru stares in confusion and questions the copper door hovering over him. So Atari panics as the door's rank rapidly shifts, shattering its copper frame to become silver and then gold. A golden portal appears in the room and leaves Subaru dazed on the ground. The interface shatters one last time, revealing a mythical rainbow door, a rank completely unheard of. Satari and his accomplice try to escape, but realize in sheer terror that there is no doorknob on their side. The only way out belongs to Subaru. Subaru tightly grips the golden handle. The bullies realize he is trying to get through the door, so they scream at him to stop and not mess with him. Subaru ignores them, staring at the door that has appeared to offer him a second chance at growth. He refuses to repeat his past mistakes, recalling the explosions and attacks that left him screaming in agony. He remembers being trapped against the spiderweb and carrying heavy burdens while others looked on. Determined to claim the door this time, Subaru ignores the men calling him an insect as he crawls toward the portal. He vows to take back his strength, status, and money, because those were stolen by men who sit drinking wine while he bleeds on the ground. Subaru whispers that he will get it all back as he collapses into the dirt. A system window welcomes Ariake Subaru as a monster steps over his fallen body. The creature grins down at him to announce the trial of the rainbow. Subaru lies motionless, knowing his true story begins today. Vanquish kneels beside Ariake Subaru and dries a hand to his skull to initiate a system update. The entity touches him to repair the physical damage, so Subaru's legs begin to reform. A voice warns that it will only ask one more time, and Subaru gasps awake as his heart restarts. He stares in shock. Subaru faces Vanquish. He scrambles backward to get away from the approaching creature. He looks around the space and remembers stepping through the portal. He realizes he is trapped inside the rainbow door, which means the figure on the throne is its owner. Sometime earlier, Hirasaka Renji tells Kaitakawa Sakura that his own door led to a castle. He explains that a ruler dwells in every room to test those who enter. A person has to earn their acknowledgement to become a player. Back in the present, Subaru kneels. He waits for Vanquish to speak. He panics over what his trial will be. Because Hirasaka faced a knight, Hirasaka had to survive a sword battle to prove his worth and claim his power. Recalling that players earn power by fighting their trials, Subaru realizes he has to strike the glitching monster sitting on the red throne. He is shocked when the creature actually speaks, asking if his brain is broken since his body is already healed. The entity promises to grant him power if Subaru can land just a single hit, but the boy panics and demands to know who he is. Subaru asks about a rainbow door, prompting Vanquish to snap that there are only 3 types of doors. Vanquish unleashes a violent impact to show he is not playing around. Realizing it is impossible to fight such a monster, Subaru remains kneeling on the ground, his legs shaking too much to even stand. Vanquish taps his claws impatiently, complaining that he just wants to finish this trial quickly so he can go to sleep. Frustrated by the boy's paralyzing fear, Vanquish screams in disbelief that Subaru was chosen before deciding it cannot be helped. The monster reaches forward, suddenly summoning a sky full of descending red magical spears. Subaru screams in pure terror as the demonic creature lunges directly at him. Subaru crouches in terror among the red swords, as the entity tells him to use the blades if he is afraid to strike with his own hands. A spectral hand reaches out to him, suggesting he just turn right and go home to avoid the danger. Subaru gasps for breath, staring at the rainbow door as he contemplates giving up to return to his old life. He drops to his knees, prompting the glitching figure to ask if he is serious, because he only opened the door to seek power. Subaru admits he wants the power, but is terrified, telling the creature it does not understand his fear. He thinks about the people waiting for him outside, knowing they have no idea what they are dealing with. The entity clicks its tongue and calls him a damn insect for hesitating. Subaru stands in silence as the magical energy glows around him. The insult triggers memories of his tormentors, projecting their smiling faces as they repeatedly call him an insect. The entity dismisses him, telling him to spend the rest of his life miserably crawling on his hands and knees. Subaru remembers an older man's warning that he must take responsibility for his own choices, so he grits his teeth. The entity stares him down as its face glitches. Subaru stares at the portal and screams to ask what is happening as the symbol manifests. Subaru screams at Vanquish, demanding to know if having power makes it okay to treat people like insects. The glitching creature laughs, telling him that of course it does. Vanquish only laughs harder at the angry insect. So Subaru snaps and tells the monster to shut up. He charges forward and throws a desperate punch, demanding Vanquish hand over his power. Vanquish just smirks as the fist connects. Subaru stares in shock, wondering if he actually took the ruler down in one hit. But Vanquish reappears behind him and grabs his shoulders, thrilled by the extreme hatred flowing from Subaru's strike. The creature declares that Subaru has passed the test, and agony rips through the boy as Vanquish's energy surges into him. Realizing this process might kill him, Subaru decides that if the monster is going to break its word, he will just take the power by force. The figure yasses at Subaru and calls him interesting. He offers Subaru some extra service, leaving him to contemplate the truth. Energy suddenly surges around Subaru's feet. The force causes him intense pain as the entity grabs him to offer answers to his questions. The entity decides it is still too early, so the system approves Subaru's passing of the trials. Subaru levitates as his body is reconfigured into a player. The monster tells Subaru they will meet again. He reveals his name is Vanquish, and declares that the situation is very interesting. A hand reaches through the rift and Vanquish vows to turn the place into a literal hell. Subaru looks down as the system announces he's become a level 1 player who inherited Vanquish's abilities. Subaru whispers Vanquish's name in shock. He acquires the Blood Mold skill alongside 3 rainbow skill bonuses. An alert warns that the door will disappear in 30 seconds, leaving Subaru collapsed on the ground. The ground collapses beneath him, so he reaches for the door to escape. He screams and scrambles forward, but he falls into the void as the space around him collapses. Sawatari Kengo and Kunisaki Shotaru notice the rainbow door is broken. They assume Ariake Subaru failed the test and died, so Sawatari curses him for wasting the chance they could have used. An explosion erupts behind them to interrupt their argument. Subaru braces himself, knowing the next challenges he faces will be even harder. Subaru launches a kick while falling through the air to shatter the trial's space. The two men look at each other in absolute shock. Sawatari and Kunisaki realize Subaru came back alive. The two men curse in disbelief at his survival. The bullies realize he actually merged with the power. He lands on the ground to face them, fully awakened as a player. He panics trying to find an answer to their questions, but then accepts his new reality. He agrees with the voice in his head, launching another strike to clear the space. Sawatari and Kunisaki watch him kneel in the debris. Subaru looks up at them with his new multicolored eyes. Sawatari and Kunisaki shout at Subaru, demanding to know if he really became a player. Subaru looks surprised before confirming that he did. He stands on the street and realizes he survived because Vanquish gave him the power. A man in a cap suddenly swings a blade at Subaru, accusing him of stealing his door. Subaru tries to tell him to wait a second, his mind so scattered he briefly thinks about taking a nap. The man ignores him, screaming for him to die as he brings the sword down. Subaru's eye glows with Vanquish's power, and he marvels at his newfound strength. He complains that he has to clean up this mess, watching the strikes approach. He looks on in confusion, because the incoming blade seems incredibly slow. Since the man is a player, his movements should be faster than an average person's. But Subaru can clearly see his swordsmanship. Feeling like he is watching someone moving inside a capsule, Subaru decides to handle things his own way. He tracks the blade effortlessly, shocking his attacker. As the man curses, Subaru realizes he can easily dodge the attack. He intercepts the strike, grabbing the sword's hilt and yelling at the man to stop. The block leaves the attacker grunting in pain, while Subaru stands his ground. The man smirks, mockingly agreeing before calling out to him. He asks Subaru whose arm he thinks he is holding. Subaru apologizes, but the man immediately strikes him. Calling him a damn loser, the man drives a punch into Subaru's face. Subaru touches his cheek in confusion, wondering why the powerful punch does not hurt him at all. He gasps in shock as he realizes what he is witnessing. Looking at the others through the new digital interface, he realizes this is exactly how a player sees the world. He realizes that his new player status is the reason the strike did no real damage. Kunisaki Shotaru panics over the ineffective punch, warning Itoshima that Subaru must be able to see the system menu too. Itoshima tells Kunisaki to shut up, furious, because he refuses to be underestimated by someone he bullied that morning. Gathering energy in his arm, Itoshima activates a skill and unleashes an explosion of flames directly at Subaru. Kunisaki exhales in relief, but his eyes quickly widen in absolute shock. Subaru still stands in the clearing smoke, bruised and complaining about the intense heat. Kunisaki stares at the battered Subaru in disbelief. Trembling, Kunisaki asks Itoshima if they should just run away to save themselves. Itoshima yells at Kunisaki to look closely, because the door Subaru entered was definitely higher than a gold one. He warns that if Subaru levels up from level 1, they will never stand a chance at winning. Kunisaki draws his sword, determined to kill him right here to prevent that. Subaru watches them argue and realizes they are distracted. He decides this is his only chance to escape. But purple energy ribbons suddenly wrap around him, trapping him in a web. Itoshima activates his skill, Ash-Wired, pinning Subaru against the wall so he cannot flee. Subaru struggles against the unbreakable wires as Kunisaki charges in, swinging his sword to execute him. Trapped, Subaru panics, realizing he needs to use a skill to survive. As the blade drops, he remembers his promise to settle the score, but he squeezes his eyes shut because he has no idea how to activate his power. He braces for the fatal strike. Suddenly, a flurry of swords intercepts the attack, throwing his attacker back. The skill Blood Mold activates, and Subaru realizes Vanquish is intervening. Vanquish calls him troublesome and offers to explain his power just this once, as red blades manifest to strike their enemies. He explains that Blood Mold lets Subaru manipulate his blood for 10 seconds, telling him to ignite his hatred and figure out the rest himself, and Subaru agrees. Subaru catches Kunisaki's arm mid-swing to stop the blade completely. Kunisaki curses in absolute rage as his attack fails against the trapped insect. Itoshima is stunned that Subaru is still charging at them until Subaru screams at them to shut up. Itoshima blames Subaru for the loss of the door, demanding he take responsibility and die. Subaru stares in disbelief, then warns Itoshima not to mess with him. He reminds them that they tried to kill him first, pointing straight at Itoshima to declare that nobody would miss them because nobody needs them. Subaru closes his eyes as a voice commands him to ignite his hatred, and when he opens them, he is overwhelmed by his own surging power. He tells Itoshima to stop saying selfish things as spectral blades materialize all around him. Itoshima stammers in panic, asking if Subaru is not the only one who possesses memories of the future. Kunisaki ignores the warning and charges with a furious roar to strike him down. A brief, disjointed memory flashes of a mundane conversation about an ID card. Then the weapons clash, and Subaru pushes himself to the limit to overpower the blade. He moves fast enough to dodge the strike and deliver a counterattack. More fragments of the past bleed into the moment desperate runs to the infirmary and quiet interrogations. Itoshima watches in horror as the attack lands. The impact triggers an explosion that slices Kunisaki in half and leaves him dead on the ground. Itoshima steps back in fear, paralyzed by the realization that Kunisaki was defeated in a single hit. He looks up to see Subaru approaching to the flames, unleashing his power. Subaru punches his opponent in the face, making the man recoil and drop a star-shaped item. Clenching his fist as mysterious energy trails around him, Subaru stands silently in the colorful atmosphere. He glares down silently at his opponent. The man hesitates, wondering if he should just run away. Sent flying backward by the blow, he wonders what kind of punch has such power. As Subaru stands in the dark, a voice suddenly calls his name. He drops to his knees in the alley, realizing the fight is finally over and he has won. Subaru stares at the ground, silently processing the reality of his victory. He glances back and murmurs to himself as the adrenaline fades. Nearby in the shadows, a man quietly agrees with his companion. Looking at the unconscious body on the ground, Subaru wonders what he is supposed to do with him now. Sometime later, police photograph the scene and ask if an underworld creature is to blame. Gold player Hirasaka Renji arrives in a suit, reassuring the officers that he has found no signs of creatures in the area. Hirasaka examines a drop registration card belonging to copper player Kunisaki Shataru, noting that slicing a copper in half requires immense strength. He concludes that the culprit must be at least as powerful as a silver player. Feeling a strange disturbance in his heart, Hirasaka speaks to a golden armored figure, asking Ludwig if this was his doing. Pushing the thought aside, Hirasaka declares they must catch the culprit as soon as possible. The blind man insists this is no time for players to fight each other, because their duty is to destroy as many gates as possible. He states they must complete this mission before the abominable sky clock reaches 0. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, Sawatari Kengo curses Ariake Subaru for not returning home by morning. He checks his phone, frustrated because Subaru has ignored all his messages. A news alert suddenly pops up, so he checks it and learns a copper player was murdered in Tokyo. He looks at the victim's photo and realizes it is Kunisaki Shachiro, one of the 3 people who bullied Subaru. He refuses to believe the news, terrified by what it implies. Recalling a violent clash, he wonders if Subaru has actually awakened as a player to take revenge. Later, at the Japan Players Federation headquarters, Subaru looks at the facility and calls it amazing. He looks around the crowded lobby and wonders if everyone present is an awakened player like him. He continues to observe the crowded lobby, feeling a mix of awe and uncertainty about his new surroundings. At the registration counter, Kinakawa Sakura cheerfully congratulates him on his awakening to start his paperwork. The receptionist explains that non-members are legally barred from entering gates, so he must join the association to grow stronger. A news report announces the murder of a copper player from the day before. Subaru realizes a gold rank player will investigate, and he knows he will be killed if Taiga takes the case. He resolves to clear as many gates as possible to level up and prepare himself. Realizing he needs funds, Subaru decides to use the star Itoshima dropped yesterday. He places the token on the counter and asks to exchange it. The receptionist inspects the star closely and asks who it belongs to. Panicking, Subaru claims he earned it by clearing a gate right after his awakening. She informs him that unauthorized gate entry carries a penalty of up to 5 years in prison or a 1,000,000 yen fine, leaving Subaru frozen in terror at his careless confession. Elsewhere, when Ariake Taiga arrives at a precinct and a guard asks his business, Taiga demands to see the witness and evidence. He decides he needs to investigate a specific detail himself, considering his long absence from the academy. Later, Subaru stares at his phone in disbelief. He managed to exchange the star, but he is shocked to see it only yielded 1,000 yen. A woman warns Subaru that clearing a gate as a non-member is a serious crime. She winks and decides to let it slide just this once. He beams with gratitude and expresses his relief at avoiding punishment. Checking his phone, Subaru notes that a single star yields 1 million yen, while 5 stars bring over 100 million. Realizing the payout, he decides he has to find another gate immediately to earn more. His attention is suddenly caught by a barbershop and clothing stores in the mall. Subaru spots a disheveled man and is shocked to recognize him. Subaru enters a shop, contemplating his next move as the staff greets him. He watches his balance drop as he spends his money, and the staff thanks him for his purchase. He smiles at his phone, pleased with his decisions. He walks away carrying his new shopping bags. Subaru passes by boutique mannequins. Meanwhile, a person runs through a forest, hoping to reach the edge. Back at the mall, Subaru blushes, calling the entire experience amazing. Elsewhere, a man warns that the next stage is the main course. Subaru sits relaxed at a cafe with his shopping bags, having finally bought his own clothes and gotten a real haircut. He takes a sip of his caramel macchiato and wonders how long it has been since he last had a sweet drink. He recalls a woman telling him he has always been like that, making him look down in quiet thought. He remembers staring when his former allies explained they could not intervene to help him. Sitting near 2 other men in the cafe, Subaru remembers how the hero's party was destroyed, leaving him kneeling before a blonde leader. Reflecting on his mundane past, he sits quietly with his cup and remembers someone asking if he was really going to join the hero party. Gripping his cup tightly, he realizes he is finally experiencing true freedom for the first time in his life. He decides to look for the gate after finishing his drink and promises to return, because he is officially a player now. But as he sits peacefully, a man with a glowing eye appears, pausing to consider his next words. While a woman nearby hesitates to speak, the menacing man grins and calls Subaru a damn insect. Subaru freezes in sheer terror, realizing that his younger brother Taiga has somehow found him. He panics, wondering how Taiga tracked him down and knows he has to escape immediately to survive. He questions what is happening just as Taiga strikes forward with a bloody hand. The large man looms over the table and smashes Subaru straight through the cafe's glass window. Taiga grabs him by the collar while Subaru thinks he might survive if he can reach the barrier. During a high-speed clash, the system grants Subaru the level 1 skill, Mana Manipulation. Realizing his mysterious ally is right, Subaru is suddenly pinned and slammed hard into another glass barrier by Taiga. The fight spills out into the shopping mall parking lot where Subaru is forced to attack just to defend himself. The strike drops a man in the middle of the street, sending a nearby mother and her baby into a screaming panic. Bleeding heavily, the fallen man activates a skill so he can hold his ground. His opponent admits he was too caught up in his own perspective, teasing that he only said it to get a reaction. Subaru channels his own power, activating blood mold to lift vehicles into the air. He turns his blood into a rope to pull and crush the parked cars, trying to create a barricade. He smiles as the tendrils loom over the mother while she screams in fear. Clutching his chest, he curses his luck as his blood drips onto the concrete, right before a burst of fire erupts in the walkway. Taiga steps into the wreckage, staring in shock, and tells Subaru he cannot believe he actually became a player. Subaru glares back, realizing how bad this is, because he has to fight a gold rank player, while still only level 1, and now his younger brother has found him. Taiga screams that he is going to kill him, but Subaru refuses to back down, deciding he has to fight anyway. Out on the street, a woman stuck in the resulting traffic jam notices the disturbance. Out on the streets, panicked civilians abandon their cars to flee, because the gold rank player Ariake Taiga is on a rampage. Facing his brother, Taiga promises to make sure Subaru dies a very painful death. A battered Subaru demands to know how he was tracked, but Taiga tells him to figure it out himself and lunges. Subaru realizes it must have been his phone's GPS, since he briefly turned it on to confirm a payment. Taiga declares it does not matter because Subaru is dead anyway, activating his golden arm skill. Subaru is shocked by how quickly his brother moves. He asks the glitching entity Vanquish for advice, so the creature explains that his blood mold skill transfers MP into his own blood to manipulate it freely. Knowing he is vastly outmatched, Subaru decides his only priority right now is to survive. The level 23 Golden Knight unleashes a kick. The masked man unleashes an explosion that engulfs the area. Taiga closes the distance in an instant, grabbing Subaru by the collar to repeat his threat. But Subaru suddenly launches himself into the air with a red tether, leaving Taiga stunned that he imitated someone else's wire skill. As Subaru pulls himself away to figure out his blood mold, Taiga calls him an insect and prepares another strike. Subaru tries to counter, but is sent flying with a grievous, bloody injury. Subaru narrowly escapes Taiga descending from above and notes how powerful this strike was. Meanwhile, a man decides to talk to a girl, while Taiga reflects on the apparent simplicity of Subaru's rope skill. Taiga screams that it is pathetic, declaring he just has to shoot Subaru down to end the fight, leaving his brother bruised and exhausted. Covered in blood, Subaru uses smoke to evade, shocking Taiga, who cannot believe his brother possesses yet another skill. Hesitating briefly, Subaru remembers Vanquish's teachings to cross the line and ignite his hatred, to overcome his limits. As the chaotic battle explodes, intertwined with memories of a blonde man and a pink-haired girl, Subaru channels his intense inner hatred. He delivers a punch to a masked man in his mind, while his real body screams from taking damage. Someone offers to explain everything, while Subaru recalls the attack that defeated Sawatari in one blow. But the strike does not affect Taiga at all, and the Golden Knight locates Subaru, ruthlessly punching a hole straight through his chest. Subaru stares in shock as his health plummets, but then he smirks just as Taiga grabs him by the head to prevent any escape. As a blonde man watches with a bloody cheek, Taiga hardens his armor, suddenly realizing his brother is still plotting a counterattack. Using the injury to his advantage, Subaru commands his splattered blood to turn into fog and blind Taiga. Taiga tells Subaru that he is going to die here. Taiga pauses, prompting Subaru to raise a wounded hand and activate his blood mold skill to defend himself. Taiga stares him down, stating that Subaru already understands his situation, and smiles as he asks if he agrees. Subaru struggles to manifest his most durable blood, because he hopes even a little defense will keep him alive. Taiga grins and reminds his older brother that he is simply too pathetic. Taiga decides he has to break Subaru by force, leaving Subaru terrified as he realizes he hasn't landed a single scratch. Taiga overwhelms him with speed, power, and defense to prove they are on entirely different levels. As Taiga advances, Subaru realizes that despite becoming a player and using all his skills, he still cannot beat his younger brother. Subaru's body glitches as Taiga reaches out, analyzing the high adaptability of the blunt skill. Taiga realizes the skill will become a problem if Subaru levels up, so he resolves to kill him immediately. Taiga activates his power and unleashes a punch to finish the fight. The blow lands heavily, leaving Subaru silent in the snow. Subaru dashes back and coughs through the dust to buy time, knowing his health is critically low. He knows straightforward attacks failed, so as Taiga looks around and lands another punch, Subaru tries a new defensive tactic. He molds his blood into something soft and sticky, frustrating Taiga when the texture disperses the impact like an airbag. Taiga panics in shock when a red substance clings to his armored arm and refuses to come off. Badly injured, Subaru curses his critically low health, having designed the blood to act like unbreakable gum. Red spheres surround Taiga, while Subaru uses his rainbow aura to block the attacks, hoping to survive until the end of the year. Knowing his blood mold only lasts 10 seconds, Subaru decides to exhaust his remaining mana because he has to stop his brother Taiga. He realizes he must intervene and stop Taiga. Taiga struggles to tear the red material off his body, suddenly realizing the skill is much stronger than he expected. Subaru spots a strange presence on the ground. Taiga laughs maniacally before screaming curses at Subaru, warning him not to assume he has already won the fight. Bleeding from the mouth, Subaru replies that he never planned to win, because his only goal is to survive, and he believes he will succeed. Subaru triggers a surge of energy that cracks Taiga's mask. A dark blast pierces a hand as the red creature reaches out to grab Subaru. As the 10-second timer runs out, the battered Subaru uses a red robe of blood to swing away to the city skyline, leaving Taiga in shock. Taiga watches the substance turn back into normal blood, realizing the skill had a strict time limit. Looking over the empty ledge, Taiga realizes the attack was just a time-delayed smokescreen to cover Subaru's escape. Humiliated that Subaru made a fool of him, Taiga furiously declares that he will hunt his brother down to the bitter end. Taiga smashes the ground with his mechanical arm. A bald man with a mask fragment realizes the danger with growing terror. A cloaked character confronts three figures across the rocky divide. A man calls out to Hirasaka in surprise. Taiga realizes he went too far, because Yudu Ryusei and Shikishima Ryu have also arrived. A masked man panics and insists he has no time to explain. A figure in a chained helmet mocks Taiga for going too far, noting he has been acting weird lately. Taiga stands isolated on the cracked ground while the group observes him from above, realizing all 7 gold rank players have gathered to stop him. Hirasaka traps him with an energy blade, declaring that they are restraining him. Hirasaka demands an explanation, leaving the captive to reflect on his dire situation. Meanwhile, back at the city rooftop, Ariake Subaru kneels alone in distress. With his health nearly depleted, he bleeds and wonders if he actually managed to escape from Taiga. The injured man reflects on whether he managed to escape. Subaru fears for his life, admitting he could not land a single hit because he knows Taiga will definitely kill him next time. Looking down at his chest wound, he laments that his newly bought clothes are in tatters. Remembering his other clothes are at the cafe, he reflects sadly on how much fun his shopping trip was. He clenches his fist in frustration, resolving that he has to fight to obtain his freedom. Subaru clenches his fist in intense frustration. Studying alone in the dark, Subaru remembers the beatings he took, resolving to get stronger because he refuses to ever return to that life. He contemplates his next move. Elsewhere, a girl stands before a gate's countdown timer, shouting at a group of men that she already reserved it. The men dismiss her, telling her to hand it over because she looks too weak to stop them. She asks if they called her weak, smiling confidently as she prepares to show them who she is. The girl prepares to make a confident declaration. The girl decides to remind her challengers, introducing herself as copper player Amaya Sayaka. She stands defiantly, claiming they do not know her true identity. Sayaka stands defiantly, insisting they have no idea who she is. One of the men glares back in frustration. She repeats her name, making sure they know they are facing Amaya Sayaka. Subaru looks down, hesitant and sad about what he must do. Back at the gate, the muscular leader calls Sayaka weak and demands to know her level. Sayaka admits she is only level 8 but glares defiantly and asks what that matters. Subaru realizes he does not know why he is here, only that he feels he has to be. The men of Team Grax, who average level 13, mock Sayaka for even surviving this long. The blonde leader mocks her inability to beat him alone, and she realizes his skill is a terrible matchup for hers. He tells her to hand over the gate before the timer runs out. He reminds her that this world runs on survival of the fittest, which his teammate agrees with. He adds that the trials require more than just strength. Steve Gray used to sees past life, the fittest all too well, remembering when she was kicked out of her old team for having no talent. Because of that past, she declares she cannot afford to lose to them, leaving the blonde man annoyed by her stubbornness. The blonde man tells the injured girl to hurry up and go to sleep, and she curses in intense frustration before finally agreeing. Ariake Subaru interrupts the scene, asking if they are deciding who enters the gate based on survival of the fittest. Covered in blood, Subaru smiles and waves, asking if he can join in too, which startles the blonde man. His status window confirms his new title as an Awakened One and grants him level 1 mana skills, prompting a woman in the group to yell in shock. He activates his blood mold skill, turning a drop of his blood into a swishy trap that an enemy steps right onto. Subaru follows up with a sudden aerial kick, shocking the man before standing over his defeated body. Surrounded by the rest of the men, Subaru tries to excuse himself, realizing he has to get stronger as quickly as possible to survive this. The men demand to know his level, and when Subaru admits he is only level 1, they furiously accuse him of lying. They figure he just got lucky with a long-distance skill, so they decide to surround him and crush him using their superior stats. Subaru raises his fists to fight, unflinching even as blood splatters across his eyes. A bald man lunges first, but Subaru instantly counters, driving his fist into a muscular man's face and bracing for the next strike. As the remaining men advance, Subaru realizes he has exclusively been fighting other players instead of monsters. He punches the blonde man and another thug while noticing they are slower than his previous enemies. The thugs panic as Subaru keeps swinging, completely horrified that they are losing to a level 1 player. The blonde man channels energy into the ground to unleash his Trill 6 technique. He grins confidently as the energy erupts. Ariake Subaru sustains an eye injury, but he is suddenly surrounded by floating blood droplets. He activates his blood mold skill. The blonde man is shocked when a shield forms, and Subaru punches him in the face. Subaru looks down at the defeated man, while Amaya Sayaka kneels nearby in fear. Subaru strikes the other man in the head, leaving Sayaka stunned. Subaru complains that his clothes got dirty again after defeating them in one hit, making Sayaka wonder if he is really level 1. Subaru pulls the hoodie off the unconscious man. Sayaka looks confused as Subaru puts the stolen hoodie on to replace his ruined shirt. She is shocked that he just stole the clothes, but Subaru simply looks back at her with an awkward smile. He smiles warmly, taking her by surprise. Subaru enters the gate, leaving Sayaka sitting outside with the defeated men. She kneels in silence before suddenly shouting in shock. Inside, Subaru stands in Caracal Canyon and checks the stage details. He notes that it looks like a nice view instead of a dangerous area filled with underworld creatures. He suddenly turns as Sayaka rushes through the portal. She promises to take care of things, relieved that the gate has not been locked yet. She reflects on her magic as she turns a dial to lock the stage. The system traps them inside until the boss is defeated, so she notes the men outside cannot follow them. She stands before the red emblem and reacts with shock to his confusion. Subaru argues that he earned this gate, but Sayaka explains that players must reserve the right to clear discovered gates on a dedicated website. Subaru realizes he cannot conquer them all alone and apologizes because it is his first time entering a gate. He asks to accompany her because he has to level up immediately. Sayaka realizes he really is just a level 1, while Subaru contemplates his next move. She agrees to let him join her, and he accepts the arrangement. She tells him she is returning the favor for his help. Sayaka says she understands his need to get stronger, but insists on a 7-3 split for the exchange money before she helps him. She introduces herself and holds out her hand to seal the deal. Subaru starts to give his name, but suddenly freezes. He remembers he is currently a wanted suspect for the murder of a copper player, and the memory of the body makes him cover his face in panic. He forces a smile and shakes her hand to avoid raising any suspicion. Sayaka clenches her fist and announces it is time for them to depart. Subaru suddenly panics when he sees blood on himself, terrified of being caught. He recalls a rival swearing revenge and a warning about the Academy's elite class. Realizing he must watch his step around other players, he inspects a gemstone artifact, which shocks the woman watching him. He shatters a barrier with a punch to drop them onto the field below. Sayaka warns him they have company, and they watch a pack of goblins and kobolds charge toward them. Sayaka tells him to leave this to her, stepping forward to take the vanguard. A troll tries to crush them, but Sayaka engages the creatures to show Subaru how players fight. Players must rely on superhuman reflexes and skills to survive, so Sayaka activates hers. She tells the monster she will see it in its dreams, and drives her fist straight into its face. Subaru watches as the creature drops to its knees in defeat. Sayaka gleefully continues her assault, punching through the remaining beasts to clear the area. Sayaka strikes the beast to end the fight. She lands another hit and stands over the defeated creatures. Ayaki Subaru is stunned that she defeated them all in one hit, and she asks what he thinks. She clenches her fist and prepares to unleash her instant void ability. The wolves growl, and Sayaka is suddenly surrounded by monsters again. Subaru realizes the enemies are not defeated yet. Because their skill only stuns opponents for 3 seconds, Sayaka panics while Subaru stands far away. She screams that she is going to die, and Subaru realizes her power has a strict time limit. He needs to hit multiple targets without hurting Sayaka, so he activates Blood Mold. Sayaka begs for help, while Subaru looks down and he focuses his energy to maintain his skill. Meanwhile, a man tells his associate that he just received a call from the Hunter Association. Back in the dungeon, Subaru tells Sayaka not to worry and leaps into the air. A goblin raises its club to strike her, but stops in shock. Subaru slashes its throat from afar to protect her. He strikes the remaining goblins and constricts the wolves with his threads. Sayaka is shocked by the sudden spray of blood. Subaru clenches his fist and yanks the rest of the monsters backward. Subaru's tendrils crush the remaining goblins and lunge at the stragglers to clear the field. He struggles against the binding energy as it drags the enemies away. Meanwhile, in a dark office, a young man informs a woman that he is leaving. Back in the field, Sayaka stares in shock, because Subaru has slaughtered every monster at once. Dozens of defeated wolves and creatures lie completely motionless on the ground, leaving the area entirely silent. Subaru is suddenly startled by a system notification announcing he has reached level 4. He lifts his shirt to find his wounds have completely healed, and he clenches his fists as he feels the physical rush of leveling up. He calls out to Sayaka, who is still reeling from his display of power. He tells her she has an amazing skill, which confuses her when he asks if her ability stuns opponents without fail. She explains it only works for 3 seconds on enemies near her level. He points out she could be invincible in a duel by using it every 3 seconds, which makes her gasp in realization. He suggests she test the theory on the terrain, so they explore until a goblin surprises them. She tells him to wait and sprints ahead toward the glaring monster. She readies her weapon and throws a punch to test her theory. A mysterious figure suddenly speaks, telling Subaru that he must have a lot of questions. Sayaka activates Instant Void to land her first strike, planning to stun the goblin and counting down the seconds as she beats it. She reaches 3 and lands another hit just in time to reset the stun, knocking the creature back in a daze. Seeing the goblin remain helpless, she shouts in excitement and unleashes a relentless barrage of kicks and punches to finish it off. A system alert confirms the level 6 goblin is defeated, and Sayaka asks if it is okay for her to have this much fun. She tells the remaining creatures to keep coming at her, while Ayaki Subaru decides to use them as material for his own growth. Subaru notes Sayaka seems okay now, but he sternly tells her he never gave her permission to look at him. A system warning announces a boss spawn, prompting Sayaka to call out and warn Subaru. A wolf monster appears, so Subaru tells Sayaka to handle the other targets because he's fighting this one himself. He identifies a level 17 goblin chief and a level 12 large kobold, before stepping up to face the armored beast. An explosion startles Sayaka, as Subaru drives a punch into the monster and follows up with a heavy kick. A goblin archer takes aim, and Subaru is shocked to realize the monster is activating a skill. The creature unleashes Forge Level 2, forcing Subaru to dodge until the arrow splits midair and strikes him. The impact decapitates a target, and Subaru realizes he would have died if his blood mold was not already level 2. Ariaki Subaru lands in front of the beast and realizes he is facing the boss, a silver-class cavalry archer. He calls out to Vanquish and stands still to think. Amaya Sayaka knows she cannot help because she is only level 8 while the Goblin Chief is level 17. A wolf lunges at her, so she punches it and decides to clean up the weaker enemies first. A man in a suit states that the one who creates the rules holds the power. Before Subaru opens his eyes, Subaru releases a blood ability and unleashes blades, so the kobold sprints to evade the strikes. The mounted goblin leaps forward, and Subaru faces the beast in shock. The goblin fires from its weapon, forcing Subaru to run. He launches a strike at the creature as the wolf runs past. Subaru realizes his attack did not work, noting that the large kobold evades with high mobility. Someone watches from the shadows as Subaru identifies the Goblin Chief as the long-range attacker. He complains that they are using the shield again when the goblin prepares a skill. The goblin fires a level 3 perforation beam, and Subaru is struck by the attack. The goblin brandishes its blade as the beam tears through Subaru's chest. Subaru struggles because his blood shield is useless, while a man vows to make him regret this. Subaru realizes the earlier rain of arrows was a decoy, and he kneels before the monster holding his injured arm because he fell into their trap. Subaru tenses up, wondering what to do next to survive the ambush. He promises to explain everything, detailing the story of how he became a god. A goblin readies its bow, but a sudden strike takes it down. Sayaka lands a punch on a beast, leaving Subaru shocked to see her. She unleashes her instant void. The creature questions how the attack worked, because the skill is only effective against an opponent with a 3-level difference. Subaru realizes the truth. He looks down the passageway and sees that all the enemies have been eliminated. Sayaka leveled up to 9, which allowed her to stun the level 12, large kobold. She punches it again to extend the stun duration by 3 seconds. More goblins launch their assault. As another monster looms over them, Sayaka tells Subaru to handle the rest. Subaru steps forward and thanks her. He activates his blood mold. He turns his blood into rubber to maneuver through the battlefield and dodge the archers. When they fire at him, Subaru shifts the blood into a rope to bind his attacker. He yanks the creature forward and finishes it off. Defeating the kobolds triggers a double level up, bringing Subaru to level 6 and fully recovering his health and mana. He knows he has to deliver a blow from close range. Comparing the tactic to Taiga's skill, he earns a new title for overcoming adversity. He readies his blood fist to counter the monster's incoming energy beam. The creature fires, and Subaru meets the blast head-on. Subaru defeats the level 17 Goblin Chief, leveling his blood mold skill to 3 so it lasts longer. Amaya Sayaka watches the blast from a distance and anxiously asks if he won. Subaru flashes a peace sign to confirm he cleared Caracal Canyon in just 16 minutes, boosting all his vampire stats. Subaru acknowledges the system warning to evacuate before the gate vanishes. Meanwhile, outside, Kunisaki Shutaro waits by the entrance. Kunisaki swears to kill Subaru for stealing his jacket, but his group is shocked when the display shows the gate was cleared in 15 minutes instead of 2 hours. Subaru and Sayaka emerge, and when Kunisaki demands to know why they are there, Sayaka confirms they cleared the gate. Kunisaki accuses them of lying, but the men fall silent as they sense Subaru's strength. The remaining clear time rewinds the gigantic sky clock above them. Subaru looks up at the countdown to the end of the world, realizing players must keep fighting to add time and delay its destruction. A bystander stares in shock, unable to believe a level 1 and a level 8 cleared a 2-star gate by themselves. Nearby, a terrified man flinches when Subaru approaches to apologize for ruining his jacket. The man aggressively insists Subaru keep it. Sweating, he backtracks on his earlier threats to kill them, urges his bruised team to move, and flees. The group bows respectfully as they retreat. Watching them go, Sayaka realizes they ran because Subaru's strength terrified them. Just as the clear timer hits 0, they stand before the disintegrating portal, where Sajaka holds up a 2-star badge. She asks if he wants to come with her, but Subaru hesitates. He struggles to find an answer. Later at a cafe, Sayaka asks if he wants to redeem the reward in her name to maintain their split. Subaru sits exhausted, barely listening to her frustration. She yells to get his attention and they briefly panic over the money before she assures him they will share it. Then Sayaka tells him she knows Vanquish is not his real name, making him choke on his coffee. She points out he hides his identity and possesses impossible strength for a level 1, demanding to know what he really is. Before he can answer, she leans over the table to clarify she is not blaming him. because fighting alongside him proved he is a good person. She explains he saved her life and asks to keep clearing gates together as comrades. Subaru stares at her in shock. He remembers the betrayals of his past, realizing this is the first time anyone has offered him that trust. He privately considers his low manner reserves. Then he gives her a warm smile and agrees, because she has already helped him so much. Subaru introduces himself and explains everything that happened to him over the last 2 days, including the rainbow door and the false murder accusation, leaving Sayaka thoroughly confused by his troublesome situation. She is shocked to learn he is Ariake Taiga's older brother, yelling that it is unforgivable for Taiga to steal his door to become a gold rank. Though Subaru clarifies they are not related by blood, he scratches his head, admitting he has to get strong enough to defeat Taiga because his life is on the line. Sayaka falls silent before revealing that she and her 2 sisters are all players, but she was kicked out of their team because her copper door made her a hindrance compared to their silver ones. She declares her goal is to get stronger to prove herself to them, which Subaru realizes is exactly like his own motive. She leans across a table and demands they get stronger together, offering her hand to seal a pact that they will never betray or abandon each other. Caught off guard that she would never abandon him, he smiles and takes her hand to formalize their partnership. Since they're the same age, she tells him to drop the formalities and just call her Sayaka, which he agrees to try. He looks down, his expression hardening as he reflects on the difficult reality ahead. Meanwhile, at the Player Federation headquarters, a group of leaders gathers in the main conference room. A man confirms they have restrained Taiga, leaving them as the only gold ranks available to take action. One asks if operating with only 6 people is fine, prompting the others to point out that they all hated Taiga's trashy attitude anyway. The man with a headband argues that their personnel is now insufficient because only gold ranks can clear 5-star gates. The leader states they have no choice but to increase their work shifts until Taiga's restraint is lifted, shocking the others. He plans to ask a silver rank team to participate, explaining it might work if they gather 10 people over level 30. To clear the 7 5-star gates in Tokyo, he entrusts the mission to Team Julieta, led by level 38 Hizaki Julieta. Later, Subaru and Sayaka arrive at a hall and immediately bump into a group of armored players. Subaru stammers an apology to the cloaked woman, who gives a dismissive smirk and tells him to be careful next time. Subaru watches the group and notes they look strong, while Sayaka identifies them as Team Julieta and wonders where they are headed. She decides they should reserve the next gate, because a 2-star difficulty will be easy for them to clear again. Subaru asks where the gate is located, so Sayaka checks her phone to confirm it is in Meguro City. He looks at the map and admits he honestly does not have a plan for this. Suddenly, Subaru screams Sayaka's name as he holds her bleeding body. She curses as she lies on the ground, because the blood will not stop pouring from her severe wound. Consumed by rage, Subaru calls the attacker a bastard. A weapon looms over the area as Subaru swears he will never forgive him. He stares at the killer and vows to kill him in return. 2 hours earlier, Subaru asks Sayaka if she knows what is inside the gate before they enter. She explains that surveyors bring back information about the narrow spiral staircase, which she thinks is perfect for her skill. She tells him to lock the gate from the inside, because that is the only way to start the quest and make the enemies appear, and Subaru agrees. As the system confirms the lock, Sayaka eagerly tells the enemies to come at her. Armored skeletons march up the dark void staircase, making Subaru realize the horde is ascending from below. Struck by a memory of a figure promising to lend him power, Subaru peers over the structure. As more undead soldiers emerge, Sayaka looks puzzled, while Subaru is overcome with shock at the sight. Seeing the army of armored knights moving through the space, Subaru realizes there are far too many to fight at once. A skeletal warrior suddenly strikes, catching them off guard. Subaru shouts Sayaka's name in alarm as she is knocked to the ground. A blast of purple energy erupts as Subaru reaches out tensely, and Sayaka reacts with shock to the sudden confrontation. She engages a knight in fierce melee combat, taking a bloody hit to the leg before narrowly dodging a flaming skeleton's attack. Subaru screams that the next one is coming as 2 more skeleton warriors charge forward, catching Sayaka by surprise. Readying her stance in frustration, she unleashes a burst of pink energy to strike the enemy. After a powerful punch shatters a skeleton's face, Sayaka thanks Subaru before she stands on the burning staircase. Noting system alerts for defeated level 10 and 11 enemies, Subaru realizes they cannot escape until they clear the gate. With no other option, they prepare to finish off the aggressively charging skeletons. Subaru tells Sayaka to leave the defense to his blood mold, so she agrees and punches a knight. Though the narrow terrain suits Sayaka's fighting style, Subaru is overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies and the ominous feeling from below. They continue fighting to the undead ranks, striking down cloaked and helmeted skeletons. A masked creature unleashes a powerful blast, leaving Sayaka panting as Subaru calls out her name and readies his stance. He shouts for them to switch targets alternately because they need to avoid exhausting themselves against the endless horde. Sayaka looks back in confusion, asking if it shouldn't be the other way around. Subaru asks what she means. Sagaka explains that leveling up inside a gate fully restores health and mana. Realizing she is right, Subaru tells her to hit the enemies with everything she has. Sayaka agrees and charges forward to swing her weapon. She gasps as Subaru summons skeletal soldiers from a pool of blood. She tells him to wait, but Subaru tells her not to worry about his magic points. He hardens the blood to trap the armored skeletons so they can defeat them all at once. The magic tears through the enemies. Sayaka tells him his skill is amazing. Subaru breathes heavily and warns her the attack will not last long. Sayaka leaps into the air to strike. She dashes in and blasts the targets to clear a path. She takes a stance against the skeletal knights. The knights charge, but she strikes them down to force her level up. Sagaka reaches level 15, so she steps back and leaves the rest to him. Subaru watches the enemy numbers drop and realizes he can finish the rest. He steps forward and throws a punch. He shatters the remaining skulls to clear the room. Subaru smiles as his own level jumps to 16. Sagaka calls him crazy, noting that even the skeletons look scared of him. A skeleton stares them down, but an armored warrior suddenly lunges at Sagaka from behind, catching her off guard. Subaru intercepts the attacker with a red blade, dragging the enemy away with an energy tether while Sayaka watches. He darts past her, warning her not to let her guard down, and apologizes for being blunt because a single mistake here means death. Looking down at the armored skeletons, they plan to use the swarm to raise their levels on the way down, and Subaru unleashes a rainbow strike to clear the path. As he fights through the horde, a bad feeling gnaws at him because the pressure from below keeps growing, even as the system chimes with constant level-ups. Acknowledging the rising danger, he warns her that he is not a patient person, and they push forward until Sayaka hits level 20 and Subaru reaches level 19. They finally reach the source of the purple energy, where a skeletal queen draped in a black veil and flames materializes before them. They stare at the entity because the system has just identified her as the level 29 boss, late Empress Judith. Subaru resolves to show his true strength, but Judith strikes first, shocking him as she unleashes a barrage of purple energy beams. Sayaka flinches as the Empress channels her magic, summoning a red tentacle-like whip that crashes down toward them. Subaru is shocked by her strength and the reach of her whip, while Judith stands holding a blue rose. Realizing the boss has a surreal, long-distance attack perfectly suited for this wide space, Sayaka calls out to Subaru with a nervous smile, admitting she is a terrible matchup for this fight. Subaru grits his teeth, realizing they are in a terrible position. He realizes the skeletal queen is the source of the intense intimidation he felt from the top floor. A surge of energy surrounds him as the boss confronts them in the open space. The skull-faced woman unleashes a flurry of magical blades. The blasts catch them both off guard. Subaru leaps away. Sayaka panics and asks what they are going to do, because they cannot even get close without a foothold. Subaru falls silent to think. He watches the attack, guessing she uses magic power to extend the whip. He knows Sayaka's instant void will fail here, because the level difference is too high. He figures he could defeat it alone using his balanced blood mold, but if he kills it himself, Sayaka will not gain any of the experience points. He remembers how happy he was when she asked him to get stronger together. He makes his decision and calls her name, and she asks what he needs as she dodges another strike. He tells her he's going to block the whip, which startles her. He orders her to hit the boss multiple times until she has had enough. Sayaka panics and yells as she gets it. Subaru activates his blood mold at maximum viscosity to catch the attack. The skeletal queen watches them prepare. Ariake Subaru channels his energy and decides to examine his newly acquired secret skill, while the skeletal masked figure watches in silence. A magical purple rose appears as the skeletal entity unleashes a destructive blast, forcing Subaru to ready his own strike. Amaya Sayaka faces the magical explosion as blood suddenly splatters around them, shocking the skeletal figure. Subaru retaliates with an energy orb that catches the skeleton queen completely off guard. He clenches his fist to activate his power, while the skull-faced enemy stands silent in the ominous aura. Subaru suddenly shouts at Sayaka, telling her to snap out of it and attack now. Sayaka calls his name as she is launched forward by his magical energy. When asked if his skill makes him invincible, Subaru explains it only works this well because their abilities are compatible. Sayaka readies herself and drives a powerful punch straight into the skeletal enemy's face. She screams and unleashes another energy strike against the skull-masked figure. Subaru watches the clash and declares that it is finally his turn to act. Subaru notes Sayaka's rule that a player must lose at least 20% of their health to gain experience points, wondering how defense and recovery players are supposed to get stronger. He suddenly realizes his blood mold skill has only 5 seconds left and warns Sayaka, who confirms she understands. The skeletal queen drops to her knees and prepares to unleash her next attack. She launches a barrage of energy blades that strike Sayaka. Sayaka maneuvers through the air to confront the skeletal entity and its energy orb. Subaru dodges a red projectile and immediately asks if Saka is alright. Sayaka cheerfully confirms she is fine, so Subaru tells her they need to strike the grinning skeleton one more time. The skeleton queen suddenly snarls at them, leaving Subaru shocked because he has never heard an underworld creature speak. A strange memory of a scarred man flashes by, right before the skull-like creature expresses utter disbelief. Realizing the monster is angry that Vanquish lent his power to a mere human, Subaru begs it to explain. The boss transforms into a multi-armed entity, which Sayaka warns is a desperate move that burns most of its mana. The skeletal queen conjures an orb of light, and Subaru stares in shock as she prepares to strike. Subaru blocks the energy blast with his blood shield, realizing his mana will drain completely, but he cannot dodge because Sayaka is right behind him. Activating his rainbow eye while the skull-faced figure watches, Subaru reinforces his crystal barrier to hold the line. As the skeleton queen lunges forward with a spiked attack, Subaru mocks it for being too slow and decides to fight head-on. Noticing a strange familiarity in his opponent, Subaru lengthens his blood shield into a spear. Bleeding from the strain of his rainbow eye, he drives the spear through the enraged skeletal figure to defeat the boss. A system notification confirms Ariake Subaru has reached level 20, but he curses in frustration. He stands tense, explaining he had no choice but to defeat the boss because it seemed to recognize Vanquish. Subaru looks back at Amaya Sayaka and admits he ended up relying on her. Sayaka smiles and celebrates that he has now reached level 21. Glad they managed to clear the second gate. Subaru smiles back shyly. Subaru decides he will try talking to the boss to learn more the next time he encounters it. He suddenly stops and asks what is wrong. Sayaka panics, asking if this means they are trapped. She admits this kind of thing has never happened to her before. A sudden noise startles them both. Subaru stares in shock as a rainbow door materializes right in front of him. Sayaka is amazed to see a second rainbow door appear. Subaru agrees enthusiastically. He asks if doors usually appear this often. Sayaka explains that the conditions differ for each door, and completing a trial grants a new skill. Subaru wonders if the door appeared to him now because he reached level 20. She mentions that Hirosaka Renji, the top gold player, opened 7 doors. The number shocks Subaru. Sayaka excitedly points out that they might become the strongest combination at this rate. Subaru considers this, knowing he has fought this far using only blood mold. He realizes that if he secures another skill, just as strong, he could compete against the gold players. Sayaka eagerly urges him to hurry up and go inside. He smiles back at her. Subaru reaches out to the door's interface, and they step through together. Inside, he marvels at the size of the cavernous facility. Without warning, a blast of energy erupts right beside him. Subaru stares in shock as blood splatters from his hand. Sayaka freezes as they realize the danger. She remains rooted to the spot in terror. She apologizes to Subaru. He watches in shock as a blade slashes across her back. Subaru screams her name, but a sudden strike severs his own arm. He falls backward, completely paralyzed by the shock of the ambush. A figure steps through the rainbow door, leaving Subaru's severed arm bleeding on the floor. A blindfolded warrior grins with a heavy sword, trapping Subaru in his presence. The man smirks because he thought Subaru was alone, while Subaru recognizes the overwhelming intimidation from the quest's start and realizes this intruder is not Vanquish. Subaru drops to the ground to catch Sayaka. He panics to save her because her bleeding will not stop. The man casually apologizes and asks if the girl was an important friend. He dismisses her as a weak insect who only gets in the way, though he admits her death saves him the trouble of killing them all. Energy surges around Subaru as he curses the man. The warrior watches in amusement as the maimed Subaru glares up at him. Subaru vows he will never forgive the intruder and swears to kill him. The man reveals a stitched tongue as he kicks Subaru down. He laughs maniacally, introducing himself as Ghoul King Carrion, the subordinate of Vanquish, in charge of this situation. The blindfolded man declares that he is here to administer the trial. A system warning flashes across Ariake Subaru's vision, informing him that Amiya Sayaka has only 48 seconds left to live. Prompted to activate his Blood Usurper skill, Subaru stares down the new enemy in the snowy wasteland. Realizing that Carrion serves Vanquish, Subaru turns inward to confront the glitching entity, demanding to know why its subordinate is attacking them. The entity only distorts in response, and Carrion explains that the Vanquish inside Subaru is merely a manual for his blood mold skill. Carrion welcomes him to the trial, stating that the only condition to clear it is to inflict a single wound on his body. Because Sayaka is out of time, Subaru activates his crystal armor and launches a strike. Crane calls him impatient and holds up a red tool, offering the divine chisel as a reward if Subaru succeeds. Subaru ignores the offer, igniting his aura as he declares that he is going to kill the Ghoul King. He unleashes a burst of energy and streaks forward to end the fight. Subaru unleashes his blood whip, and the blindfolded warrior praises his agility. The warrior tells Subaru he is using it well, but warns that he has to be faster to catch him as he lunges forward. The warrior laughs maniacally as he looms over Subaru. Seeing the blood whip, the warrior realizes Subaru has copied his skill. The warrior unleashes a burst of energy, prompting an enraged Subaru to demand he stop running away and fight. Subaru expresses his frustration because he does not have time for this. The warrior laughs before agreeing. Subaru launches himself off the ground, manifesting powerful tendrils from his back to close the distance. The warrior grins as Subaru navigates through a barrage of magical attacks in the desert. Subaru watches with a serious expression, shocked by what he sees next. Amidst a fiery explosion, Subaru remembers a time he confessed he lacked the confidence to be a good partner. Kneeling in the desert, surrounded by intense energy, he reflects on the sudden turn of events, his face wounded but focused. He politely excuses himself, deciding it is time to leave. As a solitary figure traverses the desolate wasteland, the warrior identifies his weapon as the divine chisel. He explains that Lord Vanquish put an essence of technique into the sword, mocking Subaru that his shield will be as thin as paper against it. Subaru resolves to reach the center of the restricted area, because that is the only way he can stop this catastrophe. Subaru decides he must handle the situation properly this time as he prepares his power. The warrior lets out a laugh and dashes through the air. The warrior reacts with surprise as Subaru extends the blood whip from below his feet to propel himself. The warrior laughs maniacally, thrilled that Subaru devised a new method to attack, and declares he will be an excellent warrior. The spiked creature laughs maniacally, while the red-haired man watches in shock, stunned because Subaru is dodging all the attacks. The opponent praises Subaru's skill, but Subaru freezes in shock as he realizes he has already been wounded. Telling him he is amazed, the bandaged warrior strikes him with energy and kicks him in the chest. Subaru vomits blood from the injury while the blindfolded warrior smiles and prepares his next strike. The masked warrior launches a high-speed assault, battering him relentlessly to break his defenses. Subaru screams as he takes a punch to the face and the pain overwhelms him. The warrior takes to the air and wields an axe to crush him. The bandaged man glares at him, asking if Subaru thought he had become stronger and was looking down on him. Half buried in the ground, the injured man calls it a nerve, warning him that this trial is not a joke. The blindfolded warrior draws his sword, telling Subaru that unless he fights with everything he has, he will never be able to kill him. An aura erupts around the warrior, but the bloodied Subaru just stares forward with a dead, intense expression. The blindfolded man looks troubled, realizing Subaru has not been listening to a single word he said. Subaru tells himself not to listen to the enemy, because Sayaka's life is at stake and he has to save her. To fight back, he activates a derivation of blood mold, igniting blood armor as a vibrant flame surrounds him. Channeling his hatred into the armor, Subaru shocks the bandaged man. Subaru charges forward in his new armor to end the fight. He unleashes a barrage of crystallized strikes, throwing everything into a desperate counterattack. The giant figure laughs as Subaru is caught in an explosion, realizing too late that he has stepped into a trap of energy beams. Questioning if Subaru really does not know the reason behind this, the warrior clashes with him. As Carrion tries to move, Subaru declares he will not let the Ghoul King escape, and their fists collide. Subaru drives an enraged punch forward, but Carrion easily blocks it and compliments the boy's newly forged armor. The Ghoul King asks Subaru can endure his true power, calling the boy stupid for charging straight at him. Subaru ignores the taunt to unleash a flurry of energy-charged strikes, finally landing a heavy punch on his opponent. Carrion just laughs off the blow, catching Subaru off guard to slice the boy's arm clean off. Instead of falling back, Subaru uses a tether of blood to instantly pull the severed limb back into place and drives his fist forward, shocking Carrion. As Subaru delivers another kick, Carrion realizes the boy is sacrificing himself, because constantly reattaching limbs with blood will drain his mana until his body falls apart. Seeing Subaru stand ready in his armor, the Ghoul King realizes this human is completely insane. Carrion remembers a conversation in the wasteland with Vanquish, who complained that Subaru had actually bitten him back to endure the intense pain of gaining his power. Carrion laughs at the unexpected defiance, and Vanquish promises that the Ghoul King will end up liking the boy too. The masked opponent stands over Subaru, laughing maniacally as he declares that he has actually come to like him. The blindfolded warrior notes the attack was not enough to finish him, but flinches when a monster roars. Accusing the monster of looking down on him, Subaru demands to know what he is freaking out about as the green-skinned enemy stands in the darkness. Activating his crystalline armor, Subaru unleashes his blood lance, channeling immense power into his jagged blade. As a man elsewhere reflects on his wife and his desperate need to reach the city of Miasma, the bandaged figure coughs up green blood. Subaru glares down and brings his blazing red energy sword crashing forward, screaming at Carrion to die. He drives the fiery strike deeper, roaring the Ghoul King's name to finish the fight. Carrion lunges forward with his sword only to be severed in half at the waist by the blast. A man acknowledges his companion's warning, and Subaru's aura flares again, while the severed creature hopes to escape. Subaru uses his blacksmith's eye to claim a myth-grade fragment of a god's heart, leaving the spectral figure staring at him in utter disbelief. Subaru realizes Carrion is trying to kill him to skip grades, so he stands over the ghoul and tells him to hurry up and die. Carrion laughs at his ruthlessness, but Subaru looks at Sayaka and insists the gate will not unlock unless the ghoul dies, because he needs to rush her to the hospital. Carrion tells him not to panic because time outside does not flow inside the door, then asks how Subaru plans to survive since his wounds are only glued together by his skill. Subaru admits he will fall apart when his mana runs out, but he could not think of another way to beat him. He explains that Sayaka got involved in his trial, so he has to save her, before suddenly realizing his mana is still steadily decreasing. Carrion assumes Subaru is in love, but Subaru cries, explaining he promised never to abandon Sayaka because she is his very first friend. Hearing this, Carrion remembers his own past, recalling a solemn vow made in a desolate wasteland. Vanquish swore on his pride as a vampire that he would never betray or abandon him, sealing their bond. Moved by the memory, Carrion apologizes and offers his divine chisel, reminding Subaru that because this door is inside a gate, he will not die. As Carrion perishes, Subaru defeats him and levels up to 26, gasping as his health and mana completely recover. Subaru realizes that defeating an underworld creature inside a gate triggers a level up, and Carrion confirms they all share the same origin before his time finally runs out. The blindfolded man tells Subaru to use a passive skill called Blood Usurper if a friend dies. Subaru remembers seeing a skill like that before. The man notes that Subaru's vigor perfectly matches Lord Vanquish. He says goodbye and disappears into the rift. Subaru picks up Sayaka and ignores the clear confirmation. He states he does not care about the sky clock as he holds her. He calls the fire department and begs her not to die. Inside Moby Dick's hideout, armored players take cover as magic shreds them. A dying man screams for Hizaki Julieta to save him. Elsewhere, Subaru acquires the Demon King's eye trait, marking him as the one who will end the world. Back in the hideout, the survivors panic as a level 59 sky whale appears. The beast swims through the ruins, killing Julieta's subordinates one after another. A player realizes it is not even the boss and asks Julieta how they can defeat it. Julieta notes they cannot escape unless a majority of the players die, and asks how many are left. She demands to know exactly how many more need to die so they can leave. The subordinate asks if Julieta plans to abandon the comrades she brought on this mission. A swordsman tells Julieta not to abandon her comrades, but his spear pierces his neck. Julieta declares her own life is far more important than her subordinates. As another player watches in shock, the system announces the gate will now open. Julieta laughs, thrilled that the swordsman was the last sacrifice needed. A subordinate warns Julieta that the underworld creature might break loose, so she demands her team keep the monster at bay and tells them to figure it out themselves. Julieta announces she is going home alone, leaving the remaining players disgusted by her betrayal. A spectral whale materializes above them. The players refuse to let it harm civilians, so they rally together and launch an attack to buy time. Meanwhile, Subaru's team realizes there is a traitor who leaked their information to the enemy. Julieta slips through the gate, celebrating her escape as she summons her interface. A system notification confirms 0 survivors remain inside, meaning the creature is now loose. Julieta freezes, realizing her team didn't even last a single minute. A sudden blast of blue energy strikes Julieta, sending her crashing to the ground to wail in agony. She curses her subordinates for being useless. The system warns that the creature will now hunt anyone who was inside the gate, leaving Julieta screaming for someone to save her. Back in the city, medics surround the critically injured Sayaka, pumping oxygen as Subaru begs her to hold on. Subaru clenches his fist in frustration just as a system alert shocks him. The quest has failed because Moby Dick's hideout was abandoned by its challengers. Down on the street, a woman runs toward an accident scene shouting for everyone's attention. She interrupts the bystanders to demand they hand over the ambulance so she can escape. Subaru looks on in confusion as she turns to him, asking if he is a rookie player. She orders him to hold down the whale creature, chasing her to buy her time to flee. She grabs the medic's shoulder and tells him to drive, screaming at him to hurry up when he hesitates. The medic refuses to leave, explaining they have to load the injured girl onto the stretcher immediately, or she will not survive. The woman tells them to abandon the girl because she is just a copper rank, while she insists her silver rank makes her the top priority. As she pressures the paramedics to leave the girl behind, Subaru grabs her shoulder to stop her. She turns around and screams in his face to ask what he wants. Subaru glares back at her in silence. He looks up past the buildings to spot the underworld creature floating directly above the street. The Player Federation issues a 5-star danger alert, sending crowds running as they order everyone to evacuate the city. Elsewhere, 3 men draw their weapons to confront an intruder who entered their territory. Back at the ambulance, the paramedics finally clear a path to load the stretcher. Subaru steps back and entrusts Sayaka to the medics so they can get her to safety. Julieta screams at the departing ambulance, then turns her violent rage on Subaru, threatening to kill him for interfering. Subaru simply says his name, and the severely beaten silver player instantly submits, answering with a terrified yes. Subaru asks if the sky whale is only aiming at him, which Julieta quickly confirms. He explains that underworld creatures specifically hunt the players who enter the gate. Dangling trapped in Subaru's grip, Julieta realizes she was beaten without her opponent even sweating, while Subaru calculates that keeping this woman alive will draw the beast's aggro. He refuses to let the monster chase Sayaka's ambulance, so he resolves to destroy it right here. Tightening his hold, Subaru demands to know the whale's skills, making Julieta scream in pain before babbling that it shoots unavoidable water lasers. The beast summons energy orbs, and Julieta shrieks that it is about to shoot. Subaru advises him to stay silent if he wants to live. Just as the creature unleashes its blast, and Julieta screams. But the silver player opens his eyes to find that Subaru has effortlessly repelled the attack. Standing his ground, Subaru activates his blood mold, ready to finish the fight. Meanwhile, a battered man in the rain calls out to Azalea in confusion, shocked that his water attack was repelled as a giant whale swims through the sky above the city. Subaru tells him he is glad the beast is floating in the air, because now he can fight with all his might. He unleashes his power to dodge an energy explosion, before channeling rainbow energy into his fist. He launches a blood fist, striking with his empowered red limbs. But his eyes widen as an orb appears overhead, and he falls through the air when he realizes his attack failed. He lands heavily in the city street to face the gigantic monster, while 2 small figures wrapped in red cocoons are carried to safety. Subaru bows his head in the red light, wondering if his strike was ineffective against a 5-star underworld creature because of his level. Elsewhere, someone runs through a dark forest hoping to find help, while Subaru awakens a powerful, multicolored flame. He summons the divine chisel just as the creature opens its mouth to reveal its eyes and tentacles. The beast fires a barrage of energy projectiles that someone screams are missiles, but Subaru stands his ground with his large red blade. Watching the explosions, he realizes this barrage is the creature's trump card. Deciding to use one of his own 3 trump cards, his eye glows with intense multicolored light as he launches a swift attack that surrounds the creature with red lasers. Ariake Subaru stands his ground as the blast detonates around him, because he refuses to back down from the whale creature emerging from the flames. The beast floats above the city, shocking a bystander who screams in panic. Subaru agrees with his own assessment, readying his weapon as he realizes the skill consumes his magic to increase its cutting power. A fleeting memory of an old friend offering to buy him a meal flashes through his mind before he refocuses on the street. The beast charges a sphere of magic, so Subaru decides he must stop the attack before it fires. Frustrated that his magic reserves are draining fast, he swings his blade to intercept the strike. The creature absorbs the blow and unleashes a sphere over the city, catching him off guard. Elsewhere, a group of survivors watches the sky in disbelief as the rain clears. One of them wonders if someone killed the underworld creature, while Subaru gags in disgust at the aftermath of his strike. A distant memory reminds him that the king ordered the hero's death, just as the system confirms he has defeated the sky whale LV-59. An observer notes their duty is done, while Subaru spits blood and struggles to stay standing. Bystanders stare in disbelief at the one-hit kill, wondering if Subaru is a new gold rank player, while he notes that killing a boss outside a gate yields no experience. Desperate to reach Imamiya Sayaka, he shapes his blood mold around his legs and launches himself across the city. An old man in a balcony films the streak in the sky and uploads it online where viewers dub him their savior. At Shinagawa Hospital, surgeons scramble around an operating table, but the frantic beeping of the heart monitor soon fades. A single tear falls and the system forcibly activates absolute will to keep Subaru's mind from completely shattering at the news. Inside the mortuary, a sheet is drawn over Sayaka's lifeless body. Subaru drops to his knees, paralyzed by the guilt that his rainbow trial got her killed. Screaming for carrion, He suddenly remembers what Carrion told him: if her friend ever dies, he must use the skill Blood Usurper. Subaru opens his interface to check the skill. He realizes the Blood Usurper skill has a level 20 ability called Parivrara that can resurrect Sayaka by making her his kindred. Because the system warns him he only has 15 seconds left, he immediately casts the skill over her body. The power surges through her veins as he shouts her name. He begs her to come back before time runs out. He pours his strength into the resurrection as the clock hits 0. She remains motionless, so he assumes he has failed. Suddenly, 2 women burst into the room shouting for Sayaka. They rush to the bed in tears. Subaru realizes these must be Amaya Hazuki and Amaya Mizuho, her older and younger sisters. Hazuki cries that this is why she told Sayaka to stop being a player, while Mizuho begs her to wake up and explain what happened. Subaru watches them, overwhelmed with guilt. Hazuki notices him and demands to know who he is. Remembering Sayaka's promise that friends never abandon each other, he tearfully answers that he is her friend. Hazuki lunges forward and punches him. She shouts in betrayal, blaming Subaru because he involved Amaya Sayaka in such a dangerous quest. The group laments that they were finally strong enough to protect her, crying out in distress over her supposed death. Amaya Mizuho and another woman scream at Subaru, demanding to know why he had to appear and ruin their plans. Subaru looks down in silence before a sudden surge of energy erupts around him to answer their accusations. Mizuho flinches back as a burst of flames engulfs the area. Subaru stands amidst the power, and Mizuho stares in shock, stammering out to her sister. Amiya Hazuki and the others freeze in disbelief to see Sayaka's presence emerging from the light. A mark appears on her neck, and Subaru tells her she has always been like this. The girl channels her energy, firing a beam from her hand to secure the area. Sayaka lands on the ground, her demeanor completely changed after her resurrection. As the group rejoices that she is alive, Subaru simply tells her she is late. Sayaka steps forward and orders them to get their hands off him, insulting them as filth because they threatened her master. She knocks them aside to clear a path. Sayaka drives a fist forward, leaving her former allies stunned by her sudden hostility. They watch in horror as she thrusts her gauntlet out, terrified because she is now overwhelmingly strong. The group stares in utter confusion as Sayaka turns and sincerely apologizes to Subaru for the delay. She kneels respectfully before him, completely ignoring the shocked expressions of her former friends. The women stammer out in confusion because she addressed Subaru so formally. Sayaka explains that she was revived as a kindred by Subaru's skill, so she has no memory of her past life with them. Sayaka declares she will absolutely obey Subaru's orders, leaving the onlookers stunned. Subaru panics because he realizes he erased her memories. A woman summons her scythe and demands to know what he did to their sister, calling him a perverted bastard. She vows to kill him for what he has done. Subaru frantically denies being a pervert. Sayaka instantly readies her weapons and tells Subaru she will kill these rude people for him. She promises it will only take 10 seconds, sending the mourners around the coffin into a panic. Subaru waves his hands and apologizes to stop the slaughter. Before a fight breaks out, Subaru grabs Sayaka and sprints away, yelling that he will explain everything later. Subaru realizes this ruthless behavior as Carrion's kindred skill at work, while Sayaka asks why they are sparing their enemies. He knows he has to interrogate her to find out what a kindred actually is, so he drags her down the hall. News broadcasts announce that the underworld creature was cleared with no casualties, leaving other players exhausted in the aftermath. Because someone recorded his fight with the Sky Whale, Subaru is hailed as the savior of Meguro as he walks through the halls. A voice calls out, noting that he never knew Taiga had a big brother. This is Udo Ryushi, the number 3 gold rank player. He stands beside Shikishima Ryo, the number 2, and Subaru freezes in panic at the sight of 2 gold players. Even as a system window grants him the Dungeon Master trait, Subaru retreats to bed to escape the pressure, ordering that no one be let in. Subaru and Amaya Sayaka sense a huge presence approaching from behind, and Shikishima Ryo points Subaru out to his companion. The blonde man steps forward and introduces himself to Subaru. Subaru tenses up as he is formally accused of destroying a commercial facility and murdering his classmate. But the man just smiles, asking to have a little talk with him. Subaru is completely starstruck because this is Hirosaka Renji, the number 1 gold rank player and the man he admires most in Japan. He can barely contain his excitement, so Hirosaka tells them not to be nervous. The man in the suit then reveals that all suspicions against Subaru have been cleared, leaving him completely shocked. Later, they ride through the city in the back of a limousine. Hirosaka notes that Subaru has already overcome 2 trials from the unprecedented Rainbow Door and even revived Sayaka. Smiling warmly, Hirosaka assures Subaru he is no longer a suspect, as Shikishima tosses over a tablet and asks if he knows how many cameras watch Tokyo. Subaru stares at the footage as Shikishima explains that the cameras caught everything at the mall, proving Subaru was merely a victim of Ariake Taiga's attack. As for Kunisaki Shadaro's death, witnesses have already testified that the door itself bisected him. Subaru realizes his former bullies must have been the ones to speak to the authorities. Shikishima then shows in the news, explaining that public footage of him clearing the gate with 0 casualties has gone viral everywhere. Subaru sits in stunned silence as he realizes the public now sees him as a hero. His allies explain that after hearing Subaru's story, Taiga's mystery is finally solved. Because Taiga stole a door from another player, the system locked him out, meaning a second door would never appear for him, no matter how much he leveled up. Subaru realizes the only reason Taiga kept him around as a captive pet was to wait for another door to appear so he could steal it again. The truth finally makes sense to him. Down in the 6th floor basement, they arrive at the anti-player special prison. Inside, a chained man grits his teeth and screams Subaru's name. It is Taiga, now held in the custody of the golden chains. One of the investigators kicks the bars, calling Taiga a phony and warning him they will investigate everything based on Subaru's testimony. Taiga ignores them, screaming at Subaru that all of those gates were supposed to be his. He thrashes in his chains, furious that an insect like Subaru took what belonged to him. Beside Subaru, Amamiya Sayaka stares at the prisoner and vows to kill him. But as Subaru looks at the brother who once terrified him, he realizes his own heart is surprisingly calm. Seeing that calm expression, Taiga loses his mind, demanding to know how Subaru dares to look at him like that. Subaru ignores the screaming, thanks his allies for everything, and turns to leave. Taiga frantically screams for him to wait, his shouts echoing as Subaru walks away. Watching him go, the officials agree to grant Subaru special privileges, because they need him to grow even stronger for the coming gates. Subaru hands over his items at the desk, and the receptionist pays him 300,000 yen, adding a 20,000 yen bonus because he defeated a 5-star underworld creature. Subaru thanks her, shocked by the money, as she hands him a Federation card to give him free access to their facilities. The other players in the lobby recognize him, whispering that he is the one who single-handedly killed the whale and defeated Julieta. The system grants Subaru the title Awakener of the First Calamity to increase his damage, while his companion asks what he plans to do now that he has power and fame. Subaru looks away, wondering what he actually wants to do. Elsewhere, his younger brother Ariake Taiga screams curses from a cell, where he is pinned to the floor by chains. Gold rank player Kinokawa Sakura stands over him, asking why he is going on a rampage, while Taiga snarls her name and struggles against her bindings. Taiga knows Subaru has become overwhelmingly strong and broken through 2 doors, and he's enraged because he thinks his brother is looking down on him. Screaming that the world failed to choose him again, Taiga declares he does not need this world and unleashes his energy against the chains as Sakura watches. The woman freezes in shock because a door manifests right in front of her. On the ground, the chained man groans and calls out Sakura's name. She demands to know what he just did. A voice echoes from the void asking who he is and telling him how envious he is. The entity tells him that the world will never choose him at all. A hand reaches out, urging him to come so they can kill everyone together. The creature asks for his answer as it grabs him. He remembers promising to settle a score just before unseen hands begin to choke him. The woman yells at the entity to stop and uses her golden chain to bind it. The entity calls her noisy and traps her inside her own attack. She struggles in pain, because the chains have turned against her. As the entity channels his energy, he reflects that he is a monster who had to suffer for his actions. He demands to know what this power is, so the entity offers to give it to him. The mysterious figure promises to destroy the world together, as he is pulled into the portal. Back at the hotel, the woman looks down at Subaru on the floor and asks if something is wrong. Subaru holds his aching head, remembering voices asking what he wants to do now that he has power. He sits up on the roof, finally realizing what his next step must be. He asks what he should call her, since saying Sajaka feels strange, and wonders if she can ever return to her original form. She tells him to call her Saya, expressing sadness because her new body belongs to someone important to him. Because their souls are linked, Saya checks his skill window and suggests they ask the people behind the door how to bring the original Sayaka back. Subaru realizes he must meet Vanquish, the entity who gave him this power, to get those answers. To reach the next door, he decides to focus on leveling up and head straight for a new gate. At a local store, the owner thanks Subaru for coming to clear the gate, amazed that the famous savior is helping him. Subaru asks if Saya is joining him, and she explains that as his kindred she will serve him forever, relying entirely on his magic power to live. Inside the gate, Subaru discovers a giant demon waiting for them. He resolves to survive the dungeon, to grow stronger, taking full responsibility for bringing them here. Saya asks to borrow his magic to prove her strength, and when he agrees, she unleashes a blood attack. Sayaka unleashes her murderous intent, effortlessly cutting down the demons because she refuses to let anything stand in Subaru's way. Subaru notes her technique might not work on higher-ranked foes, but resolves to try it himself next time just as a boss emerges. When the boss attacks, Subaru readies his sword and slaughters it to clear the 3-star stage in barely 10 minutes. Two figures suddenly block his path on the street, just as Subaru checks his status and sees his level has risen to 28. The pink-haired man introduces himself as gold rank player Shikishima Ryo, chastising Subaru for ignoring his notifications before delivering grim news: Taiga has escaped. Shikishima reveals that, late last night, Taiga crushed the anonymous 4th-ranked gold player, the very person who had restrained him with the golden chain. Subaru is stunned to learn that number 4 is actually Kinokawa Sakura, the pink-haired receptionist, and that Taiga has left her unconscious while destroying all surveillance data to hide his tracks. Because of the danger, Shikishima explains that gold players are now teaming up, and since Subaru's rainbow door is so powerful, Shikishima has chosen to partner with him. Shikishima warns Subaru not to disappoint him, certain that Taiga's first target will be his older brother, and elsewhere. Taiga crushes a water bottle in his hand. Later, Subaru rides with Shikishima and Sayaka to a 4-star gate called Soling Rud. Knowing that Shikishima's power is second only to Hirasaka Renji, Subaru wonders if the gold player will even need his help, though Sayaka loudly insists that he will. Shikishima aims his golden ring, which is only supposed to fire invisible bullets, but he casually dismisses that limit. Subaru and Sayaka watch as Shikishima unleashes his 5th skill, Sulfur Rain, to cause an explosion. He smiles confidently as a horde of skeletal creatures and a skull-faced monster charge at him. The trio stands before the gate's portal, where Subaru notes that underworld creatures are not supposed to be weak. Shikishima clears the system notifications, complaining that the pop-ups for his kills are annoying. He surrounds himself with energy and tells them to move out, having explained that gold rank players cannot use their other skills outside the gate to prevent collateral damage. Shikishima walks ahead, deciding that all that is left is to beat the boss. As one of the 7 knights, Shikishima channels the Dragoon's power to prepare a barrage of death flames. He pauses to tell Subaru to get ready to pick the next gate. The level 62 Sewing King boss appears, and its stone minions begin to crack open to attack. Shikishima points his finger, stating he plans to finish 3 more gates by the end of the day. He walks away from the resulting explosion, having instantly defeated the boss. Checking his phone, Shikishima notes that clearing the 4-star gate in 52 minutes is merely average. Subaru realizes that gold rank players are on a completely different level, feeling discouraged because he thought he had become stronger. Shikishima addresses Subaru, apologizing for taking most of the kills and promising that Subaru can fight next. Subaru enthusiastically promises to do his best. He finds himself in a special terrain, an EX stage where low-level players cannot even move. He steels himself, knowing that special terrains only contain boss encounters. He braces himself as a creature materializes in front of him. The creature lunges, prompting a woman to scream his name in warning. The system identifies the monster as the level 42 EX boss, Glass Spirit. Subaru unleashes his Divine Chisel ability to strike the beast. Watching from the sidelines, Shikishima Ryu is amazed that Subaru can actually cut a 4-star boss with his sword. Subaru spits blood, realizing this monster is even stronger than the Ghoul King Carrion. Bleeding from his eye, he prepares to land one final blow to finish it. The cat looms over him, forcing him to reconsider his approach. A paw swipes down and Subaru realizes in shock that the monster is regenerating its wounds. The beast dashes forward as Subaru leaps to evade it. He decides to abandon the Divine Chisel because it consumes too much mana and has no lasting effect on this boss. The creature merely yawns, and Shikishima notes that the fight is about to get interesting. The elf woman asks Shikishima if he plans to abandon Subaru to die. Shikishima calls her stupid and promises to step in if Subaru is about to lose, noting how lucky the boy is to encounter an EX boss. Subaru stares down the beast to formulate a plan. He realizes his blood mold traps and fog are useless here because the monster is too large and the waterfall's wind blows the fog away. Hoping to blind the creature, he wraps a cloth around its eyes. The monster immediately strikes back, trapping Subaru inside its body. Subaru panics as he realizes the boss does not rely on visual sight to track him. The creature slams him into the ground. Seeing the impact, Shikishima finally admits that the situation does not look good at all. Shikishima Ryu says Ariake Subaru is too inexperienced to handle rare bosses because he expected too much from him. Elsewhere, free players stare in shock as they discover a legendary item. The elf-like woman stands over a man with sunglasses and asks if he still does not understand, because Subaru has already found a way to counterattack. Subaru wraps his fist and kicks the creature. He decides to attach a blood rubber rope directly to the cat because he cannot set it on the terrain. Subaru tells the creature that strikes and slashes will not work because it has no joints and is essentially a slime. The spirit of Ghoul King Carrion asks how about some impact, so Subaru activates the skill he got from him. As the system registers the corpse fist technique, Subaru realizes he just has to transmit waves to push the impact. He confirms he understands as the system grants him new taming and communication skills. Subaru combines Blood Mold with Corpse Fist and lunges at the target to unleash his energy. He dives downward and drives the vortex into the beast. Meanwhile, a person lies in bed and asks to be woken up for lunch. The impact blasts the cat downward, leaving it floating as a spirit. The creature lands and observes its surroundings. Subaru strikes again, unleashing a move called Dead Man Springer to burst the creature's blood. Subaru tells the beast he already knows about regeneration from his own body, so he will crush it constantly to stop it using MP to heal. His shoulder pulses as he channels the power. He steps through the shattered remains. In a memory, the person in bed repeats they are taking a nap and orders everyone kept out. Shikishima Ryo watches in shock, amazed that Subaru saw through the enemy's traits so fast and combined his skills to fight this way. Miyasaka calls him crazy and smiles. Ariake Subaru and his opponent exchange heavy blows. Shikishima notes that both of them are getting tired. As the spectral cat cries, Sayaka tells Subaru to hang in there. Subaru pants heavily while the cat meows, prompting Sayaka to shout his name in concern. Shikishima tells Subaru that if he wins, he will buy him sushi. Subaru pauses while Sayaka scoffs and asks if Shikishima really thinks food can lure Subaru. The cat is startled as Subaru suddenly surges with power, shocking Sayaka before he unleashes Dead Man Springer to clear the dungeon and reach level 31. Later, at a sushi restaurant, Shikishima tells Subaru to hurry up and eat, but Subaru just stares at the food with sparkling eyes. Subaru says he wants to stare longer because he has never seen sushi in his life. Shocking Shikishima. Shikishima says his name, and Sayaka tells Subaru he must have had a hard time. Shikishima yells at Sayaka for making a scene in a high-class place. Shikishima notes it is surprising Subaru obtained the glass spirit itself, explaining that defeating an EX boss yields a rare item. He mentions Hirosaka Renji's earrings and Ariake Taiga's coat, making Subaru realize this is just like when he got the divine chisel from Ghoul King Carrion. The cat meows, and Shikishima suggests Subaru name the rare creature. Subaru excitedly names the glass spirit Sushi. Shikishima tells him to eat before it goes bad, and Subaru finally prepares to dig in. Suddenly, Shikishima asks what is wrong as someone screams about an underworld creature emerging from a gate. Panicked civilians run from an evil Griffon. Shikishima yells that this is exactly why they should have eaten sooner, as the monster shrieks. The evil Griffon snatches a girl from the street and carries her into the air. Subaru agrees that they must act, vowing to kill the monster. As the beast shrieks and prepares to dive again, the two players stand their ground. Shikishima and Subaru unleash their abilities, surging with magical energy to intercept the attack. Subaru launches himself into the air toward the creature. Activating his blood mold and newly acquired mana skills, he executes a strike called Gimlet to cleave the beast. The girl tumbles helplessly through the sky, but Subaru catches her and lands softly on a cushioned surface. He holds her securely in his arms, while a bystander watches the rescue in shock. Dashing back to safety, Subaru sets her down and looks at her with a calm expression. Subaru asks if she is hurt and she politely assures him she is fine. A man sprints over shouting her name, and Subaru freezes as he recognizes his former bully, Sotari Kengo. Subaru watches in stunned silence as Kana excitedly greets her big brother. Sotari stares in disbelief at Subaru, shocked to see him standing so close to his sibling. Shikishima recognizes Sotari from her recent interrogation, so he tells the boy to thank Subaru for saving his sister. Sotari bristles, nearly calling Subaru an insect before catching himself. Kana beams and thanks everyone anyway, bringing a gentle, surprised smile to Subaru's face. The moment passes as Sotari quickly pulls his sister away, then leans in to aggressively call Subaru a damn insect. He demands to know if Subaru wants revenge, maliciously threatening to spread a humiliating video of him. Subaru simply stares back at him with a quiet, neutral expression. But as Sotari clenches his fist in bitter frustration, he curses his own weakness, wishing the brilliance of the soul had chosen him for a stronger door. A classmate calls out to Sotari, warning him to back off because his goal is impossible. Elsewhere, a companion suggests going out for sushi, but Shikishima Ryu declines because his body requires no food or drink, and the restaurant is closed anyway due to an underworld creature. Watching over his sister Kana, Sotari assures her nothing is wrong, though he secretly curses himself for being pathetic. At school, another student asks Sotari if he deleted the video of them bullying Subaru, terrified that Subaru will return to take his revenge. Their conversation is cut short when a student yells at Solitari to look out the window at the school grounds. They stare down in terror as Ariake Taiga breaches the perimeter, radiating a violent purple energy. At his hotel, Subaru answers an urgent call from Shikishima, who warns him that Taiga has appeared at the school, so they must get there immediately. Inside the school, Taiga broadcasts a chilling announcement to all players, promising that a new gate will grant them power. The group realizes they are facing a threat powerful enough to rival a gold rank player. Taiga offers them a deal, promising that if they enter the gate, they will gain new power and become his allies. Elsewhere, a player with spiky pink hair looks at a photo and complains that the target has stolen his haircut. Subaru spots a black door in the distance and, feeling a sudden sense of dread, urges his team to fly there as quickly as possible. At the school, Solitari Kengo hesitates before the door, worried that entering means becoming Taiga's minions. Taiga reclines and mocks his hesitation, asking why they are stalling when they are too weak to even stand. Atari watches in shock as supernatural chaos erupts among the fleeing students. Taiga asks the men if they are satisfied being weak, pointing out how unfair it is that a power gap remains between players who pass the same trials, and urges them to prove their worth to the chosen ones. Atari remembers his childhood in a trash-filled room, where his little sister Kana cried and asked if their parents abandoned them because she was a bad girl. He reassured her that she was not, promising that her big brother would always be there. But to keep her fed, he had to scavenge through garbage, taking beatings in alleyways, and walking through the snow starving so Kana could eat. Watching other children celebrate birthdays in warm homes, he stood in the cold, terrified of what would happen to Kana if he died. That was when the system appeared, pulling him through a portal to become a player. Back in the present, Solitari asks Taiga why he is doing this, since Taiga is also a chosen one. Taiga reveals that he stole his door and that Subaru was the one truly chosen, because the trials select those with the strong brilliance of the soul. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure tells the resting Subaru that his questions will be answered later. Elsewhere, Solitari Kingo refuses to accept that Subaru will stay above him, vowing to turn the world upside down with the black door that chose him. A figure reaching from a purple doorway asks Solitari if he wants revenge on Subaru, offering him a chance to beat him once and for all. Solitari realizes the man will kill him if he refuses, but he cannot die yet because his little sister Kana just messaged him asking for pork cutlets for dinner. He tells Itoshima to follow him, and they step into the portal. Solitari's phone vibrates with Kana's happy reply. He realizes he is not the nice person his sister thinks he is. He had hoped the door would let him feed Kana and prove he is not to be underestimated. Years ago, Solitari and his gang learned the gold player, Ariake Taiga, was attending their school, forcing them to watch their attitude. But when they heard Taiga's older brother was an ordinary student in their year, they found an easier target. They cornered Subaru, demanding his time. Solitari admits to himself that he is a weakling who only does bad things to those weaker than him. Feeling pathetic, he asks Itoshima to make the pork cutlet for Kana tonight. He also asks him to tell Subaru that he is sorry. Solitari unleashes his fire abilities, shocking the enemy. As an explosion erupts, he rushes in with his ash-wired attack. The enemy demands to know why Solitari is doing this, realizing he feels indebted because Subaru saved Kana yesterday. Solitari hates how pathetic he was when Subaru thanked him instead of cursing him, worrying only about what will happen to Kana once he is gone. With that final thought, he drives a strike down into the monster. Subaru stares in shock, before grabbing Kana and carrying her away through the air. Watching him go, Solitari thinks that as long as Subaru is around to help them, everything will be fine. Taiga walks forward and asks Solitari how he can shamelessly try to get close to the guy he continuously bullied. Solitari replies that he does not care if he is shameless, because he knows Subaru has a big enough heart to forgive him. Solitari glares at Taiga and calls him pathetic. Taiga lunges at him, while Solitari realizes he just wanted to make his sister Kana smile. Taiga questions why Solitari is so interested in such trivial things. Subaru flies back toward the building just as Taiga looks down from the ledge. Taiga drives a punch into Solitari and makes him scream. Subaru watches in horror as Taiga grins and calls his older brother's name. Subaru screams Solitari's name as Taiga crouches over his defeated opponent to gloat. Remembering Kana's bright smile, Subaru flies into a fierce rage and screams Taiga's name. Solitari plummets from the rooftop, and Taiga smiles at the prospect of an unexpectedly quick rematch. Subaru watches Solitari fall, gritting his teeth in intense frustration as he wonders why this had to happen. He admits he never liked Solitari, but no matter what kind of person he was, Solitari was still Kana's older brother. Subaru screams in fury, demanding to know why his brother just killed Solitari. Taiga ignores the question, challenging Subaru to unleash his full power so he can erase it with his own. Subaru is left in shock as his attack is instantly neutralized, while Taiga casually gloats that his new strength is already enough to kill him. But before Taiga can finish the job, he is interrupted by 3 gold rank players who challenge him to fight them all at once. Surrounded for the second time, Taiga just laughs, asking if they are so angry because he beat the life out of that woman. Shikishimaru calls him a bastard, but before anyone can react, light strikes Taiga as Hirasaka Renji steps forward with his sword. Instead of showing fear, Taiga is thrilled to finally see a negative expression on Renji's face, taunting him about his frustration. Subaru realizes what Taiga means, and Renji confirms it, admitting he is completely enraged because his teammate Kinokawa Sakura is lying unconscious in a hospital bed. Surging with golden energy, Renji moves so fast that Subaru cannot even track him, instantly severing Taiga's arm with a single strike. Subaru is stunned to see the true power of a top gold rank player. Hirasaka asks if Subaru is injured, and Subaru assures him he is fine. Taiga looms behind Hirasaka and summons a fist to declare that he is his opponent. Taiga yells at him not to worry about Subaru, so Hirasaka strikes back with his sword. Yudu recognizes the threat, prompting Hirasaka to activate his second skill to manifest a golden wall. Taiga strikes the barrier, sending Hirasaka flying backward. Subaru and Yudu watch the impact in silence, before Yudu calls out his name. Yudu decides he is ready to face punishment for breaking the rules, wondering what Taiga's skill is to crumble Hirasaka's sword. Shikishima fires his weapon and offers his support to keep them away from Taiga. Subaru and Shikishima unleash Blood Round and Golden Parade together. Taiga emerges from the smoke with a grin. Shikishima and Subaru realize their bullets disappeared and the blood crumbled before hitting him. Taiga asks if they are surprised, while Yudo realizes this same power defeated Kinokawa. Taiga confronts them, and Hirasaka notes that Taiga's skill has a special effect they must figure out. Shikishima asks permission to use his other skills, but Hirasaka refuses because innocent people would get caught in the crossfire. Hirasaka adds that Taiga wants exactly that to happen. Shikishima recounts how their attacks vanished, remembering the doctor's report about Kinokawa losing her arms to the same effect. The realization hits them that Kinokawa's limbs were weathered down in an instant. Taiga declares he will become the most fearsome person in history by shattering their bodies so completely that no one can identify the corpses. Hirasaka screams for Ariake Subaru to stay back because Taiga's skill advances time for everything he touches. Taiga calls Subaru an insect and tells him to prepare to die. He unleashes his technique, Il Triunfo della Morte, laughing as he attacks. Subaru takes the strikes directly to his body. He activates Absolute Will to resist the attack's effects. Hirasaka praises the tactic, realizing Subaru is constantly generating new blood with blood mold to withstand the aging. Taiga spits blood in shock, as Subaru tells him the time for fear is over. To prove it, Subaru activates his enhanced blood mold armor, Immortal Inverness. Bleeding from the nose, Taiga screams in a blind rage at the insect daring to challenge him. Subaru watches in shock as Taiga casts Porta Nigra to summon a circle of portals. The group realizes the doors are releasing a smoke that destroys anything it touches. Taiga warns Subaru that blocking the smoke himself will not save his friends because he plans to turn them all to dust. Realizing they have no other choice, Hirasaka gives Shikishima and Yudo permission to use their hidden skills. An explosion erupts between the two sides as the players brace themselves. Subaru glares through the chaos and asks Taiga how he dares to attack his friends right in front of him. His hatred activates a conditional skill Vanquish gave him that boosts all his abilities, allowing him to charge forward and pin Taiga to the wall. Subaru drives a punch into his brother's face, leaving Taiga struggling under the sudden weight of his attacks. Unable to defend himself against the onslaught, Taiga takes a direct hit and cries out in agony. Taiga tries to stall by offering to answer Subaru's questions, but Subaru ignores him and lunges forward to strike again. Taiga screams as the blows land, realizing with frustration that Subaru is now entirely a step ahead of him. Subaru unleashes a blast and strikes his opponent in the face. The opponent screams in anger and retaliates, sending him flying through the air. Subaru upgrades his nervous system with blood mold to control his tentacles, but his opponent unleashes a piercing red strike. The armored warrior warns him that escape is impossible once caught. Subaru glares back, his eye glowing with a vibrant rainbow light as he prepares to fight. Suddenly, a voice echoes from a dark purple gate, leaving him stunned by the unexpected arrival. Shikishimaru shouts for Subaru to stop because they still need to question the newcomer. Subaru halts in surprise. Shikishima asks Amaya Sayaka to replicate Subaru's fog, and she agrees. The air fills with the smell of iron as the smoke vanishes, neutralized by the fog particles on contact. Shikishima addresses the owner of the door, while Subaru is shocked. A reptilian yellow eye peers out from the portal, amused that they saw through his skill so quickly. When Shikishima demands his purpose, the entity reveals he was just thinking about breaking the sky cloud. Subaru is stunned, and Shikishima asks why he would do that. The entity refuses to answer, instead offering a prophecy about Hirasaka Renji. He names Udo Ryusei and Shikishima Ryu as well. He promises the three of them will be defeated by Ariake Taiga. But Shikishima just smiles and tells him not to underestimate them. Shikishima declares the prophecy wrong, leaving Subaru utterly confused. Subaru stands before the glitching eye until he finally agrees. Subaru stands amidst the floating debris and vows he will never let that happen. A giant portal calls him vigilant. Shocked, Subaru demands it identify itself. A floating fetus introduces itself as Kokugaiji, the Black Amniotic King. Subaru demands an explanation from the intruder. Kokugaiji repeats its name to establish its presence. Elsewhere, a blonde man complains that Taiga lost, dismissing his supposed gold rank power as complete bullshit. A buzzcut man asks Kei what they are going to do now, so Kei stares at a distant purple flame. Kei pauses to think before turning to his companion to decide their next move. Back at the portal, Kokugaiji announces his plan to change the world by destroying it and everyone in it. Subaru threatens to kill the creature and throws a punch to stop the destruction. His fist strikes a magical barrier just as the enemy launches a purple energy blast. A character falls injured from the attack, causing Subaru to cry out in alarm. Several figures gather to watch the powerful blast erupt across the grounds. The trio clicks their tongues in frustration, while Subaru groans under the strain. Sakura complains that 3 gold rank players let the enemy escape, but Udo argues he was restrained. When she asks how, he explains that 2 enemies appeared on the rooftop mid-battle, leaving her completely shocked. He suspects the 2 rivals belong to the Black faction, because he senses an energy from them far stronger than Taiga's. A voice reflects on the creator and destroyer of the world, noting that things have already progressed a step further. In a dark void, a voice pities Taiga for being helpless against his enemies, calling him weak, stupid, and ugly. As a figure sinks underwater, the voice claims to know his desperate wish to be stronger and smarter. The voice assures him that everything is alright, promising to remake him into his ideal form, because merely being himself is never enough to achieve anything. Elsewhere, a fetal creature inside a dark portal welcomes a newly arrived group. One man grabs his companion's shoulder, begging not to be left behind. A girl warns she will betray them if she does not become stronger, while another declares that gaining power matters more than any affiliation. A young man recognizes a mark as the same curse he knows, just as a man in sunglasses welcomes Kei, who explains he came because he saw him here. Pale hands reach down as an unseen entity welcomes them all, urging the group to kill everyone. A dark-haired man steps forward to answer their questions. Later, at a funeral, Sawatari Kengo's memorial portrait sits among white flowers, while his sister Kana sits alone. She stares upward with exhausted, hollow eyes. Someone holding Sawatari's photo is coldly told they should have died back then. In the corridor, a man tells Ariake Subaru that Sawatari apologized to him in his final moments, and Subaru quietly agrees. The man breaks down in tears over Sawatari's helplessness and the time he spent with Kana. A cold voice adds that Sawatari never should have been born, while the grieving man curses Sawatari for leaving his sister to cry. Later, sitting on a bench, Subaru notes that the Black Door has not appeared since, but with people disappearing across the city, he realizes the enemy is calling in reinforcements. Subaru plans to clear gates to get stronger, because he needs to ask the Door of Trial about Saka. They discuss the prophecy warning them to prepare for Taiga, and agree to count on Subaru. Shikishima instructs Subaru to enter a gate with Hirasaka tomorrow. The next day in Asakusa, Hirasaka greets Subaru and says he looks forward to working together. Shikishima explains that his own fighting style is too different to teach Subaru, so Hirasaka must train him to improve his swordsmanship. Subaru is thrilled to clear a gate with Japan's strongest player, but notices Hirasaka looks disheveled. Hirasaka greets Yamada's silver team and asks why they are at his reserve gate. Hirasaka checks his notes and realizes he made a mistake, because his actual reservation is in Narima City. Hirasaka warns Subaru not to let his guard down, because the gate's difficulty rating is only an approximation. Subaru suddenly realizes Hirasaka is standing directly in a swamp. Subaru asks if he needs a pull, but Hirasaka sinks completely into the mud. Subaru recalls someone warning him that despite Hirasaka's perfect image, he lacks any skills besides raw strength. Subaru prepares to use blood mold to pull him out, but a level 43 iron ant suddenly attacks. Subaru curses the timing and readies his weapon. Hirasaka bursts from the mud and activates his 4th skill, Titan's Blade, striking the creature. Subaru stares in shock. The strongest player, Hirasaka Renji, arrives and smiles, admitting he thought he was going to die. Years ago, young Renji realizes he has no special talents, but his parents shower him with love instead of being disappointed. In 4th grade, he steps in to protect a friend from bullies, feeling happy when the crying boy thanks him. The next day, the bullies target Renji instead, and he is shocked to see the friend he saved joining in to torment him. Realizing people betray others out of weakness, Renji vows to never betray anyone because he believes that is the only way to find a true friend. Back in the present, Renji sinks into a mud swamp and asks Ariake Subaru to pull him out. Subaru scolds him for constantly falling in, so Renji apologizes and explains that the enemy had good intuition. As Subaru uses his red energy to haul the heavy man out, Renji explains he had to use himself as bait to lure out the giant worm monster. Subaru finally begins to understand him, realizing Renji always takes the first hit against unknown enemies to protect his allies. Seeing that Renji is actually flexible and open-minded, Subaru hands him a towel, and Renji thanks him for being so well prepared. Renji hands Subaru a bag of towels and drinks. He explains that Shikishima prepared it because he knew Subaru would need it after seeing his sad eyes. Renji admits his actions always caused Shikishima the hardest time. Back at the office, Shikishima screams at his laptop to manage reconnaissance reports and public relations. He yells at Hizaki over the phone to shut up about his son's disposition. Renji suggests he should help with the paperwork, but Shikishima screams that Renji is useless at desk work and begs the hospitalized Kinokawa to return. The Gold Rank members have been comrades for 8 years since the Federation's founding, so they are all close friends. As they walk, Renji states there is one thing he cannot compromise on. He will absolutely not forgive Taiga for putting Kinokawa in the hospital. He tells Subaru that he has no choice but to defeat his brother, even though they are not related by blood. Subaru remembers his own losses and replies that he also has a reason to fight Taiga. He declares he is ready for whatever happens, so Renji smiles and thanks him. They locate their target 20 kilometers ahead. Renji spots the boss using his Hawkeye skill to zoom his vision 100 times. Renji points out that Subaru can already see it too. Subaru agrees as the massive level 81 gun turret spirit tree looms in the distance. Renji unleashes his aura to summon Titan's blade. The massive blade glows in the dark sky. He looks on, prepared for the battle ahead. Someone reminds Subaru that difficulty levels are only an approximation, and he finally understands what they meant. Subaru realizes this monster is completely different from other 4-star bosses because its ranged attacks rival Shikishima's own power. Hirosaka tells Subaru he is surprised he can fly so high. Subaru admits the skill drains too much magic to last. Later, outside the building, Hirosaka apologizes for finishing the boss alone and asks Subaru to hide his mistakes from Shikishima. Subaru reveals he has already sent his report, so Shikishima approaches them to discipline his ally. Hirosaka immediately accepts his defeat, then promises to meet Subaru at the same time tomorrow. He warns Subaru to come prepared because he plans to reserve a 5-star gate, leaving Subaru frozen in shock. Back in his hotel room that night, Subaru sits on his bed and realizes just how dangerous tomorrow will be, since the monster they fought today was only a lower-class boss. Someone massages Ariake Subaru's back while he squints suspiciously. He visualizes Hirosaka Renji's combat technique because he has to adapt the gold player's fighting style to his own. He wakes up in his bed, contemplating the memory. Elsewhere, a man in a suit asks about their numbers, and a woman confirms they have 20 people. The man decides it is time to move, reflecting on the harbinger of the end of the world. In Kanbayashi Park, the members of Team Grax aggressively demand to know who is approaching them. They are shocked by swirling magical energy and the appearance of 2 ominous men. Meanwhile, Subaru walks alone through a quiet residential area at night. A stranger approaches silver rank player Hizaki Julieta and insults her, so she angrily tells them to stop acting familiar. In another alley, attackers panic as a figure coiled in a giant centipede expresses satisfaction at their arrival. The monster centipede looms over them, declaring it would feel no remorse at all to kill them. The man in the suit contemplates the necessity of sharpening his forces for the upcoming war. He adjusts his collar and announces that the hunting has begun. Later, Shikishima Ryo warns Hizaki over the phone not to get carried away just because his mother protects him from murder charges. Standing over blood, Hizaki taunts Shikishima, claiming he had no choice but to act because he was being attacked. When Shikishima asks who attacked him, Hizaki checks the ID card and names Kishikawa Soichi, a copper player tied to the Black faction. Hizaki notes that as his centipede restrained the man, he sensed something unnatural about Kishikawa's insect manipulation skill. Shikishima realizes Kishikawa's original skill was iron manipulation, proving the Black Door is granting people entirely new abilities. He warns Hizaki to stay alert, because many players like Team Grax were instantly defeated last night, and the hunting is far from over. A man hangs up his phone, complaining about a noisy guy with glasses. Subaru looks at the crime scene and realizes the victim's skill was heterogeneous. he realizes the feeling of their system being different perfectly resembles his own skill as a rainbow player. Elsewhere, ex-copper player Yatsurugi K tells his partner over the phone that he has already wiped out the top silver rank team, Grax. K confirms they are leaving right away because they are going to kill the gold ranks next. Outside the Marinushi building in Tokyo, Kusaka introduces himself to explain the strategy for the 5-star gate. Subaru notices Kusaka's wedding ring, pointing out how rare it is for players who risk their lives to be married. Kusaka thanks Subaru because his family was in Meguro when Subaru defeated the Sky Whale, and Subaru is happy he saved them. Kusaka explains the palace has 2 thrones on the top floor, prompting a teammate to ask if that is where the boss is. Kusaka warns that both entities on the thrones might be bosses. Subaru panics because he cannot believe he has to face multiple bosses on his first 5-star attempt. Hirasaka Renji pats Subaru's head to ask if he is alright, then tells him it is time to go. Subaru clenches his fist, his heart calming down as he admires Hirasaka, and he touches the gate. Before the glowing interface, the team wishes each other good luck. A woman with glasses gasps as an intense blue eye glares at her. A bloodstained blade strikes a blonde woman down, while a man in a red-lit room realizes his suspicions were right. The attacker tells them they are too weak, prompting the blonde woman to curse Yatsurugi. Standing over a pool of blood, a killer confirms that Hirasaka Renji and Ariake Subaru have entered the 5-star gate. A voice over the phone orders the black door opened in 10 minutes to fulfill a promise. Ariake Taiga waits silently in the dark. Meanwhile, Subaru's group notices their 5-star stage is unusually quiet and sunny, despite a timer counting down about 330 days. A young man awkwardly says goodbye, while a blonde man in a white uniform senses something ominous. Subaru asks Amaya Siaka to lock the door behind them so they cannot leave until the boss is defeated, and she complies. The blonde man readies his sword because he has a bad feeling about this. He looks down as a man in a black cloak stands nearby, hearing that he is the one who killed her. The enemies spawn immediately, leaving the group paralyzed in the rain because they suddenly feel the overwhelming presence of the boss. The presence they feel far exceeds their expectations, as Hirasaka shields his companion against the howling wind. 2 divine beings wait on their thrones, including a creator of the calamity, the level 89 boss, Storm Delta. Beside him stands the level 93 boss, Thunder Killim, who sniffs the air to see what twist of fate brought them here. Standing before a gate with a 10-hour timer, Killim remembers fighting him long ago and identifies the smell of the hated immortal. As a sudden glitch ripples through the space, the entities note that the immortal is still weak and wonder if he can survive. A glowing blue barrier gives way to hooded, armored warriors emerging from the darkness. Subaru realizes in shock that every single one of these level 60 Thunderstorm Knights is stronger than the whale. He shouts at Sayaka to use his mana pool without fear because he can handle the strain, and she firmly complies. Swearing on her soul, a winged girl takes flight over a pool of blood to protect Sayaka's body. A blonde man draws his golden sword as the armored army charges forward. A menacing hooded figure looms over them, and Subaru realizes he will lose if he does not go all out immediately. Startled by a sudden realization, Subaru activates his blood armor and unleashes his immortal Inverness technique to clear the field. He unleashes his powerful technique, staring in sudden confusion. Subaru ponders his next move as the blonde man channels a surge of energy. An energy sword called Titan's Blade crashes down on the battlefield as the warriors clash. Masked figures launch a coordinated assault, and the blonde man is shocked that they survived his attack because of their high dexterity. The battle rages on as the blonde man faces the masked enemies. A warrior in a white uniform draws his glowing sword to face the hooded enemies. The clash unleashes a surge of energy that engulfs them. Someone calls out Subaru's name as a combatant kicks a masked enemy in the head. An armored knight delivers a heavy strike, leaving Subaru staring in shock. The knight lands a magically charged punch, and Subaru realizes this mere knight is stronger than both Glass Spirit and Carrion. The blonde man struggles in agony when a golden knight attacks him from behind. The golden knight's sudden attack leaves him completely defenseless. Pushed to his limit, Subaru's face transforms with red crystalline features as he watches in shock. He shouts that he did not come here to be a hindrance to Hirasaka Renji. He dodges a barrage of energy beams, but glowing magical chains suddenly bind his arm. A bound prisoner falls through the storm, struggling against his restraints because he refuses to abandon his ally. An attacker unleashes a technique called Gimlet to sever an opponent's arm. As the armored warrior hovers above, Subaru realizes he recognizes that face. Subaru defeats the Thunderstorm Knight, but he clutches his chest in frustration because the kill grants no experience and leaves him exhausted. Facing 4 guards alone in the storm, he identifies their weapon as the Divine Chisel and pushes forward to find an escape route. Running low on magic, Subaru realizes he cannot afford to use Wing Slash and resolves to attack them directly. He hesitates, remembering a doctor's recent warning that his injured left arm will be useless for a while. The guards summon Vajra swords, shocking him because weapon summoning is a highly advanced skill. Panting heavily from the strain, he pushes through the trial and acquires the Eye of Truth skill. Bleeding from his fractured mask, he stares down the surrounding guards and tells the memory of Hirasaka not to worry. Reflecting on his limits, he realizes he can never replicate Hirasaka's strength, and that Shikishima meant something entirely different about training. He understands that true growth comes not just from leveling up, but from fighting with everything he has to keep his senses sharp. Across every desperate rescue and violent encounter, his only driving thought is the absolute need to become stronger. A sudden surge of magic engulfs him, leaving him stunned by the sudden power. Subaru declares he has been waiting for this, because engaging in a dreadful battle against multiple attackers is exactly what makes him stronger, a truth he acknowledges as he prepares to fight. He lunges forward to strike the hooded enemies before they can surround him. He blocks an incoming attack and swings his own blade to counter the strike. He lands hard, slashing the knight to open his guard, making the man grunt in pain as Subaru agrees with his own thoughts again. He stabs at the three adversaries in the storm to break their formation. The injured knight looks on as Subaru swings his weapon through the rain to finish the job. He grips his sword and decapitates one of the cloaked figures, shocking the remaining two. After defeating the level 59 Thunderstorm Knight, Subaru faces the two giants and reaches level 32 to restore his health. He reveals his transformed state, reflecting on his situation now that his energy is back. The two warriors are stunned as he unleashes a surge of energy to intimidate them. Remembering a warning that this is a high-ranked dungeon, he launches an attack to end the fight quickly. As the warriors stand ready, he executes Divine Chisel from the sky. He defeats the level 56 and 63 knights to reach level 33, readying his armor as more soldiers stand in the rain. Meanwhile, someone runs through the forest to reach a barrier, while Subaru demands his next opponent. Subaru stares in shock as a blond man in a white uniform calls his name in the rain. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to a large conference room. Back at the conference room, a man addresses Hirasaka Renji, ordering him not to help Subaru inside the 5-star gate until the very last minute. He warns Hirasaka not to teach Subaru anything, prompting Hirasaka to ask why he should hold back. The man explains that Subaru just needs experience and a dreadful battle to put him on edge, because he will soon become an existence that stands alongside them. He adds that Hirasaka lacks a knack for teaching people anyway, which makes Hirasaka question his opinion. The man tells him to just show off his fighting skills in front of his junior, calling him the strongest. In the rain, the blond man lets out a cold laugh as two masked figures ambush him. He stands his ground in his white coat and readies his sword to fight them. Sometime later, the men at the conference table discuss the gate cycle, noting that a 6-star gate will appear next year, followed by a 7-star gate 4 years later. The man in the suit reminds Hirasaka that they have not become 10 times stronger over the past 2 years, so all the gold rank players will have to face the 6-star gate together. He worries that players will eventually be unable to keep up, because the gate difficulty increases tenfold with every star. He explains the grim reality: if they fail to clear the 6-star gate, the sky clock will break instantly. Shikishima Ryo points out that players are too understaffed to handle the low-class gates, and asks if humanity is doomed to lose. Hirasaka Renji fears he will eventually lose his newly formed gold rank team, because new problems constantly arise to block every way out. A phone rings, so Shikishima answers to ask Kinokawa Sakura what is wrong, and she explains she's interrogating murder suspects with Udo Ryushi. Shikishima listens to the strange information, and Hirasaka asks him what the suspects mean after they mention a rainbow door. Elsewhere, Ariake Subaru launches a barrage of strikes to overwhelm his enemy. An observer notes that Subaru manages to deal with his foes, using only his swordsmanship to survive. The enemy knight swings his blade, forcing Subaru to block the aerial assault. Subaru grips his sword and drives his strikes directly into the knight's head to break its guard. A system window confirms he has defeated the Thunderstorm Knight LV 56 after he unleashes his final attack. He realizes he just has to concentrate on the tip of his blade the moment his wing slash lands, because that precision allows him to defeat high defense enemies while reducing his mana consumption. Another enemy drops into a bestial stance to attack him. Caught off guard, Subaru is analyzed by Ludwig, who notes that the boy learns entirely from his own battle experiences. Desperate for answers, Subaru screams into the rain to ask if Sayaka is safe, facing down his enemies as magic crackles around them. Suddenly, red energy beams and glowing slashes rain down across the battlefield, overwhelming the fighters. The attack is a skill called Killing Field, which commands the scattered blood cells of the blood mold to explode on contact. The winged girl watches the chaos, realizing that her current level is too low to land a decisive blow. Her opponent prepares a glowing sword, berating her as a slave who does not know her place. The winged girl is struck by the blade, crying out for Subaru as she falls. Seeing his winged ally survive the strike, Subaru cries in relief and thanks her for staying safe. She dismisses his gratitude, while Subaru realizes that someone else has been watching them from the shadows all along. Taking to the sky, she begs Subaru to please take care of himself. Meanwhile, a shout rings out for Hirasaka as Ludwig swings his blade. Subaru rushes forward, but Hirasaka asks what is wrong, so Subaru admits he is struggling to level up. Hirasaka realizes they must be trapped in an EX stage if Subaru is struggling. A spirit warns Subaru that special terrains only contain bosses, leading Hirasaka to realize the knights are merely summoned puppets. Hirasaka concludes they earn almost no experience points, because the two bosses are the only real enemies. Meanwhile, back at the thrones, one of the figures notes that the players have finally figured out the trick, so his partner debates sending stronger minions. Subaru worries about exhaustion, but Hirasaka explains that defeating the knights drains the boss's mana. Though he fears the enemy is forcing them to expose their trump cards, the two bosses step out into the storm, and Hirasaka spots them immediately. Hirasaka hesitates to use his Warp Edge skill to instantly reach the enemy, since it consumes most of his mana. He doubts whether the attack can cut down both bosses, but decides to activate his 6th skill because it is his only chance. Elsewhere, Amaya Saika confirms she is currently at level 10 with 0 kills. Back at the battlefield, Hirasaka stands in the sudden silence and realizes the storm has completely stopped. Two godlike entities manifest as a status window announces the first ordeal has been cleared. A dark-haired person struggles to speak before the blonde man dismisses their tricks as boring because they only want to compete. The creatures introduce themselves as Storm Delta and Thunder Kaleem, calling out to the strong humans. Subaru watches as the figures demand a fair fight, bringing a character to tears. The protagonists face the two figures in the field before the tower, staring each other down. The blonde man is shocked to encounter talking bosses, while Subaru recognizes them from the soldier dumping ground. He asks if they have time for a conversation, so the beings curiously ask what he wants to know. Elsewhere, characters walk through a dark corridor, commenting on a companion's stubbornness. The blonde man clenches his fist and demands to know why these underworld creatures have come to their world. He is stunned into silence when the creatures ask if he has not heard anything from that vanquished kid. He wonders if these beings are the existences closest to the central figure, a concept he thought was only a rumor. A man realizes the sheer pressure they emit could be enough to kill him. Kylam agrees to talk, explaining that they have been trapped here for a long time anyway. A character glares with murderous intent, ready to strike. The blue-skinned demon agrees to tell them everything they know, leaving Subaru stunned that the secret of the world is being revealed so easily. A countdown timer appears, so one of the men asks to record the conversation, because he is worried he will forget the details. The demon begins to explain what the gate is, but he quickly realizes his attempt failed because a protective barrier censors him. He apologizes and says it is impossible to speak further, frustrating Subaru, who tries to interrupt to get more answers. Another man begs them to write the secret down to avoid Shikishima's anger, but the demons dismiss him and declare that it is impossible. Instead, the demons challenge the group to a battle, promising that defeating them is the only way to get closer to the answer they seek. Kaleem readies his lightning powers as the demons command them to fight to satisfy the desires of their souls. The demons play a quick game of rock, paper, scissors to decide their opponents, and the blue demon laughs in triumph when he wins. The purple demon points directly at Subaru and declares he will fight the shiny one. He immediately launches an overhead kick, catching Ludwig completely off guard. Subaru is blown backward by the clash, and as a golden energy blast erupts, the blue demon laughs in approval. The demon notes that Ludwig has found the perfect possessor, so he tells them to have some fun while Subaru readies his sword for the fight. Subaru realizes this horned entity is stronger than anyone he has ever fought, possessing a power on par with Hirasaka Renji. He stands frozen before the mysterious creature, completely overwhelmed by disbelief. A memory of being told to rest flashes before the creature lunges forward, complaining that he is disappointed to deal with the possessor of the hated immortal. Subaru realizes his senses were fooled by the entity's casual conversation, which masked the pressure of the enemy. The creature prepares to stomp his foot, threatening to break Subaru repeatedly until he dies. The stomp triggers an explosion, and the entity looks down from a rock pillar at the aftermath. He notes that Subaru was too weak to even evade, mocking him for being pathetically weak. Subaru's body cracks under the lightning energy, shocking a blonde knight nearby. The knight watches in horror, trying to figure out what he needs to do to save him. A sudden splash of blood erupts to interrupt the fight, and the blueskin demon laughs maniacally. A white-suited fighter retaliates with a barrage of energy blast to stop the creature, catching him off guard. The demon laughs at his bloody finger, so the blonde knight readies his sword to strike back. A blonde man bleeds heavily from his eye as a warrior approaches his fallen figure. Kaleem stares at Subaru's red sword, realizing it took no damage from his lightning, which explains the sudden imbalance of power he sensed. Holding his own heavy blade, Kaleem asks if Subaru is actually the possessor of the immortal god Ludwig. A horned, orange-skinned figure looks down at the desolate battlefield in silence. Watching the duel, Amaya Sayaka warns the onlookers not to interfere, threatening to kill them because Subaru would not want their help. She cries in distress, but a tearful man with crystals assures her he can handle it and thanks her for being safe. Overwhelmed with despair, Sayaka breaks down and begs Subaru to please stand up. Kaleem pities her, pointing out that Subaru's legs were blown off by the attack, so he cannot possibly stand. Subaru calls her name, his damaged body agreeing with Kaleem's assessment. He orders Sajaka not to interfere, while Kaleem stands with crossed arms, watching Subaru's intense gaze. Subaru recalls the defense he used to survive Ariake Taga's black smoke, producing a large amount of semi-hardened blood to armor his body. Even though the blast still cost him both his hands and feet, the blood armor absorbed the fatal blow. Having barely escaped death, Subaru manifests dark, crystalline energy to force himself upright. Checking his depleted stats, Subaru looks at Thunder Keelam and admits this boss is the strongest opponent he has ever faced. He cannot even measure the gap in their strength, but he grins, knowing that surviving this battle will make him rapidly stronger. Seeing Subaru's stance, Keelam points in disbelief, asking if he is really using blood to replace his missing limbs. The green-haired man sighs in frustration and calls the hatred for immortals disgusting. The green-haired man clashes with the blonde swordsman and tells him he respects Ludwig's possessor. He points out that the swordsman can still keep up even after losing his right eye. The swordsman replies that his remaining eye shines brighter now. He declares his attacks will become sharper and blasts Storm Delta with light. The green-haired man lands a kick to push the swordsman back. The green-haired man notes that everyone starts out weak, and the swordsman admits he often felt pushed to the edge back then. The swordsman activates Imperial Radiance to increase his abilities at the cost of his magic power. The green-haired man recognizes the trump card and praises his opponent's strength. Elsewhere, a man in a suit confronts a hooded intruder. The green-haired man lunges forward to challenge the swordsman to a fight as the aura flares. Lightning strikes the hooded intruder and makes him cry out in pain. The green-haired man explains that lightning moves too fast to dodge, so the target must predict its course. He forces the intruder to keep moving through the explosions without rest. He warns that failing to dodge means turning to ash, leaving the intruder kneeling in the blast. The blast pushes Subaru back, and he realizes he is in trouble because the soldiers will wipe out his allies if this continues. He remembers a man telling him he must have questions, before challenging a shadowy figure to show the true power of a higher ranker. Subaru knows his health is too low to survive the lightning, so he charges at the kneeling soldiers to kill them and level up. He endures their dark magic to blast them away while the horned enemy watches. Subaru defeats the Thunderstorm Mate and reaches level 34, which fully restores his health and regenerates his lost limbs. The enemy notes that this regeneration is advantageous, while Subaru summons his armor and steps forward to press the attack. Subaru drives a strike, called Gimlet downward, forcing his opponent to block. His punch hits the barrier, but the enemy unleashes a burst of lightning to counter him. The electricity strikes Subaru and sends him falling in agony, as the enemy asks if he really thought a slight power increase would change anything. Subaru remembers a man telling him he is the only one who can save her. He channels his energy and leaps back down with a scream to strike again. The enemy kicks him and states he understands why Subaru was chosen as the hated immortal's possessor. He says Subaru's desperate clinging to life just makes him do meaningless things, prompting another man to stop and think. Subaru remembers hoping to finish the semester without trouble, before the man approached him. The man asks why Subaru is staring, before knocking him backward. Subaru curses because the enemy will overwhelm him before he can even take aim. The antagonist tells Subaru his tricks are pointless, because his overwhelming power makes it impossible to land a hit. Glass Spirit walks in carrying a sword, making the men shout its name in shock. The creature carries the item forward, and the antagonist demands to know who he is. Subaru shouts for Sushi, his eyes widening. Because the system revived it using his magic, Subaru realizes he forgot Sushi can regenerate. He asks if Sushi is trying to help him, and orders the creature to bring the sword. The creature readies itself and sprints across the terrain to deliver it. Two fighters clash, and one tackles the other to demand what he means by, "all right." He grunts in frustration, before a man grins and asks for his opinion. Sushi stares up as the antagonist descends from the air to strike a pose. The antagonist floats backward, and realizes Sushi can change sizes because it is a familiar, connected to its master's soul. He stops in surprise and stands tall and curses Subaru as a brat. The Thunderstorm Knight reels back in shock as Subaru plunges toward him. The knight lunges forward and unleashes Divine Chisel to end the fight. Subaru bets all of his magic power on this moment, hoping the system will reward him for defeating the soldiers. The lightning strikes Subaru directly. Subaru collapses, stating he is going to take a nap and telling his familiar not to bother him. The knight stares. The knight screams at Subaru, demanding to know why he clings to life after throwing away the opening his familiar risked itself to create. Bleeding from the crystal shards, Subaru asks himself why he wants to live, remembering everyone who called him a failure. He remembers Sayaka calling his name and asking what he wants to do, so they can get stronger together. Subaru focuses his mind. Glass Spirit watches him struggle. He realizes he wants to meet Sayaka again, because the time they spent adventuring together was fun. He accepts that she might not forgive him. He just wants to thank her and apologize to her. He hopes she will forgive him so they can get stronger together again. Subaru shakes off his exhaustion and tells the knight he is right. The knight demands to know what Subaru is talking about. Subaru explains that this is exactly why he made his bet. Reaching level 35 unlocks the next stage of his skill, which summons the third door. Subaru declares he has won the bet, leaving the knight stunned. The spirit of Vanquish steps in front of the kneeling Subaru and unleashes his energy to shield him. He tells Kilime to prepare himself, because the penalty for hurting his possessor is death. Vanquish looks down at the bleeding Subaru and tells him that he won their bet. Kilime channels electricity to strike, but Vanquish cuts his own hand and leads backward. He carries Subaru through a portal, promising he will return stronger. Kilime demands he wait and refuses to let him escape, because he has never forgotten the day Vanquish killed his people. Kilime screams in fury to force the portal open. He steps through the gap and freezes in shock. Vanquish has taken Subaru to the Sea of Bone Ash, where he touches Subaru's chest to heal the damage. Subaru asks if this is really him, so Vanquish explains that his own power is returning because Subaru has grown stronger. Subaru sits up and stares at his master in shock. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Kilime readies his lightning to execute the remaining fighters as they call his name. Furious that his duel was interrupted, Kilime surges with yellow electricity. He screams at Subaru for intervening, demanding he leave. But Vanquish's voice answers through Subaru's glitching face, warning the demon not to apply a warrior's rules to a king, and mocking him for forcing a fight in the human world. Kilime flinches as Vanquish taunts his desire to defeat them both. Accepting the challenge, Vanquish pierces his claws into the dark dimension, leaving Sayaka and the others shocked by his ominous presence. Subaru threatens the onlookers to keep quiet, before Vanquish asks to borrow his body for a second. Vanquish promises to demonstrate the true power of blood mold, leaving Kilime confused as to how he plans to use it. Noticing Subaru's level 35 status, Kilime laughs at the human's power. He mocks Vanquish for trying to win with such a weak vessel, but Vanquish states that this body is sufficient. He points out that Kilime lost most of his strength when he was forced through the gate, making the demon scream that he wishes he could return to the underworld as he prepares a desperate attack. Vanquish readies his colorful aura, telling the shocked demon that he will never go back. He declares that Kilime is going to die here, while a giant eye watches the confrontation unfold. The onlookers watch in stunned silence as the two clash, and Kilime grits his teeth in frustration. Whirring in rage, the demon charges, but Vanquish channels his magic and meets the attack head-on. Moving in a blur, Vanquish shoots a spray of blood that pierces straight through Kilime's glowing organs. With a somber look, Vanquish commands the blood to merge, sending a paralyzing shock through the demon's body. He unleashes Curse Blood Vortex, and Kilime screams in absolute agony as the spell tears him apart from the inside. Subaru blocks the incoming lightning strike with his bare hand to protect himself. Gasping for breath, Subaru is relieved he survived, and Vanquish admits he is surprised Subaru escaped that technique. Kilime unleashes his lightning and compliments Subaru for putting up a good fight. Subaru and Kilime clash in midair, leaving Kilime grinding his teeth in frustration. Vanquish steps in, blasting Kilime with an energy beam to intercept his kick. Seizing the opening, Subaru drives a heavy punch into Kilime's stomach. As Kilime drops to his knees, Vanquish asks what is wrong, and Subaru taunts Kilime to keep coming. Subaru reflects on the attack and asks Vanquish what he just did. Subaru realizes Vanquish was incredibly strong this whole time and had been underestimating him. Subaru apologizes for his poor first impression, but Vanquish takes offense, insulting Subaru for wearing glasses and a jersey. Subaru wonders how Kilime took critical damage when his defenses are so high, so Vanquish offers to explain. Subaru knows regenerating enemies usually absorb damage until their mana depletes, but Vanquish reveals he bypassed that by using a curse. Vanquish explains he applied cursed blood to deeply damage the soul and stop regeneration, which makes Subaru think he sounds like a villain. Vanquish demands some praise, but Kilime trembles with rage and screams at them not to underestimate him. Kaleem curses the vampire, prompting Subaru to ask why Kaleem hates him so much, and Vanquish casually explains he killed Kaleem in the underworld before trapping him. Shocked, Subaru notes Kaleem is finally getting serious, so Vanquish decides to stop holding back as well. Subaru hesitates, as Kaleem unleashes a pillar of light to overwhelm them. Subaru braces himself, knowing that whoever claims the relic will inherit the throne of the abyss. Kaleem charges with his lightning, and as Vanquish meets him head-on, the system grants Subaru a sudden flood of healing and protection skills to survive the clash. Subaru and Kaleem clash in a fierce physical exchange, trading blows that shake the area. Kaleem recoils in pain and demands to know how Subaru dares to strike him. He calls Subaru a monster and curses that he is not at his full strength. An observer mocks Kaleem for being a muscle brain, explaining that warriors never reach their true potential because they rely only on raw power. He notes that Kaleem should have killed Subaru quickly because the battle was lost the moment the door was summoned. Kaleem lashes out in anger, but the man advises him to take the fight more seriously. Subaru steps forward as Kaleem screams, unable to regenerate his injuries. Kaleem realizes he can no longer maintain the shape of his soul, and curses Vanquish. Subaru approaches to finish the fight, securing his victory. Watching the execution, the observer stands in shock at how easily Subaru wiped out Kaleem. He admits he never cared about beings from the underworld before this moment, but seeing this overwhelming strength, he wonders what Vanquish truly is. Just as the system announces the boss has been defeated and immediately resurrected, Subaru stares in shock as Kaleem gets back up, and he yells for Vanquish. Kaleem looks at his hand, marveling at the feeling of being alive again. He powers up with electrical energy as the Storm Perusia skill revives him with 5% of his health. Kaleem lets out a manic laugh. He pins Subaru to the ground, forcing him to struggle against the intense weight. Subaru uses absolute will to block the mental interference, and admits he had no idea a resurrection skill existed. Vanquish explains that high-ranked souls lose their senses to the revival's side effects. Subaru knows Vanquish could win easily, but realizes he will have to risk his own life to beat Kaleem's remaining 5%. The realization hits him that Hirasaka's opponent must have the same skill. Vanquish suddenly smiles, remembering something he forgot. He tells Subaru he has finally decided on the trial for this door. Subaru is stunned that he just made it up now. Vanquish declares that Subaru must defeat Kaleem in his current state. Vanquish smiles and admits he had been wondering what the trial should be. He cuts Subaru off to warn him that if he cannot beat Kaleem now, he is useless. He coldly adds that he will not step in to help if Subaru dies. When Vanquish commands him to ignite his hatred, Subaru argues he has no reason to hate Kaleem. As Subaru activates absolute defense, Vanquish explains that ambitious people always hate their own inner weakness. He says Subaru has been treated like an insect for so long that he hates himself for being worthless. That self-hatred is why Subaru throws his life away for others and blames himself when he fails to protect them. Vanquish tells him he is wrong to blame himself. He must hate his weakness instead, because hatred is not meant to keep him trapped in the past. It exists to give him the power to move forward. Subaru stands in silence and sheds a tear. Inside his mind, Vanquish urges Subaru to ignite his hatred and become stronger. The progenitor promises that if he does, someday he will love himself and become truly happy. Remembering an instructor's cold warning that weakness means expulsion, Subaru apologizes to Kaleem for the delay. Stepping forward in his red armor, Subaru asks to borrow his chest for a second and prepares to strike. Kaleem charges forward with a massive energy attack, reflecting that his opponent has always been like this. But a blonde swordsman with a golden aura steps in, overwhelming the blue-skinned demon and forcing him to dodge a barrage of glowing blades. The blonde warrior activates his second skill, Chord Edge, and triggers Imperial Radiance to drastically boost his stats. The immense magical cost leaves him with only 48 seconds before his mana runs dry, while Kaleem's health remains massively high. With time running out in the open field, the golden swordsman decides to use his trump card and unleashes his 7th skill, Autoil. Imitating Ilrak the Beast Slayer, Hirasaka Renji unleashes his Flying Dragon Slash, severing the blue demon's head before it can even react. The demon realizes the accuracy of the attack is rising rapidly, understanding that this power relies entirely on technique rather than raw strength. Despite his crushed eye, Renji pushes forward and strikes the creature with another massive energy blast. Bleeding, but surrounded by golden energy, he chains a double-headed slash into a devastating stormbreaker that obliterates the battlefield. The demon's severed head floats in the air, realizing in despair that its regeneration cannot keep up, and it is lost. Renju's 7th skill, Etwail, allows him to summon a golden knight spirit and use the techniques of the commanders who studied under Ludwig. Renji collapses onto the grass, completely drained of health and mana. Lying exhausted on the ground, he wonders if his crushed eye will heal once he levels up. As a voice questions Subaru's fate, an injured woman spots the newly appeared door. Subaru stares in shock as he realizes the boss is not yet finished. He watches in shock as the horned creature launches itself back into the air. A wounded character realizes they let their guard down against Storm Perusia, a resurrection skill. Subaru stares intently, contemplating the one who caused all of this. As the creature emits a painful scream, the monster charges forward, leaving Hirasaka Renji bleeding and struggling on the grass. Magical energy lines surround Renji's injured eye, while the enemy conjures green energy spikes. Subaru dives from above to intercept the attack, narrowly avoiding the blades. Engulfed in an explosion, Vanquish takes over Subaru's body, his rainbow eyes glowing as he lunges forward. He unleashes a red energy blast against the demon. Charging forward, he tells the creature he will reveal the truth if it really wants to know. The monster's head begins to crumble into golden particles as Subaru admits they are right. Standing amidst the falling light, Subaru tells Mr. Hirasaka that they should go home together. The system confirms the boss has been defeated as Subaru stands ready. The dust settles as a system prompt confirms the dungeon is successfully cleared. Renji adjusts his glove as a notification confirms his level has increased from 84 to 85. Touching his own cheek in thought, Renji calls out Subaru's name. Subaru thanks Hirasaka for his help, prompting Hirasaka to dramatically declare that he owes Subaru his life now. Hirasaka smiles brightly as they talk. A receptionist sighs because Hirasaka has been playing for 8 years and still forgets the rules she has explained repeatedly. Subaru calls out for Sayaka, while his glass spirit Sushi excitedly announces itself. Sayaka peeks out with Sushi to tell Subaru she is glad he survived, and he expresses relief that the battle is finally over. Hirasaka decides to sleep until the main event begins, so Subaru suggests they head home, making Sayaka and Sushi cheer. They exit the gate, only to find Udu waiting to confront them about clearing a 5-star raid in a record 22 minutes. Udu sits calmly reading while Subaru recognizes him and the healer Hizaki, before noticing a bruised man on the ground and asking who he is. The captive, Kishikawa Soichi, screams for a fight with Hirasaka and denies being Taiga's subordinate, but Udo explains he arrested Soichi to interrogate him about the Black Faction. Udo asks how the gate went, and when Subaru admits they nearly died, Udo tells him to put the details in his report and get some rest. Hizaki drags Suichi away, while Hirasaka is hauled off because Shikishima is waiting for him. Later at the hotel, Subaru tells Sayaka he has found a way to meet her properly, checking his Blood Usurper skill tree as new abilities unlock. The system reveals that his new skill can swap the original owner's soul with the granted one, which he quickly explains to Sayaka. He pauses as she realizes this means her original soul still remains inside her body, and Subaru gently confirms it. Her deeply wounded body had to heal over time, but her soul can now be converted once it recovers enough to sustain life. When she asks how she can be active right now, she realizes she is currently an undead, moving entirely on Subaru's magic. Subaru excitedly declares that it is only a matter of time until the real Sayaka comes back, and she happily agrees. Later, Subaru leaps high into the air above the city with Glass Spirit on his head. As they plummet through the sky, he feels a wave of relief and apologizes to Vanquish for ever doubting his words. As the system grants him titles and skills for clearing the stage, he wonders where the granted soul inside Sayaka actually came from. Sayaka asks about the prize for clearing the stage, and Subaru remembers they obtained 2 items, including one from Hirasaka. He reveals the Thunder and Storm earrings, which Sayaka excitedly notes are simple but highly useful. Subaru offers one of the earrings to her, leaving her completely flustered as she notices the way he looks at her. He admits the recent battle made him realize he cannot always protect her, so he wants her to use the item to defend herself until he gets stronger. She sincerely thanks him, and he encourages her to try it on. She shyly asks for his opinion, and Subaru smiles, telling her it looks good on her. Elsewhere, a blue-haired man shouts in disbelief as Subaru launches himself into the sky on black and red wings. Back with Subaru, the glass spirit suddenly drops from his shoulder and walks past him, leaving him completely confused. Meanwhile, at the Ariake household, Subaru's biological father Yuhei drinks champagne, while his stepmother Keiko orders expensive necklaces over the phone. Ryuhei boasts that Subaru becoming a savior is proof of his own excellent bloodline, and pours himself another drink to celebrate their peaceful future. Their evening shatters when a figure with long white hair and glowing yellow eyes unlocks the door and steps inside. Ryuhei angrily demands to know who this unsightly intruder is and how they got a key, but the figure only smirks as purple energy flares. Unaware of the danger, Keiko calls out for champagne, oblivious to the threat looming over her husband. In a distant dungeon, a party halts their advance, while elsewhere a blonde player checks their phone, Back at the house, a system window announces the acquisition of the observe and replication skills, and Keiko freezes in shock as she finally realizes who is standing in their home. Taiga returns home, greeted by his parents as if nothing has changed. He tells Keiko he is surprised she can still recognize him with his new appearance. She claims a mother always knows her son, assuming his look is just a new skill. Before he can explain, she holds up a tablet to show him a diamond necklace she wants. She asks for 20 million, completely indifferent to what her son has become. Taiga realizes she truly does not care about his drastic transformation. He thanks her because her greed proves he never should have been born. As screams echo through the house, Taiga accepts his fate. He decides that since he and the world are both worthless, they deserve the same end. He reaches out and grabs his father by the collar. Later that evening, Subaru watches a news broadcast confirming that his father, Ariake Ruhei, and Keiko have been killed in a building collapse. Amaya Sayaka calls out to him as Subaru stares at the screen in absolute shock. Meanwhile, investigators arrive to survey the massive pile of rubble at the Ariake estate. The family plaque lies shattered in the debris, marking the end of the tragedy. Shikishima Ryo asks Udo Ryusei to examine the bodies. Shikishima notes the wounds match Kinokawa Sakura's injuries, proving Taiga is responsible. They stand over the corpses, stunned that Taiga would slaughter his own parents. Subaru admits he is not a good person. A teammate asks if he is okay, telling him he does not have to force himself to inspect the site. Shikishima Ryo watches as Subaru stands before the ruins of the Ariake home, where Subaru insists there is nothing to be sad about. He admits that having no warm memories of his father to mourn is exactly why he feels sad. Shikishima calls his name, wondering what Taiga could possibly be thinking to do this. Elsewhere, a figure approaches a light wall, wondering if their adversaries are as strong as the rumors claim. In the city, people gossip as they walk. Students whisper that Ariake Taiga murdered his parents and defeated Kinokawa Sakura, breaking Hirasaka Renji's sword and Udo Ryusei's shield. A player at the Federation desk is shocked to realize the Demon King and the Savior are brothers. Just as the receptionist welcomes them to the headquarters, two figures scream for help as they are attacked in the dark. Outside, a magician entertains a crowd by producing white doves from his hat. The onlookers applaud as he waves his wand and promises to make it disappear. The man promises to explain everything later, while the crowd screams in panic because the Federation building has just been obliterated. Taiga admits that his past weak self-desired power and intelligence, but now that he has obtained everything, he feels entirely empty. He wonders what the point of living is, and asks Subaru if he has finally found a reason to live. Shikishima Ryo ignores questions about the director's safety to order the Tachikawa branch to handle the local rescue. He commands the other branches to operate normally because they cannot allow the sky clock to break. When asked where he is heading, Shikishima explains he will use the car as a mobile command vehicle to avoid staying in one vulnerable place. Udo Ryusei and Shikishima reflect that this sudden crisis has instantly destroyed the government's credibility. Udo realizes they were completely outmaneuvered by the distraction. He asks for the death toll, and Shikishima reports that at least 150 players have been killed alongside countless civilians. Shikishima curses the sheer destruction, regretting that they sent Subaru home because he might be in danger. He stares at his phone in shock as he considers who caused this. Udo stares ahead as a system window announces the acquisition of new detection skills. An unknown caller asks for Shikishima, who immediately identifies the man as a member of the Black Faction. Kiryu Eisei introduces himself to gloat over their declaration of war. Shikishima demands he get to the point, because they are entirely overwhelmed by the attack. Kiryu announces that 6 locations across Tokyo will be attacked next, and warns them that Taiga is waiting in one of them. A system window registers new void skills as Shikishima screams at the phone. Uju watches in shock as Hirasaka Renji draws his sword to intercept the threat. Hirasaka launches himself into the air to face the incoming attacks alone. Udo desperately calls out to stop him. Shikishima tells Udo to let him go, because Hirasaka is the only one who can prevent more casualties. Shikishima demands to know if Kiryu plans to participate in the slaughter himself. Standing on a balcony, Kiryu confirms that he will. The man tells him he has a lot to say, but Shikishima threatens to fill his body with holes when they finally meet face to face. The man on the phone simply says he looks forward to that and ends the call. Shikishima wonders how to identify the 6 locations, but notes he has already guessed what their enemies are aiming for. He explains that Kokugaiji plans to break the sky clock, because Taiga's time acceleration skill can speed up a door to reduce the clock to 0 as a penalty for failing to clear the gate. He realizes the most efficient target is a 5-star door with a large amount of remaining time because breaking 3 of them means game over. He orders his people to scatter to every 5-star gate in Tokyo and inform the top ranks immediately if they spot an enemy. As four individuals march out to start the war, a gray-haired man sitting in his office finds the whole situation troublesome. Elsewhere, Hameno Umeno and Araya Kuhei of the Black Faction think a surprise attack on the locations would have been boring because they want to defeat the gold ranks fair and square. Umeno asks what happened to Yatsurugi and learns he managed to escape the headquarters. She is told that Yatsurugi is currently targeting Ariake Subaru on Kiryu's orders. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Kuruki Taichi confronts Subaru, telling him he has to beat Subaru first to get the Harasaka. Kaga Shingo draws his sword and promises a fair one-on-one fight even though he has to kill him. Subaru tells all three of them to come at him at once, shocking them. He explains that Shikishima told him everything, so he has to beat them to force them to spit out Taiga's whereabouts. He stares them down, ready to fight. The rooftop shakes as Subaru faces three opponents, one of whom vows to humiliate him because Subaru arrogantly offered to fight them all at once. Taichi tells Shingo that Subaru cannot even handle Kei alone, so Shingo activates his Guardian of Obsidian ability to crush him. Subaru watches the creature emerge and notes that Shingo's armor uses the same type of skill as his own. Shingo tells Subaru to prepare himself, sending the creature lunging forward to attack, but Subaru stands ready to strike back. The woman tries to stop the others, but Subaru calculates his counterattack before moving so fast it leaves them stunned. Subaru slashes through the enemies to reach Shingo, leaving the man coughing up blood in shock. Shingo realizes he is beaten and panics because his armor has completely vanished. Subaru strikes Shingo in the face, leaving him clueless about what just happened until he sees the blood. Ki washes sternly, realizing Subaru destroyed the armor from the inside by pouring his blood into its cracks. After the system confirms Subaru acquired level 1 stealth, Kei smiles and admits he is getting excited to fight someone so strong. Standing over his defeated ally, Kei challenges Subaru to come at him and lunges forward with his sword to finish the fight. Subaru looms over the battlefield before leaping down to strike his opponent with his blade. Subaru lands on the crumbling rooftop to ready his sword, bracing himself as another armored opponent drops into the fray to face him. A blonde boy sits back and asks Yatsurugi Kei if he can just sit and watch the fight. Kei smiles and tells his friend to burn his heroic figure into his eyes. Subaru demands to know what they want right as the other two gang members launch their weapons at him. Kei's sword crumbles with purple energy as he proudly explains that they have been friends since childhood. He declares himself the leader to justify why Shingo fights as his underling, while Taichi watches. Subaru overcomes the mental pressure to stabilize his mind, just as Kei claims this unfair fight is business as usual for them. Subaru stares in shock and asks what he is talking about. He demands to know if they are Black Faction members here to break the Sky Clock and destroy mankind. He scoffs that he is not interested in that, prompting Subaru to ask why he joined Kokugaiji. Kei explains that a gang leader must be the strongest, so he will take any opportunity to gain power. He intends to defeat Hirasaka Renji to bring all three of his friends to the absolute top. Subaru feels uneasy and stands bewildered by the speech. Because of his isolated upbringing, Subaru does not realize Kei is just acting out the role of a manga delinquent as the man challenges him. Realizing the Black Faction is not a unified group, Subaru tells Kei that he understands his dream, but he asks if that ambition is the only reason they attach Kusaka and her group at the gate. Kei dismisses the victims, arguing that it is their own fault for being too weak to stay on the front lines. Subaru responds by driving a punch into Kei's face because of his indifference. Subaru stands ready as Kei screams in agony and falls backward. The opponent in the purple coat strikes. The dark-haired man bleeds from his nose, stunned because his enemy has become even faster than when he defeated Shingo. Subaru furiously states that the Reconnaissance Department members have families but still work to protect the world, and he condemns the enemy for daring to harm them. He reassures his allies that he will take care of it. The bruised man realizes how dangerous they are and activates a level 2 skill that increases his abilities by 45%, screaming that they should sacrifice for his selfish dreams. The beaten man struggles to stay conscious. Shrouded in a purple aura, the man tells him to shut up and warns him not to get in the way of his dream. The man in red and black armor prepares to unleash a curse to atone for the stupid bastard, leaving the opponent shocked. A fast-moving character in dark clothing dashes forward, leaving the bruised man shocked as his hand is wounded. The blonde man smirks and tells Kei to stop here and just accept it, because they can try their best again next time. The young man contemplates his situation, but when asked if he will be the next opponent, the character in armor simply says, no. The blonde character in the hoodie reveals that he is actually Kuruki Taichi, a silver-ranked spy sent to infiltrate the Black Faction. Taichi explains that he came to tell Mr. Ariake the locations of the 6 gates, leaving Subaru shocked as he questions his own memories. Across the city, various figures prepare as the battle begins. including a man in robes before a gate and a white-haired character observing a duel from a roof. Taiga realizes he has won the lottery because his target comes straight to him. Shikishima greets Taiga and warns him he is going all out today. Taiga stares back and tells Ryu he will be the first to die. He remembers how Hirasaka Renji and Udo Ryusei made similar threats before a prophecy warned they would all fall to Taiga. Ryu tells him not to underestimate him just because of some prophecy. Ryu activates his fifth skill, Soulful Rain, to strike first. He bombards the street with magic and declares the boss battle starts now. Taiga walks straight into the barrage as Ryu prepares his magic. Watching Ryu smile, Taiga realizes Ryu was the first person to ever suspect him. 3 years ago, a 19-year-old Ryu asks Taiga if he is leveling up way too slowly. 14-year-old Taiga acts confused to hide the truth. He knows his progress is stalled because Vanquish, the owner of the door he stole from Subaru, refuses to cooperate. A man in a suit defends him, arguing his second door might just be delayed so they should not doubt him. Shikishima dismisses the concerns, pointing out that Taiga's missing door and slow leveling would make perfect sense if he had stolen someone else's. Outside the room, a man in a suit sits on the floor, deciding he just has to feign ignorance since they cannot be sure. Elsewhere, a wounded man holds a sword to another, expressing regret that he was not able to kill him. A man pleads with a woman not to leave him behind in the hallway. The man in the suit suddenly remembers that someone in Osaka possesses a skill to expose lies. Frustrated, he is told they can discuss it at the next general meeting. He vows to kill Shikishima someday for threatening his safety. Meanwhile, Subaru unleashes the power he exploited from Vanquish, combining it with the skill he obtained from Kokugaji. He casts a powerful spell but is suddenly interrupted when a dark energy surges. Shikishima confronts a pale-haired figure and is immediately shocked by his opponent's incredible speed. Aided by a new clairvoyance skill, Shikishima realizes his enemy is using a method to teleport, as he is sent falling through the dark space. A character with stitched skin clenches his fist and warns them not to underestimate him. A cape figure launches a magical assault against a floating opponent. The white-haired man deduces that the teleportation only works within the smoke's range. He sarcastically commends his opponent for managing to escape so well. They stand in silence before Shikishima reveals his status as a level 82 gold rank and warns his opponent that they are out of their league. He adds that the process cannot be reversed once it begins. Ryu watches in shock as the man walks away, displaying an overwhelming array of X-rank skills that mark him as the hair of the starry sky. The man explains that he advanced the time of all low-level gates to the last minute to unleash hundreds of underworld creatures. Because the players failed to anticipate this offensive, they have lost huge numbers to the monsters now swarming the city. Ryu stands in the aftermath of the destruction, realizing the true scale of the disaster. He asks if the man standing before him is really Ariake Taiga, while a young woman elsewhere reflects on the one who killed her father. Taiga replies that the person they once knew is dead. He explains that his past desires are worthless now, so he will carry out his former self's final wish. He vows to take revenge against the world that rejected him and mourn for his past self. Ryu realizes that the fear, envy, and desperate need for recognition that once defined Taiga are completely gone. He asks Taiga if he hated himself so much that he wanted to become a completely different person, triggering a brief memory of a past journey. Refusing to let Taiga destroy everything, Ryu activates his sixth skill to kill him and protect the city. Taiga stares back, remembering an old offer of help, and vows to mourn for Ryu's death as well. A man charges forward and unleashes a blast of magic. Blue flames erupt across the city, signaling that Shikishima has gone to confront Taiga, so a man in sunglasses steps forward to claim his own opponent. He faces down Hirasaka Kenji. Hirasaka orders him to drop his weapon and surrender while he still has his senses. But the man refuses, explaining that he has his own circumstances and must survive until the end of the month. An hour ago, he looked at a photo of his son and promised he would complete his mission. He smiled sadly at the photograph of his family before stepping to the portal. At the same time, a voice laps and orders a mutated creature to kill anyone who gets in their way. Back in the present, a Cyclops monster prepares to attack as a man in a suit explains his strategy. He notes that only 3 golden rank players are currently active, so he decided this was the perfect opportunity to challenge them. Shirasaka Renji hesitates for a moment, before charging forward with his golden blade. The man in the suit readies his weapon so Hirasaka wonders if his opponent is trying to break through his limits. Suddenly, the man unleashes a purple slash that catches the knight off guard. A brief memory flashes of a dark-haired young man saying goodbye, before the suited man declares that Hirasaka is his most easily manageable prey. Wielding Boundary Pierce's special scythe with a 150-meter radius that divides space to bypass physical defense, the suited man forces Hirasaka to tighten his grip in realization of his opponent's strength. Seeing that Kiryu Ace's warping strike is similar to his own warp edge, Hirasaka decides not to overthink it. Because he was never good at complex strategies, he wraps himself in a golden aura and launches an aerial assault, resolving to simply slash faster than the suited man can swing his scythe. But midair, Hirasaka is suddenly paralyzed by purple magical energy, feeling a strange sensation spread to his chest. His eyes widen in shock as his body refuses to move, allowing the suited man to blur forward and strike him with a heavy blow. Calling him as annoying as ever, the man sends Hirasaka crashing to the ground, standing victorious before the defeated warrior. Struggling to comprehend what happened, Hirasaka realizes he hit an invisible mark designed to freeze anyone who touches it. Looming over him, the man in the suit notes that Hirasaka has finally figured it out. Yurasaka Renji tries to break free, but the crest keeps him frozen, leaving him completely at the mercy of the man in the suit. The man notes that he expected this, knowing Hirasaka's overconfidence would force a frontal assault, and explains that his only goal is to pin him down until the other gates break. Elsewhere, Ariake Subaru stares in shock as he realizes the entity is still alive and turns to Amaya Sayaka in disbelief. Back in the clash, Hirasaka unleashes his cordage attack, but the man with glasses calls it pointless and neutralizes the strike. Caught in another blast, Hirasaka is horrified to realize that the invisible crests can also block his skills. Overwhelmed by the sheer force, Hirasaka demands to know why someone with such immense strength refuses to use it to protect the world. The man with the scythe glares back, retorting that he should be the one asking what Hirasaka is protecting the world for, before furiously screaming his name. As Hirasaka watches in confusion, the man questions whether Hirasaka's anger is because strangers died or simply because it is his job, challenging if that anger should really be directed at him. Hirasaka demands an answer, but he is overwhelmed and struck down by a surge of dark energy. Standing over his fallen opponent, the man in the suit acknowledges that people like Hirasaka who risk their lives for this world are truly righteous. But as he remembers a young boy happily running to his father, he admits that he has already lost what was precious in his own life. Kiryu Ace remembers holding his son and asks if he is the one who is actually crazy. He screams Hirasaka's name. Hirasaka Renji reflects on Kiryu's identity. Kiryu swings his sword to unleash a barrage of energy strikes. Hirasaka stands completely still under the assault, prompting Kiryu to ask what is wrong. He demands to know if Hirasaka really thought they can negotiate. Years ago, authorities told Kiryu that because the player who murdered his family was a minor, he would face no justice. Left to rot in grief, a mysterious entity approached him to ask for his help. It offered to revive his wife and child if he agreed to serve it. Back in the present, Kiryu readies his blade and asks if Hirasaka plans to just die. Hirasaka stands in silence as Kiryu continues his taunts. Kiryu vows to kill him and send all his comrades to the afterlife. Remembering his team, Hirasaka admits he was being too rash by trying to talk. He channels his power and activates his sixth skill, Warp Edge. His opponent screams in rage, refusing to let him escape. Kiryu is suddenly blinded by an intense flash of bright light. A purple blade flashes in the bright light, and Kiryu coughs up blood. Hirasaka Renji channels his golden energy, enveloped in bright flames to prepare for his next strike. The intense battle continues to take its toll on both fighters. Kiryu laughs, realizing Hirasaka has finally used his sixth skill, an attack that consumes 80% of his mana. The wounded man declares his mission accomplished because he has successfully reduced Hirasaka's health and mana. Lying on the ground, he admits he does not understand Hirasaka and asks why he is crying. Hirasaka explains that his perception lets him feel his opponent's emotions, and every hit he took poured sorrow into him. Feeling the weight of that sorrow, Hirasaka tells Kiryu that he is not fighting for the sake of the world. Recalling the day his team established the gold rank, he remembers his promise. He admits he fights just to protect the friends he has made because he wants to stay with them for as long as possible. Kiryu tells him he is not crazy, as everyone has their own personal reasons to fight. Standing firm, Hirasaka declares that this selfish desire is the exact reason he cannot give up. Kiryu smiles faintly through his blood and urges Hirasaka to leave. The injured man admits he accepted Kokugaiji's offer. He did it because he wanted his family back, no matter what. Ariake Subaru hears the name and is furious. He clenches his teeth. He is disgusted that Kokugai manipulates people's weaknesses. Deep underwater, Kokugaiji rests. He gloats that Hirasaka Renji is out of mana and cannot use Warp Edge anymore, so they will eventually win. His ghostly family calls out to him. Kokugaiji uses his energy to control them and praises his new meat dolls. Meanwhile, Subaru confronts a female Black faction member. He and Glass Spirit stand ready, knowing 19 enemies are scattered across the city. He notes that her new skills are related to time and space. He realizes Kokugaiji gave them these powers to use alongside their original abilities. The woman activates Beast Recombination to turn into a cat. She walks forward and uses a space skill. A leg lands on the roof as she gigantifies to crush them. Subaru observes her beastification strategy. They stand before the creature as Glass Spirit prepares to act. Glass Spirit pins the enemy down to prove who the superior feline is. Subaru thanks his companion. He calls Amaya Sayaka to check on her progress. Sayaka listens to his call. She slices an underworld creature in half. She reports that she has almost cleared the southern area to secure the city. A woman finishes her call to arrange a meetup, but a sudden alert on her phone leaves her shocked. An explosion hits the city where Sayaka's sisters, Hazuki and Mizuho, are deployed. They face Himeno Umeno, a level 54 former silver rank from the Black Faction who radiates dark magic. Hazuki unleashes her Dragon King aura to strike, while her target watches from below. Hazuki uses Heavenly Dragonfall to multiply her attack power, and walks away confident that she has crushed her target. But as the smoke clears, she is horrified to see Umeno standing completely unharmed. Mizuho swings her giant scythe to activate Grim Reaper, because the skill will halve the enemy's health on contact. Before the blade can connect, Umeno uses her blink skill to vanish into thin air. Shocked that her enemy can teleport in a flash, Mizuho takes a kick from behind. Umeno's existence blink allows her to erase herself from the world and attack while invisible by spending extra magic. Hazuki tries to counterattack, but Umeno vanishes again and delivers another kick. The cloaked enemy lands a heavy kick on one of the sisters. Hazuki realizes the woman's skill combines warp and stealth, allowing her to move while invisible and only appear at the moment she strikes. The unseen assailant continues her attack. A sudden explosive kick sends her crashing backward. Back at the ruins, the traitor mercilessly batters Hazuki and Mizuho. She laughs, admitting she used to be jealous of the famous Amaya siblings, but now she has the power to torture them to death. She declares she is thrilled to have betrayed mankind for this happiness. Hazuki and Mizuho spit blood, disgusted by her selfish reasons, and warn her not to mess with them. Knowing their sister is coming home, they refuse to let these traitors destroy the world she will return to. The enemy scoffs, calling Sayaka the failure of the three sisters. Before the enemy can strike again, heavy boots step onto the battlefield, leaving the sisters in shock. As the system transfers the immortal's experience to her, Sayaka channels her new energy to step forward. The enemy is caught off guard, so Sayaka drives a corpse fist directly into her face. She follows up with glimmering thunder to shock her opponent. The enemy reels from the electricity, while Subaru watches the outcome. Sayaka lets out a breath to steady herself. Hazuki and Mizuho call out in disbelief, and Sayaka tells her sisters she is back for a moment to save them. She promises to handle the fight because she is trained perfectly. Sayaka is happy to feel the ground under her feet again, because it means she can protect her family. But seeing her sisters battered makes her clench her fist in anger at what the enemy did. Sayaka notes that she is no longer helpless, stealing her own resolve. Spitting out her broken teeth, the enemy screams insults and unleashes her pain nail to retaliate. The strike hits hard enough to draw blood. Sayaka sprints right back at her, refusing to give her an inch. She shouts that she would demonstrate the results of her training to end this. The combatants face off, neither willing to back down. Subaru knows a master, and their kindred are connected through a chain of souls, allowing him to sense Sayaka's presence. Sayaka calls her opponent annoying and delivers a downward punch to end the exchange. The impact sends a violent electric shock, vibrating through the woman's core, forcing her to realize she is entirely outmatched. She decides she has to run away to survive, so she immediately activates her blink skill. A system error abruptly cancels her escape, warning her that the surrounding space contains too many impurities for teleportation. As the woman coughs and curses her useless skill, Sayaka explains she used blood mold to create a red fog specifically to disable that disappearing trick. Sayaka tells her she has nowhere left to run and drives an electrified fist directly into her face. Mizuho and Hazuki watch in shock, because Sayaka's martial arts and skills are suddenly far higher than theirs. They remember when Sagako was just a level 19 copper player, and Hazuki had to ask her to stop joining their quests. Hazuki explained they wanted to push their limits and could no longer afford to protect her, prompting Sayaka to furiously vow to get stronger on her own. She refused to be treated as a burden, crying out that she would prove she could be useful to both of them. Back home, Mizuho asks if they heard the rumor that a boss drained Sayaka down to level 8, though she knows Sayaka will not give up. Mizuho is certain she will return once she gets stronger, but Sayaka herself suddenly appears, bruised but enthusiastically demanding their support. Her sisters happily cheer her on, shouting for her to do her best. Watching her determination, her sisters stand firmly by her side. Back in the fight, Sayaka lunges at her red-haired opponent, driving a lightning-infused punch right into her. Sent flying upside down, the defeated girl watches Sayaka shout alongside her sisters and notes that they get along well. She remembers her own little sister Marino, whose doll-like cuteness meant their family doted on her and ignored her entirely. Even online, Marino received hundreds of thousands of likes, while her own identical selfies drew only malice and accusations of being a faker. Sick of being told to try harder and wondering why Marino got all the love, she embraced the dark answer Kokujaji gave her. Calling out to Marino as she sat at her desk, she manifested a purple blade and swung. Red energy spikes tore through her little sister, silencing her jealousy for good. She flashes a manic grin and insists that this is exactly how the world is supposed to be. Sayaka glares back, frustrated to see this enemy acting like she is above her. The tension between them reaches a breaking point. The girl screams that they should all be below her, but Sayaka intercepts her with a strike. The blow sends the girl crashing to the ground, leaving her wounded and bleeding. Realizing she is losing a direct fight, she forces her way out of the fawn to escape. Coughing up blood, she vows to destroy what they cherish most, and suddenly vanishes, leaving Sayaka stunned. Mizuho gasps in shock as the enemy instantly materializes right behind her. The girl grabs her, mocking Mizuho's cute face, before laughing maniacally. Sayaka screams Mizuho's name in terror as the bloody attacker goes in for the kill. Mizuho braces for death, but a red shield cracks around her, leaving the attacker completely shocked. Julieta watches in disbelief as the trap is sprung. Because the enemy is finally exposed, Sayaka immediately activates her blood mold skill. Bleeding heavily, she screams that everyone is useless because the world refuses to go her way. The horned enemy weeps in terror, admitting they did not understand a single word that was said. Sayaka channels a surge of energy and warns the enemy never to touch her family. To ensure her sister's safety, she ignores the opponent begging for forgiveness and unleashes a blast. Her aura flares as she stands over the defeated enemy. Nearby, a giant red sphere shatters, allowing Hazuki and Mizuho to emerge safely from the prison. Subaru watches the aftermath and firmly accepts the mysterious deal presented to him. Mizuho realizes Sayaka fought just to protect them and vows to become stronger so she will never be a burden again. Hazuki marvels at how powerful Sayaka has become, while Subaru watches them in silence. Sayaka bounds over to her sisters, flashing a cheerful peace sign to announce her victory. Her smile breaks as she suddenly coughs up blood, because her severe injuries have finally caught up to her. Knowing her limits, Sayaka states they must switch quickly to restart the healing process. Subaru listens quietly as she thanks him for honoring her selfish wish to fight. They wonder if the entities they face are the whispered fallen stars. Sayaka tells her sisters she is glad they are safe, but apologizes because she has to sleep again for a while. Her sisters panic, asking if going to sleep means she will disappear again. A woman gasps in surprise. A hand reaches out to reassure them. Sagaka waves goodbye, promising to return very soon so they should wait for her. She asked him to team up with her again once she gets back. Battered but relieved, Hazuki and Mizuho promise they will be waiting. A female character finds her path blocked. Subaru tells her the main reason is he does not want to get involved with her any further. He shouts Sayaka's name. He lunges forward. He stops, realizing his own helplessness. Sayaka looks up, thinking of Subaru. The two women look for Subaru, concerned. Subaru watches intently. He admits he only wants the seer to apologize for getting her involved, even if she never forgives him. The character groans about always being forced to play the villain. Sayaka reflects that she is the one who should apologize, because she hurt him by dying in front of him. She sheds a tear and vows they must both get stronger. She clenches her fist, declaring they will grow stronger wherever they are. Sayaka thanks the girl for taking care of her body, explaining she has to leave before her soul crumbles. Subaru glares forward, threatening to kill his enemy. Sayaka asks the girl to pass a message to Subaru. They discuss the terms of the encounter. She tells her she will be waiting at the test table. She insists the girl tell him exactly that. Subaru snaps out of his daze as he hears Sayaka's name. Subaru holds the girl, asking if she is alright, and she apologizes for making him worry. He asks if Sayaka was just here. The girl confirms it, explaining that Sayaka retreated so she would not worsen the body's wounds. Subaru finally understands. The girl explains that Sayaka forced herself to return briefly to help her family out of trouble. She also passes on a message from her, saying she will be waiting at the red table. Elsewhere, Sagaka steps through a portal and cheerfully announces that she is back safe and sound. She asks if her performance was perfect, but Ghoul King Carrion only gives her 13 points. Vanquish's projection complains that the score is too low, but Carrion tells the freeloaders not to meddle in his educational course. Another menacing voice furiously scores her a 4, mocking her for taking 3 minutes to use their power, so Sayaka begrudgingly agrees to continue her strict training. Back with Subaru, the girl admits she has no idea what the red table is when someone suddenly shouts Subaru's name. Sadaka's older sister Hazuki rushes up and grabs his hands, crying as she thanks him for letting them see Sajaka again. Her younger sister Mizuho apologizes for doubting him, and as Hazuki promises never to forget this favor, Subaru is left completely flustered. With their resolve renewed, Mizuho declares that they are going to wipe out the underworld creatures now. A girl shouts Ariake Subaru's name, ordering him to blow all their enemies away. Subaru stands before the ruined landscape with glass spirit. He hears voices thanking him for his favor, while Saya stands alone in a desolate wasteland. Subaru recalls Vanquish telling him to become truly happy, but he still does not know what that means when the world is becoming an awful place. He wonders why he has to be the one to fight, deciding that true happiness would just be staying with everyone. Glass Spirit promises to accompany him wherever he goes, as long as her soul remains. Subaru and Glass Spirit walk toward the damaged building. Elsewhere, Shikishima Ryo tells his muscular opponent that he has not changed at all. The man throws a punch, but Shikishima Ryu calls it pointless. Shikishima Ryo activates his sixth skill, Moth to a Flame. The opponent notes how troublesome this skill is, because every explosion sweeps away his smoke and restricts his ability to teleport. Ryu realizes Taiga leaves no openings, so he debates using his trump card to finish the quest and return to his world. Taiga unleashes Imperial Radiance to crush him, dragging their battle past the 15-minute mark. Then Ryu spots Hirosaka Renji stepping into the ruins. He remembers telling the older boy to stay away unless he had actual business. Renji admitted he needed advice, because every time he touched his new laptop, it caught fire and triggered the alarms. When Renji asked for a countermeasure, Yu just stared at him before screaming at him to never touch a computer again. Back in the present, Taiga stares at Renji, shocked that he defeated Kiryu so quickly to get here. He is now trapped between two gold ranks, which should be a fatal disadvantage. Yet Taiga remains absolutely confident he will win. He activates Porta Ninja, and Ryu watches in shock as a black door materializes to spit out smoke. Ryu steps back, realizing his own skills are useless against it. Shikishima steps through a portal, but Han sees him by the head. A sharp-toothed player is shocked that an underworld creature is using a door instead of a gate, while Shikishima clicks his tongue in annoyance. The giant grip tightens as Shikishima realizes he cannot activate his ephemeral flame, because the enemy's ability forces submission. Another player realizes the danger, knowing soul damage is irreversible, and Hirosaka Renji calls out Shikishima's name in shock. The enemy explains that the Golden Rank's greatest weakness is their absolute trust in each other's overwhelming power, which makes them hesitate to avoid friendly fire. Because of this fear of hitting their own, an unavoidable delay occurs whenever they try to support one another. The white-haired enemy tells Hirosaka that his momentary judgment will determine everyone's fate. Hirosaka glares as he processes the ultimatum. The enemy asks if Hirosaka will take the chance to kill him and end the battle, or throw it away to save Shikishima from being crushed. The creature demands to know his choice, leaving him a mere fraction of a second to decide. Hirosaka unleashes his seventh skill, Etoile, to answer the threat. He channels the surging power into his sword to execute the weaving Woodzerl technique. The ground cracks beneath him as he commits to his strike, his intense gaze fixed entirely on his target. The uniformed man channels his power into a star-shaped object. Shikishima watches in horror as Hirosaka is struck, blood spurting as he falls from the sky. Taiga stands completely still as blood splatters across his white uniform. As a teammate complains about doing the heavy lifting, Shikishima's red eyes widen in trauma. A dark, whip-like energy lashes out, tearing into the warrior. While a system message announces the acquisition of the Dungeon Master's privilege, Hirosaka collapses onto his back, bleeding in the rubble. Shikishima realizes their enemy is the one who created the gates and brought monsters into this world. He peers through the debris, glad he at least made it in time. But as he looks down, he finds Hirosaka lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Shikishima screams Hirosaka's name in absolute agony. Years ago, after they cleared the ruined furnace, Hirosaka offers a hand to a bruised Shikishima and asks if he is alright. He smiles brightly, insisting he could not have done it without Shikishima's support. Shikishima scoffs at his level-up notification, while Hirosaka explains the other two survived because Shikishima acted as a decoy. Watching Sakura and their teammate run over, Shikishima doubts they can keep surviving fights against 3-star bosses. Hirosaka takes his hand, promising they will definitely get stronger together. Shikishima feels ashamed of always nearly dying, while a younger Kinokawa Sakura casually asks what the reconnaissance department is. Shikishima Ryu proposes creating a reconnaissance department to map the gates, because he wants to stop players from dying to traps. A man asks if Ryu intends to lead it himself, and is shocked when Ryu confirms it. Kitokawa Sakura asks if he has decided to protect everyone, and he reluctantly agrees before taking a drink. Another man explains that he has an unusual request to make. He tells them it would be a waste to let every single player die in battle, hoping that reason will convince them to join. Sakura smiles and says she wants everyone to laugh and disband once the gates finally disappear, which becomes Ru's own dream. In the present, Rao screams in agony as he stands in a pool of blood. He cradles Hirasaka Renji's broken body and cries out his name. Ariake Taiga watches them from the rubble and notes that humans will truly throw away their lives to protect what they cherish, before congratulating Ru. Taiga tells him that he was Hirasaka's true friend. As a system window confirms Ru has absorbed his dead friend's stats, Ru screams Taiga's name and swears to kill him. He wonders if he must force himself to stand and fight. Even after Taiga left Hirasaka's body in this state, he asks why Hirasaka sacrificed himself for someone like him. He looks at Hirasaka's bleeding face and remembers his own reason to fight. He breaks down in tears because he only wanted to be with everyone. A dark-haired man promises to answer their questions one by one, while Taiga releases an aura of energy over the ruins where Ru grieves. A phone vibrates in a hand just before an unseen attacker strikes, leaving a warrior standing over his defeated opponents. A creature watches from a cave, while elsewhere two figures face off in a corridor where one admits it is rare for him to feel this way. A terrified player cries out for Subaru. Subaru, standing with the glass spirit on his shoulder, hears his name as energy surges around him. While a man grabs a woman by her hair to drag her away, Subaru stares up at a figure on a ruined building. Someone stammers out that Hirasaka is gone, revealing Hirasaka Renji lying motionless on the ground. Subaru tells Shikishima Ryu not to worry, because he refuses to let Hirasaka disappear from this world. He activates Paravara and grabs Hirasaka's face to turn the fallen gold player into his kindred. Subaru watches an opponent get erased from existence and wonders if the man is also a regressor. A voice notes the appearance of a rainbow door, explaining that it is likely the first time such a door has manifested here. The voice points out that Subaru has overcome 2 trials to revive Amiya Sayaka, and Subaru confirms it. A shocked onlooker realizes the energy in front of him is actually Subaru's skill. Subaru reaches level 35, which unlocks Paravara, a skill that transforms a bonded player's soul to make them his kindred. He tells Shikishima Ryo that he cannot bring Hirasaka Renji back right now. However, Subaru swears to protect Hirasaka's body until the day he finally returns. Shikishima covers his face and cries, thanking Subaru for his promise. Suddenly, Hirasaka's body levitates as energy erupts from it. Subaru calls out to Hirasaka as a blast destroys the surrounding area. The awakened body laughs and shouts that the human world feels good. He examines his hands to feel the power circulating inside, declaring that Hirasaka's body is top-class meat. Subaru recognizes the laugh and wonders why this specific entity had to take over. The man introduces himself as Ghoul King Carrion, one of Vanquish's subordinates. Carrion declares that from today onwards, he is Subaru's kindred. He reveals himself as one of the 6 immortal kings under Vanquish's command. Because of Subaru's growth, Carrion has regained some of his original appearance, though his current power is nothing like it was during the trial. Elsewhere, a man admits he has no right to speak before casting Porta Nigra to summon a swarm of portals. He orders the magic to eliminate all nuisances, sending ghostly hands and a giant gray finger crashing down. The target laughs at the grand welcome and leaps straight into the swarm of spectral hands. Carrion recognizes the skeletal arms as the work of the withered old woman, dismissing her as a mere nanny of Kokugaiji. Subaru watches the chaotic battle unfold as the system grants him the skill, Gaze of the Abyss. Carrion manifests his blood mold in the emerald blood phase, surrounding himself with a swirling green energy field. He tells the enemy to get down, warning they are 100 million years too early to challenge him, and unleashes a barrage of projectiles called Shock Rain. Bidding goodbye, Carrion channels a derivation technique to trigger a divine quake. Subaru draws his sword to join the fray, while a muscular white-haired man struggles against his own painful transformation. Spotting his target, Carrion forms an energy blade and lunges forward with a screeching scissors attack. He flies along a magical path, his green slashes tearing effortlessly through the dark glitching portals. The attack slices the creature vertically to expose a massive bloodshot eye, leaving a pink-haired woman staring in shock at the white-haired man. Subaru tells Carrion he did good work. Carrion laughs and says the effort was nothing, because he lives to serve his master. A man steps forward and tells Carrion he's his next opponent. Carrion refuses to fight him unless Subaru orders it. The man vows to kill Shikishima first, leaving Carrion confused. Subaru steps in and tells the man his real opponent is standing right in front of him. Carrion points out that the man has been strangely avoiding a fight with Subaru, which catches the man off guard. Subaru tells him to hurry up and settle things quickly, because he has many things to do. The man realizes he was only avoiding the fight to ensure no one else got in the way of their settlement. Years ago, someone tells Subaru to listen carefully as he gains level 1 mana manipulation. Back in the present, the man begins to dissolve and asks if he is facing Subaru. Subaru smiles and introduces himself by his real name. Taiga stares in shock, remembering the fear he felt back then. He remembers the fear from back then, but he forces down a shiver and finally agrees. Seeing the truth of the situation, the man challenges his opponent to come at him. Shikishima-Ryu screams at Subaru not to go inside the door. His ally tells him the discussion is over, promising to handle this side of the fight so Subaru can do what he has to do. Subaru resolves to finish it, and the man acknowledges him. Glass Spirit calls out for food, while someone calls out to Shikishima. While a man pleads with a woman not to leave him, Subaru announces he will be gone for a while. He steps straight into the dimensional portal as his allies shout for him to wait. Floating in the void, he remembers being asked what Taiga did to him in the past. He decides it is time to put an end to their relationship, because that is the only way he can move forward, and confronts Taiga beneath Kokugaiji. Kokugaiji praises Taiga for killing Hirasaka Renji and dragging the possessor of Vanquish into their world, declaring a complete victory for the Black Faction. Subaru stares down the entity, reflecting on Kokugaiji's name. He states that they have finally met. Facing Subaru in the tunnel, Taiga warns Kokugaiji not to interfere. Kokugaiji reminds Taiga of his contract, which states that he must be the one to kill Subaru. Because the contract cannot be broken, Kokugaiji tells Taiga to settle it himself, which confirms to Subaru that the entity cannot attack him directly. Kokugaiji decides this is fine, planning to kill Subaru himself if Taiga fails, in order to wipe out Subaru's kindreds as well. The entity rests easy, convinced that everything is working out perfectly. Elsewhere, the king of the Black Country declares that the human world belongs to him now, claiming it for a faction outside of gold, silver, or copper. Meanwhile, Ariake Subaru navigates the dark corridors to find a way out of the facility. High above the city, Shikishima-Ryu demands to be put down and calls his carrier a fake Hirasaka, so Ghoul King Carrion asks who he is calling a fake. Ryu warns that they have to catch up, because it is too dangerous to let Subaru crash into the enemy base alone. Carrion argues that Subaru will be fine since he has a strategy, leaving Ryu completely confused about when Subaru ever made a plan. The time limit for the Limbo quest reaches 0, and Ryu curses as the enemy successfully secures a 5-star gate. On a rooftop, Haji Miori of the Black Faction sighs and complains that she is the only one taking the work seriously. The system announces the penalty, and Ryu is horrified to see the sky clock advance by over 8,000 hours at once. The countdown drops drastically from day 340 to day 02, cracking the clock in the sky. A system warning states that less than 100 hours remain, sending Ryu into a panic, because Ariake took 200 gates, and losing even one more means game over. He asks what they should do, so Carrion shoves his head down and orders the moron to calm down. Carrion tells him not to overthink it, urging him to go and protect the things Hirasaka Renji cherished if the man was truly that important to him. Stunned by the words, Ryu grips his head in frustration as he receives a surge of new willpower skills for surviving near death. Carrion shouts at his companions to shut up and fly toward the hospital, because being lectured while wearing Hirasaka's face annoys him. A companion asks to confirm the destination. A man lectures that potential determines everything in their world. They arrive to find Kinokawa Sakura's room empty, prompting them to demand what is going on. Araya Kuhei of the Black Faction catches his breath during a tense standoff in the park. He curses in frustration to see Yuduryusei standing completely unfazed. Araya charges in with a crumbling fist, but Yudu deploys his golden wall to send the attacker flying backward. Araya spits blood and questions how a mere shield user can hit so hard. Otto, a level 80 gold rank player, explains that striking with the strongest shield creates the strongest blow, so offensive power does not matter. A defeated enemy threatens to kill him before Yudu receives a phone call. Yudo checks in with Carrion, who brushes off questions about Hirasaka's resurrection to focus on the current problem. Carrion asks if Yudu has any idea where Kinokawa is, because she has vanished from her bed. Elsewhere, Kinokawa summons golden armored limbs to continue her fight. She stares down her opponent with a calm expression. She asks her partner if he trusts her before unleashing an energy strike. Shikishima-Ryo watches her blast a dragon and casually asks Udo over the phone if he should pass the receiver to her. Udo shouts in shock, because Kinokawa is supposed to be resting with a severe injury. A man sprints down a corridor to reach the 3rd floor and escape, but a figure with a prosthetic leg intercepts him to say that line belongs to them. A dark-haired man stammers in shock. Kinokawa Sakura, a level 81 gold rank who uses chains as her limbs, apologizes for disappointing them. An orange-haired man says there is only one choice left. A dark-haired man looks down at the person on the ground, wondering who they are. A Shark-Tooth player agrees, declaring they will speed-run the gates. He reminds them that their job as players is to clear the gates to protect the world. A system notification is sent to all players, prompting Subaru to activate his absolute will skill to block mental interference. They declare they do not care how many gates there are, planning to attack them at random. A cloaked figure leaves to rewind the time they have lost. The Shark-Tooth player screams in anger. A spiky-haired man warns his opponent not to falsify numbers because it is a competition. The chibi character mocks his strictness. Sakura stretches her mechanical arms, ready to go wild after her long sleep. Elsewhere, a green-haired man yells at a player, correcting him that his name is Carrion. Subaru looks down in silence. A player asks if they need to worry about Subaru. The sharp-toothed player smiles in response. Carrion laughs, certain that if Subaru cannot fix this, nobody can. Meanwhile, an artificial brain floats in a liquid space. A figure with a glitching rainbow face manifests, and the voice recognizes him as Vanquish. Vanquish grins, explaining he came because he heard there was a baby with a rotten nature. Taiga realizes this is the owner of the rainbow door who gave Subaru his power. Subaru calls out to Taiga, ordering his younger brother to keep his eyes on him. Subaru points out that his blood and Taiga's smoke cancel each other out, preventing any conclusion. He declares it a one-on-one fight, proposing they battle without any tricks. Taiga glares back as Subaru tells him to prepare his fists, because this will be their first and last sibling fight. Subaru fixes his gaze on the fetal creature, which stares back in shock and demands to know how this is possible. A long-haired figure with a glitched face demands to know how Subaru can appear in this world as a barefoot steps down into the void. Subaru's new titles register in his status window, while a voice praises him for providing the exact location. The fetal creature looms over him in the void, and asks if it is really him. It speaks Subaru's name, and Subaru asks if the creature is the reason for this entire situation. The entity declares it will be waiting for him, commanding the human to look its way. Recalling a conversation about the hidden SS rank dungeon, Subaru shoots back that the creature is the one who should be looking at him. Red energy ropes manifest and wrap around the creature until it groans in pain. A hand reaches into the cosmic rift as the glitched figure tells the creature not to overthink it. The creature sees at being called an irredeemable imbecile, while the glitched figure taunts it for thinking it had already won. A purple eye opens, and as others stumble in shock in a dim corridor, Taiga's muscular form declares that no immortal can defeat him in his own world. The man walks away to leave, but Subaru immediately unleashes a technique called the Triumph of Death to stop him. Intense dark energy erupts around Subaru to form a menacing aura. A grinning entity manifests from the magic, and Subaru decides he cannot remain idle. Taiga watches the display, noting that Kokogaiji is trembling with fear at the sight. He realizes that Subaru, the boy who used to be terrified of him, created this situation as the two finally stand face to face. Subaru contemplates his next move to settle their past. He tells Taiga to get ready, prompting Taiga to ask if they are really going to fight without skills to conclude a battle of this scale. Someone complains about having to clean up the mess, while Taiga makes a threatening sound to prepare for combat. Taiga looks confused, until Subaru declares that the scale does not matter, because Taiga is his little brother. Taiga stares in shock at the sudden emotional claim. He remains silent, while Subaru admits he should have done this long before he became a player. Subaru threatens to use force if he refuses, explaining that he was reserved when they first met. He opens his hand and then clenches it into a fist to ready himself. He states that when a little brother does something wrong, the big brother has to scold him, while Taiga glares back. Taiga reminds Subaru that they are not blood-related, so he should stop acting like an older brother. He asks if Subaru thinks he can just run away from him to avoid the truth. Taiga lunges forward to strike Subaru down. The white-haired man looms over Subaru to finish him, but Subaru throws a punch. His opponent just asks if that is really all he has. They rush at each other, and Subaru activates his blood mold skill to strike back. Subaru tells him they should go back to the time when everything began. The white-haired man shouts that this is useless because their powers cancel each other out. Subaru ignores him and lands a kick to his opponent's back to keep the pressure on. Subaru dodges the counterattack and strikes the man in the head, leaving him throbbing in pain. The white-haired man recovers quickly to land a punch on Subaru's face. They clash again, but Subaru pushes through the pain to land a barrage of punches on the white-haired man. Subaru uses his immense strength to drive his fist into the man's face. Subaru asks if he can truly be trusted, as he finally confronts his brother Taiga. Taiga exhales and tells Subaru he is finally ready to do this, clenching his fist to prepare for the fight. They both exhale and face each other, because neither of them can afford to lose this final phase. They clash, and Subaru drives a punch into Taiga's face so hard that Taiga coughs up blood. Subaru grabs Taiga's wrist to keep him close and lands another strike, but Taiga quickly returns the punch. Subaru tells Taiga he is just like that bastard and punches him again, but Taiga only smiles. Subaru refuses to back down, while elsewhere, Vanquish begins his own battle against Kokugaiji. Kokugaiji uses his skill to accelerate the time of any material that touches his black amniotic fluid in order to destroy Vanquish completely. Vanquish grins and asks if he can use his power now. Kokugaiji recoils. Kokugaiji decides to go all out. He unleashes his greatest skill, Tempus Exitium, to swallow his enemy in hundreds of millions of years. Reaching out, Vanquish calls Kokugaiji pathetic, telling him he should have made a better plan. He explains that using the door leaves traces, so he easily tracked Kokugaiji's location. Vanquish adds that Subaru making Sayaka his kindred sealed Kokugaiji's fate. Because Sayaka used to be connected to Vanquish's soul, she passed Vanquish's plan to Subaru. Vanquish says Subaru's presence allowed him to teleport perfectly, while Kokugaiji wonders how Subaru survived the fluid. The realization hits Kokugaiji. Taiga's unbreakable contract demanded that Taiga kill Subaru, meaning Kokugaiji could not kill Subaru himself. Subaru knew this, so he intentionally led Vanquish right to Kokugaiji. Using Taiga's hatred against him, Subaru trapped him, leaving Kokugaiji to curse him as an insect. Vanquish tells the Black Amniotic King that he is going to kill him, pitying the creature for being so easily manipulated. He asks who promised the monster of the human world to break the sky clock, warning that no one hurts his vessel and lives. To punish the beast, Vanquish unleashes an energy wave called Rift Sleever and stares down its glowing eye. Through Subaru's glitched form, he watches the creature writhe and scream in agony, openly mocking its wailing voice. As the monster cries out, a sudden memory flashes of a man confronting a blonde woman, trying to understand why she betrayed them. Kokugaiji begs Ludwig to save him from being destroyed. The golden bells chime in the light as a majestic figure silently descends to answer the call. Recognizing the intense surge of power, Vanquish realizes that Ludwig, the King of Gold, is the mastermind behind the attack. As the shiny old hag reveals her true glitched face, the wounded creature expresses its relief and urges her to hurry. But instead of saving her pawn, Ludwig sends a heavy quad limb striking forward to silence him permanently. The dying entity asks Ludwig why she is attacking him, so she calls him a traitor and asks how he dares request her help. She tells him she foresaw his attempt to monopolize the human world and crushes him with a machine. Ludwig crushes the creature between the golden machine's hands. He wonders why he is the only one left unharmed as a multi-limbed entity emerges. The crushed king screams in agony while a figure stands over him. He panics because he is losing his memories and will wander the gate like a beast, which he refuses to accept. Subaru acquires 3 new mana skills, expresses his relief, and walks away to finish his conversation with Ludwig the Mortal. Vanquish mocks Ludwig by calling her an old hag right before her mask is pierced. Vanquish announces he will arrive soon to fight her in person instead of relying on his skill. He declares his intention to fight face to face. Vanquish laughs and wonders if he should call the rest of the 6 kings to help him, since Carrion is already dead. He declares he has done his part and prepares for the confrontation. Vanquish addresses Subaru, telling his possessor that it is time to settle things once and for all. The glitched figure walks along a suspended pathway, explaining that players can touch each other's souls, so Subaru and his brother can see each other's hearts during their battle. He considers this fight another trial and tells Subaru not to lose, because passing it will prove he is truly qualified. Subaru stands battered, while the observer casually notes that the specialty of this place is pomegranate juice. Subaru blocks an incoming strike and swings his weapon to counter. Taiga lunges forward to break his guard with a barrage of punches and a high kick. Subaru stares back through his bruised face, which only infuriates Taiga more. He throws another punch and screams at Subaru to stop looking at him with those eyes. Taiga suddenly freezes in shock as he looks into Subaru's silent expression. 10 years ago, Ariake Keiko glares down with intense rage. Taiga cowers on the floor as she screams at him because her pudding is missing from the fridge. She calls him an insect, just like his father, kicking him until he passes out from starvation after leaving him alone for 3 days. The trauma awakens his divine skills just as a man from the Child Guidance Center arrives to investigate. But Keiko insists she is merely disciplining her son. Taiga asks why he's being treated this way, but the abuser just calls him stupid, leaving him sweating in nervous silence. His mother sighs in frustration, looking down at his battered body to ask why he was even born. Taiga knows his mother is trash who treats him like an insect, and her new partner is just another parasite demanding her money. When the man catches Taiga staring in grumpy silence, he glares back and aggressively demands to know what he is looking at. Learning this man has a son who will become his older brother, Taiga assumes the boy will be just as worthless and vows to make him pay, but when they finally meet, a young Ariake Subaru introduces himself with a bright smile. Taiga is completely thrown by the cheerful greeting, staring in shocked silence as he sees himself reflected in the boy's eyes. He wonders how Subaru can smile so freely when they are supposed to be from the same garbage, a realization that fills Taiga with a cold, impatient fear. Seeing the warmth radiating from Subaru, Taiga understands instantly that happy people exist in this world, and he is simply not one of them. Taiga always blamed his cruel captivity for his twisted nature, but seeing Subaru endure the exact same life without a shred of despair shatters that excuse. The stark contrast leaves him completely stunned. Taiga questions if he simply has a rotten nature, deciding that, in the end, he is the only insect here. Taiga recalls learning that the brilliance of the soul chooses the strong, and mocking Subaru that it has nothing to do with him. Yet Taiga knows his own soul is wicked and impure. He wonders if he can really accept that, remembering the moment he acquired his demon eyes. Subaru sees Taiga's memories flow how his brother was terrified of him finding happiness, so he kept him close and beat him to keep him down. Taiga believed that if Subaru ever became happier than him, the gap between them would be ruined forever. Resolving that Subaru must stay below him for the rest of his life, Taiga drives a purple-infused punch into his brother's face. Bleeding from the blow, Subaru is stunned that Taiga still has this much strength left. He realizes that every time they hit each other, Taiga's memories and heart flow directly into his mind, revealing exactly why his brother became so twisted. They trade furious punches and high kicks, neither willing to back down. As a flood of new sword skills unlocks in his status window, Subaru reflects on the painful truth before charging back into the fray. An icy explosion erupts as Subaru receives divine protection, his eyes glitching as Taiga is blasted backward. Taiga looks down just before the impact sends him flying backward, while a system notification warns Subaru that he has triggered a hidden quest. Subaru dodges through the blast to throw the man across the air, reflecting on the prophecy about the one who will bring the end. Taiga coughs up blood, wondering why they did not prevent this from happening sooner. Subaru falls to the energy field and drives a punch forward. Taiga screams in agony, and Subaru looks up with a bruised face as a single tear falls from his eye. The explosion tears the ground apart, and Subaru realizes that the person who kept the gate open was a traitor who joined the monsters. Taiga unleashes his power, but as the light pours over him, he realizes he is looking into Subaru's heart. He sees a memory of young Subaru asking his father why his mother left, only for his father to kick him to the ground and tell him never to ask that again. The memory shifts to the day Subaru learned he had a little brother, smiling because he was so happy. Subaru begs his mother not to hit Taiga, but she stands over them both and calls them disgusting. Subaru gently touches the crying boy's bruised cheek to comfort him, promising Taiga that everything is alright and that things will get better someday. Years ago, Subaru holds his bruised little brother and promises to make everything better. But Taiga only bleeds and cries, disgusted by the empty comfort. He shoves Subaru away, screaming at him to stop acting like a big brother because nothing will ever change. Subaru clenches his empty hand, refusing to give up on him. He refuses to give up, wishing for the power to save his brother from their abusers. In the present, Taiga stares into Subaru's eyes. He remembers how they used to watch the gold player, Hirosaka Renji, on television, when Subaru would loudly declare his dreams. Taiga thinks back to the day he stole the door from Subaru, wondering what his brother was truly feeling. He realizes that if the brilliance of the soul only chooses the strong, it chose Subaru for his pure resolve. Subaru wanted to become a player just as strong as Renji, simply so he could protect Taiga. Standing before him now, Subaru's devotion remains unchanged. He declares that Taiga will always be his one and only little brother. Subaru reaches out, his strength finally failing him. As he collapses onto the frozen ground, Taiga admits to himself that he knew his brother's true heart a long time ago. The white-haired figure looks at Subaru, telling him that he is the only one in the entire world who ever truly loved him. Subaru stares back, his face flushed and strained with emotion. Tears fill the figure's glowing yellow eyes as he weeps over the one genuine bond he ever had. Sometime later, a group of mysterious observers gathers to rank the most notable individuals, starting by placing Shikishima Ryo at the very top. They note his overwhelming dominance and the sheer destructive power of his abilities, leaving a lasting impact on everyone. The observers then announce a tie for second place between Ariake Subaru, Hirosaka Renji, and Ghoul King Carrion. Reflecting on Subaru's long journey, they discuss his relentless use of blood mold to push forward, and the deep bonds he has forged to reach this point. They fondly recall the time he promised to treat his companions to real sushi, bringing them to tears of joy. Turning to Hirosaka Renji, They remember how he overcame initial suspicion to become a trusted ally and a symbol of true friendship. They honor his memory, acknowledging that he stayed true to his way of life until his very end. They then discuss Carrion, calling him the unluckiest yet most fascinating talkative entity they have encountered. They note his connection to Killam and Delta, and how his ruthless actions drastically altered the course of events. They express their excitement over the shocking moment he smirked and took over Hirasaka's body. Emiya Sayaka is placed 5th on their list. They admire the contrast between her strict devotion as a kindred and her shy reactions, noting that she has lost the memory of her own soul. Because of this amnesia, they consider her one of the most mysterious figures in their world. Concluding their list, the observers share their personal favorites, with one naming Hirasaka for his unwavering resolve. Another admits to deeply understanding Taiga's feelings while also holding a soft spot for Giulietta. Elsewhere, Edo and his colleague debate Giulietta's cowardly lines because they need the characters' reactions to make sense. They agree to finalize the rough draft in 4 days so they can continue working on the series. The Pigeon Mask creator asks for a break, and Eito grants him 2 days off to recover from the non-stop work. Meanwhile, a woman confirms Kokugaji is dead because she was disconnected from him and the skill he gave her disappeared. She admits she does not know if the Rainbow Possessor did this, but notes Kokugaji is still a king. She suspects the Truth Teller is involved, which will force the 3 kings to finally make their move. A golden-haired man tells his companion not to panic because the Sky Clock just received an update. He decides to wait and see how things go while the upload finishes, and his subordinate promises to gather all the necessary information. Sometime later, Shikishima-ru thanks Hizaki for coming to treat him, and Hizaki activates Resurrection of Azura, because they cannot afford for Shikishima to collapse. Shikishima praises the skill, and Hizaki wishes he could restore Kinokawa Sakura's limbs. But Shikishima assures him they have that under control. Hizaki points to the next room and asks if Ariake Subaru is okay, as Subaru is currently fast asleep in bed after evolving his spear mastery into Spearstrian Steer. A green-haired man explains Subaru is not in danger, but is simply sleeping to heal his tired soul, because passing to the door trains them. He reminds them that they all slept for days after their first door, and notes that even Hirasaka Renji was bedridden for 3 days to recover. He explains that a soul takes longer to adapt to a powerful contract, so forming one with Vanquish would put an ordinary person in a coma for decades. But because Subaru moved around for a month, they realize his soul's strength is fundamentally different. The green-haired man notes that even Subaru has limits, but assures them he will wake up eventually. He tells them there is no need to worry so much, offering to help look for whatever they need. Meanwhile, as a woman gazes out a window at sunset, a voice calls out to Emiya Sayaka. Subaru suddenly realizes his strange situation, his mind echoing with hesitant fragments of conversation. He wakes up floating in a vast, starry void, wondering if he is dreaming. A voice tells him this is the galaxy of universal unconsciousness, and Subaru turns in shock to see a woman watching him. Amidst fading memories of a polite farewell and a violent death threat, the figure explains this is where all souls are born and return. The woman tells Subaru he is in soul sleep, which is the only reason they can meet for the first and possibly last time. Hearing someone call him stubborn, Subaru realizes she is neither vanquished nor carry on, yet her presence feels nostalgic. She wants him to prepare for battle, though Subaru thinks he is always fighting. She explains the situation has changed because a weak king tore a hole into the human world, exposing the possessor of Vanquish. Now that his existence is known, the gold, silver, and copper countries will invade, making the Black Faction battle feel like a peaceful breeze. She warns that a cold wind will take everything, because no one not a gold rank, nor even Vanquish will be able to stop it. As system notifications suddenly declare him the awakener of the first calamity, she tells him that he is the only person who can stop the coming ruin. Subaru questions how he is supposed to prepare for a calamity that even Vanquish cannot stop. The figure leaves him with 3 names to seek out: the Red Table, the Twilight's Half, and the Apostle of Aurora. The entity tells Subaru that he will become a king, which leaves him completely confused. The entity explains he has failed and exists only to fade away, so he is glad to meet Subaru one last time. Subaru demands to know who he is talking to, so the entity apologizes for being selfish. The entity reveals he is actually Ariake Subaru, the king of Aurora, who was defeated in the future. The future Subaru reveals that he is the most powerful man in the world who failed. The future Subaru explains he cannot tell him everything, reaching out to beg him to save their friends. He cries as he tells Subaru not to lose the people precious to them. Subaru notices a light forming on his wrist as he listens. A bracelet appears to show him the future king's memories, and the future Subaru warns that the first calamity is coming before wishing him luck. Subaru wakes up in a hospital bed to consider what he has learned. Subaru kneels on the bed and summons a magic seal to prepare for the disaster. Someone asks what he's doing, so Subaru declares he will decide the entity's fate, summoning a gold, silver, and copper door all at once. Subaru sits quietly on his bed, feeling a sharp sensation from his mechanical cuff, and reflects that he knew the truth the moment he saw him, vowing to hold on to his precious people so he does not lose them. As Subaru sits deep in thought, a mysterious voice addresses him as the possessor of Vanquish, before Safina introduces herself as the King of Gold. Ruin then reveals himself as the King of Silver, and Vorden introduces himself as the King of Red Copper. The three entities offer their greetings to Subaru, declaring him the king of the next generation and the first calamity, which makes him stare forward with intense focus. He prepares himself for the challenges ahead. Elsewhere, a creator is startled by their editor, Mr. Endo, who wants to discuss a recent character popularity poll, so they agree to review the top 5. Shikishima Rao takes first place by a landslide with half the votes, as they note his popularity stems from his deadly sulfur rain ability. The narrator then reflects on their long-standing relationship with Subaru. Second place goes to a tie between Arya K. Subaru, Hirasaka Renji, and Ghoul King Carrion, surprising the hosts because the poll finished before Carrion impersonated Hirasaka. In a sudden flashback, a terrified man begs for his life, promising to do anything so his attacker will not kill him. Reflecting on his journey, Subaru realizes his blood mold skill is the power he must rely on, because it is the only way to keep moving forward. Reflecting on the journey, a voice declares Ariake Subaru a big brother after his fierce settlement with Ariake Taiga, wondering what will happen to him next as he lies severely injured. Meanwhile, the glass spirit burst into tears at the sight of real sushi, promising to bring Subaru to eat some soon because it is so happy. Thoughts turn to Hirasaka Renji, who overcame initial suspicion to become a trusted ally and a symbol of friendship alongside Shikishima Ryo. Hirasaka showed his honorable way of life until the very end, leaving others to wonder who will take care of the wounded Shikishima from now on. Ghoul King Carrion is remembered as a talkative threat who pushed the events forward in a major way. Carrion smiles maliciously, having executed his long-held plan to take over Hirasaka's body. Amaya Sayaka is ranked 5th among the group, noted for her unique abilities and red highlighted hair. She apologizes to Subaru, showing a gap between her strict demeanor as his kindred and her blushing reaction to unexpected gifts. Because she lost her memories, she does not even know whose soul she possesses, remaining a complete mystery. Elsewhere, a pigeon-masked figure and a man named Endo debate Hizaki Giulieta's cowardly minds, questioning how a coward is truly supposed to act. They review the documents together, with the pigeon figure expressing dedication after working non-stop for over a year to prepare the series. Endo casually demands the next draft in 4 days, leaving the pigeon staring blankly. When the pigeon asks for a break, Endo grants a mere 2 days off, throwing the bird into absolute shock. Sometime later, Subaru sits quietly on the edge of his bed as 3 voices greet him, crowning him the king of the next generation. The system grants him the title for overcoming the trial of the apocalypse and multiple new skills, confirming his victory. Subaru realizes his conversation with his future self, the King of Aurora, was not a dream, because he wakes up wearing the bracelet. Memories of the future pour from it, warning him that he will lose all his friends within 3 months. He remembers them bleeding and making their final requests, leaving him to wonder if they truly trust him. They tell him they are honored to serve him and urge him to go on. They stay behind to hold the enemies off, knowing they must protect the others at the training grounds. He watches them face the violence. They all apologize and die, entrusting their futures to him. His enemy taunts him, asking if he really thought he could win without Vanquish's power. The enemy promises to kill him as his allies are suddenly impaled. He watches them suffer fatal wounds, knowing that despite everything, he lost. He lies mortally wounded, watching the world end. He questions if any of it was real, as everything falls apart. In a vision of a ruined city, a survivor watches the destruction and laments losing everything forever. Lying bloodied in the rubble, the dying survivor cries out in a desperate apology. They bleed out on the ground, crushed by their failure to protect the world they were entrusted with. Reaching out toward the red sky, they beg for help, wishing they could go back to the day they made their mistake. To answer that plea, the King of Aurora exhausts the last of his powers across the infinite galaxy to find Ariake Subaru. Sitting alone on his bed, Subaru thanks the fallen king and confirms he received the power. He sheds a tear for the destroyed world, vowing to protect his own from the 8 calamities that are coming to destroy it. He sits in silence to process the burden, but hesitates when he senses something approaching. The voices from earlier suddenly interrupt to explain that the rulers of the underworld have now physically arrived in his room. Safina, Queen of the Twilight, manifests in person first, secretly considering how to make a murder look like an accident. She is joined by Ruin, the Silvery Ninetails, and Vorden, ruler of No Man's Land. A one-eyed man stares in shock, realizing the top leaders of the underworld have gathered just to greet Subaru. Safina tells Subaru he is the right person to become the next king because he repelled the Black faction, and she invites him to her golden country. Amaya Sayaka is shocked to hear that Subaru might go to the underworld. The one-eyed man yells at Safina to wait. One of the other kings reminds Safina she promised not to run off because they all want to have a long talk with him. Ruin calls his visit a simple headhunting trip. Subaru thinks he has a lot of nerve showing up to demand he cancel his contract with Vanquish. Ruin wants Subaru to sign with one of them because his unique soul vessel will make him the strongest in the world with the right owner. Ruin smiles and clarifies that the right owner means the strongest one, while Subaru listens quietly. Ruin claims the three of them are the strongest in the underworld, which leaves Carrion outraged and Subaru staring. Ruin insists Subaru should switch to a worthy owner so he can achieve his objective of saving humans from the gates. Carrion curses Ruin and threatens to kill him with his screeching scissors. Ruin tells Carrion to shut up and strikes him with an electrical blast. Carrion struggles against the intense pressure Ruin places on his soul, unable to resist inside a human body. As Carrion kneels in the electricity, another king prepares to offer Subaru excellent conditions for his loyalty. Safina dismisses the interruption and expresses empathy for Subaru's past struggles to keep the discussion moving. One king offers him the spear that pierces all things and command over the Golden Knights. Ruin promises him the bow of endless light and 100 high-ranking dragons. Safina offers the axe of absolute destruction and 20 forests inhabited by great spirits. Proud of their deals, Safina calls Subaru the child of the Great Soul and tells him to choose. Subaru resolves himself, but Carrion screams at him not to answer them. Carrion furiously accuses the kings of trying to steal his master's contractor and mocks their claim of being stronger. He shouts that they are only terrified Subaru will grow stronger and help Vanquish regain his power. Subaru is surprised by Carrion's intense loyalty to Vanquish, but then his eyes widen. He senses a sudden wave of murderous intent as Ruin glares at the annoying ghoul. Subaru orders Carrion to stop, staring him down when Carrion questions the command. Carrion warns Subaru that leaving Vanquish to serve someone else is an irreversible choice. Subaru gives him a deadpan stare, wishing the ghoul could just read his mind instead of panicking. Subaru realizes his choice will not be enough to save everyone. The others discuss his situation, and one man points out that they are not trying to deceive Subaru because giving him the right to choose is a fair deal. Carrion tells him to go die, so Subaru accepts that the situation cannot be helped. The green-haired man curses Subaru as a bastard, which makes Sayaka gasp in shock. Subaru tells the three figures that they need to make him believe in them more, leaving the golden-masked king confused. When they offer to demonstrate their strength, Subaru stops them because he wants them to prove their conditions instead. Subaru figures that if his soul is truly different, other kings will want him as well, so he demands to meet all of them. He explains that another king might give him a better deal, which leaves the masked figure completely stunned. Subaru states that the kings of the underworld will soon hold a meeting, and he demands to participate in it. The figures are shocked that a human knows about the secret meeting, wondering if Carrion or Vanquish told him, and they realize Subaru is a tricky opponent. Subaru uses his memories of the future as a weapon, because he needs this meeting to change their doomed fate. As a mysterious woman notes that the title of Goddess of the Underworld is not easily given, Subaru sits on his bed, facing the three doorways of the kings who have come to visit him. In the underworld, Vanquish sits on his throne and notes that the three kings have assembled to meet Subaru. Subaru demands to participate in the meeting, making Vanquish worry about his behavior. Vanquish wonders how Subaru found out about the secret gathering, until Subaru uses the afterglow of midnight sun to project his presence. Realizing Subaru is awake, Vanquish watches as the kings confront Subaru and demand he hand over his cursed sword, frustrating Subaru with their arrogance. Taking a break from training, Sayaka and Carrion ask Vanquish what is happening with the three doors. Sayaka is impressed when Vanquish explains the kings want Subaru to switch sides, but he tells her not to be, because accepting would sever his current contract and instantly kill his kindreds. Sagaka and Carrion tell Subaru not to be tempted, but Vanquish warns them that the kings will retaliate if he refuses. He reveals they stole an item called Victim, which will obliterate a 70-kilometer radius and kill 10 million people. As Subaru tries to figure out how to make his next move look like a regular accident, Carrion fears Subaru will choose their survival over the city because he doesn't know about the threat. Seeing them prioritize others, Vanquish just shrugs when Sayaka frantically asks if Subaru will be okay. He notes Subaru has a helping hand to reach the center of the ruins so he might survive, leaving Sayaka and Carrion horrified by the uncertainty. A system window warns Subaru that he must defend his contract without incurring the wrath of the three kings, so he quietly contemplates his next move. As a woman blushes and a creature stares, a bloodied man pants on the ground, relieved that he finally succeeded. An earthquake shakes the building, and a giant creature looms over him, furious that a mere human wants to stand on the same line. Subaru smirks through a drop of sweat and tells them that whoever wants him can negotiate at the meeting. Subaru knows that even postponing his choice will incur the wrath of the three kings, so he decides to handle this his own way. A shadowy figure shocks him by telling Safina to use that, promising Subaru will witness a tragedy and regret it until he dies. While a figure watches from the throne, Subaru stares in shock at a golden gem called Victim. He clenches his fist, remembering a man holding a child's hand amidst the shadowy ruins of a city. Realizing that terrible future will be repeated if the soul-powered gem explodes, Subaru sits on the floor as a voice addresses him by name and commends him. His eyes widen in shock as the voice explains that the item is like a nuclear bomb in his world. Safina warns Subaru that she will use the artifact immediately to destroy him if he rejects her proposal. Subaru commends her for having the courage to negotiate instead of just attacking. Safina offers to consider his terms, so he must attend their meeting to secure the deal. The other kings demand to know what she is doing because they did not agree to this. They stare at her in shock, unable to believe she is backing down. Safina asks Subaru if he can really survive the upcoming trial without the armies and weapons she offered to protect him. A man warns him that he must prepare because the next exam will be his final one. Subaru kneels by the window, sensing that the dreaded moment is already arriving. The sky clock update reaches 100%, so 3 screens open before him. Across the city, other players panic as they see the system change. Subaru stares ahead, bracing himself for the disaster. A system notification declares a time penalty, shocking a red-haired girl because they have less than 100 hours left. As a red energy field erupts over the city, a man asks Subaru what he will do. Outside the hospital, a pink-haired girl stares in horror at the sky. She watches in disbelief as the situation deteriorates further. As the red-haired girl panics over the sudden penalty, Subaru thinks of the one controlling the Reaper. He tells her not to worry. Subaru realizes that although his bracelet showed him this memory, he never expected the second calamity to arrive alongside the three kings to ruin his plans. The man warns that the early manifestation of the 6-star gate cannot be reversed, so they must fight. Subaru realizes the forced gate is a 6-star difficulty, which means it is 100 times harder to clear. The mysterious entity accepts the token as a gesture of cooperation. He warns Subaru that it is impossible for his group to clear the gate before the 1-week deadline. Because the king's meeting is in 2 weeks, they offer to grant him the power to clear it immediately, asking if he is really going to face the danger without signing a contract with any of them. One of them taunts Subaru to just ask for help, teasing that Safina has a bad personality so there is no point in being stubborn. Subaru refuses, stating he will not need any of their power to survive this time. The kings are shocked when Subaru declares he will clear the gate without a single sacrifice, telling them to observe his party so they can discuss it fairly at the meeting. They laugh, suddenly finding Subaru to be a much more interesting possessor, and admit they are curious to see how he handles an impossible challenge. The king agrees to let him attend the meeting, which makes Subaru realize he has successfully avoided the first calamity. But the blindfolded king warns Subaru that if he fails his promise, they will use the victim penalty. The kings agree to this arrangement to see what he can do. They bid Subaru farewell and vanish, leaving him stammering in shock as he wonders if he just has to wait for them now. Subaru pants heavily in bed, clutching his chest as he recovers from the fight. Sayaka thanks him for his hard work, and he is glad he made it out safely, so he can find the one who killed his family. She asks if they have to clear the new gate without sacrifices, because she thinks it is impossible after what happened in the last one. Subaru tells her it is going to be alright, leaving her confused as he wonders if she truly trusts him. Swearing to make his enemies pay, Subaru claims he knows a player who can clear that gate, shocking them both. Meanwhile, a news broadcast announces that the largest gate in history has appeared at the Idabashi intersection, causing a commotion because it is Japan's first level 6 gate. Director Hizaki states he will assemble a party of top rankers to clear the gate, as the deadline is only 1 week. Watching the news, Subaru clutches his chest in pain, realizing he would have been killed by that man if he had not used his power. He turns to Suzaka and his companion and tells them to read his mind, since a master and kindred can communicate through their souls. See, Gray used to be a foot soldier. 15 years in the future, they both close their eyes to look into his memories. They see an alternate future where he receives a call while being hunted, and all their allies are left injured after a battle. Sayaka gasps in shock at the sight, while a voice in the memory screams a warning to stay back. The vision shows an elf girl screaming as Subaru is caught in an energy field. Seeing the memory of Lord Vanquish dying, Carrion refuses to accept it, prompting Subaru to call his name. Carrion curses Subaru, furious because he cannot bear to witness that tragic scene even if it is just a memory. He quickly apologizes to Subaru. He realizes this is how Subaru knew about the three kings in the king's meeting. Still looking somber, Subaru asks if they know about the Sea of Universal Unconsciousness, because that is where the ego disintegrates and he met his future self. Carrion tells Subaru that the Sea of Universal Unconsciousness is the final destination for every soul in every possible world, leaving Subaru confused about how he survived diving into it. When asked about the King of Aurora, Carrion stammers that he is the ruler of a small country, but claims a protective barrier prevents him from saying more. A dark-haired man notes how rare mana users are, while Carrion adds that since the future Subaru inherited that power, they can assume the King of Aurora is on their side. Carrion explains he has two reasons to attend the king's meeting: to prevent the three kings from using a victim, and to make the King of Aurora their ally. Subaru smiles gently, then his expression hardens as he apologizes to Carrion and Amiya Sayaka for showing them such a bleak future. He looks down in sorrow, admitting his deep regret over failing to save his brother Taiga, while his friends stand silently by. Subaru thinks the violent ending was inevitable from the day Taiga stole his door, remembering his brother's glitching form. Kneeling before Vanquish's memory, Subaru questions if sacrificing everything was truly the only way. Haunted by a cold threat and still unsure if his past choice was right, he falls silent, reflecting that without his magic, he would have died helplessly back then. But remembering Vanquish's command to dedicate his life to finding the answer, Subaru clenches his fists and begs his friends to lend him their power so no one else has to die. Carrion is taken aback, while Sayaka declares that her answer will never change. Amiya prepares to answer questions, while Sayaka kneels and pledges to serve Subaru as long as her soul exists to save the world from the coming calamity. She looks down thoughtfully, promising to fight so they can all be happy together. Carrion easily agrees with Sayaka's sentiment. Sayaka looks pensive for a moment before she and Subaru exchange a warm smile, and he thanks them with a focused gaze. Rushing toward a figure in his mind, Subaru's resolve hardens as he announces they will clear the second calamity without sacrificing a single person. Sayaka and Carrion accept their orders, and Subaru finally feels the heavy burden lift from his heart. Checking his phone, Subaru realizes he has missed calls and needs to explain the situation to Shikishima Ryo. But Carrion warns him not to, revealing that the gold rank players are not on their side. Subaru freezes in shock. As they fly through the night, Carrion explains that the owners of the doors hear everything their possessors do. Because the Golden Knights serve Safina, the Gold King, any word to them will go straight to her. Subaru realizes the future they are trying to change must remain a secret between the three of them. Carrion reminds him that Lord Vanquish knows too, and Subaru reluctantly agrees. Subaru suddenly screams up at the sky, challenging Vanquish to talk to him when his next gate appears so he can prevent the calamity. Carrion calls him an idiot, yelling that his eardrums are hurting because Vanquish can hear him perfectly well without the screaming. Sayaka approaches Subaru, asking if they are really heading to the player who can clear the 6-star gate. She and Carrion look around, wondering what they could possibly find in these endless mountains. Subaru hesitates, then tells them their destination is the sea. Sayaka throws a punch to shatter the magic spikes heading for her. She strikes the stone creature in the face and stands victorious over the defeated guards. A man warns that the situation is now dire, while a demon watches her progress. The demon complains that his guards cannot stop her, and his companion boasts they make a better teacher than Carrion. The teacher tells Sayaka she passed and suggests they fight to the death later to test her limits. She insists she will beat him today, then asks where Vanquish went. The demon explains that Vanquish is with Hirosaka Renji, visiting the prisoner. Elsewhere in the snow, the captive knight commander Ludwig begs Hirosaka to kill her. He refuses to let her go easily, explaining he needs her to be his sword master. She calls him a traitor, so Hirosaka kneels before her chains to explain himself. He says he has to be useful to his friends in the upcoming battle, and begs her to train him. He calls Ludwig by name, and she groans in frustration. A player realizes with dread that the barrier is gone and the monsters will attack, while another reminds him of the danger. At dawn, a person wearing a paper bag completes his daily skill practice. Subaru pauses as the masked figure says good morning. Standing in the water at sunrise, Subaru remarks on the pleasant morning before introducing himself to the startled masked player. When asked what he is doing here, the masked player explains he is checking his skills as part of his daily routine. He warns that mysterious powers misfire when needed most, recalling battles against armored enemies and the faces of fallen comrades. He confesses that, even after 5 years, he hopes these gates are just a dream, so he asks what Subaru wants from him. Subaru refuses to use him as backup, stating he needs him as the main attacker to defeat one of the 3 6-star bosses. The masked player shouts that this is impossible, arguing that clearing a 6-star is a gold rank's job. He insists he is just an average silver rank who has never beaten a 5-star boss before, regretting his decision to calm down. Elsewhere, Subaru's allies discuss this choice in silence, doubting the masked player is the essential attacker they need. Subaru admits it is impossible now, but explains that once the player reaches level 70, their next door will grant a skill effective for the 6-star gate. The masked player refuses to believe him, asking how Subaru could possibly know about an unacquired skill and calling him suspicious. Subaru decides to prove it by inviting him to clear a 5-star gate that will appear in 1 minute. As the masked player panics over the increasing demands, Subaru adds that reaching level 70 will prove whether he is telling the truth. The player still calls him suspicious, so Subaru points out that wearing a paper bag on his head is far more suspicious. The player insists he must keep his face hidden because he's a masked player. The masked player refuses to believe Subaru can predict gate appearances, arguing that 5-star gates rarely open outside the metropolis until a breaking news alert confirms one just appeared in Hitachi City. The masked player quickly taps his phone to reserve a spot, muttering that Subaru is still highly suspicious but agreeing to go with him. He cannot fathom how Subaru knew the exact time and difficulty of a location over 100 kilometers away, yelling that it has to be some kind of foresight skill. So wary, the masked player demands to see Subaru's player ID and Federation membership, leaving Subaru sighing over the complete lack of trust. However, the masked player promises that once the checks are done, he will help clear the gate, making Subaru light up with gratitude. Subaru watches him, realizing that the masked player is only agreeing to come along because some urgent desperation is driving his actions. The masked player warns that he is a highly skeptical person and will be inspecting Subaru closely during the raid to see if his claims hold up. Subaru agrees to the scrutiny, but casually adds that once Jinga believes in someone, he is the type who will go through hell with him. Jinga recoils in shock, demanding to know why a complete stranger is acting so familiar with him. Subaru hastily apologizes, realizing he let his guard down and spoke without thinking. He knows exactly what kind of man Jinga is because in his past life, the masked player was his future self's final comrade. With their partnership formed, the two of them take to the sky to head for the gate. In Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, a young man prepares to head out, briefly stunned by a sudden realization. Elsewhere, the group admires the beautiful night illumination of the flower park. Back at the park, the masked player explains he reserved their entry as a 10-hour countdown timer appears. With a cold gaze, he vows to protect the rose-filled area from underworld creatures so they cannot trample its beauty. He pauses before a grotesque, mutated flower. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man says a soft goodbye, leaving a boy kneeling in a garden. The masked player steps forward, freezing the earth beneath his feet. He summons his first skill, the glacial spear, noting that any flower is beautiful once it is frozen. As a segmented monster emerges from the shadows, the dark-haired man warns that there is no turning back. The masked player vows to make the creature regret its actions, unleashing his second skill, Hoarfrost, to freeze it to the core. He readies his spear and approaches to face a mysterious flying creature. The young man declares he will destroy his opponent thoroughly beyond any doubt. He swings his ice weapon upward, while the other man contemplates his heavy heart. Navigating through giant crystalline shards, the blue-haired player blasts the monster with a final wave of ice magic. The man explains he is only here because the Imperial family requested it, warning that their next challenge is the real problem. As a system window confirms he has reached level 68, Subaru asks if the goal is level 70. The man agrees, explaining that his own next door will appear at level 50, so he has no intention of letting Subaru leave. Equipping the Divine Chisel and Black Katana Ignis, he prepares to go all out to answer Subaru's questions. Elsewhere, a veteran silver player skates smoothly across a vast expanse of ice. His observers admire his flawless technique, noting how he executes his ice skills without wasting a drop of magic. Subaru realizes this calculated efficiency is the mark of 5 years of experience, completely unlike the reckless instant kill style of the gold players. Subaru agrees it is time to move. Subaru and his allies draw their blades and press forward. A segmented monster immediately ambushes them, flooding the area with hostile red energy. Subaru watches intently as the multi-eyed beast thrashes its bladed tentacles. He braces for the impact, only to stare in confusion when the assault stops short. A plant monster erupts from beneath them and forces Subaru to leap into the air. He quickly analyzes the trap, focusing his aura to strike back. Subaru slashes his way forward. He cuts down a level 53 flower beast to clear the path. He wields a sword that reflects the soul of Ariake Taiga. Sayaka steps in to help him. She commands her summons to consume all his enemies. An ally notes for strength. He turns to the monsters, warning them they are out of luck because his foul mood makes him want to kill. He obliterates the creatures with a strike he calls Absolute Void. Watching this, another recruit wonders why Subaru called him here at all, since these comrades are already strong enough to handle everything. A sudden explosion interrupts his thoughts as a masked knight throws up a shield to block an ambush. Subi readies his weapon as the level 77 Black Rose Knight steps forward to confront him. Subaru lunges with a glacial spear. He glares at the knight. Subaru casts Frost Javelin to strike the knight directly in the face. He follows up with a powerful blade kick. After announcing his departure, Subaru drives a escape blade into the knight, forcing him to brace against the impact. Subaru curses the knight's shield because it completely blocks his cold attacks. The knight swings his sword down, launching Subaru backward. The knight leaps after him and strikes Subaru with a heavy blast. Subaru hits the ground and gasps in pain. He narrowly dodges the next surge of energy to catch his breath. The knight readies his shield and activates Black Wind. The blast hits Subaru, so he immediately retaliates with Hoarfrost. The knight stands his ground behind his shield to weather the explosion. Subaru realizes the fight is getting harder because the regular enemies are mastering their skills just like bosses do. The knight falls silent and plants his sword firmly into the earth. He stares at his opponent, recognizing a familiar presence in the knight's stance. Seeing the knight wait, Subaru smiles because his opponent finally recognizes him as worthy. He bids the knight farewell and activates Hoarfrost again, knowing the battle is far from over. He stares in shock as the knight completely counters his magic. While a man in a suit notes that the Soul Dungeon is S rank, the masked knight realizes his opponent is merely a distraction for a sneak attack. The blue-haired ally admits his skepticism, and the knight dismisses any notion of chivalry because their battle is strictly for survival. After a level 50 subordinate falls, the ally challenges the remaining knight to fight fair and square. The armored fighter screams and charges, but the ally reveals he was just kidding. The knight instantly blocks a strike from behind, prompting the ally to warn Ariake Subaru that the enemy's shield can repel surprise attacks. Subaru activates Nigel Ignis to break through the defense, suspecting the enemy has an ulterior motive for this confrontation. The knight demands Subaru show him more of his power to satisfy his battle lust. As a man explains that the dungeon is an artificial trap, the knight unleashes a wind attack to crush them. Subaru counters with Divine Chisel, clashing directly with the armored figure to halt his advance. The ally watches in stun as the knight instantly counterattacks, acknowledging the enemy's impressive strength. The knight then challenges Subaru to a fair and square duel, but Subaru just mocks him and retracts his earlier stance. Subaru tells the knight to take this seriously, apologizing because playing fair is strictly prohibited. Subaru is annoyed by the sudden joke, while Jinga warns him not to copy his techniques and unleashes his Hoarfrost magic. Subaru cheerfully praises Mr. Jinga, who yells at him not to use his first name before asking for his help to crush their enemy, an offer Subaru gladly accepts. Subaru warns the armored enemy that they used underhanded tactics first, and activates his power. Ginga activates his fourth skill to fire a chill ballista, while Subaru leaps into the air to strike with his Divine Chisel. The combined attacks erupt into an ice formation that engulfs the area. Subaru vows not to let their foes off easily, but when he addresses Jinga by his first name again, Jinga sternly corrects him. Ginga warns that words don't easily sway him, so Subaru asks if he has finally earned a little trust, prompting Jinga to admit he will rely on Subaru's strength for now. Just as Subaru had predicted, reaching level 70 causes Jinga's next magical door to materialize right in front of him. Realizing this is the second time Subaru's foresight is proven true, Jinga demands to know exactly how much the boy actually knows. Subaru admits he knows everything, including how Jinga dies, but refuses to explain further because Jinga's door originates from the Silver Country, and the information could reach their king. Jinga stares at him and asks how he can expect trust while keeping secrets. Elsewhere, a man in a suit confronts a woman for being late, while a man in a blue cape opens a snowflake-shaped portal. Winged figures approach Subaru in a landscape of roses to report they have successfully cleared the area. Glassspear complains that fighting small fries is boring. The group locates the door, confirming it is exactly where Subaru's memories indicated. Ginga realizes the fate of the world depends on the skill he is about to acquire. As a school bell rings, someone tells Jinga they are counting on him. Ginga admits to Subaru that his words were at least worth listening to. When Subaru chuckles, Jinga snaps that he will not accompany him unless he acquires the skill to clear the 6-star challenge. While a terrified student hopes to escape the school, Subaru assures Jinga he will definitely obtain the skill. Ginga smirks at his confidence and tells him to wait as he steps into a star-shaped portal. Subaru prepares to enter his own rainbow door, admitting to Sayaka that he is nervous. A companion points out that Subaru already knows the trial from his future memories and asks if it is difficult. Sayaka looks surprised as Subaru steps into the gateway to leave. He emerges on the other side and is shocked to see a blue sky for the first time. A voice greets Subaru. A giant high-heeled foot looms over him before he encounters a girl waving in a snowy field. Sayaka calls out to Subaru with a bright smile, leaving him teary-eyed and distressed. As she approaches him in the snowy landscape, Subaru is overwhelmed by the guilt that his very first comrade lost her life because she got caught up in his trial. He has always wanted to apologize and thank her, but seeing her cheering joyfully in the snow leaves him completely thrown off. He stares at her in uneasy silence, unable to force the words out, until she asks why he is being so quiet. Flustered, Subaru stammers and asks where Vanquish is, to which Sayaka explains that Mr. Van left them alone to give them some private time. She adds that Vanquish will return after the trial is over, and, as Subaru focuses his resolve, she gives him a subtle smirk. Donning her mask, Sayaka declares that she is the one giving him the trial this time, and Subaru pushes forward to face her. She demands that he fight her with the intention to kill, just as he did against Carrion, because she plans to do exactly the same. Subaru is caught off guard by her fierce hostility, but he closes his eyes to concentrate. He realizes she is trying to tell him something through this fight, and as he accepts the challenge, Sayaka smiles through the lightning. While Vanquish takes a nap elsewhere, Sayaka unleashes her power, driving a crackling bolt of lightning from her boot. The two clash in midair and she is shocked by how fast he moves. He launches a sudden attack to catch her off guard, channeling his brilliant thunder skill. She realizes he has completely disappeared, right before he reappears in front of her. He activates Fulgor, using a short-distance warp to close the gap. He unleashes a thunderbolt, triggering an explosion that consumes the area. Subaru readies his blade and mutters to himself. He casts Curse Blood, prompting the girl to complain that an attack targeting the soul is completely unfair. They prepare to clash again, and she asks if he really trusts her. He swings his blade to test her, so she leaps into the air to evade. They exchange blows, both knowing that only one person can receive the true divine blessing. Subaru focuses his energy to press the advantage, forcing them into close combat. She activates her gauntlet, completely destroying the barrier. Subaru notes she has always been like this, observing Nigel Ignis's rapid deterioration. He channels his power, vowing he will not let whoever killed her off easily. She unleashes her Giga Cloud attack to finish the fight. Standing in the smoke, Subaru calls out to Sayaka, remembering how she once shouted at him. He smiles because she told him they would become stronger together. A blast engulfs the enemy, and the system grants Subaru titles for overcoming the first calamity. Sitting in the snow, the Horned Man watches his companion prepare to leave. He tells Killam he never expected him to train her so diligently. Killam recalls piercing the young man's heart, hoping she will forgive him so they can grow stronger together again. The Horned Man grins and praises Sagaka because she has incredible motivation to improve, which leaves Kaleem relieved. He promises Sayaka and the young man that their wishes will come true, because they will become stronger together. Killam acknowledges this, understanding the depth of their resolve. Later, Subaru and Sayaka lie in the snow after a dangerous battle. Subaru asks if she will stand alongside him to prevent the calamity. Sayaka smiles and agrees immediately, promising she will never betray or abandon him. Subaru vows to be her comrade until his soul burns out. He decides to take responsibility for everything because she never gave up on his life. Sayaka asks to keep clearing gates together as comrades. She admits she might not be reliable, but wants to help so they never abandon each other. Subaru tearfully agrees and thanks Sayaka. Elsewhere, Jinga arrives at the Silver Trial. A crystalline entity manifests as the owner of the door with the arcane of ice wings. Dinga watches the creature form, realizing he must use this new skill because it is the only way to defeat the 6-star boss. Ginga checks his status window as his Master of Combat skill activates, maximizing his combat intuition to survive the pressure. He unleashes his Ice 9 power. He calls out to Sayaka, shedding a tear as she smiles back at him. Standing over his defeated opponent, Subaru declares that he will be the one to take his life. Vanquish suddenly interrupts to ask if he is done, startling Subaru. Sayaka excitedly greets Vanquish and asks about Kaleem, noting that he left first. Vanquish tells Subaru that he has grown stronger once again. He explains that their powers are synchronizing, so the day he regains his full strength is near. Subaru clenches his fist, reminding Vanquish that he still died in the future Subaru foresaw. Subaru demands that Vanquish explain everything so they can form a strategy to prevent it. Sometime later, Subaru steps through a doorway. He stops in shock as a man in a suit explains that the black market is a place where anything can be bought or sold. Subaru looks out over the Tower of Thorns stage, stunned because the entire landscape is completely frozen. He turns when someone calls his name, then rejoices to see that Sayaka and Glass Spirit are both safe. A green-haired man points down at him, and Subaru recognizes him in shock as Mr. Jinga. Ginga scolds him for being late and asks how long he has been relaxing, since time flows extremely slowly inside the door. Ginga realizes the situation has ended, noting that the recent rankers have all cleared the tutorial. A system notification confirms he defeated the boss, and he reflects that the skill is exactly like Ice 9. He examines his new skill, hoping it will be effective against the 6-star entity if the conditions are met. He holds a blue object, while his target remains frozen inside an elaborate ice statue. He calls the skill terrifying, because it secured his victory and earned him the title Apostle of the Abyss. Back in Tokyo, a group of players including silver rank Hizaki Julieta gathers in front of a 6-star gate. Gold rank Yudo Ryusei stands ready as Shikishima Ryu acknowledges their presence and thanks them for coming. Shikishima addresses the group directly, while Yudo watches with a calm expression. Gold rank Naru Sakura checks his pocket watch, regretting his decision to come here. Naru's regrets coming, because the city air is bad, so he announces he is taking a nap and should not be woken unless it is an emergency. Gold rank Fuchigami Mei asks him not to do that, but Naruse instantly tells her to shut up. Naruse claims he has no interest in protecting Tokyo since Hirasaka is absent, prompting Shikishima to sigh at the Hirasaka geek and demand he listen. Shikishima explains they must go in with zero information because enemies are already roaming inside, warning that this gate is 10 times more difficult than a 5-star. He cries out as he tries to recover his composure. Fully healed, thanks to a repairer's skill from America. Hinokawa Sakura complains that she should have thrown a punch the moment she got her limbs back. Akira gleefully tells her it serves her right, prompting Sakura to mock him back. The team decides to keep the American repairer, Mia Hart, on standby for an additional fee, though she wishes she could just go shopping in Akihabara. Mia remembers how a 6-star threat in her homeland killed half their gold-ranked players, and wonders who will survive here as she watches 3 figures approach. Sakura immediately spots Ariake Subaru and furiously demands to know why he ignored her calls, while he apologizes for having urgent business. The group recognizes the man behind him as Hirasaka Renji, the gold player, and wonders why he is here. Sakura asks if Subaru can join their strategy, and though he dreads the reaction, he agrees to do his best and apologizes to Shikishima Ryo. Subaru asks them to leave the final round of the 6-star threat to him and his comrades alone, warning that it will probably be impossible for the rest of them. Nayu smirks and asks if Subaru thinks he is stronger than the gold ranks and better off without them, putting Subaru on the defensive as he tries to explain. Ghoul King Karian suddenly steps in, shouting at Naruse that he will only be a hindrance to Subaru and warning him to back off before he gets hurt. Staring at the medallion, the attacker flies into a rage, demanding to know why he has Mr. Hirasaka's face and vowing to kill him. Subaru's skill evolves into King's authority to subjugate the target, while the green-haired man gleefully dumps the rest of the fight onto Subaru's shoulders. An enraged man in a white coat assumes Subaru is allied with the fake Hirasaka and activates his golden armory skill, determined to kill him too. Meanwhile, in a dim room, a pink-haired character yells at Akira, reminding him that they are still outside the gate. A blaze strike cuts the opponent down and leaves him coughing up blood on the floor. He is then launched into the air by a punch that leaves the rest of the group staring in silence. Elsewhere, a tired man decides to take a nap, noting that Naruse is slated to be one of the first casualties in their current strategy. He apologizes for hitting him so hard, just as a cloaked figure reaches out to touch his face. The green-haired man insists they cannot afford to lose everyone, so his group will step up and go instead. At the same time, while a cloaked figure flees toward the safety of the forest, Subaru stands over the bleeding Naruse. Subaru reflects on the regressor's instruction manual he obtained and tells the injured man to sleep for a while. Later, as the group discusses their next move, a young man agrees to follow the plan, shocking a watcher wearing a paper bag over his head. The masked watcher wonders what they are doing just as Subaru is caught off guard by a sudden surge of magical energy. Someone contemplates their next step and calls out Subaru's name while raising a hand adorned with a ring. 2 fighters clash with a staff, while a man in a blue jacket stands completely composed as the battle rages behind him. Suspended in midair by yellow energy, a pink-haired character demands to know what is happening, but the dark-haired man sternly replies that he never repeats himself. Subaru stares forward and admits that the man is right. Someone yells for Sayaka to wait, but she freezes in shock at the sight of Karian. An eye-patch-wearing man asks for a brief moment, while Shikishima Ryo looks over his shoulder. Subaru explains he had to knock Naruse out in one blow because the man was too angry to listen to reason. A white-haired man smirks and says he was about to do the exact same thing. He asks if Subaru prepared that answer in advance, since he seems to know Akira despite just meeting him. Subaru flinches in surprise. Shikishima calls Subaru's name and demands an answer to his question. He points out that Tsunemori Jinga is a silver rank ice specialist. The masked Tsunemori is shocked that Shikishima has information on him. Shikishima explains that Subaru formed this party because he needed their specific synergy. He asks Subaru what he knows about the gate. Knowing he cannot fool Shikishima, Subaru admits he knows something. Subaru glares forward, promising to make his enemies regret this. Shikishima refuses to believe Subaru would betray them, asking if this is simply a secret he cannot share. Subaru looks nervous because Shikishima figured it out so quickly. Shikishima smiles, taking this as proof of Subaru's trust. Shikishima realizes Subaru is taking action alone because the dungeon they are entering is a ranks dungeon. He figures Subaru kept it a secret to protect them. Shikishima denies that it is his fault they got involved with the Underworlders. Shikishima insists that it is not their fault. Shikishima pauses to ask Subaru one last thing. Shikishima asks Subaru if they can really be of any help to him. The rest of the team looks on with determination as Subaru calls out Shikishima's name and gratitude. Shikishima clarifies they only have 3 attempts to challenge the gate, so this is the last time they will enter alone to defeat the bosses. He tells everyone to put their weapons down and leave this fight to Subaru, asking if there are any objections. Kinokawa Sakura accepts the plan, and Akira decides to trust the senior's judgment even if he does not fully understand what is happening. Another player agrees to follow Kinokawa's lead, trusting the judgment of the seniors. Sakura tells Subaru she is counting on him, while others recall past encounters and congratulate him on his recovery so he can fight. Nereus threatens to make him regret this, but Subaru simply acknowledges the painful truth of his existence in this world, to move forward. The group turns their attention to Narus, who glares back with a furious, bloodied face. Narus screams in disbelief, demanding to know if they are all crazy to believe Subaru so easily. Shikishima explains they trust Subaru because he always risks his life to fight for his friends. Shikishima orders Akira to step back, dropping the penalty for using skills in a city because he was stopped, while Narus demands to know what he means. Shikishima tells Subaru to go, and the group affirms their support. Subaru places his hand on the gate's surface to open it, standing ready before the portal. As Subaru remains silent, an intense blast of hot wind from the gate strikes the group. Neru screams Subaru's name and says he refuses to acknowledge him. Subaru glances back at Narus, promising they will talk once he returns. A voice apologizes for hitting him, leaving the man in the coat staring at a bloody trail on the pavement. Elsewhere, Mia screams in disbelief that only 4 people were sent into a 6-star gate, while a young man tries to calm her down. He refuses to give up now, so she reminds him that 15 gold ranks died in LA, warning him that this gate is a literal hell. A companion begs not to be left behind, but the dark-haired man just chides them for their vulgar methods before the first area's boss, Fiery Lambda, reveals itself. The second area belongs to the radiant dragon Carcinus, who emits light waves to devour its enemies. No other underworld creatures can survive here, because the 2 bosses fill the domain with heat and light that incinerate everything else. Surrounded by swirling energy, Ariake Subaru taps into the future memories granted by Vanquish, determined to stop a massacre. In that doomed timeline, Shikishima Ryo led the first assault team inside, only for a 290-degree inferno to instantly melt their eyes and burn their lungs. The team is melting in a scorching environment, prompting a comrade to pressure Shikishima to make a decision, so he yells for Subaru. Subaru answers, cutting his own hand to cast blood mold and trap them inside a protective red dome. The team can finally breathe as Subaru explains his skill converts his mana into blood to block the heat, hoping it will last an hour if he avoids combat. Shikishima orders Hizaki Julieta to focus on healing everyone's burns for now. But the dome is already failing, and Subaru wonders why he is trembling as his blood's temperature rises rapidly beyond his control. An alert sounds from above, revealing the boss, Fiery Lambda, standing amidst the flames. Shikishima realizes the ridiculous temperature turning the area into hell is radiating entirely from the boss's own body heat. Knowing survival is precarious without Subaru's skill, Shikishima quickly makes the call to cast Sulfur Rain and orders the team to attack. The team decides to retreat. One of the men is shocked because they only have 3 attempts to challenge the gate, but the leader insists they have no choice since Ariake Subaru is trapped inside the dome. They accept the order and ask who will stay behind. Subaru vows to maintain the blood dome until everyone escapes, prompting the leader to order a full retreat. A falling teammate apologizes and leaves the rest to him. Another fighter unleashes a blast of fire to cover them, while one man thinks he just needs to make it to the hospital. The group stares in shock as the enemy smirks, decapitates a fighter, and burns the severed head because he finds them weak. Facing the warrior, the cloaked fighter struggles to catch his breath in the intense heat, while the enemy smiles maliciously. The warrior erupts in fire and slashes downward, telling the group their levels are not sufficient enough to challenge him. A fighter powers up his fist and strikes back, regretting that his past absence led to this disaster. The demon mocks the attack as a physical skill that is completely ineffective against him, so a teammate immediately shouts for Kinokawa Sakura to strike next. Dismissing their survival as mere luck, the enemy mage prepares her seals. A woman demands to know how they dare kill Mei, reaching out with stained fingers. The enemy laughs in the flames as someone screams for Kinokawa Sakura and Udo Yusi to stop before the attacker unleashes a golden chain derivation. A man with glasses berates his team, screaming that if they all die because they refuse to retreat, he will be the only one left. Because their enemy is pursuing them, Naru steps forward, asking them to leave the pursuer to him so the rest can escape. He tells them he is going to take a break and urges everyone to hurry, while his teammates cry out his name in horror. Looking back at Mr. Naru's amidst the flames, Ariake Subaru hears him say they cannot afford to lose their senior fighters for the battles ahead. Narus tells a startled Subaru that he needs him for a rematch later, demanding that he survive. As Subaru shouts his name in distress, Narus warns him not to dare come back. Holding a locket, Narus reflects that he is doing exactly what Hirasaka Renji would do to protect them. Declaring that he will be the one to remain, he activates his fifth skill, Hikatan Cheer. He combines it with his golden armory skill to manifest 8 arms, earning the admiration of the fiery beast before him. The creature introduces himself as Fiery Lambda, promising Naru Sakura that he will fight him with the utmost respect. As someone screams for Mr. Narus, the man shouts for Subaru to go. Subaru reflects in silence as Narus leaps into a pillar of fire, yelling that he is counting on him to defeat this guy. Back in the present timeline, Subaru notes that it has been exactly 1 minute since they entered. Because this matches the exact timing of his memory, he warns his companions that the enemy is coming. One of his allies looks up in shock as Fiery Lambda grins from within the flames, amused to see 4 guests waiting for him. Staring him down, Subaru vows that this time he's going to get through Fiery Lambda in one go. He vows to get through this without sacrificing a single comrade. As they advance, Ariake Subaru remembers a forgotten detail, while his companion sighs that he is as annoying as ever. Subaru contemplates a recent encounter with a dark-haired man who scolded him for returning but promised to explain everything. The memory ends with an awkward goodbye. Now, they step into the 6-star world, a hellscape burning at 290 degrees Celsius, yet Subaru feels no discomfort. He has equipped his team, including Amiya Sayaka, with his custom heat-resistant blood armor. The suits constantly circulate fresh blood to cool the air, though Subaru admits the magic power efficiency is terrible. He warns them they must defeat the boss in 10 minutes, because otherwise their suits will self-destruct and kill them. Meanwhile, deeper inside the gate, an unknown-level spirit race entity named Fiery Lambda radiates an aura that acts as a permanent fire attack. Bored in his domain, his daily routine is to spar against the Dragon of Light. Lambda screams in rage, promising to burn the giant snake to the ground. The dragon sighs in exhaustion, asking how many times they have to fight before Lambda is satisfied. Suddenly, Lambda senses Subaru's team, amazed that anyone could survive in his area for more than 10 seconds. He immediately pauses their match, eager to hunt prey from the outside world. The dragon hopes Lambda gets defeated, so it can play with the intruders next. The dragon refuses because there is no point in fighting a battle it knows it will lose. Inside that third area audience chamber sits a mysterious figure and a knight in golden armor. The green-haired character tells the others they do not need 10 minutes, because if they cannot settle the fight in 3, they will lose. He explains that their opponent is far superior, and they only have 1 chance, so the battle will be decided in an instant. He clenches his fist, knowing it all depends on his skill. A warning sounds that the temperature inside the suit is rising and they must increase blood flow to cool down. Just as a giant hand reaches for them, he notes that exactly 1 minute has passed, matching his memory as they watch their opponent approach. He instructs Jinga to hold off on using his magic power to conserve it until he gives the signal. Subaru faces the figures, knowing he is the one who will have to die. An opponent unleashes a blast of fire, alarming the armored group. The Beast Man notes the overwhelming pressure, admitting that the real thing is far beyond what Subaru described. The green-haired man realizes he has no chance to win while inhabiting a borrowed body. He smiles and tells Subaru that this is exactly why they devised a plan, urging him to execute it. Subaru stares intently, while the orange-haired man wonders if they are plotting something. The man challenges them to show him their full power. The green-haired man suddenly cries out loudly for Mr. Lambda. As Lambda unleashes his fire, the others beg him to wait a moment. They cry out and plead with him not to attack them. Lambda stops in confusion as the green-haired man enthusiastically greets him as the Fiery Lambda. He calls him a great warrior from the land of red copper, prompting Lambda to ask what is wrong with him. The intruders lie that they are originally from the underworld and beg him to listen, because they brought useful information for him. Subaru tells Lambda he already knows what they mean, and Carrion cheerfully confirms they have the information. Subaru glares with lethal intent, and Carrion agrees they have successfully caught Lambda's attention. 12 hours earlier, Subaru finishes showing his allies the memory of an enemy that can instantly kill gold ranks. Sayaka asks how they should deal with it, so Subaru begins to explain his plan. Carrion furiously interrupts, grabbing Subaru's arm to demand why they were excluded from that first battle. Subaru is stunned as Carrion correctly guesses he left them behind because he was afraid of Sayaka and Hirosaka getting hurt. Sayaka yells Carrion's name, but he ignores her to warn Subaru that kindreds are not meant to be coddled. Carrion shouts that Subaru must have faith in his comrades, leading Sayaka to stand in silence while Subaru apologizes and promises to never do it again. Carrion tells Subaru to use him, channeling his magic as he vows to kill the enemy he previously fought in the underworld. Back in the present, Lambda unleashes an explosion around them, demanding to know if his brothers are truly alive. Subaru observes the reaction, thinking to himself that if he were Lambda, he would not have stopped at a mere threat. The woman notes how easily siblings take the bait, laughing as the intense heat threatens to melt her body. She panics about dying until the creature lowers the temperature to save her, leaving her to observe how compassionate and easily manipulated he is. The creature frantically demands to know if his brothers are safe, so she confirms their health and points toward a trapped man. She lies to the creature, claiming the man possesses a memory-sharing skill and urging the creature to touch him to receive a message from his brothers directly. Tsunemori Jinga realizes they want to touch him, which perfectly triggers his skill, Ice 9. Because the skill requires a 5 cm range and consumes all his magic to ensure death upon contact, he steps forward and promises to take care of everything. Sometime earlier, during the Silver Trial, Jinga discovers this new skill in a frozen wilderness and asks the avian creature, Arcane, what it is. Arcane admits he does not know either, facing Jinga in the snow. Using the skill explanation as an excuse to speak freely, Arcane explains that thousands of years ago, a major problem occurred in the underworld. The king of the Land of Steel was killed by a single revolutionary. Ginga contemplates what he needs to do right now to survive. He listens to the history of the revolutionary and asks if the story will take a while, because he wonders if the place in his memory is already gone. The voice explains that this revolutionary united destroyed nations to become Vanquish, the king of the rainbow, who could overcome life and death. Vanquish and his 6 kings possessed overwhelming power to crush their enemies. Their strength was so absolute that it easily terrified the rulers of the great countries. As the battle continues, Jinga suddenly recognizes a rainbow light to realize the truth. He finally understands what Arcane meant. The ultimate skill, Ice 9, was created specifically to exterminate Vanquish, leaving Ginga shocked that such a thing is possible. Arcane once warned him never to use the skill outside the gate so that their world would not perish, but Jinga decides to try it anyway. He steps up to confront the 6-star boss to test the ultimate masterpiece. His heart races as he excuses himself and prepares to unleash the ice. Suddenly, Subaru interrupts from within the flames to stop the attack. Subaru argues that they do not need to interrogate the enemy, because he can just use his new skill to read the map directly from the man's memory. The enemy recoils in shock as Subaru forcibly extracts the truth. The fiery enemy is bothered by their complete lack of hesitation. He points out that they resemble the weaklings, who grew stronger and killed him in the underworld. He screams in rage as he remembers being treacherously murdered by the detestable Vanquish. He recalls Vanquish's kindreds standing alongside their master to strike. The lingering anger from his death forces the memory to the surface as he readies his flames. Subaru addresses Carrion, telling him they are going to perform a single bluff and warning him not to fail. Subaru contemplates his move before unleashing his Fulgor ability to strike. Sayaka pushes forward, desperate to survive this place because she wants to see him again. Lambda is shocked when his targets close in for melee combat instead of retreating. He mocks their foolishness for charging directly into a mass of fiery heat, but his own warrior instinct to kill them as fast as possible leads him to make a fatal mistake. By attempting to maneuver from behind and kill both Carrion and Subaru in one move, he inadvertently falls 2 steps behind. No matter what he does now, Subaru's strike will definitely land 10 milliseconds earlier. His miscalculation is compounded by an unexpected presence that leaves him wide open to a punch. The fiery adversary attacks, unleashing the power that once killed him in the underworld. Subaru vows to get rid of him for good. He drives the attack forward, striking with Desecration and Burial Void to crush the enemy. The man takes the impact, praising them for sacrificing their bodies just to halt his movement for a second. He insists that such an attack will never defeat him, leaving onlookers stunned that their effort failed. His flames flare higher as he prepares to burn everything to ashes. Elsewhere, a young man wakes up in confusion, asking why this is happening to him. Back at the battle, Subaru refuses to waste the opening his allies risked their lives to create. Ginga channels his magic and unleashes Ice 9. The freezing energy collides with the flames, shattering the enemy's armor. The allies watch the blast hit, certain they finally got him. The enemy stands amidst the ice, admitting their freezing skill is a genuine trump card. Meanwhile, a man confronts a strange woman in his room, demanding to know how she got in, while she promises to tell him everything. Back at the battle, the enemy shakes off the ice, revealing he is completely immune to freezing effects. As sharp ice shards manifest around him, the orange-haired man boasts that his complete freezing immunity makes the attack pathetic. But as an explosion fails to stop the skill, he asks why he is freezing right through his flames. He insists it cannot affect him, only to be rapidly encased in ice crystals. Watching the snowfall, a man in dark armor remembers his desperate struggle to escape a deadly dungeon. He recalls a winged woman cradling his heavily wounded body, and a mysterious figure offering him a proposal to survive. Back in the fight, his opponent explains that Ice 9 does not freeze, but acts like petrification to physically transform its target into ice. A fleeting memory surfaces of a young man declaring his resolve to become a hero who protects the weak. Because it is a transformation skill, freezing resistance is useless, and trying to burn the ice will only melt the victim's body into water. The orange-haired man panics as the unstoppable ice shatters the terrain and suppresses his emitted flames. Trapped in the frozen environment, he finds himself surrounded by flying enemies. The blue-haired man warns that Ice 9 will pursue every element of his being until complete obliteration. Realizing his impending doom, the man seriously contemplates his final options. The entity panics that this is bad since there is no way to break through the skill. As the group flies through the sky, the young man watches the confrontation unfold. The skill's creator explains they were sealed inside the door because the technique was too powerful. But they refuse to watch their children be wiped out. The entity begs Ginga to unleash the ultimate power of Ice 9 on their behalf. Bidding a final farewell to Fiery Lambda, Ginga carries his companion to safety. But Ginga suddenly vomits a mouthful of blood. The flames intensify as Lambda unleashes his fiery aura. He calls them fools, claiming he has finally grasped the nature of their skill. Mocking the idea that they could turn him into ice, he declares that as long as even a single piece of his body remains, he cannot be defeated. Warning them not to underestimate him, he commands them to burn to ashes, sending his target plummeting through crystalline void. The opponent prepares to retaliate with magical ice shards, but the fire explosion strikes the ice-covered creature and Lambda grins. Pressing the attack, Lambda forces his opponent to slide across the frozen ground to evade the deadly crystal spikes. The winged creature carries her companion through the sky, telling him she should say the same to him. A character warns the others not to underestimate the power of Ice 9. A fire creature emerges as the blue crystalline entity is identified as the ultimate masterpiece. A bruised blue-haired man smiles despite his injuries, admitting that even a stubborn skeptic like him knows there is no escaping this skill. The winged creature holds a man wearing a paper bag and tells him to stop talking. Subaru looks away, wondering why the man is staring at him like that because the gaze makes him uneasy. Someone shouts for Subaru and Carrion, and a vampire girl flashes a sharp grin as Subaru acquires a series of god-slaying titles. A fiery warrior engages in an intense clash with a green-haired man in a suit, leaving the rest of the fight to him. A dark-haired man contemplates the situation, noting that Lambda is weakened by repeated cycles of collapse and regeneration. The green-haired masked man focuses his aura, declaring that he will cut his opponent down before Mr. Ginga dies. A character undergoes a transformation and triggers an explosion of fire behind him. The green-haired man kicks through a giant flame dragon to unleash a powerful corpse fist attack. He follows up with a green skyfall and smiles as he channels his magical energy. A man in a dark cloak punches a foe surrounded by flames. Subaru lunges forward to strike with a divine chisel as he gains the Awakened One title and Mana Sense. He reflects silently on the battle before turning around to say goodbye and walking away. A character glares with fiery eyes, preparing for a violent confrontation. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man asks a blonde woman if she has been back to the academy. A decapitated figure forms a weapon from curse blood, so Subaru lunges forward with a red armored gauntlet to finish the fight. He blushes while looking at his phone, wondering why he is acting like a stalker. The fiery character screams in agony from a strike, then erupts in a furious rage, screaming repeatedly to ask how his enemy dares to attack him. A smiling character stands amidst the flames as Subaru combines Blood Mold with Corpse Fist, and a long-haired character looks down to agree with him. The two combatants clash with Deadman Springer, driving their energies into each other. He activates his ability, leaving the others sweating in shock because they realize what he is about to do. The figure shatters into pieces and asks if this is the end. The crystal face regrets being defeated by those who deceived him, and apologizes to Subaru for using Kyllum and Delta against him. He tells Subaru he knows where they are, instructing him to aim for the Sea of Brilliance once he escapes the gate because they are waiting there. Subaru stands in the shattered ice, hesitant to believe him, as a notification confirms he defeated the boss. His companion warns him not to let his guard down, because the enemies possess Storm Perugia, a level 5 resurrection skill. As a winged girl carries a boy through the sky, the system confirms Ice 9 cancelled the resurrection skill, a lethal feature that allows no escape. The blue-haired man looks down in defeat. Elsewhere, a young man watches a bird fly past and expresses shock that Fiery was defeated. At the obelisk of the fallen hero, he asks the blonde girl if she is going to let them go. Radiant Dragon Carcinus roars, but it falls, granting the title of Dragon Slayer and the level 1 Dragon Fear skill. Two men stand in a room, and one reflects that they might face the same fate as Fiery if they underestimate the weak. The dragon reflects on its regret of being unable to cross the area, hoping they return quickly. A monster threatens to annihilate them with its largest light wave because they intruded upon its area. Subaru notes that his opponent is really quite something. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Julieta asks what the team is doing, and they explain they are waiting for Subaru to return. They are worried about injuries, but Julieta is annoyed because it has only been 5 minutes since Subaru entered. Julieta reasons that taking a break is part of their job to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. So they are ready no matter how long the clear takes. Someone points behind Julieta and the group turns in shock as Subaru announces they are back. Subaru wonders why everyone is gathered there, having cleared the gate's first area in just 5 minutes and 17 seconds to reach level 63. The team asks if an unexpected situation forced them back so soon, while a man asks for a paper bag to hide his face and accepts a hat instead. A woman tells him he should not hide his face, but he replies that he must, because only in Tokyo would people be indifferent to his identity. When the team asks if everyone is uninjured, Sayaka snaps back to ask if they are blind. Because kindreds cannot level up until they switch with their main body, Subaru. A man calls out to Subaru, accusing him of fleeing after just 5 minutes. He blames Subaru for wasting a valuable attempt despite all his bragging. Someone urges Subaru to defeat the man. The young man stares in shock, barely able to believe he actually survived the fiery ordeal. Tears well in his eyes as he vows to make his enemies regret this, declaring he did not let Mr. Naruza's sacrifice go to waste. The others stare in confusion as he suddenly starts crying, prompting one of them to yell that Naruto is not even dead. The man with the eye patch pats the boy's head, telling his companion not to bother with someone missing memories, before they agree that Ariake Subaru is a weird and disgusting man. The group erupts in outrage, calling him a liar because a 6-star boss holds 10 times the power of a 5-star, making such a victory impossible. But a system notification appears to announce that one boss of the Palladium Carnificus has been defeated, and leaves the entire group stunned. A woman touches the burning chest of a shirtless man and asks who they are, and the man with the eye patch smiles as he declares them a team of future kings. Still struggling to believe they defeated a 6-star boss in 5 minutes, the group listens as he admits it was a very close victory. He explains they relied entirely on Mr. Jinga's skill to win, since it causes instant death upon contact. The others celebrate, assuming they can just form a party around him to clear the remaining bosses, but the young man shuts the idea down. He explains his Ice 9 skill only triggers on contact, and the second boss is a dragon that emits light waves in all directions, so he would be wiped out before getting close. Realizing the dragon's attacks make a close approach impossible, they conclude their only choice is to engage in a direct, long-range battle. Realizing the next boss is at least 10 times stronger than a 5-star, Shikishima panics and outright refuses to lead the charge. He explains that the real problem is finding a way to deal with the one beyond the gate. Admitting their chances of winning are incredibly slim, Shikishima abruptly transfers all command authority over to a bewildered Ariake Subaru. Hizaki Julieta urges the boy to select his personnel, promising that the veteran players will obey his every word. Ryusei is stunned that the notoriously cautious Shikishima would place their lives in the hands of a 1-month newcomer, but Subaru pushes past his initial shock and formally accepts the command. Kinokawa Sakura watches him, noting that she sensed his aura from the start, though she never expected Shikima to step down so soon. Julieta just smiles, reminding Yudo that they have spent 8 grueling years waiting for someone with the brilliance of the soul to shine next. Taking charge, Subaru assesses the 6-star gate and prepares to issue his first strategic directive. Because they still have over 6 days before the deadline, he orders the elite strike force to disband for the time being. The entire group freezes in utter confusion. Watching his master's unorthodox leadership, The glass spirit bursts into hysterical laughter at the veteran's baffled reactions. Subaru laughs at his team's shocked faces, clarifying that he wants them to level up by Tuesday, not go home. He wonders if he is bad at conveying things, and his teammates immediately confirm that he sucks. Sayaka sits in the car, admitting she is so bad she cannot even back him up, so she decides to study more. A teammate contemplates making a murder look like an accident, before asking Subaru why he ordered them to level up while they head to the player-exclusive Panopticon prison. Elsewhere, a man approaches a woman and causes her to hesitate as he steps closer. Back at the prison, a guard announces that the Rainbow player has arrived to speak with an inmate who waits in his cell. Prison Warden Q prepares to meet the former Black Faction subleader, Kiryu Ace. Standing by their vehicle, Q greets Subaru, noting Shikishima mentioned him, and introduces herself as the warden. Q explains the prison uses a surveillance system because they lack personnel, while an awkward observer notes he is just there to watch. Arriving at the cell, Q reveals her fiddle stamp to strip Kiryu of his abilities. Subaru looks troubled before noting how strong the skill is, but Q laments her stats never increase because her door's owner demands 10,000 shoulder massages. Great alchemist Zola complains about dinner, while his companion realizes that although they are useless in combat, they can at least help manage this eccentric owner. At the visitation room, a guard gives Subaru a 30-minute time limit with no item exchanges, and Subaru asks him to proceed. The door slams shut as Subaru sits down behind the glass partition, facing a prisoner in an orange uniform who keeps his head bowed. The prisoner looks down, and Subaru wonders why players are distracted by this man when they should be fully focused on the 6-star threat. Observed by a group outside, Kiryu Ace finally speaks, asking if Subaru came to hear about Subaru's brother Taiga. Subaru notes that the Black Faction subleader, defeated by Hirasaka's warp edge, has been fully healed, recalling that he first met Kiryu during the 6th calamity in his future memories. He remembers standing in the ruins after the Great Earthquake, unable to bear the sight of the man who possessed the greatest potential to become a monster. In that memory, Kiryu stood devastated in the pouring rain. He wept uncontrollably, clutching a pair of orange soccer cleats. Meanwhile, inside a 5-star gate called the Ghost Ship of Madness, a skeleton pirate furiously curses Subaru's name as 2 players step forward to fight. The pink-haired player unleashes his power, screaming in frustration because Subaru ordered him to reach level 90 before returning. He wonders if Subaru has any idea how hard that is, dodging golden bullets as he battles the level 78 undead boss, Captain Nemo. Shikishima Ryo screams about how tough it is to level up, activating Ephemeral Flare because his current opponents add no value to him at all. Ryusei explains that leveling up requires aiming for strong enemies, so he warns someone to stay still to avoid getting hurt. Kinokawa Sakura activates Golden Wall, warning that fighting strong enemies is difficult because it carries a high risk of death. A dark-haired man looks down, saying he just wants to be able to look a young man in the eye again. Someone snaps their fingers to decide their next move, unleashing Night Fence and Killer Vessel to clear the area. Kinokawa discusses the chain of command, admitting she gave the commander his authority. Underwater, fish-like creatures swim through the depths as the group searches for their next target. The players brace themselves as the man announces the arrival of the boss. A man in a uniform announces the boss is here, revealing the level 90 Gaitamo mermaid. The mermaid screams in distress, trembling as it reacts to the sudden confrontation. The creature stares down at the players, preparing to attack. Shikishima grins and says he has his target. An opponent shouts they will not let him, preparing their 4th skill to stop the attack. Kinokawa activates Dominate Anchor, striking the creature to secure the kill. The mermaid cries out in pain before a system notification confirms the boss is defeated. Yudo and Kinokawa immediately argue over who dealt more damage, completely ignoring the notification that confirms they have leveled up. The two continue to bicker back and forth about their scores, refusing to back down. A man with a smiley headband sweats, realizing this is bad, because if those two team up, there will be nothing left for the rest of them. Yamada and Kei realize the fight ended off-screen, prompting a suggestion to separate Sakura and Ryu, because they are working too well in sync. They note that they also have to worry about a stubborn player who has been going solo. In a 5-star cabbage field, a severed hand lies in the dirt as Ariake Subaru readies his sword to continue the slaughter. He pants from exhaustion, but his rest is cut short when a presence alerts him. He stares into the distance as the level 90 boss, Halfa Stork, arrives in a masked, bird-like form. Expressing his gratitude, Subaru activates his 5th skill, Hikatsun Shear, to manifest a golden gauntlet and match the monster's power. He tells the boss it is annoying and summons his golden weapons to start the battle. Elsewhere, someone clutches a keychain of Hirasaka Renji tightly. Someone cries out for Hirasaka in distress, overwhelmed by the situation. A girl warns her companion to stay in top shape so Mr. Van does not get mad. She announces their next strategy is an all-out war, while Subaru arrives on a snowy battlefield. A woman confronts Subaru, telling him he is just like her father. She demands to know why he insists on protecting the world, while a blonde woman admits their current task might be difficult. A stubble prisoner in a visitation room flatly refuses to help them clear the gate. Subaru firmly rejects this, insisting that Kiryu still has hope for the world, and that he can still make it in time. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the prison, Yatsurugi Kei tells his fellow inmates that the visitors are here to invite Kiryu to clear the 6-star gate. Another prisoner whines about wanting to go outside and fight, but Kei immediately shuts him down because he's too weak. Kei asks Himeno Yumino if she wants to go outside too, but she keeps reading her anger management book and says she's not interested. Kiryu remembers the cold promise of the man who threatened to kill his family. Later, Subaru rides in a vehicle, tense because it has been 4 hours since they left the panopticon in complete silence. With his companion resting against him, Subaru regrets staying awake to endure the heavy atmosphere. Kiryu finally breaks the silence to ask where they are taking him. He asks if Subaru is leading him to the murderer who killed his family, but Subaru denies it and asks if Kiryu wants revenge. Kiryu Ace admits he considered revenge, but realized it would never bring his murdered wife and child back. He asks if Subaru really thinks he can help clear the gate, and Subaru says yes. The man in the cap watches them, wondering how Subaru plans to negotiate with someone who was denied justice because his family's killer was a minor. Subaru points out that he has no family either, but his words fail to move Ace. Subaru adds that he still has people he loves, and he intends to protect them no matter the cost. The Catman wonders how Subaru can possibly motivate a man who has lost all desire for revenge. Later, the group travels from Niigata to Tokyo, arriving at a grassy slope at sunset. Below them, young boys are practicing soccer. Ace realizes Subaru has brought them to Akasaka FC, the exact team his late son used to play for. The Catman is shocked, while Subaru tells Ace that the upcoming tournament will be nothing like the past. As Ace watches the children practice on the field, the sight brings back memories. He remembers his own son calling out to him, thanking him for lunch and promising to score a goal. A player steps onto the field and a man warns him to be sure not to get hurt. He acknowledges the warning, but the man repeats his concern for Seiichi to keep him safe. Seiichi celebrates a goal, while elsewhere, a man offers a drink to Ace. Realizing their targets are missing, a woman offers the protagonist some cold tea to calm him down. She tells the player that she was only ever worried about him, leaving him to reflect in silence. A man reflects on Emmy always being with him and reaches out to stop her, because he cannot bear to let her leave. Another man confronts Subaru, calling him a cruel person and asking if he is really going to abandon him. He breaks down in tears, demanding to know why Subaru brought him here. Subaru waits for the right moment, but is stunned when a system window grants him the unique title Apostle of the Abyss, increasing his dark skills by 50%. On the field, 2 children call out to their uncle to get his attention. They recognize the crying man standing before them as Seiichi's dad, leaving them surprised. The children greet him warmly as they walk by. He realizes who they are and greets them back, noting it has been a long time. Looking at the boys, he is shocked to realize he has not seen them since Seiichi's funeral. One of the boys suddenly shouts out to him, catching him off guard. The exhausted father listens and acknowledges their words. A boy in a soccer uniform holds up a framed photograph of Seiichi to show him. The boy declares that Seiichi has always been with them, even now. He reminds the man that they have always been running on the pitch together, and the younger children enthusiastically agree. They reassure him that his son is always there with them, leaving the man to watch them in solemn silence. They ask him to come support them, so they can win together with Seiichi, bringing the man to tears surrounded by the team. Subaru watches the man break down and tells him he is still as reckless as ever. In a memory, Seiichi cleans his shoes and says he loves playing soccer because he has so many friends. The memory shifts to the day a group plotted to make the boy's murder look like a suicide. Hearing his son's voice echo in his mind, the father weeps. Subaru realizes that his actions have changed the future once again. He recalls meeting Mr. Kiryu right after the earthquake, when Kiryu first recognized the shoes. Kiryu explains how he visited the field where his son used to play. He arrived to find the entire team slaughtered. Standing in the blood, he found his son's photograph kept safely in the locker room. Gripping the frame, Kiryu addresses Ariaki Subaru and grits his teeth, questioning what he has been doing. He clutches his chest and cries, but admits these tears are different from his past grief. He weeps and says he is genuinely glad to know his son's friends never forgot him. Kiryu softly agrees, looking thoughtful as the sun sets. Subaru tells him to rest for now, leading him to remember his son asking him to watch his practice. Subaru addresses Mr. Kiryu as they stand outdoors. Subaru asks Kiryu to lend them his power so they can protect the world together. Kiryu stays silent. He thinks of the children because he wants to leave behind a future where they can still play soccer. He remarks that Ariake knows how to grasp the depths of people's hearts, calling it unfair. He agrees to help on one condition. Subaru is momentarily surprised. Then Subaru promises to ensure Kiryu survives to attend next month's match. Kiryu watches him with a calm expression. With the team complete, Subaru plans to level up right before entering the gate to maximize their strength. A teammate confirms that the experience points will transfer to Sayaka and the rest of the team so nothing is wasted. Sayaka walks alongside the glass spirit as they finalize the strategy. A masked ally asks Jinga and Kiryu to open another door, because that skill will decide the battle. Ginga covers his face in thought before giving his answer. The glass spirit urges everyone to align their strengths to defeat the 6-star boss. The team readies their magic to confront the dragon waiting inside the gate. 6 days later, on the day of the final battle, Kinokawa Sakura looks out over the city. She stands on a high ledge to watch the remaining 6 hours tick down. She has done everything she can, so all that is left is to believe in Subaru. A phone buzzes with an incoming call from Director Hizaki, bringing a sudden sense of dread. Yudu Ryusi complains about the sudden summons, but he is told they have no choice because Hirosaka Renji's death has not yet been announced to the public. Hizaki urgently orders everyone into the vehicle to move out immediately. At a cafe, Amaya Sayaka and Glass Spirit scream in protest about being abducted by a kidnapper in creepy glasses. Shikishima Ryo, hiding his face under a paper bag, asks about Ariake Subaru, and Sayaka explains that since he is still in the gate, they must handle the meeting with the gold ranks themselves. Shikishima realizes Subaru is abnormal, prompting Sayaka to threaten his life, until he clarifies he means Subaru's mental strength. Inside the difficulty 5-star gate, the forbidden zone of divine beasts, a floral creature awaits. Subaru stands alone against the level 92 boss, Mugani Kuhana. Back at the table, Shikishima explains that while players heal their physical injuries by leveling up, that trick only applies to the body. Subaru strikes the dark entity, but Shikishima notes that there is no way to avoid mental exhaustion. He warns that as a battle drags on, any player's energy and discernment will eventually dry up, leaving them unable to escape death. In the gate, Subaru's focus breaks, and he is overwhelmed and impaled by the boss's magical blue roses. The floral creature watches as an explosion engulfs the forest. An observer notes that his target is different because he has cleared gates for 6 days straight without resting. He realizes this relentless pace is how Ariake Subaru competes with top players. He calls him a monster. Subaru decapitates the boss. He reaches level 90, setting the fastest record in human history. He is glad to make it in time, knowing only the 5-star gate remains. He stands before the portal. Inside, a figure tells Subaru he is late and that they have been waiting. The figure smiles and says it is time to finish him off. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, a man recognizes Carrion, who threatens to kill him if he mocks him. A woman sits on a bound man explaining they tied up Naru's Akira because he tried to kill Carrion on sight. Nara screams curses, so she threatens to shut his mouth. They note the operation is being televised from helicopters to provide accountability to the public. They discuss how the world is uneasy after a 6-star gate appeared. A broadcast announces a segment on Ariake Subaru, calling him the new leader of the Japan player community. They are shocked by the title but acknowledge his popularity skyrocketed after beating the 6-star boss. The captive points out that 18 hours have passed since the meeting time Subaru suggested. A sudden scream interrupts them. Elsewhere, Subaru tries to reach a marked spot. An underworld creature attacks, and he fails to clear the stage. Sayaka is exasperated that a crisis is breaking out at such a bad time. Nearby, a blonde player tells her group they do not need to intervene. When her teammate questions this, Hizaki Julieta smiles confidently. She assures them that Mr. Subaru is already on his way. Other players freeze in terror as the attack begins. A blue dragon rampages through the area. Arriving on the scene, Subaru is confused as to why an underworld creature has appeared here. The beast descends toward the terrified crowd in the streets below. Before it can unleash its breath, Subaru calls out to it from a high ledge. Confident in his victory, the other players check their map to plan their next move. Subaru flares his aura and tells the monster it is done enough. The crowd looks up in awe, realizing a player has come to save them. Seeing that the beast is a 4-star EX boss, Subaru decides it is the perfect target for a test drive. Watching from afar, a man muses that a hero's party is finally forming. Subaru grips his newly forged weapon, the Divine Chisel. He swings the blade, unleashing a barrage of red energy that instantly obliterates the armored dragon. As he levitates above the street, the stunned crowd erupts into cheers for their savior. Subaru lands on a nearby rooftop and dispels his weapon with a sigh of relief. He walks over to Julieta, who kneels before him and praises his excellent work. Subaru listens quietly, knowing his display of power served its purpose. Elsewhere, 5 figures in identical white cloaks march down a hall. On a balcony overlooking the city, a man with a cat declares that he will let his target choose whether to be a partner or an enemy. Someone teases Subaru about his popularity as the savior, but a figure interrupts to demand why their companion arrived late, drawing a pained apology. A companion asks if everyone is set, and a young man confirms they are. Subaru asks what he means by that. As they initiate the gate sequence, the leader tells his team they must all come back alive this time so they can finish the mission. An operator watches the assault team led by Ariake drop toward the 6-star gate, broadcasting a plea for the public to pray for their safe return. Inside the gate, the team spots the Radiant Dragon. Subaru instructs them to keep advancing to the boundary because area bosses cannot cross beyond their own territory. A voice welcomes the humans just as a strike hits, and Subaru looks up, realizing the attack is happening faster than he remembers. The dragon curses an intruder and demands to know how they entered its area, while a figure stands among the crystals. Subaru watches in silence as the figure unleashes a burst of energy to attack the beast. Elsewhere, a man in a suit inspects an object, deciding to examine the special item since he is already there. The dragon strikes the gate as a surge of energy called Albion erupts. Subaru stares forward, trying to process the chaos. An armored warrior steps up to confront the beast. Subaru stops, startled by his own words, as he wonders aloud why he just spoke them. The Golden Knight confronts the dragon, calling it a bastard and noting that it governs the entire stage, rather than existing as an equal. He unleashes a strike meant to erase the intruders without a trace, but suddenly senses their presence and is shocked to find them alive. The knight lands heavily on the ground, revealing himself as the 6-star stage boss, Demon Beast Slayer Illick. The team recovers from the blast, and someone thanks Kiryu Ace as he readies his weapon. Illick dismisses the threat, declaring that any swordsman is easy prey for him. Kiryu deploys his Crest of Interruption, because its ability to halt anything for 1 second is the only reliable defense against Illick's rapid slashes. Shikishima calls the boss a monster, admitting they would have been completely wiped out if Kiryu had not been there to block the attack. Kiryu turns to Shikishima and asks if Ariake Subaru knew they would face a knight, since bringing Kiryu against a dragon would have been pointless due to his barrier's weakness to light and gas. As a flood of new skills registers on the status window, Kiryu realizes Subaru must possess actual foresight, and Shikishima agrees that they have no idea what Subaru is truly thinking. Shikishima Ryo tells the team they will move forward as planned, leaving the support role to the others. Joined by Tsunemori Jinga and Fuchigami Mei, the vanguard is carried forward inside a water bubble, generated by Subaru's familiar Sushi. A golden-armored enemy threatens to kill them, prompting the activation of a skill called Anti-Vision to counter the impending blast. Meanwhile, the support team decides to postpone questioning Subaru's true intentions, because right now, all they can do is believe in him. The long-range attack team initiates their final assault, as Kinokawa Sakura, Naru Sakura, and Shikishima Ryu unleash their combined firepower. Subaru activates his 7th skill, Imperial Control, allowing him to simultaneously trigger his 1st, 5th, and 6th skills. Sakura watches in shock, hoping Subaru's team survives the impact because Imperial Control continuously drains his mana to amplify and merge multiple attacks. Recognizing the technique as one belonging to his own kind, the Golden Knight is overwhelmed by the magical seal and collapses in defeat. The enemy unleashes a strike that tears the environment apart and catches the team off guard. The winged fighter stares in disbelief, asking if it is even possible to cut through the stages themselves. The team regroups on the floating debris, thanking Yudu for shielding them from a hit that would have killed them. One of their allies warns that they must track the enemy to anticipate the next strike, so Shikishima activates his clairvoyance. As the space-filling Slash hurtles toward them, Uda Ryushi tells Karyu they will stop it together to protect the others. The system suddenly grants Subaru the skills Eye of Truth and Instant Kill, prompting him to wonder if his opponent is also a regressor. He prepares to fight, realizing that Illick is moving much faster than he ever did in Subaru's previous life. The entire stage suddenly tilts vertical, leaving Glass Spirit clinging to the crystals and crying out in panic. Subaru tells Sushi to hold on and curses his own lack of foresight. He realizes they are in serious trouble because there are far more enemies here than during his first time through this timeline. Shikishima screams a warning for everyone to watch out as the enemy prepares another attack. He braces himself as a new barrage of slashes rains down on them. The team channels their magic to face the energy, knowing a single mistake will be fatal. When the dust finally settles from the barrage, a lone knight stands among the shattered stones. The stage returns to normal, but one of the fighters curses his opponent for making a mess of the area. The rest of the team watches in frustration as new magic circles materialize before them. A teammate shouts out to Udo and Kiryu to check if they survive the blast. Nearby, a man looks down at the bloodied Shikishima Ryu and asks what he is doing. He orders Shikishima to keep providing support because they have to make sure Ariake Subaru's group reaches the boss without fail. Shikishima agrees, stating he believes in Subaru because the young man gave him the perfect reason to keep living. His ally tells him not to worry, confirming that his ocular skill has already verified Subaru reaching the boss room. Kiryu is told that his job is done, though he grunts in pain, knowing this is only the beginning. Standing amidst a sea of floating cubes, Subaru thanks Kiryu for getting them this far. He turns to his kindred and tells Amaya, Sayaka, and Gu King Carrion it is time to go, and Sayaka firmly agrees. Carrion smiles and tells Subaru he will leave the rest of the fight to him. Subaru reflects on his past struggles, wondering if anyone would believe that he has actually been through this before. As the battle resumes, he activates Prana Varpas to push his limits. Suddenly, the team gasps in shock as they spot Hirasaka Renji arriving on the battlefield with an unknown companion. Hirasaka launches a high-speed assault against the Golden Knight, admitting that his previous approach was too rash. He unleashes his Flying Dragon Slash to break the Knight's defense. As the dust settles, Hirasaka powers up his energy and politely introduces himself to his senior. Renji faces the Golden Knight commander, Ludwig, ready for the clash. A thunderbolt strikes Ludwig, and Renji follows up with an attack. As Ludwig coughs, Sayaka asks Renji if he is hurt, apologizing because she forgot her earrings boost her lightning skill. Renji laughs, and admits he thought he was going to die. Renji notes that long-range attacks only slow Ludwig down, because his armor blocks 95% of shooting damage. Sayaka, now level 86, decides to take the supporting role, so Renji, at level 97, tells her he is counting on her. Nearby, Subaru tells Fuchigami and Jinga that they need to move as well. Someone asks Subaru if he seriously plans to join them, while Renji and Ludwig clash behind a barrier. Renji unleashes another blast at the former Knight Commander. He swings his sword but realizes his techniques will not be enough to break through Ludwig's defense. Subaru excuses himself and runs toward the center to reach the fight. Subaru invites them inside to talk, noting he would struggle if he were alone. During a mid-air clash, a fighter declares that this is not a contest. Facing the demon beast slayer, Ilak, the armored warrior vows to defeat him. 6 days earlier, in the underworld Sea of Brilliance, Subaru addresses the group to cut the story short. He explains that in the world of the Aurora King, they failed to clear the 6-star gate. Recalling his past life, he admits that success was impossible. Because the battle against Lambda caused too many losses, they wasted too much time recovering. As a result, Ilak killed Carcinus, and was released outside when his time expired. Subaru vows to obtain what he needs to stop this, no matter what. Because Ilak's strikes cause casualties across Tokyo, Subaru promises to protect the city. A man warns Subaru that he is about to enter the Tower of Trials. Subaru remembers how Yudo Ryushi and Kinokawa Sakura fought to protect the city. The memory of their fate leaves him clenching his teeth in frustration. Elsewhere, when asked where he is going, Hirasaka Renji says he will request guidance from Ludwig once again. He is determined to make Ludwig train him, shouting his resolve. He crosses the frozen wasteland to find Ludwig. Reflecting on his situation, he speaks softly. He stands before Ludwig and calls out the name. Ludwig agrees to help, promising to train him to destroy the demon beast slayer, even if it means defying the country. Ludwig warns him that there will be no holding back, and breaking him will not matter. Ludwig adds that any trivial excuses will be taken as an insult. Hirasaka replies that this is exactly what he wants, asking Ludwig to take care of him. He knows his own strength cannot match Illic, so he plans to have his comrades make up for what he lacks. One of his comrades activates his third skill, demanding the enemy lick his heel as he delivers a flying kick. The golden armored knight braces himself as a blonde warrior steps in, shattering the ground with a stonebreaker attack. As the knight readies his sword, a blue-haired man watches and triggers his fifth skill, Iceberg Squeeze. He manifests an ice spear to freeze the battlefield, unleashing Albion to lock the enemy down. The blonde warrior presses the advantage, clashing head-on with a double-headed slash. Before the knight can recover, Subaru drives a corpse fist and a divine chisel straight into his armor. Hovering above the enemy, Subaru calls out to Hirasaka Renji to strike now. Hirasaka drops from the sky with Fall of the Phoenix, the heavy blow staggering the knight. Caught in the relentless combo, the Golden Knight is overwhelmed by attacks from all sides. The Golden Knight struggles to recover from the relentless barrage of attacks. His companion watches him with distress, asking why he is doing this. As the dust settles, two bystanders watch the devastation, amazed by how the strongest player fights. Seeing the armored enemy down, they wonder if they've already won the battle. The group realizes the enemy is only feigning sleep to bait them into a follow-up attack. Sayaka uses her kindred link to tell Subaru she is heading to the front to support him. because this opening is their chance. Sayaka declares it is time to shine and summons her power, shocking the men as energy spikes manifest. The woman summons her small thunder companions to stand alongside the giant 8-colored thunder god. The Golden Knight unleashes his aura and promises to show them exactly how it feels to be trampled. Subaru stares at the rising beam of light, shocked as he realizes what it means. A man recognizes the light and tells his companion they need to go immediately. On the floating platform, the group smiles because it is finally time to meet their leader. The woman explains they have to destroy the Golden Knight commander's armor first because it halves damage and constantly restores health. They complain that the armor is completely unfair, while the young man freezes in sudden realization. She notes the Demon Beast Slayer has the highest health pool, forcing them into an intense, short-term assault to avoid a drawn-out fight. She instructs Renji that they must completely destroy the armor before doing anything else. The woman tells Renji that once the armor breaks, he must use the strongest technique she gave him. Amaya Sayaka tells Ariake Subaru she will provide basic support and break the enemy's armor, bragging that she excels at fierce attacks. The enemy acknowledges her as the disciple of the Thunder God, admitting that no one can surpass her speed as she channels her energy. Subaru watches the electrical discharge, reminding himself that he was the one who initiated their meeting. Sayaka activates her 8-god summoning, cheering with her small demons before shouting for the enemy to bring it on as they swarm to attack. The armored knight braces for the impact, while her ally watches from afar and realizes this is Sayaka's true power. She enters her half-thunder god transformation to multiply her speed, because she needs to end this before it drains all her mana. Due to the enormous cost, she only has 10 seconds to maintain this state. She calls out to the Demon Beast Slayer and launches her assault. The knight watches helplessly as she unleashes a flurry of lightning strikes. The electrical attacks slam into the armored figure, tearing through his defenses. Explosions rip across the battlefield as the fractions of a second tick by. Amidst the debris, Subaru contemplates the destruction and reminds himself he is only here to complete his quest. A single second passes as Sayaka receives a blessing to boost all her stats, pushing her assault even further. Subaru sighs in resignation, while Ludwig uses his Hawkeye skill to zoom in and stares in shock at her unbelievable speed. Watching the fierce battle, Subaru's allies are stunned that a girl can fight a boss head-to-head, so Subaru proudly identifies her as Amaya Sayaka, his kindred. Years ago, Vanquish tested a pink-haired girl's energy with a spark from his finger, concluding that they had excellent compatibility simply because she was an idiot. Furious, she threatened to zap him, but eventually introduced herself as Thunder Kill Him, promising to train Sayaka in accordance with her pact with Vanquish. Currently deep within the underworld sea of brilliance, a horned deity notices a blue demon watching Sayaka's fight on a screen. The deity notes that he looks delighted, because Sayaka's impressive growth on the battlefield is enough to astonish even Kalim. However, her enemy hails from the Golden Country, meaning he will not be easily dealt with no matter how much electricity she channels. The armored knight launches a strike that sends Sayaka reeling, forcing her to realize she would have died without her damage reduction skill. Activating her absolute will to block the pain, Sayaka remembers Vanquish's warning to save Subaru's trump card for the next calamity, meaning she cannot rely on him for help. Smiling with determination, she powers up a surge of electricity, screaming that they have to defeat this enemy on their own. The armored warrior prepares for battle, as Sayaka unleashes a magic attack against him. The warrior stands his ground amidst the crackling electricity. The intense battle takes a heavy toll on her body. She struggles to stay upright as the dust settles. Sagata drops to her knees because her magical energy hits zero, wondering why her heart is racing so fast. The golden warrior's mask shatters, leaking blue fluid from his eye. Because she has reached her limit, Sayaka screams for Hirosaka to take over the fight. Subaru looks down silently. Kurosaka powers up in a golden aura, relieved they made it in time, and thanks Sayaka for her effort. A memory flashes of a man introducing his younger sister, Sila. Kurosaka unleashes Warp Edge to teleport his slash directly to the target, bathing a bandaged figure in yellow light. The Golden Warrior coughs up blue blood as his armor is completely destroyed by Sayaka's attack and Hirosaka's strongest blow. Hirosaka stands firm in the explosive blast. Everyone present, as well as the entities observing from the underworld, are absolutely certain of their victory. However, the shattered warrior's eye continues to leak blue fluid. Years ago, knights surround and restrain their commander, Ilak, as he demands to know the meaning of this betrayal. Ilak insists he was merely fulfilling his duty, but Vice Commander Ludwig tells him the arrest is a royal command. Ludwig warns that Ilak's abnormal aggression will eventually destroy the Silver Country. Ludwig states the king desires peace, but Ilak argues they must exterminate everyone to achieve it. Seeing that talking is futile, Ludwig orders the knights to execute the punishment. Ilak stops him, shocked to realize that Ludwig himself suggested the execution. Ilak refuses to be executed for this. because he believes killing those who disobey is perfectly natural. Ludwig reveals his best friend was among the victims, so he can no longer accept Ilek as his comrade. Supported by the goddess's protection, Ludwig powers up his strike and tells the demon beast slayer to die. Ilek grins manically and darts past the weapons to escape. In the present, the large warrior stands defeated, shedding blue tears as the damage takes its toll. Ayake Subaru sees his plan is working and orders Hirasaka Renji to finish him, so Hirasaka charges forward. Ariake Subaru looks on as Hirasaka unleashes his fifth skill, Imperial Radiance, to end the battle. Amaya Saika and Shikishima Ryo stare in shock, wondering what this overwhelming power is. The warrior realizes he was betrayed by his own country and banished to the gate. He asks the blonde man if he is the one possessing Ludwig. He concludes that their master's plan for the door has been executed, but he is surprised they sent their own possessor to do it. A woman mocks her younger sister, declaring that all her plans have failed. The warrior asks if they know how those sealed in the gate return to the underworld. He explains that dying to a possessor forces them back. This happens because the damage to their soul decreases their rank. A knight rushes in to protect Sayaka. He reveals the second way is to kill a strong possessor to absorb their soul. He decides to kill the knight, stepping forward to strike him down. Ilek combines his abilities to raise his attack power to 360%, even though it halves his defense. Sayaka and the knight prepare to fight back. Ilek activates Slayer of all Beasts to multiply his damage fivefold, pushing his next strike to 1800% base attack power. Sayaka watches in shock as the energy engulfs him. Hirasaka yells for Subaru to run, warning that the enemy's technique will blow them all away. He declares their operation a failure, so they must retreat. The enemy thanks them for making him stronger, boasting that he can now return to the underworld to kill the sister who tore him into pieces. As the beast prepares his ultimate true Dragon Slayer sword, Subaru, Sayaka, and Hirasaka hold a rapid conversation through their souls. Subaru orders his friends to step back, declaring he will defeat the monster himself. Hirasaka warns that if Subaru burns his trump card here, they will not be able to defeat the Silver King during the third calamity. Subaru admits he does not know how they will survive later, but he chooses that risk because it is better than losing his friends now. See, Gray used to be a foot soldier, 15 years in the future, just to keep them alive. Desperate to help, she senses a presence and yells for Subaru to wait, because she has found another power they can use instead of the trump card. Subaru realizes what she means as Sayaka unleashes her dark energy, catching the enemy completely off guard. The beast reels in shock as Sayaka smiles, realizing too late that his arms are paralyzed. Before the enemy can recover, a new warrior wielding a hammer steps onto the battlefield and notes he arrived just in time. A bruised man reveals the crest of interruption, greeting Hirasaka. The protagonist rides in on the glass spirit as a young man excitedly calls out to Kiryu. But a wounded boy warns them to stay back, complaining that there is no use fighting if he just ends up paralyzed. A man in a suit greets his opponent as the Demon Beast Slayer, warning him that he is already trapped inside his skill. A red-haired warrior surrounds himself with magical seals, preparing to shut his enemy out completely. The dark-haired opponent realizes they stopped Albion, while the protagonist wonders why he is the one forced to explain things. Subaru knows his magic power is almost depleted, meaning his bluff will not last long. As they stand on a floating platform, an ally looks on in shock and shouts for Shikishima and Subaru to act quickly. The opponent acknowledges their talent, admitting he's actually a bit nervous. A man shouts that Kiryu is holding the enemy off, and demands to know what they can do, leaving an exhausted Subaru to think. Subaru's mind races, realizing there is only one way to defeat Ilek without using the trump card saved for the Silver King. He tightens his jaw and clenches his glowing fist, knowing he has to ask Shikishima and Narius for a favor. Surrounded by a red aura, Subaru begs the two men to become his kindreds. They grasp hands tightly to seal the pact right then and there. Shikishima tells him to do it now, and the exhausted Subaru activates his newly unlocked level 50 skill, Rakta Sunana. He asks Narasakura if he is truly okay with becoming a subordinate. Narius furiously declares that he will never acknowledge Subaru or lose to him. Subaru tells him he does not care, and to just accept it quickly. Years ago, a hospitalized Narus asks his mother to turn on a television so he can watch Hirasaka Renji. He remembers a letter where Hirasaka promised to help him find a job as an operator once he recovers. Because Hirasaka is his only hero, Narus is willing to give up everything he has to save him. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, the enemy realizes an invisible immobilization skill is currently wrapped around him. He knows that his attackers have not struck him during this opening, meaning they have run out of options. The man dismisses their trap and activates his own attacks using stones, shocking Shikishima Ru. The man deduces that the trap stops anything it touches indiscriminately, and Shikishima panics because the enemy figured out his skills so fast. By passing the trap, the man unleashes a barrage of magical blades that slash into the glass spirit. A fighter activates his 16th skill, Scrape Edge, to strike the incoming blast, but the suited man immediately counters by casting the Crest of Interruption. The suited man is shot by the resulting magic circles because the fighter explains that Scrape Edge does not end in 1 second, but stays continuously active in that location for 20 seconds. The small creature cries out, leaving a man confused by its expression. The warrior braces against an explosion to confirm that one opponent is down, while a red-haired man watches gravely. The blonde character dodges a beam and asks how they dare attack, but the enemy tells them to just die and prepares a 15th skill. A man is shocked to see a woman arrive to help, but she firmly refuses to leave him behind. Elsewhere, a purple-haired fighter is suddenly struck by a dark blade, gripping his weapon in shock to brace himself. A cloaked figure confronts 2 opponents across the wasteland, while Shikishimaru sits on the rocky ground to prepare his attack. He tracks a blue-haired man in his sights, observing his target carefully. Shikishima watches thoughtfully, confirming that shooting skills work perfectly just as Subaru said, so he activates his 2nd skill, the Golden Rifle, and fires the Mount Curse Blood. A woman repeats her promise not to leave, just as the blue-haired target is struck by the red energy and panics, realizing the curse is not piercing his body, but directly eroding his soul. Carrion is shocked to see Shikishima arrive, but someone screams Carrion's name as they notice Naruse floating helplessly in the red energy field. Naruse apologizes for intruding on his mind, but since his ally is out of magic, he activates his golden armory so they can use his weapons. As Subaru integrates the Demon Lord's right eye to gain new analytical skills, Naruse mounts a curse attribute onto his magic. Because kindreds can infuse their skills with curse blood, Naruse's armory weapons transform into cursed blades like the Balmung that can directly erode an opponent's soul. The cursed blood curves materialize in the air. Transforming living humans into kindreds was a bitter decision for Subaru, because it means Shikishima and Naruse can never be resurrected if they die in the future. Shikishima tells Subaru not to worry, assuring him that this is simply the result of weighing the risks and that he made the right choice. He is grateful that Subaru shared his memories of the future and apologizes for leaving him to bear the burden alone before telling him to leave the rest to them. The newly empowered kindreds stand ready to fight. They launch their assault, dodging incoming strikes and swinging their weapons with newfound speed. Shikishima watches a projectile fly past before a blade pierces an ally's chest. The dark-haired warrior vows to make them pay, lunging forward to clash with the golden-haired man. They dodge and weave through the onslaught, moving with a shared purpose. The enemy is left bloodied and stunned, wondering how they can pull off such perfectly coordinated attacks without exchanging a single signal. The enemy realizes Sayaka and her allies are fighting as a single living organism, utilizing the true power of being kindred. They execute a flawless joint attack in midair, coordinating their every move through direct soul conversation. The enemy tries to fight back, but quickly realizes a sniper is pinning him down to stop his attacks. Sayaka tells him it is better to crush an attack than to defend, so he should not expect to use any finishing moves. Kiryu coughs up blue blood and stares in disbelief, unable to understand how Subaru survived a direct hit from his scrape edge. He realizes Subaru's familiar expanded its volume just in time to block the blow, as Subaru walks forward and receives a rush of new skills from the system. Bleeding but resolute, Subaru declares he cannot afford to die here because he still has a promise to fulfill. The remaining enemies prepare to strike, but Subaru locks his eyes on his true target. Kiryu is battered by a relentless assault and screams in horror, demanding to know what kind of monsters they are. Sayaka smiles beside her exhausted master and proudly announces that they are Ariake Subaru's kindred. As the system confirms the boss has been defeated, Subaru prepares to steal his supernatural ability. In the aftermath of the battle, the defeated enemy spits blue blood and insists he must return to the underworld to retrain his soul. But he is told it is truly the end, because he has been permanently exiled and can no longer go back. Carrion gazes at his weapon before stepping forward and thrusting the glowing dagger straight into him. Shocked by the sudden strike, the enemy stammers in confusion as his ornate red garments are pierced, coughing up purple blood. He stares in disbelief as a glowing butterfly object floats before him. A brief memory of a peaceful meal flashes through his mind, but it is quickly torn away as glowing patterns erupt across his skin and more blood pours from his lips. Carrion remembers when Ludwig first handed him the weapon and instructed him to use it for the final blow. When Carrion asked what it was, Ludwig explained that the dagger, amnesia, prevents a destroyed soul from returning to the underworld, burying it instead in the universal unconsciousness. Carrion was horrified by the implication, but Ludwig begged him to use it to avenge the hundreds of thousands of souls the monster had slaughtered. Promising to take care of everything, Ludwig knelt, thinking of his family, and pleaded with Carrion to annihilate the demon beast slayer once and for all. Back in the present, the dagger's magic takes hold, and the enemy panics as he realizes he is no longer connected to anything. His soul begins to crumble, and he screams in terror because the numbing cold is erasing all his senses. Staring in disbelief as his body breaks down in the golden light, he wonders if he is actually going to die. Someone cries out as the explosion erupts before the system grants the Spirit of the Wind skill. A woman prepares her item to finally lift the regrets of everyone killed. Years ago, a girl excitedly asks her brother if he really defeated the Iron Dragon so she can become just like him one day. She bids her brother a tearful farewell to promise she will go there someday. Elsewhere, Naruse kneels to ask Carrion if the ordeal is really finished. Carrion confirms it is, thanking Naruse for his help because he has become a reliable man. Naruse's door owner, Delcane, notes the boy's desire to help Carrion use Etoile. Delcane explains that after he failed to become the strongest swordsman, he switched to magic and used any means necessary to secure his rank. He urges Naruse to reach for the star by any method, because that is true aspiration. Looking at Carrion, Naruse cries and tells Delcane that today he feels a little closer to the star. He struggles for breath as he holds on. Subaru asks if everyone is okay, checking specifically on Shikishima after the intense battle. Two of his allies casually greet him and bump fists over his head. They simply decide to go home, leaving an onlooker completely shocked by such an anticlimactic reunion. Shikishima tells his companion it is time to go, while Subaru is just relieved they somehow managed to defeat their second opponent. A red warning from the administration suddenly flashes, informing Subaru that his kindred's intervention destroyed the boss's soul, meaning he gets no experience points. Subaru reflects on the gravity of the message, realizing the future is unfolding much faster than before because the admin is already intervening. The gate begins its 30-minute collapse, and breaking news soon announces that Subaru's team has cleared the 6-star gate, drawing a crowd to the intersection. Standing before the press, Subaru plays humble, telling them he only commanded and that the victory belongs entirely to his team. He declares that they will continue to protect everyone from the underworld, even at the cost of their own lives. As reporters shout for photos of him, Shikishima, and Carrion, Subaru watches his teammate and realizes he shares the exact same fearless composure Hirasaka once had. Someone announces to Shikishima that they are returning to the Sea of Brilliance, agreeing that they must all grow even stronger to protect the lives they just saved. Shikishima reacts with sudden shock. He curses, demanding to know why the bastard would go back now. He realizes Carrion meant right this instant and furiously calls him an idiot. Someone calls out for him in Hirasaka. Subaru promises to punch him the next time they meet. A dark-haired man maliciously wonders how he should play with his captive. A girl asks for approval. A nervous man struggles to find his words. Elsewhere, a man wearing a paper bag mask confirms he is heading home. He announces that his role is over now that Ariake's request to clear the gate is done. He admits he did his best as a silver rank, even if he did not contribute much. The masked man bows and thanks Mr. Kiryu for his hard work. Kiryu assures him that Ariake will fulfill his promise. A young woman says her goodbyes for the day. A stunned man notes that the masked person seems to believe in Ariake Subaru too. The masked man completely denies it. Back in Hitachi City, a man honors his deceased parents at a memorial altar. He dries his hair while the news announces the successful clearing of the gate. Exhausted, he admits the long week was at least interesting. A gray-haired man repeats Ariake Subaru's name and wonders if he really is the savior. He stares in surprise as a door suddenly appears in his room. Stressed, the man questions why this is happening now. A man greets Jinga, telling him he has been waiting for him. Ginga freezes in shock because he cannot move, so the man decides to focus on his quest for now. Ruin, the Silver King, steps forward to ask for a little talk. He tells Jinga he wants his help with something. He repeats his greeting to make sure Jinga is listening. Ruin stares him down to demand his assistance. The next day, the players gather at the headquarters to celebrate clearing the 6-star gate. Ginga refuses to attend because his home is too far away, while Kiryu AC is sent back to prison. The others say their goodbyes and enjoy their drinks outside. Shikishima drinks juice, explaining that alcohol decomposes too quickly in their bodies to have any effect. Sayaka tells Subaru she visited her parents to stay the night. She says her family cried because they were so happy she survived the gate mission. A friend asks Subaru if he has free time before his evening meeting. He points directly at Subaru and tells him to go buy a house. Subaru asks why, so the man explains that Subaru has become too famous. The lobby of Subaru's current hotel is completely crowded with people trying to see him. He adds that the accommodation fees have skyrocketed, so Subaru needs to move into his own place immediately. Subaru wonders how they can just buy a house, so his ally offers to help them avoid the public. They step into Hirasaka Renji's living room, and Subaru is shocked by how spacious the apartment is. His ally teases him for being too honest, while Subaru tries to calculate the size of the place. They discuss the square footage, and Subaru asks if they can really stay here until they find a new place. Another ally explains he asked Karian to his soul and received permission, leaving Subaru exhausted but accepting. Subaru remembers how furious Naruse was to find them trespassing in his idol's home. The fanatic screamed that he would never enter his favorite's house and scared the others into apologizing. But Naruse immediately demanded they take photos, which makes Subaru smile as he prepares his camera. His ally hands him a key and tells him to go outside so he can take a good look at the city he protected. Subaru remembers the ruined wasteland it could have been, but now watches the bustling streets and crowded sidewalks. He looks out over the city and agrees that his ally is right. He watches people checking their phones, laughing together, and walking side by side. He sees people shaking hands and supporting each other. He compares these everyday connections to the shadows they faced to secure this future. Seeing a child holding an adult's hand, Subaru smiles because he realizes this everyday life is the exact peace they fought for. Knowing they successfully prevented the tragedy of the Aurora King, Subaru heads to the train station to continue his journey. Ginga arrives at the station by train, admiring its appearance. He meets Ariake Subaru and complains about being summoned immediately after they cleared the 6-star gate, because he wanted a break. Standing by the sea, Ginga asks what Subaru wanted to discuss. Subaru invites him to travel to the underworld next week, explaining that he needs to participate in the king's meeting. Ginga is shocked, reminding Subaru that the underworld is the enemy of humanity and nobody has ever been there. Subaru suggests they go together, so Ginga complains that he is treating it like a domestic trip and asks how they will even get there. Ginga asks why Subaru would invite a mere silver rank like him when he has much stronger comrades. Subaru explains that Ginga's power will be needed in the future, so he asks him to officially become his comrade and join the team he plans to form. He adds that their motto will be to never betray or abandon friends. Ginga reflects that he initially could not trust Subaru for picking him for the gate, but Subaru's strategy allowed them to clear it. Ginga tells him that he must possess a mysterious power, though Ginga still doubts his own. Subaru remembers Mr. Ginga telling him that he will believe in Subaru because Subaru believed in him. Mr. Ginga had offered him an item to thank him. In the present, Subaru readies his Ice 9 skill. Elsewhere, the Silver King's successor, Ruin, notes that Subaru has become significantly more dangerous in just a few days, having defeated the Demon Beast Slayer using only his kindreds. Ruin explains that while the Gold and Red Copper Kings are cautious, he will not wait, because if left alone, Vanquish might return completely. Back at the battle, Subaru's Absolute Will skill nullifies all debuffs as he unleashes Ice 9. Ruin declares that he will kill Subaru, despite his precious soul, activating his soul-tainting Hex Spirit. This skill conceals a fragment of Ruin's soul inside a target's body, guaranteeing complete manipulation if they lack mental resistance. Subaru realizes that in this timeline, Ruin is targeting Mr. Ginga to exploit the silver rank player closest to him. Subaru calls out to the hidden presence, shocking his observer. He tells the imposter they made 3 mistakes, starting with the fact that Ginga always wears a paper bag and calls him Ariake. Thirdly, Ginga would never say he believes in him, because he knows those words would make Subaru fight to the death instead of surviving. Subaru knows his true friend would hold back that faith until the very end. Clenching his fist, Subaru charges into the fight. The enemy freezes his arm with Ice 9, only to realize in shock that it is a fake. Subaru had already severed his own arm to counter the trap, and now his eyes glow pink as he unleashes Curse Blood. He fires the blast directly at his confused opponent. Ruin watches in agony as his comrade Bunrei is eliminated, realizing Subaru is perfectly countering attacks he should not know about. Cradling the unconscious Ginga, Subaru asks him to wait just a moment so they can finish their conversation once the battle is over. Staring at the bloody severed hand, Ruin realizes his enemy can see the future. As Subaru strikes him from behind, Ruin concludes that someone wielding both Vanquish and Foresight is far too dangerous. The opponent resolves to kill him immediately, because he no longer cares if the other kings notice him. Subaru walks along the beach and states that the present timeline has already changed from the future he foresaw. He tells his enemy that their defeat is the only certainty. A system card warns Subaru that the Silver King, Ruin, is plotting to kill him, so he must defeat him to survive and expand the red table. Subaru says nothing. Elsewhere, Shikishima, Sayaka, and Karian sit together to watch Subaru through their soul connection. Karian laughs and tells the fox to prepare to be blown away because Subaru is finally unleashing the trump card he saved during the Illic battle. The enemy calls it nonsense, asking if Subaru thinks he can beat a king just because he defeated the Knight Commander. The system grants Subaru the runic language skill up to level 5, while his opponent glares at him. An explosion erupts around him, so Subaru activates his power to hold his ground. He speaks a single word and leaps out of the way to dodge the incoming attack. As Subaru falls through the energy beam, his opponent recoils in shock, demanding to know what he just did. The system announces Subaru has acquired mana absorption, and he stands ready to use it. Subaru uses Blood Mole to summon tentacles from the water. The Silver King curses him, but Subaru immediately severs his hand. The Silver King realizes Subaru's strength has increased, so he unleashes the nine-tailed Silver Star to stop him. Subaru flies straight through the blast. He drags the Silver King down into the liquid. The Silver King struggles to break free because the substance erodes his soul on contact. Subaru activates his power, and the Silver King curses him again. He demands to know what Subaru is. Subaru explains that he just released a final skill he received from Vanquish. He tells him the skill blocks sunlight but lowers his stats, meaning he has been fighting with his true power restrained this whole time. The Silver King bares his fangs and warns Subaru that he cannot defeat a king. He lunges forward to attack. He unleashes the authority of the Silver King to crush him. He casts a new skill and threatens to blow away the entire area. Subaru hovers above the water to intercept the blast. He activates Lift Cleaver because he refuses to let anyone die today. Subaru stares his opponent down. He triggers his skill to counter the Silver King's attack. A strange creature emerges from the light. Subaru channels his power. The enemy flashes his teeth. He watches his opponent, knowing the one he needs to protect is just ahead. Meanwhile, in the human world, Shikishima, Sayaka, and Carrion wait. They rest in the room. Down in the underworld's sea of brilliance, Rudwig and another gather in the snow. A spectator notes that Subaru's attack has more power than Ilok's final skill. Another points out that the Silver King is using his strongest move right from the start. A spectator remarks that the brothers are well informed. A woman warns that the entire place will be destroyed if he fails to defend. A man asks if Subaru will be fine. He smiles. He tells the man to shut up and watch for himself. The group stops at a tent in the wasteland. A woman in a bridal dress stares ahead. Another stands in the snow. Sayaka, the Queen of Martyrdom, states that Subaru will surely meet their expectations. The Silver King looks down. Subaru calls out, Lift Cleaver again to finish the fight. He activates his power. He casts his spell. Lances of energy surround his target. The Silver King orders Subaru to disappear from his sight. A voice tells a man named Ruin that he is the only one who can stop him. Ruin mocks Subaru for looking like a kicked puppy. Subaru unleashes a surge of energy and stares back at him. The light spheres collide and explode to destroy the attack, leaving Subaru standing on the water. Ruin stops thinking for a few seconds, shocked because his divine threads of silver petals have been torn to pieces. He realizes Subaru inherited Vanquish's skill and accuses him of hiding his vampire power until now. Elsewhere, a man gazes out at the landscape. Subaru explains that Vanquish instructed him to keep it a secret, which makes Ruin bare his fangs. A young man listens in shock, as Ruin claims Subaru left the battle to his kindreds just to keep this trump card hidden. Subaru relays Vanquish's warning, telling Ruin that a coward like him would never have come to the human world if he knew his true power. He adds that Ruin probably has plenty to say about him too. Ruin grinds his teeth and vows to destroy his body to make him regret it. He unleashes the 9 stars of the sacred flame. Subaru leaps over the powerful energy beam hitting the water to avoid being struck. He knows he will die if the light ray hits him because it evaporates the seawater instantly. He observes that continuously firing such a powerful skill must be a heavy burden on Ruin. Subaru questions the concept of a split soul, knowing Ruin only has 1/9 of his soul right now. Meanwhile, in their shared mental space, Vanquish explains to the other kindreds that the Sky Clock prohibits underworld creatures' main bodies from entering the human world. He reveals that Ruin deceives the system by splitting his soul into 9 parts so he can pass through. Lambda and another warrior admit they have no idea what the vampire is talking about, laughing loudly in relief. When the others also admit their confusion, Vanquish screams in frustration that they are all muscleheads and begs Carrion for help. 3 mythical creatures finally understand that Ruin sneaked in illegally, making Vanquish cheer with excitement. Vanquish explains that bringing a main body allows for limitless power, but this situation offers an advantage to them. He points out that if Subaru destroys this fragment, Ruin's main body in the underworld will permanently lose 1/9 of its soul and weaken. He concludes that Ruin must be completely overpowered here to force negotiations later. Back in the battle, Ruin screams at Subaru, calling him a coward and demanding to know how long he will keep running. Subaru walks across the water and tells Ruin not to rush. He states that he was simply taking his time to prepare to defeat him once and for all. Subaru is surprised to find himself caught inside a powerful blood barrier. The enemy curses him and summons magical blades, but Subaru leaps straight past them. He lunges forward with his weapons and prepares his counterattack. Floating in the air, surrounded by a pink mandala, he clenches his fist to strike. He drives a heavy, energy-infused punch right into his opponent's face. The enemy screams in pain as blue blood sprays from his mouth. A slash mark is clearly visible on the enemy's face. Another punch lands on the enemy's face and leaves him wondering how to survive this assault. Subaru refuses to stop and vows to keep attacking until his opponent is completely destroyed. He vows to thrash him until he wins and batters the enemy with red energy. True to his word, he strikes again, forcing the pink-haired enemy to scream and vomit more blue blood. The enemy is left completely helpless against the onslaught. Subaru lands one more strike and leaves the defeated enemy shocked by the difference in their power. Because this soul can no longer fight, the enemy plans to retreat, but Subaru points out that Lambda and Ilak would have died 5 times over by now, praising his strength. However, the cursed blood takes its toll, and the enemy screams in agony as the continuous damage tears him apart from the inside. He reaches out weakly as energy surges around him, while Subaru hovers quietly beneath the full moon. The enemy erupts into blue liquid, leaving Subaru standing alone. The assembled kings watch in stunned silence as the Silver King, Ruin, is completely thrashed. Subaru recalls Vanquish, telling him that the time has come to negotiate and make the Silver King their ally. When Subaru asks how, Vanquish instructs him to bash Ruin thoroughly first. He explains that showing overwhelming power is the only way to make him listen, as Ruin is much easier to negotiate with once he surrenders. Vanquish knows the boy is cautious, sly, and ultimately a coward. Years ago, Vanquish confronted Fade, the nine-tailed fox, warning her that making Ruin the next king would lead the country to ruin. Now, Ruin realizes he is facing the legacy of the Rainbow King. Vanquish's presence corners him, asking if he wants to know why he always runs away from battle. Ruin pleads for the answer. Vanquish tells him that his fear of mourning is far greater than any happiness he gets from winning. He declares that while that is fine for a normal person, a king cannot be ruled by grief, and orders the coward to mend his ways. Ariake Subaru warns him to stay put if he wants to avoid getting hurt. Ruin remembers a woman with a pipe telling him he needs to become a good king. Ruin bows his head in pain. Elsewhere, figures sense the disturbance, and one curses his rival. Ruin writhes in energy, but Subaru tells him to give up, promising he will never forget this defeat. Subaru points out that because Ruin is only a soul fragment, he cannot recover his shape, meaning the battle is over. When Ruin asks why he is still alive, Subaru proposes an alliance. Subaru demands that Ruin deliver a message to the meeting of the kings, but to do so, Ruin must become his kindred. Ruin stares in disbelief, and Subaru's allies are shocked that he wants to make the Silver King a kindred. Amaya Sayaka tells Subaru she thinks that will be difficult. Meanwhile, Safina demands to know what Vanquish told the boy, but Vanquish chuckles that the kindred idea was Subaru's. Vanquish tells the other kings to watch, warning them that something even more shocking is coming. Back at the battle, Subaru states he has a vacancy in his limit of 6 kindreds and orders Ruin to fill it. Ruin furiously refuses. Subaru explains his leverage, noting that destroying Ruin's split soul would severely drop his main body's power and crumble the balance between gold and copper. He asks if that would be troubling, but Ruin insists a threat is not enough to make him a kindred. Ruin knows the king's greatest fear is Vanquish regaining his power, so giving him any advantage is out of the question. Subaru admits the threat might not be enough, so he offers Ruin information about the future in exchange, though Ruin dismisses him as being all talk. Ruin shouts that there is no evidence Subaru will show him the real future. Before freezing in shock, Subaru tells him he has finally realized the truth, explaining that becoming his kindred creates a soul connection to share memories directly, because the soul cannot lie. Ruin falls silent, as Subaru admits the future he knows has already changed, recalling a woman telling a man to leave. Vanquish notes that Subaru's response was exactly what his comrades expected, while an eye patch-wearing ally tells him to keep quiet and let them handle the soul conversation. Subaru tells him to listen, questioning what purpose there is in becoming his kindred if those future visions are already unreliable, which catches Vanquish off guard. Vanquish smiles and reveals his memories hold the 8 calamities destined to strike the human world, warning that the 8th was caused by the administrator of the Sky Clock. Subaru stares in horror at a giant eye looming in his vision, realizing the man managing the guild's external affairs is actually his true enemy. Subaru asks why Vanquish came to him, but Vanquish merely watches a red-cloaked figure approach, declaring that the administrator has arrived and their real negotiation starts now. Subaru groans in pain as he wakes up, confused by his surroundings. A figure walks away from him on the sandy beach, and Subaru suddenly remembers the Silver King. He gasps, while a dark-haired man nearby smirks in satisfaction. Vanquish points out their target on the beach, identifying the man in black as the administrator. the superior being who created the sky clock. The king reflects on the mystery of the world, realizing no one knows the administrator's true identity before turning his attention back to Ariake Subaru. When asked why he is here before breaching anything, Subaru commands him to stand down. The dark entity laughs and vanishes, leaving the king to realize it is left. He is stunned to discover that the administrators are monitoring everything across all worlds. He realizes Subaru has already fought them in the future and lost. Subaru vows to win next time, but the king realizes that allying with him through a soul conversation means making an enemy of the administrator. The king clenches his fist, knowing it is a huge risk, but he will never get their information if he lets this chance go. He knows he won't be a true king if he doesn't make a decision now, so he finally agrees, though a dark presence vows to kill him. The king praises Subaru for targeting the vulnerable part of the Silver Country as a great negotiation tactic, while Subaru credits Vanquish's guidance. The king admits he was using Subaru's comrade to kill him, and asks if Subaru is really going to just accept that. Subaru asks if he only did it to protect his country from mourning. He points out that the king manifested split souls to save his people, a move even Vanquish praised. Meanwhile, another figure runs through the forest toward the barrier. Subaru relays Vanquish's praise, and Ruin listens intently. Ruin pledges that he and his comrades will use their full power to protect Subaru anytime. Realizing Subaru is the weapon Vanquish chose, Ruin agrees to become his kindred. They shake hands to seal their alliance and head back across the moonlit water. Tsunemori Jinga spots them and demands to know why Subaru is walking alongside the Silver King. Subaru happily announces they are friends, prompting Jinga to sigh that he is past being surprised by him. Jinga accepts the alliance as long as Arcane is safe, but he demands to know what just happened in the sky. Subaru acknowledges his concern as Jinga asks what those gigantic eyes next to the sky clock were. Subaru finally stops hiding the truth and explains that the eyes represent the crisis of all worlds. Jinga realizes this impending doom is the reason Subaru has been keeping so many secrets. When asked how long they have, Subaru warns it will arrive in 2.5 months. He adds that critical disasters always strike earlier than expected, and offers to answer Jinga's remaining questions. Jinga silently reflects on the weight of this revelation. In a flashback, his sister reminds him that he is their family's top star, while Jinga defends his absence by claiming he was busy subjugating with his 4-star team. 3 years ago, 16-year-old Tsunemori Jinga promises his team he won't betray their trust, then calls his sister to ask for help, convincing their parents to let him move to Tokyo. At home, his mother happily sets aside a plate of fried horse mackerel, expecting him to arrive in 30 minutes. While Jinga sleeps on his train ride home, a mysterious red door appears in the middle of the ocean. The countdown on the door reaches 0 and shatters, opening a gate so quietly that not even the Players' Federation detects it. A monster steps into the rain over Jinga's house, while his family eats dinner inside. Jinga arrives to find his home completely obliterated, leaving him standing alone in the wreckage. He promises to save whoever is left, admitting to himself that he was being reckless. Asking how this could happen, he falls to his knees and calls out for his sister. Remembering how she always complained about him being late, he tearfully apologizes to her memory. Completely shattered by the sudden tragedy, as he kneels a survivor on the ground, demands to know exactly what is wrong with him. Tsunemori asks to rebuild the house as close to its original structure as possible and stand before his family altar. He turns away in the quiet room to look at the portraits on the wall. He remembers the faces of his family. He remembers how happy they were and looks down in sorrow. He laments that he did not make it in time, realizing he became a player to protect them, but was absent when the catastrophe struck. He kneels on the floor, weeping uncontrollably to beg for their forgiveness. He remembers the townspeople whispering about him, blaming him because the Tsunemori family was destroyed while their only player was away. Now hiding his face under a paper bag, Tsunemori receives a call from Hizaki Giulietta. He tells her he will never travel far from his hometown again, so he says goodbye. Standing on an ice block over the ocean, he vows never to let underworld creatures trample his land again, because he refuses to ever repeat the regret of arriving too late. Later, a young man confronts Ariake Subaru. He demands to be made his kindred, declaring he will fight and will keep asking, even if Subaru declines. Subaru looks at him in silence, briefly thinking he recognizes the boy, before dismissing the thought. Subaru swears he will protect everything to the very end, and channels his power. A memory from a previous timeline in January 2024 shows the 7th calamity, activating a mental strike that exterminates all of humanity except the players. The few survivors are left confused, asking each other if they are human. Subaru pauses in exhaustion to process the devastation while others bicker. A giant entity confronts a lone survivor sitting on the desolate beach. The weary survivor introduces himself as Tsunemori Jinga, a silver rank player. Subaru approaches and states his own name. He admits that although he defeated the enemy here, he could not stop the skill's activation in time. Ginga realizes that Subaru failed to save everyone. Subaru agrees that he was too late. Staring at the structure over the sea, Ginga tells Subaru they are exactly the same. Back in the present of November 2023, Subaru announces he will begin. He focuses his energy and casts Raktasnana. A surge of energy erupts around him. His senses expand as he feels the power of becoming a master, granting him absolute authority over his kindred. He turns back to confirm the bond is complete. But the new soul connection immediately floods his head with screaming voices, forcing him to yell at them to stop. A voice explains that soul conversation acts as a telepathic link for kindreds, transmitting only absolute truths, which he wryly notes is helpful. When he asks if he can mute the others, they quickly plead with him to try and get along. Ariake Subaru turns to Ruin and asks if he is ready to become a kindred. Ruin gives the go-ahead, and Subaru casually blocks a sudden barrage of blood-stained spikes with his bare hand. As energy envelops them, Subaru asks what is happening since his power usually increases with each new kindred. This surge is in a whole new league, though a system warning alerts him that his health is dropping and his stats are halved. Ruin looks back and notes that by becoming a kindred, his real body in the underworld just gained 45% of its power. Since a master gains 10% of their kindred stats, Subaru realizes this power flows from Ruin's true body. Ruin boasts about being the apex of beasts, reminding him that this mutual strengthening was Vanquish's ultimate skill and the foundation of the Rainbow Country's dominance. He notes that with his newfound strength he could probably overpower both Safina and Warden. He assures Subaru he will not turn on him because he joined for an even greater purpose. Ruin invites him to hop on so they can gather his other kindred and find Vanquish. They take off on an energy trail setting their course for Tokyo. Later, inside Hirasaka Renji's apartment, Subaru observes the gathered players and notes what an impressive lineup it is. Nerus sternly orders Subaru not to say a word, refusing to forgive him for acting on his own while claiming to be a fan of Hirasaka. Subaru quietly thinks that the life of a hardcore fan must be rough. He holds up the blood drop key he acquired from Amiya Sayaka's trial, which opens a gate to the Sea of Brilliance. As a barrier opens, the red-haired man wonders if such a place exists in the underworld, while Ruin calls them forward. They step through the gate and out into the snow. They realize the incident at the Foundation brought them here. They step into the snow and realize they have reached the Seat of Souls. One of them realizes someone used a high-level skill to create this hidden realm, which explains why they could not find Vanquish. The realm also hides them from the administrators. Vanquish's spirit explains he created this sanctuary with his last remaining power, so he could flee after the administrators defeated him. He lost his former status, but he has already regained a third of his strength. He turns to the others, greeting the little fox for the first time in millennia. The fox immediately complains about someone claiming to be stronger than Vanquish, prompting him to ask the fox to stop tattling. Shikishima Ryo steps forward to introduce himself, though Vanquish already remembers him for helping Subaru. Nearby, Sayaka explains she regained her memories, and she greets the others who have been training here. After confirming their allies are safe, they demand everyone sit down for the meeting. The group takes their seats on the snow, gathering as Subaru and his kindred for the meeting of kings. Vanquish's spirit announces that the Rainbow Country will also participate. This shocks the others, because Safina will despise having these new members involved. Vanquish tells Subaru to take over and explain their underworld operation to the assembly. Subaru states they have successfully prevented more casualties, leaving only the task of allying with the King of Aurora. But he reveals he spoke with Vanquish and added one more item to the agenda. He demands the complete abolition of all gates leading to the underworld. The kings are shocked that Ariake Subaru demands the abolition of the gates right in front of them at the assembly. His companions are stunned, wondering if such a demand is truly possible. One king notes the demand is reasonable because the invaded are present, so they will negotiate terms with Ruin shortly. But before that, Subaru explains how they will handle the upcoming calamities. He states they can avoid the 5th and 6th, but the 4th calamity arrives next month. Subaru assures them they are okay because they know its location and how to defeat it. He then brings up the 5th calamity, known as the Level 99 Achiever, which he vows to prevent at all costs. His allies ask what sort of calamity it is, because they did not understand it earlier. Subaru explains that a player will be possessed by an automatic skill upon reaching level 99. By creating a loophole, the door's owner can manifest directly into the human realm to bypass the gate's limits. Subaru notes this manifestation is several times stronger than a 6-star boss, which makes it incredibly dangerous. He reveals that the one who will be possessed is Amaya Hazuki, Sayaka's older sister. The group listens in horror as Subaru recounts the tragic future. After losing Sayaka, Hazuki did not even wait to recover from her injuries. She assaulted the gates to get revenge and leveled up over and over until she reached the limit. Hazuki reaches level 99 and activates Riko Birth. The skill consumes her soul and experience to summon the Dragon King, Guel. The beast emerges from the sky above the city. Sayaka channels her energy as a man yells at her to calm down. He asks Ariake Subaru if he has a plan to stop the monster. Subaru says he will try to convince the beast to stop, because its master rules the Silver Nation. He admits the creature probably will not listen. Subaru then brings up the real problem. He explains that the sixth calamity was supposed to be caused by his brother, Ariake Taiga. He remembers how, in the King of Aurora's timeline, they failed to defeat Taiga and Kokugaiji. Taiga had looked down on them as nothing more than insects. After that victory, Taiga expanded his power. He accelerated time on the continental plates beneath Japan. The resulting tectonic shift triggered the Great Earthquake. The green-haired man points out that Taiga is dead in this timeline, meaning the calamity is already prevented. Subaru asks why they were able to defeat Taiga and Kokugaiji this time. He explains that the future is split across 3 distinct timelines. Sagaka is confused by the 3 timelines, but Subaru realizes that because Taiga was defeated before he even met the King of Aurora, the timeline divergence must have happened earlier. When asked to explain it simply, Shikishima states there is an unknown factor that changed the future before Subaru did, warning them to stay on maximum alert since they do not know if this entity is friend or foe. Subaru agrees as the system grants him the Necromancer class, but he is shocked to hear that this unknown factor is most likely already close to them. Later, after finishing a meal, the group resumes their training, clashing energy and combining their powers to cast Prana Varpas. Sayaka notes that her clothes have reverted, which she prefers, and tells Subaru she is leaving things to him as the group heads for the portal. Vanquish calls Subaru to stay behind a while longer, and Subaru asks if something is up. Vanquish asks how everything is, and when Subaru jokes about him acting like a parent, Vanquish notes that they have built a lively family despite both being so gloomy when they first met. Subaru agrees they have come far, admitting his original goal was just to take back what Taiga stole. But Vanquish's advice to find happiness made him rethink things so he could stay with his comrades. He smiles, wishing to continue this adventure for just a little bit longer. Vanquish laughs and assures him he still has a long road ahead. He promises to take responsibility for her if she speaks, hoping she will someday reach the heights he never could. Subaru notices something is off about Vanquish and tells him to go, so Vanquish leaves through a portal in the snow, promising they will meet again in the underworld. An injured woman asks the man who he is, while another observer watches the possessor resting in the water. Meanwhile, in the Golden Country, Safina, the Queen of Twilight, is impressed that Subaru cleared a 6-star gate without casualties, so she formally permits him to attend the meeting of kings. A few days later, a bright light strikes his room while he sleeps. While someone elsewhere begs for help to stop an approaching threat, Subaru opens the envelope that materialized on his floor. He tries to reach the main road, realizing his formal invitation has finally arrived. 3 days later at the park behind Hirasaka's apartment, Subaru checks the time to prepare for the Golden King's meeting. He wonders if their winter coats are enough for the cold, but his companion has no idea. Subaru explains that the King of Aurora's memories lack details about the meeting, because in a timeline ruined by calamities, no one had time to chat. He asks Carrion and Sayaka for advice, but they admit they do not know either. Subaru complains about being dragged out to the park instead of staying in their room. A golden archway materializes before them, so Subaru understands why they had to come outside. The doors open and a silhouette steps through, leaving Subaru surprised. He realizes she is strong as a female knight in armor emerges. She introduces herself as Ixis, captain of the Golden Custodia, which means she is a king's personal bodyguard. Ixis admits she does not know Carrion, guessing she must be part of a newer generation than Queen Safina or Ludwig. Subaru introduces himself, and Ixis invites them to step inside. She explains that a single step through this door brings them straight to the underworld. They emerge into a snowy landscape of floating islands. Subaru looks around, realizing he is finally in the underworld to find the black market. Ixis points out that the landmasses here are scattered like eggshells to head toward a core sun. Subaru is shocked to learn there is a sun at the center. A pink-haired ally deduces they must be far from the center because it is so cold. And Ixis confirms this outermost territory is called the Outer Rim. When Subaru asks if this is the Golden Country, Ixis says it is not, because the Golden Country lies closer to the sun. Ixis points up to the largest continent, revealing it as their destination. She smiles and addresses Ariake Subaru directly. She explains that across the underworld, all kings except the third disapprove of his presence. She adds that possessors are seen merely as sacrifices to resurrect souls, making their existence lower than a slave's. Subaru is disgusted by the comparison. Ixis warns Subaru that taking him directly to the Golden Country would get him killed instantly, so he demands to know her point. She admits she cannot stand the thought of pathetic possessors attending the meeting. She activates her golden wall to strike the group. Subaru is shocked because she just created land with her skill. She prepares her 14th skill, Golden Repulsor, and unleashes it to displace them. The group is caught in the blast, as Subaru remembers a promise that everything would be explained. Ixis spares them only because they are her master's guests, but demands they prove their worth. Since her skill warps targets 1,000 kilometers away, she challenges them to reach the Grand Palace within 72 hours. Their bodies begin to warp away as she wonders if they will survive. The group braces themselves, and Subaru accepts the challenge. He promises he will see her again soon and shouts her name Ixis as she smiles back. Left alone in the snow, Ixis scoffs and tells them to struggle. He remembers struggling to reach the infirmary after being beaten in the past. Back in the present, Subaru finds himself dropped into a desolate landscape, cursing because he did not expect to be separated from his allies. Subaru realizes he is too far away for soul conversation to work, so he assumes the others must have headed to the meeting place. He looks around the cliffside and wonders why it looks familiar. A clawed hand lunges at him, and a beast attacks. The creature pins him to the ground. As the impact echoes through the area, Subaru realizes his opponent is strong, but something about the fight feels wrong. The monster leaps forward again, and Subaru freezes. He senses no bloodlust or hostility in the creature's strikes at all. They separate after a clash of energy and Subaru readies his blade. The beast laughs and praises his moves, calling him by his full name. Subaru is stunned. The creature asks how Subaru could forget the person he killed, leaving Subaru pointing at himself in disbelief. As Subaru struggles to process the accusation, the Wolfman laughs at his missing memories. The beast admits he cannot blame him because his appearance has completely changed. He introduces himself as the large kobold from Caracal Canyon. Subaru realizes this beast is Guax, the boss of the 2-star gate he previously entered. He is shocked by how much the kobold has changed, while Guax laughs at his surprise. Guax remembers their first encounter when Subaru and Sayaka defeated him. Subaru ponders the nature of the gates, wondering if their star rating relates to a soul's possibility to exist again. He deduces that a gate's star rating dictates its capacity, knowing he must figure this out himself because his memories of the future contain no knowledge of the underworld. Riding on Guax's back, Subaru asks where they are heading, to which Guax replies they are meeting the client who expected Subaru's arrival. Guax adds that this person can tell Subaru how to reach the Gold Country, prompting Subaru to ask why the beast is helping him so much. Guax explains that a soul must kill or be killed to escape a gate, bringing up their deadly encounter in another world as his reason for helping. Subaru listens silently as Guax mocks the goblin leader for dying repeatedly, leaving Subaru to wonder why the underworld relies on this cycle of punishment. She notes that underworld civilization relies on skills that use souls as catalysts, and higher quality souls yield greater power before extending her hand toward them. Subaru prepares his power as he recognizes the red energy radiating from her. Guax happily announces his delivery to the client, and the woman praises his work while Subaru thanks the beast. Glaring at the woman, Subaru recognizes her instantly. Subaru is shocked to see her arrive so early. The sudden appearance catches everyone off guard. The mysterious girl tells Subaru that this is their first meeting in the current timeline. She reveals she is the original owner of his bracelet, because she's the one who gave him power in the ruined timeline. She introduces herself as Siebel, the king of Aurora. Subaru stares at her in stunned silence. Elsewhere, a character realizes they were scattered by Ixis's skill. The skill teleports targets based on a luck parameter to test their fate. Plunging into a fiery abyss, the character notes their absurd luck. The creature opens its jaws before the erupting magma. Amiya Sayaka identifies the giant beast as Dragon King Gwel, the bringer of the fifth calamity. She glares at the beast, declaring her intent to defeat it. The dragon asks who she is, and she begins to answer. Unleashing her power in a bridal dress, Sayaka decides to embrace her new identity. While another survivor runs for a barrier, the monster recoils in shock. A young man watches in disbelief as Sayaka introduces herself as one of the Rainbow Six Kings, the Queen of Martyrdom, Judith. Shikisha Mario finds himself dropped into a cavernous underworld, sighing in annoyance because he has been sent to yet another strange place. A sharp-toothed girl yells at him for insulting the area, declaring that this is her and Tobit's house and ordering him to leave if he has complaints. Surprised to see underworld creatures that look human, he introduces himself as Shikishi Maru and explains he is there due to circumstances. The girl is shocked he does not recognize her, proudly introducing herself as Esther, the Ghost King of the Rainbow Six Kings. Her companion quietly introduces himself as Tobit the Revenant King, so Esther aggressively tells him to shout it louder. Rue realizes they must be the same as Carrion, because they share the title of the Six Kings. Two more figures step up to question the new brat's presence, revealing themselves as Barnabas the Wraith King and Maria the Zombie King. Yu holds his head and sighs, frustrated because the rest of the Six Kings have suddenly appeared the moment he entered their territory. Realizing he is connected to Vanquish's possessor, the kings sit down on the floor to share drinks with him, as Esther enthusiastically claims him as her new junior. Elsewhere, a man taunts his opponent to quit if he is afraid of losing, leaving the dark-haired youth staring down in silence. The blue-haired woman cheerfully teases Shikishima, who is shocked that her homemade booze is potent enough to get a player like him drunk. He asks the green-haired girl how she can tell she became a kindred while still alive. She replies that she does not smell a reverse on him, leaving him confused. She explains that a reverse is a soul-converting fighter like Judith or Carrion, which makes him realize who they are. Another member chimes in to say that freely choosing a reverse from the Six Kings is a rare opportunity. The girl asks Tobit to agree, only to discover that Shikishima has already passed out on the floor. She decides to let him sleep, figuring he must be entirely exhausted to pass out from the drink, and tells Tobit to stay still. Just then, the blue-haired woman interrupts to warn them that wyverns are attacking the cave. Her hand glows with dark energy as she decides to ferment half the incoming monsters into booze and turn the rest into zombies. Meanwhile, in the Silver Country, Amaya Sayaka confronts a lava dragon that unleashes its Ignimbrate skill. Since Guel is the king of lava dragons, Sayaka knows her undead body's weakness to fire makes this a terrible matchup. But as the flames surround her, she grits her teeth through her tears and prepares to fight. Judith refuses to back down after seeing Sayaka in such a state, so she activates her king's authority. She summons the skeletal remains of Vasuki, the dragon of ruinous poison, because her authority allows her to turn destroyed souls into undead servants. Her opponent recoils, shocked that even the king of venom dragons is under her command. Judith asks if they are old friends, promising to turn the creature into one of her specimens too. Judith stares down her opponent, fully confident in her newfound power. The enemy calls her a repulsive necromancer and lunges forward to strike with a blast of magic. Subaru reflects on the clash while Judith confronts the skeletal serpent. She notes that dragons are easily provoked because of their pride, and admits she's exactly the same. She realizes that regaining her memories explains her fierce loyalty to Subaru, as well as the reason she lost them when she became Sayaka's reverse. She laughs wildly because she has finally recovered her original soul, her intellect, and her true self. She explains that her personality was stripped away inside a gate, forcing her to crawl in misery for an eternity, before finally returning as the Skeletal Queen. The Skeletal Queen Judith reflects on her past agony, knowing she can finally return to the underworld. Finding a badly wounded girl, she notes that no human could survive such deep injuries, and wonders where the man who accompanied her went. Recognizing the aura of Vanquish's possessor, she realizes he can create kindreds, and contemplates binding herself to him to survive. While a dark-haired man reveals that the Academy dungeon break was a planned incident, Judith remembers her growing admiration for Sayaka's reckless honesty during that battle. Because of that connection, Subaru's call reached her soul, and she kneels to express her deep gratitude for him breaking the spell that bound her to the gate. She declares her loyalty is no longer dedicated to Subaru alone, standing resolute as the man acknowledges there are many questions to answer. Glad she lost her old arrogant self so she could walk alongside them, she vows to help Subaru and her friends from the bottom of her heart. She commands Vasuki to kill and unleashes a skeletal dragon. The Vulcanian Vesuvius attack erupts and unleashes a blast of fire. Standing before the blazing explosion, a woman addresses Sayaka, the Queen of Martyrdom, mocking her that her soul has grown weak inside the gate. The entity borrowing Sagaka's body agrees that this is her end, but reveals she only needed to buy enough time. Subaru contemplates the immense power now before him, as the entity leaves the rest in his hands. A voice cries out for kill him, and a golden dragon descends. The enemy curses in shock, realizing they are facing the god of thunder. Asked why he is doing this, the warrior readies his tumodrum. Thunder Kellam fully unleashes his power, roaring that it is because they made his precious student cry. A few minutes earlier in the underworld, Subaru stands before Vanquish's monolith, promising to explain everything from the beginning. He begs Vanquish to open the seed of the gate, but Vanquish immediately refuses, warning that the administrator will catch him if he does. When Subaru pleads, Vanquish realizes he's doing this to save Sayaka, because it is still too early for her to face the Dragon King. Vanquish questions if that is why Subaru plans to lend his help as her master. Elsewhere, a cyan-haired man grabs a panicked victim, ignoring his pleas to explain, because he believes that breaking through to a new level requires absolute determination. Kaleem realizes he might have been mistaken about his own assumptions. Kaleem reflects on the expectations Vanquish has for the young player. Killam points to his chest, noting that Vanquish's expectations for Subaru are exactly the same as his own. Killam vows to protect that purpose with his life. In the snowy wasteland, the figure on the throne tells Killam he speaks too much for a mere warrior, then orders the god of thunder to go and come back. Killam unleashes his lightning, declaring his enemy is just a mere dragon king and that he has come to cut him in half. Veiled figures watch as the warrior stands his ground against spectral blades, detonating an explosion to survive the clash. Subaru reads a system warning revealing that the Dragon King Gwell appears once level 99 is reached, and that defeating it is the only way to stop the suffering. Later, Subaru returns to the snowy field calling out for Vanquish, only to find Sayaka instead. She kneels weeping among the red crystals, thanking Master Subaru for his help. Subaru scoffs, telling her to stop crying, and orders her to hurry and stand up. He snickers at her silence, then tells her that his kindred must always remain dignified to represent him properly. Sayaka smiles and agrees, thanking her master as they walk away. The veiled woman thanks him for saving her sister. Exhausted, Subaru grips his fist, knowing that surviving this ordeal will prepare him for whatever the future holds. Because she has her own interest in the skeleton, she tells Will to prepare for battle. As the others watch in shock, she demands that Subaru work for her immediately. A rider descends on a winged lion, and the veiled woman tells the Silver King that he is late. While Subaru pants from sheer exhaustion, the new arrival smiles, noting that Gwell died before he could be persuaded. The woman in red asks if she is truly permitted to kill a resident of the Silver Country. He casually replies that since Gwell was overbearing and widely hated, framing his death as an accident from external factors is perfectly fine. She glares, calling him an inedible fox. Staring intently, another figure notes that according to Ariake's memories, the major event should be happening soon. The Winged Rider confronts the crowned figure as tension fills the desolate orange-hued landscape. Meanwhile, back at the Golden Country's castle town, a green-haired man with an eye patch realizes he is the only one advancing straight ahead. Sitting atop a golden statue, he wonders why they are fighting when they were invited as guests. A robot introduces himself as the Flame of Death, Barrage, and readies his cannons. As a round creature offers to guide them to a resting place, a knight rushes in, warning the machine to compose itself before a guest. The guard reports that Safina is missing from the castle. He curses his luck, frustrated that she is missing right when the major event is about to start. Elsewhere, Subaru smiles and declares his intent to kill. In the Copper Country's Carrion Valley, a beast man guide smiles at him, noting that Subaru knew he was placed here on purpose. Subaru asks the King of Aurora how much of the future she can foresee. She explains that she inherited the thermal light from her mother, so she can only see futures related to her own relatives. Subaru asks if he is related to her, but she clarifies she is related to Vanquish. When Subaru reacts with confusion, she reveals that Vanquish, the King of Rainbow and owner of his gate, is her father. Subaru is shocked, while she notes that her father placed his expectations for a breakthrough on humans rather than her or her sister. She explains she wanted to see him to confirm the final moment of her life with her own eyes. Subaru and his allies discuss the first invasion, because it is the only event that happens in the underworld just before the meeting of the kings. This invasion is a massacre where the Administrator's vanguard slaughtered the underworld creatures. Subaru knows the timing of the meeting from his future memories because it never actually took place. The Administrator's third invasion destroyed the underworld before the kings could gather. As an army of vanguards appears to begin the end, Subaru tells Siebold not to let this be her last moment. The veiled woman promises to make sure they hold the meeting, because that is the reason they are here. Ariake Subaru prepares to release his power. The administrators force an event called the First Invasion, sending an army to massacre the residents of the Gold, Silver, and Copper countries to decrease the number of door owners. If door owners die, players like Amaya Sayaka lose their powers and return to being normal humans. The soldiers charge in to execute a strategy that kills two birds with one stone, because losing the gates means humanity will face extinction. Subaru watches the vanguard of 30,000 soldiers march in the territory. The girl tells Subaru that Vorden, the king of Red Copper, will handle half of the area to utilize his defensive skills. She wishes Subaru luck since she has no combat abilities, and he agrees to protect her. Subaru turns to tell Guax to hide but stops in surprise. Guax roars and charges into battle, leaving Subaru to demand what he is doing. Guax knows the invaders can beat him. He refuses to stand by and let them invade his homeland. He draws a knife and activates a skill called Morning Wind to strike back. He lunges at the armored warrior to tear him apart. The warrior takes the hit without a single scratch. The invader counterattacks from above. The wolf-like creature falls through the air, bleeding and completely defeated. In a narrow corridor, the man agrees with his companion. A white-haired girl pulls a red thread to bind her enemy's arm. She calls out to Sybil, taking control of the captured creature and telling her to leave it to her. Preparing her blood ability, she offers a cold apology and vows to destroy every last one of them. Elsewhere, Ariake Subaru politely asks his own opponents to come back later, because he is quite busy right now. A Red Knight addresses his gathered army before stepping forward to unleash a fiery attack called Phlegethon. Subaru smiles confidently, watching his plan unfold. Meanwhile, in the Golden Country's castle town Arlesheim, an army of soldiers stands ready. A warrior clashes with the Golden Soldiers, shocking them with his immense strength and leaving them demanding to know where his power comes from. The warrior unleashes his green magical energy, deciding he has no choice but to act since the hag is not here. One of the Golden Soldiers is enraged, demanding how he dare insult their king. Activating a skill that channels the Ghoul King Carrion's power at the cost of corroding his own flesh, the warrior smiles and calls down a shocking rain of green blades. He follows up with a Realmquaker attack, summoning a stone entity to crush the soldiers. When a voice warns him that he is destroying the entire country, the warrior shouts that he has no time to worry about his surroundings against this many enemies. Glass Spirit advises him to get closer, because their armor resists close-range skills, prompting the warrior to ask if it is the owner haunting Shikishima. A man tells his injured companion to rest and save their questions for later. His opponent reels in shock as the man prepares his weapon. He activates his 7th skill, Imperial Control, to bypass their defenses because close-range attacks are useless against them. He decides to stack another attack on top of it, driving his boot into the ground to unleash Realmquaker. Elsewhere, 2 figures arrive at Dragon King Gwel's nest in the Silver Country. The woman in the bridal gown screams for Gwel to attack, and the giant serpent unleashes Ignimbrite. The blast catches 2 figures, leaving them suspended in the air like puppets. The crowned woman ignores them, satisfied to have Gwel under her command because she can feel immense power radiating from his strikes. Meanwhile, the protagonist lies unconscious on a magical seal as he acquires the title Apostle of the Abyss, amplifying his stats and skills. He vows to make his enemy pay for what he did. As warriors swarm a shadow, a figure calls out to Ruin. The queen is overwhelmed by his strength, realizing that this is the true body of the King of Silver. The Imperial Dragon Army steps forward to confront the invading entities. The commander gives the order to fire, and the woman in the red dress launches her magic at the beast. Watching the creatures advance, a soldier shudders at the thought of enemies this strong invading the entire realm. The leader dismisses the danger, confident that with their newfound power, the invaders are hardly a threat. Sayaka smiles to herself, planning to thank Subaru later because she never expected to experience the perks of being a kindred so soon. Meanwhile, in the Red Copper Country, an elf alerts her king to an assault on the royal garden. A commander orders their spirits to take the front line to keep their distance, because the invaders are resistant to close-range attacks. Warden curses the surprise attack for reaching so deep into his territory, realizing he must prepare for considerable losses across his distant regions. He prepares to unleash his king's authority to defend his realm. A force strikes the battlefield from above and shocks him. Subaru steps out of the dust and says "Derive" to sweep an attack through the enemy forces. Warden recognizes him immediately, and Subaru tells Warden he is glad to see him safe. Elsewhere in Caracal Canyon, a girl calls the situation terrifying because she realizes Subaru has already obtained 10% of the King of Silver's power. A man takes his leave from the hellish scene, leaving a defeated Beastman sprawled on the ground. Back at the royal garden, Warden demands to know why Subaru is here. Sir Subaru explains he took care of the enemies Warden could not reach. He warns that the boss will arrive soon and asks the King of Red Copper to fight alongside him. Warden agrees just as a portal cracks open, revealing their new enemy. Hayuda Kotetsu tells his opponent he looks beat up, so the white-haired man just stares back. Kotetsu channels his energy to prepare for the fight, announcing that he is finally here. He repeats his taunt to provoke a reaction, but the man remains silent as his opponent arrives. Kotetsu asks if he knows him, while another man decides to nap until the rest arrive. The red-robed figure confirms he knows him, and taunts the King of Aurora for being foolish. He asks if he truly thinks he can win without Vanquish's power, after the system grants new titles and declares the world's destruction complete. Kotetsu stands over his fallen opponent to say goodbye. Subaru recognizes Kotetsu as the man who killed him in the future because he is destined to end the world. Kotetsu admits he does not know who this strong opponent is, but decides to deal with the others later. He unleashes his power to strike first, confidently identifying the man as the ringleader behind the attack. Warden pulls a tree from the ground and draws his bow to join the fight, forcing the man to agree. Someone shouts for Warden to stop, but he demands silence and refuses help because this enemy brought calamity to his country. Warden activates his mistletoe skill to pass judgment as a king, aiming his bow directly at him to finish it. The opponent vows to properly repay him for today, firing an indestructible arrow that will pursue its target until death. To survive the attack, he pulls out a D-ranks item called the Pitiful Paper Doll to use as a scapegoat. Refusing to just stand by and watch him waste his life, he launches a blast of energy. The opponent is shocked to find his arrow lost, realizing it was absorbed by an item that takes over misfortune. The blonde man activates Pantheon to summon Mars, the god of war, and delivers a strike. Furious that he escaped mistletoe, the opponent demands to know exactly who he is and what his purpose is. Knowing he cannot win a direct fight, the blonde man claims he has no idea what he means because they are simply attacking the event. He pulls out an A-rank item called a Quarter of Psalms. Subaru nullifies all external magic, announces he is heading out, and steps onto the battlefield. Someone screams for the king as the blonde man targets Vorden, the king of red copper, because Vorden has immense health but weak resistance. He uses the item to steal away a quarter of Vorden's physical strength, leaving the king screaming in rage before Subaru steps in and asks him to stop. Ignoring him, the blonde man summons Vulcan, the god of fire, to incinerate the plant-type creature beside Vorden. The armored creature unleashes a fiery blast, shouting for Ikuhana, while a voice warns that Vorden will definitely step in to protect the plant. The speaker notes that because Vorden is shielding it, the king will take all the damage himself. The blonde man checks his data panels to confirm the attack information is accurate, then decides to move out. A bearded warrior surges with red energy, unleashing a blood tide to clear the area for battle. The blonde man clutches a bloodied form and screams Ariake's name, while Subaru stands ready. A woman approaches the armored giant, warning him that the intruder has countermeasures to kill him, so they must work together. The blue-skinned figure groans and clutches his head in pain, while a shadowy figure emerges from the red energy to begin the real fight. The blonde man grabs Subaru by the face to demand his identity, but immediately flinches in shock. Because he has crossed the line of no return, Subaru summons his black katana and unleashes Ignis to drive a strike into his enemy. Standing in the dark space, the blonde man watches the giant Ephialtes construct get destroyed for the first time, wondering if the magic corroded or crumbled. He resolves to remember this face, knowing this is the man who killed the demon god. Trapped behind a purple barrier, the armored fighter is knocked flat by Subaru's swordsmanship before taking a kick to the chest. A nervous man asks if he is going to be killed. They stare each other down. Fists clench in frustration. An explosion erupts as Subaru uses a blood warp to strike and shocks the blonde man, who notes Subaru is missing from his attack information. He demands a name, and Subaru gives it. Pointing toward a surface, the man spots what he needs. He realizes the administrator designated Subaru as a bonus character and recognizes him as the savior of the divine blood. Dismissing Subaru's background, he decides to test various methods to find a weakness because he has no data on him. Knowing Subaru possesses the calamity, he commands him to stay for the remaining 5 minutes of the attack. He snaps his fingers to unleash a magical assault. Subaru lunges through the confusion and drives a punch straight into his face. Hovering nearby, Subaru watches the bleeding man realize the strike inflicted a heavy physical debuff. The man decides this fight will be rewarding to win. Subaru grips his coat and warns him that 5 minutes is not enough time to defeat him in this timeline. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man asks if a secret is still being kept before walking away. Meanwhile, history records how the first 2 calamities destroy Kanto, leaving the survivors to face Ruin's split soul. The recount of the calamities continues, revealing that Sayaka perished. When the 4th calamity engulfed the world, Carrion lost his life. The 5th calamity, Guel, manifested completely and no one was able to defeat the creature. The 6th calamity then delivered a blow that damaged Japan beyond repair. Finally, the 7th calamity caused the extinction of humanity, sparing only the players to face the end. At the Seat of Souls, a hooded figure sits alone, shocked that their visitor has found them. They stare in disbelief, never expecting that this person would come to kill them. Lying injured on the snow, Vanquish apologizes to Ariake and leaves the rest to him. Subaru jolts in sudden shock. Someone asks what is wrong, but Subaru only realizes that his connection to his power source has been severed. He stares in confusion because his powers as a player have completely disappeared. As he tries to understand what happened, a door materializes before him. A voice introduces itself as Sybil, the king of Aurora, and lays the truth out plainly to tell Subaru that Vanquish has died. Subaru furiously accuses Sybil of lying, screaming that Vanquish would never let himself get killed. Despite this, Sybil wants to make a final stand and asks Subaru what he intends to do. Subaru grits his teeth, asking why the other person is looking at him like that. He decides to fight to the end alongside Sybil. The sky fractures to reveal the executioners. The Gladius army descends, and their commander orders them to march. A blonde man declares his intent to conquer this world, so Subaru promises to kill him. The few remaining players put up a futile resistance, gradually driven into a corner until they accept their end. As a dark figure watches the army descend, Subaru and his allies stand back to face the onslaught. Bleeding and nearing defeat, he readies his blade for another strike. Standing in the dark ruins, Subaru realizes he needs to get stronger. Sitting among the rubble, a woman apologizes to Subaru because she cannot go on, leaving him to call out Sybil's name. A spiky-haired man in armor confronts him, declaring that Ariake Subaru must be this world's boss. Subaru acquires the blood-soaked blade trait, which increases bleeding damage based on blood lost, so Hayudo tells him to stop running away. Subaru recognizes the name Hyudo Kotetsu and says he will handle him. He demands to know who these people are and why they are attacking this world. Hayudo repeats the question before stating that he came from Earth. A woman gasps at the name, but Hayudo refuses to talk further. He tells Subaru to die without resistance. Subaru refuses to leave and declares he will fight. He screams that he will fight until his soul disappears. Hayudo calls him a boring boss. Subaru unleashes a pillar of energy to defeat Hayudo this time. Hayudo questions the phrase and complains about isekai lines. He declares he has no interest in Subaru and summons the god of fire, Vulcanus. As a warrior emerges, Subaru activates Blood Mold. He summons red spikes to strike back. Hayudo switches to the god of thieves, Mercurius, and lunges with his fist. Subaru uses rapid movement to evade the strike. When the punch closes in, Subaru's eye changes to form a hexagonal shield. The clash erupts, and Yuudu notes how versatile the shield skill is. Subaru is shocked because he never saw this speed buff in his visions of the future. He realizes Hayudo's core skill, Pantheon, materializes the concepts of mythological gods. This gives Hayudo access to every conceivable attack, but Subaru knows his subskill is even worse. Subaru realizes his future self lost because his opponent could cancel out his blood with flames. The blonde man activates his subskill, Oxesia, which records every attack to deduce a perfect counter. Knowing old tricks will fail, Subaru prepares to boost his speed to find a weak spot. His opponent notices Subaru wielding a completely different weapon packed with tremendous energy. He vows to make Subaru pay for what he did. Subaru knows his only chance is to land a fatal wound using an attack the system has never seen. Gripping the crystalline weapon, he executes a dragon slash. The blonde man takes the hit, wiping a shallow cut on his lip. Subaru immediately unleashes his kindred's power. A memory flashes of a man telling him to rest and save his questions for later. The two men face off again. His opponent wipes the blood and admits he is surprised Subaru is still entertaining him. Meanwhile, inside the cave of the withered sacred tree, two players discuss an attack from another world. They realize that once one human world is discovered, others will inevitably follow. The blue-haired man explains that their specific world is the one capable of making contact. He suspects the administrators are controlling the inhabitants by the rules of a manufactured game. He then reveals to his pink-haired companion that he was once human himself. The pink-haired player recoils in shock. The man dismisses the topic as irrelevant and touches his forehead. The girl points forward and warns Subaru that their attacker is likely fighting for a world with rules similar to his own. The attacker channels his inner power and locks eyes with his target. Elsewhere, Hyudo Kotetsu recalls that day-dimensional gates and a time limit appeared in the sky to announce the beginning of a game. A man threatens to break his fingers if he dares to touch the princess. The system addresses Kotetsu to tell him he is chosen as a player to protect his world. Kotetsu states that those who refuse to fight should just be crushed. He remembers how the chosen players formed parties to conquer the other world, fighting constantly to increase their levels. They lived through a history of invasions that left his comrades impaled in the ruins. Kotetsu continued betting his life on this game for 8 years. Now the system invites him to a large-scale event to conquer the underworld, calling him the strongest player in his world. Kotetsu questions the title, realizing he is only the strongest because he is the last player left alive. The management office contacts him in the desolate ruins to ask him a question. When they ask why he keeps fighting for a world already doomed to destruction, Kotetsu reminds them they asked for it, and questions if they only make the game without ever playing it. He explains that he is just trying to see how far he can go with his remaining life to get rare items, because conquering is simply something he enjoys doing. Down in the underworld of the Red Copper Country, Ariake Subaru channels Amamiya Sayaka's power through his kindred connection. He challenges Hyudo Kotetsu, planning to deliver a fatal blow with an attack the man has never seen before. But Hyudo intends to conquer Subaru perfectly. Knowing Subaru is a vampire, Hyudo decides to exploit his elemental weakness with a frontal assault, because amplifying sunlight in a closed space is useless. He draws Adamant Halpern and unleashes Mercurius, forcing Subaru to counter with an explosive blast. Subaru vows to bear all the sins and take full responsibility so that the others do not have to suffer anymore. Hayudo presses his blade against Subaru's neck, making Subaru realize his opponent might be hiding something. Subaru dodges the blast and stabilizes his footing. He knows that if their raw power is equal, the one who adapts to their skills the best will win. Hayudo readies his weapon for another strike. They clash in midair, their weapons sending shockwaves through the cavern. Hayudo calls him stubborn, and Subaru answers with a sweeping slash. Hayudo unleashes a condemned Phoenix Gojin Dragon Slash to crush him. He promises to explain everything, leaving Subaru shocked at the sudden shift in tone. Subaru follows up with a Keelan Breaker to shatter his defenses. He realizes that Subaru is also a player, seeing right through the continuous blows that shattered his armor. Hayudo notes that Subaru's swordsmanship has changed without his black sword, but claims he has already memorized the new patterns. He lunges forward, forcing Subaru to narrowly avoid the heavy, sharp blows. Subaru realizes Hayudo has chosen the most fitting solution for his body to maximize his destructive output. He realizes that this approach won't be enough to survive. The armored warrior falls back, realizing he cannot afford to hold back against someone trained by Hirasaka, so he launches a heavy assault. Subaru draws his black katana, making his opponent realize he can summon both blades directly to his hands. Back in the clash, the armored warrior prepares to attack his opponent. The warrior realizes the black blades cause corrosion and decay, but Subaru spots an opening and unleashes his divine chisel. The warrior unleashes his flying slashes. The warrior unleashes a barrage of flying slashes to fill the entire space, forcing Subaru to face his trump card. Subaru quickly rejects his defensive skills because none can withstand the impact, while his enemy waits to see how a resourceful fighter survives. Seeing the flying slashes are just a distraction, Subaru swings his sickle to counterattack. The warrior calls it an elaborate move and admits Subaru is the most fun he has had, but warns that Subaru is running out of strength to keep attacking. Subaru replies that he has already seen and memorized the strike, so the exact same attack will never hit him twice. In a flashback, a blade pierces straight through Subaru's chest, leaving him bleeding out on the ground. As he fades, his consciousness drifts into a cosmic void where an ethereal entity addresses his future self, confirming his world has already ended. Subaru smiles and thanks the entity, promising to use the power he just received to change his ruined destiny. Hayudo suddenly pauses, wondering why his future memories never warned him that Subaru could wield two swords. Subaru sacrifices his arm because the skill costs a fifth of his mana and can only be used once. Looking down at his injured opponent, Subaru tells Hayudo he is just as annoying as ever. He then channels his magic to activate Rift Cleaver. Subaru focuses his remaining power and drives his gloved hand forward to tear open a rift. The blast clears the landscape, leaving Taiga bleeding from the mouth as he screams for Subaru. Standing over his defeated brother amidst broken shards, Subaru accepts his victory. Coughing up blood, Taiga stares up at the victor, finally realizing that cornering him was Subaru's plan from the very start. Finding a twisted beauty in being conquered, Taiga smiles as he fades, leaving Subaru standing alone in the swirling void. Vorden watches as Subaru invites the King of Red Copper to fight together. Ikuhana is amazed Subaru won alone, while Vorden notes the enemy soldiers vanished because they were tied to the dead man's skill. Subaru complains about the intense heat, prompting the giant Vorden to apologize. Coughing up blood, Subaru begs for a healer, so Ikuhana reluctantly rushes in to treat him. As he bleeds, his mind flashes through fractured memories of past greetings and strange creatures. He remembers lethal threats and a voice welcoming him back, murmuring to the visions. Ikuhana asks what he is talking about as he wonders aloud if they have met before. He realizes that Ikuhana, the adjutant of the Red Copper country, is the one who once decapitated him. Flashing back to the blade hovering over his neck, Subaru jolts in shock. Ikuhana admits she never knew humans could be so strong, but Subaru explains he only won by coming prepared against an opponent with higher stats. He warns them that Hayudo Kotetsu was a conqueror from another world, which is why his unknown skills were so dangerous to deal with. Vorden reluctantly admits he would have lost if Subaru had not intervened. Remembering the grim timeline where Vorden died trying to escape, Subaru tells the king he is just glad he is safe. Ikuhana agrees they can finally rest, but their relief shatters when a voice declares he still needs to return to his own world. Hayudo Kotetsu steps onto the grass, completely unharmed. Vorden and Ikuhana stare in disbelief, while Subaru curses as he realizes the conqueror used a revival item. Hayudo confirms it, explaining that a solo player must always carry insurance to survive. A man asks if he is supposed to live as a ghost. An armored warrior prepares to strike, but Hayudo stands completely still. Subaru unleashes his attack, only to stare in shock as it does nothing. Hayudo tells him it is useless because he has entered a withdrawal invincibility period. Subaru asks if he is leaving, and Hyudo confirms the administration is deporting him for passing his time limit. He concedes the fight, expecting a penalty for failing to conquer his target. Subaru asks what he knows about the administrators, but Hyudo has no clue because he ignores the lore. Instead, he tells Subaru he hopes to see him again. He remembers the exact move that killed him and vows not to lose the next time. Subaru realizes the man simply hates losing and prays they never cross paths again. Hyudo just smirks and says goodbye. Subaru watches the light fade as his opponent vanishes. Hyudo materializes in a ruined city, where a voice welcomes him back and asks if he enjoyed the event. He admits he liked the challenge, ignoring past lectures about wasting time instead of training. The system immediately announces his penalty for failing, and Hyudo waits to see who the enforcer will be. Hyudo Kotetsu impatiently demands the operator speak because system warnings are telling him to run. Looking out over the ruined city, he questions the operator as a gate to another world cracks open. Acknowledging his new opponent's strength, Hyudo summons his red aura to fight, deciding he just needs to conquer them. An eye looms over the destruction, leaving it unclear if Hyudo survives the penalty. Elsewhere in the underworld, a giant stone creature and an elf kneel before Ariake Subaru, begging to escort him to the Golden Country to repay him. Subaru needs to reach the center of the labyrinth, so he thanks Ikuhana but declines the escort. He checks his bracelet, explaining that the King of Aurora just sent him new information. Subaru smiles confidently, as Safina, the King of Gold, arrives on her throne to take him on a leisure flight. A white-haired girl bursts into laughter, warning Subaru that Safina actually came because she intends to marry him. Safina extends a hand, asking Subaru to pledge their futures to one another. Subaru simply responds with a gentle smile. Subaru asks the stranger who they really are, trying to figure out what his next move should be. An armored knight calls out for Safina, demanding to know what she is doing here. Safina explains she had to fly everywhere to find Subaru, because her aide made a mistake that threw off her plans. Subaru doubts her sincerity, so Safina admits she owes him an apology for showing her true colors and dragging him into her mess. Vorden curses her nonsensical behavior, but another figure warns Red Copper to hold back since their meeting is about to start. Safina casually mentions she decided not to kill Subaru herself because it would be boring, leaving him questioning if she is even human as they walk away. Vorden grumbles that he is suffering endless misfortune today because of her, while Subaru complains about being stuck with the heavy lifting. Safina tells Subaru to hurry on to her Samorg so they can travel comfortably, and asks to resume their conversation about their future. Subaru flatly declines the proposal, but Safina just smiles brightly and shouts that his refusal will not do. While they fly, Safina tells him she has 2 apologies to make, starting with the actions of Ixis. She explains that Ixis acted secretly, but she tracked the rogue aide because she can always sense when the large door opens. Subaru remembers the sudden explosion and how Ixis forced them to prove their worth. He realizes that the ambush was entirely on her own accord, without any orders from Safina. Safina asks him to forgive the girl for acting arbitrarily out of loyalty, and checks if they are good before they head to the meeting. She adds that thanks to Ixis going rogue, Subaru managed to protect Vorden. Ludwig adds that Subaru also defeated the Conqueror, meaning he should actually praise Safina, though Subaru finds it ironic to praise her for ignoring orders. Subaru greets her, and Safina explains that a king cannot escape their own mindset if they rule by their own discretion. As Subaru watches from behind cover, she smiles and claims that destiny is a natural ally to anyone who is interesting. Subaru contemplates this, while Safina argues that no one knows what is good or bad until they reach the future. She notes that the outcome is uncertain unless someone can predict the future, which catches Subaru off guard. Safina suggests it is fine to just savor past events, while Subaru stands ready for whatever comes next. Subaru realizes what kind of king she is, just as a blindfolded figure points him out. The figure calls Subaru a much more interesting possessor than they thought, leading Subaru to realize Safina was going to let him go just to see what he would do. A glitching entity finds the situation amusing, but Subaru notices the aura feels more like Vanquish. Safina announces she has located the others who were sent away, summoning the Symor to retrieve them. Because some were sent to remote locations, the bird's split soul flies out to reach their allies in the snow. She explains that riding the spirit will send them straight to the Gold Country, so Subaru thanks her and asks what else she needs to apologize for. He wonders if she meant she is giving up on him, but then she brings up Kokugaiji to shock him. Subaru feels a sudden shaking as an entity reveals they are the ones meddling with the gates. Subaru learns that only the golden, silver, and bronze countries can use gates, as the creature explains Kokugaiji's role. Safina stands in a portal, while the creature shows Kokugaiji trapped inside a tank. The entity reveals someone instigated Kokugaiji, making Subaru realize it might be the person who changed the future before him. An eye flashes with a cross-shaped light, leaving Subaru stunned by the implication. A hand touches the barrier before Safina leans in to declare that Subaru will be exchanging information with her from now on. Her special vision confirms his information is definite, and she observes that lifelines are attached to everyone present. She then mentions the figure who caused the extinction of the demons in that era. Safina leans in close to Subaru, surprised by his identity. He realizes with alarm that she might be reading his mind. Safina playfully notes that the question is written all over his face. She laughs and admits her assumption was just a random guess. Subaru reacts with extreme shock. Safina explains that she doesn't have a mind-reading skill, but rather a leap of thought to aid her in combat. She claims she just has good intuition, leaving Subaru stunned. Leaning in again, Safina tells him her intuition says the world would become even more interesting if she were to marry him. She asks Subaru to be her husband. Safina only smiles excitedly, declaring she is fired up. After a moment of thought, the two arrive at the Sea of Brilliance, within the Seat of Souls. Elsewhere, the spirit of Vanquish sits alone on his throne and asks Sayaka how she feels about her childhood friend getting married. Sayaka replies that it should be fine as long as they love each other. Overwhelmed by the concept of love, the spirit of Vanquish insists he will not acknowledge it. Back at the Sea of Brilliance, Subaru and Safina stand behind a red monolith. Meanwhile, the comrades gather in a vast stone plaza. A golden automaton strikes a knight while the others watch skeptically. Subaru smiles as he approaches a powerful winged being. The once separated comrades have finally regrouped at the Golden Country. Subaru stands before his foe and declares that they are the one who must atone for their sins. With a gentle smile, he leads the fully assembled group to the meeting of kings. Representatives from roughly 200 countries gather for this grand event to discuss issues affecting the entire underworld. Subaru walks toward the meeting of kings, noting that a 10-day assembly is actually short as he plans to convince the underworld to abolish all gates connecting to the human realm. Arriving at the Tower of Eternity, he realizes the scenery resembles where he fought Ilak, recalling that a gate's landscape always reflects its boss's life. Since only representatives can attend, Subaru's kindred wait in a distant room, but Shikishima assures him they can still hear everything through soul communication. Subaru is relieved. Sayaka agrees they need to monitor him, bluntly stating that he is not cut out for dealing with people. Shikishima outlines Sybil's predicted future. Subaru will speak on the final day. Ruin will approve the gate abolition, Vorden will approve, the Shurdian will oppose, and Safina will abstain, causing the gates to be suspended. He warns that the administrators might notice this rule change, and that an unpredictable variable of conflict still looms over them. Since Subaru is free until the 9th day, Shikishima tells the anxious boy to simply pray in his head for the gates to close, which he eagerly agrees to. Sayaka asks if that was just a random distraction, and Shikishima admits he could not exactly tell Subaru to just sleep. Subaru steps through the grand gateway, his anxiety mounting as he takes in the sight. Standing inside the Tower of Eternity, he realizes this is where the fate of his world will be decided. An attendant directs him to a high seat assigned by Safina, explaining that chair height reflects a country's hierarchy, which leaves Subaru bewildered. A voice impatiently tells the human to move out of the way as a white-haired man stands ready. The others wonder if Xyz is really the right person to lecture anyone on being rude to guests, considering she usually sends them flying. Verde, the 19th-ranked king of Verdure, declares he is heading up first because his rank is higher, forcing the others to reluctantly let him pass. A short king scolds them for lacking discipline, just as a green object begins to descend. Aoke Subaru turns in surprise when a young girl approaches with two large men, asking if he is the human everyone is talking about. Rakan, the king of Scarlet, openly doubts that someone who lives this weak could be the cornerstone, while Kamina, the king of Azur, stares silently. Lute, the king of Mandarin, cheerfully suggests they leave the matter to Kamina, and Kamina quietly agrees. As a large tiger man bids them farewell and heads up, a stressed attendant urges Subaru to make his way up as well. Looking at the masked figures and strange creatures filling the platforms, Subaru realizes each one is a king, though he notices many empty seats. Ruin tells him that not everyone could attend, pointing out that dragons in Vorden simply would not fit inside the tower. He explains that kings who cannot fit use items to transmit their voices, and that the people sitting below represent smaller countries with less influence. These include Koku Haishi, the new king of Black, and Subaru is surprised to spot Sybil, the king of Aurora, among them. A representative explains that the higher seats belong to emerging powers, specifically the countries of Verdure, Scarlet, Azure, and Orange. Above those cunning youngsters sit the three kings, who rule from the very top. Some delegates expressed their nervous anticipation for the meeting, thanking each other for sharing updates on the King of Aurora's future. One hidden attendee hopes her identity as Subaru's kindred remains a secret, laughing off suspicions that she was chatting with him. Subaru watches her, frustrated that he cannot get a read on her abilities at all. The appointed time arrives, and a cloaked figure welcomes the seated representatives to the annual meeting of kings. As the speaker notes the agenda of 217 topics, Subaru mentally rehearses his plan to request the abolition of the gates. Suddenly, a representative raises a hand and calls out for an urgent motion. Subaru continues repeating his lines in his head, while the speaker glares at the King of Verger, asking if this interruption is truly necessary. The King of Verger confirms it is, announcing that the 4 emerging countries formally request the 3 kings to abolish the gates connecting from the human realm. Subaru freezes in shock. The other kings and representatives look on with amusement as the urgent motion steals Subaru's exact proposal. 2 figures descend to confront Subaru, asking if he has a problem. They taunt him, asking if this is exactly what humans wanted and questioning his motives. When one mocks him for being cowardly, Subaru is shocked because the man knows both his name and his secret objective. They wonder if he is a cornerstone and ask Mina if he is sure about him, leaving one of them visibly annoyed. A woman tries to calm the situation, while Kamina smiles and tells them to leave it all to him. The man acknowledges her point, causing Subaru to suddenly realize what is happening as a woman nearby reacts in distress. Back in the meeting room, a man calls out to Arioke in a panic because the current events deviate entirely from the future they expected. Confused as to why an underworlder would desire to abolish the gates. As one man looks on, a teammate asks Subaru if this is what she thinks it is, and he says yes. He realizes this is a clash between 2 people who can predict the future, guessing that the King of Azur holds the prediction skill. He warns that the emerging countries only want to gain influence and have no intention of abolishing the gates, so they must not underestimate humanity. A woman finds this interesting, while an antagonist grins, eager to test his combat skills. From this point on, they prepare to face the hot-headed kings in a battle of logic and prediction. They realize they are in for a battle of minds. Hearing about the battle of logic, someone calls out to Shikishima. A teammate suggests they should cooperate with the King of Verger to abolish the gates, but another merely scoffs in annoyance. He tells them to wait and see, calling them as stubborn as ever. Addressing the gathered kings, a leader declares that, despite their knowledge, they do not understand how gates and doors are structured. The leaders of the 4 countries step forward to explain the situation. The speaker explains that the golden, silver, and bronze countries originally pooled their wisdom to manage the gates. The doors, however, are traps built strictly for the human world to lure humans into forming contracts and becoming possessors. These possessors are meant to clash with underworld creatures inside the doors, releasing soul energy that flows back to whichever country built the trap. The crowd is shocked as the speaker accuses the 3 kings of monopolizing this technology to absorb the human world's energy. Denouncing this as a betrayal to the weaker nations, they demand that the 3 kings either abolish the gates entirely or release their secrets to everyone else. Meanwhile, watching the broadcast, Subaru's group is thoroughly confused, but Shikishima realizes exactly how this ambush was planned. He explains that the King of Azur must have used his prediction skill to foresee Subaru's own plan to halt the doors, hijacking that future to force the 3 kings to share their power instead. A man mocks the low-ranking kings for lacking the power to maintain the doors, which makes Subaru realize that unleashing all 200 underworld countries would create 60 times more doors. He clenches his teeth and firmly declares that he absolutely will not allow that. A figure arriving in a floating bowl commands the foolish beings to be quiet, warning that his words apply to the 3 kings as well. The kings deny monopolizing the benefits, insisting they aren't hoarding anything. A man explains that protecting the underworld means doubling the burden on the human world, and Subaru agrees. An elf girl tells the others that they would understand the truth about the monopoly if the doors were open to them, causing panic among the crowd. Subaru stares in disbelief as a character taunts that sharing the doors after all this time would just feel wrong. Subaru tells them the system needs to be abolished because the kings are merely exploiting humans rather than saving their own world. The kings argue that they pity the human world, but they have to use the doors to harvest souls so the administrator does not leave them to decay. A man tells Ruin to endure his anger, for now, deciding they will maintain the status quo instead of releasing the doors. Subaru realizes his current strength is a joke against these entities, while a man warns Shikishima that they are running out of time. Seeing the desperate situation, Shikishima contacts Subaru. He orders Subaru to repeat exactly what he is about to say, leaving the representatives shocked. While a masked man loudly demands the release of the doors on behalf of the 200 countries, Subaru interrupts the meeting to announce that he is going to abolish them. Subaru stands his ground on the platform and warns the kings to back off. The kings question Shikishima Ryo for supporting the abolish rep, because their general intention is already leaning towards releasing the doors. Shikishima explains that, when a tough discussion goes too far, the only solution is to overdo it even more. One of the kings dismisses Subaru as a clueless human and tells him to shut up. Subaru ignores the insult and demands they compensate the victims of the underworld by returning all the stolen soul energy. The king stares in stunned silence before a demon curses him. The enraged demon refuses to pay, demands an apology, and threatens to kill Subaru. Shikishima sees the demon take the bait and tells Subaru to strike. Subaru unleashes his energy and challenges the demon, because threats made at the meeting of kings must be answered. The kings recoil in disbelief as they realize Subaru is using the Demon King's skill. Another king confirms Subaru holds a piece of the Silver King's power, which he must display to pass through the underworld. The lower kings cower in fear, realizing Subaru only acted weak, so a sudden display of strength would terrify them completely. A man asks Kamina if this development was in his prediction, since he was supposed to get their demand passed at once. Subaru laments that he is just a commoner who has to worry about such things despite his power. Kamina stands in his floating bowl and firmly denies it. He is shocked because something different from his prediction has occurred. A mysterious figure tells them to prepare themselves if they still want the doors released. The injured demon struggles to stand in the ensuing silence. The man warns Kamina that the low-ranking kings are already useless to them. Subaru vows to stand his ground, refusing to back down here. Kamina yells that he knows, and a knight activates Boundaries chant to draw out the best future as a song. A mysterious girl appears and praises Subaru for having good comrades. She decides to take on the opponent with the prediction skill, while Subaru's system stabilizes his condition. The knight is confused because his song to break the deadlock is cut off. Subaru stares at the floating entity, who insults the knight as inexperienced. She orders him to move away from Subaru's future, as her power destroys his predictions entirely. Shortly before the meeting, a group asks Kamina if gaining the ability to use doors is his new prediction. Kamina explains they must stop the monopoly on siphoning human souls, because harvesting soul energy is the only way to expand their influence. One of them says that achieving this will bring them one step closer to standing at the top of the underworld. The man places a metal object on the table to start the meeting. He explains that he will order a new prediction if their opponents interfere. He asks Verde for his opinion, because a failure would make enemies of the three kings. Verde agrees to proceed. They entrust the task to Kamina, confident in his reliable predictions, and Kamina accepts. Later, back in the present, the others demand to know what Kamina predicts. They call out his name in distress. Kamina clutches his head. He asks why he cannot see a winning future, because he has already lost to Sybil and is being subverted. A figure tells him he relies too much on his predictions, and instructs him to tell the others she left. The girl realizes that all four kings gave up on thinking for themselves. When their predictions are cut off, they cannot do anything at all. One of them grabs Shikishima Ryo and tells him to wait. Shikishima remembers the horrific incident and vows to make them regret it. The man notes that it is over. The other man realizes the truth. The man points out that they have no answers, so the figure in the headpiece asks if they should make a decision. He asks if both sides are ready to conclude. The man groans in pain. The woman asks him why he is blushing. Subaru stares in silence as a tentacle emerges near his face. The figure suddenly declares a violation. The others recoil in shock to face the punishment. The man faces off against the entity. An eye opens in the tunnel to enforce the penalty. The kings stare in shock at the sudden intrusion. They scream at Subaru to run, because he cannot beat this monster. The white-haired king wonders how she missed this, since her prediction was just updated. The floating mouth interrupts to introduce itself. A pale girl announces she has come under the administrator's orders. A winged entity manifests from the shadows before the altar. The creature descends and reveals it is an executor named Abaddon. The kings are stunned that the administrator sent an executioner. The man glares at the immediate threat. The small kings demand an explanation from Subaru. The white-haired king admits she does not know what is happening. She realizes the entity forced its way into the future to cancel her predictions. The cross-shaped creature accuses them of trying to overthrow the system so they can stop supplying souls. It adds that they modified the rules, which confuses the kings. The red-haired king panics and asks if this is their fault. Abaddon declares he has come to collect their due, so they must pay with their souls. A red demon king refuses to let Abaddon do whatever he wants and lunges forward to kill him. The cross-shaped entity readies its attack and mocks the demon for being an idiot. Green flames strike the demon, because Abaddon reflects the punishment back onto him, leaving the others in shock. A slender entity unleashes a green magical blast, forcing the characters to dodge across floating platforms to survive. Julieta tells the enemy not to underestimate them. She blocks a strike with her wooden-jointed arms, but realizes with shock that she cannot feel any physical sensation. The creature declares that her attacks are completely ineffective, leaving her stunned by its power. Subaru wonders why he is the only one who is never allowed to have a normal life. A white-haired man tells them he actually wants to be here, even if they cannot comprehend his reasons. Elsewhere, a suited man tells a bedridden person to save their questions and just rest for now. A figure warns that escaping is meaningless, because more of their comrades are waiting outside to channel their power into the Green Tower. Subaru stares down the bizarre enemies blocking their path, which include a featureless red-headed humanoid and a blonde woman with a face on her forehead. One of their allies takes a rapid hit and reels back in pain. They realize the enemies have formed a barrier around the tower, which allows them to detonate anyone possessed by their snakes at will. Ludwig tries to grab one of the dark snakes, but notes that they are truly intangible as it passes right through his hand. Trapped in a restricted space against a one-sided assault, Shikishima Ryo fears they can only wait to die without even understanding what is happening. As they try to figure out a way to avoid the detonations, Ludwig cries out for silver. Julieta flinches and curses as their situation worsens. Suddenly, a white-haired man erupts with a fiery aura, and a figure descends from the sky in a beam of rainbow-colored magic to join the battle. The creature struggles and begs to be let go, but the white-haired man readies his energy whip to strike. Blood sprays from a gaping mouth as a violent explosion rocks the creature, and the white-haired man unleashes his cursed blood power. A red-haired man is shocked that his opponent defeated the snake attached to him, while the protagonist explains that the creature possesses people before exploding. A figure with golden headgear stares through the magic, while Subaru contemplates his next move in silence. The white-haired man suggests destroying the curse with another curse, prompting a sly smile from a golden-eyed character. A man begins a conversation with Safina, while Subaru looks down, weighing his options. As a man asks Diyun if she is free tomorrow, a yellow eye notices that one of their targets was a curse user. A character notes that curses can extinguish souls with a touch, but doubts that Ariake Subaru's curse will be strong enough against the executor. The white-haired character cautiously observes from behind a golden structure, his red eye narrowing in sudden tension. He prepares to unleash a powerful magical attack, realizing that he is experiencing a future update. A girl is annoyed to encounter Sybil and tells her to share that future with her kindred, leaving the character struck by a sudden realization. Three figures link hands to channel energy into a tower, while elsewhere a woman questions Jiho about his recent first-place achievement. Intense light erupts from the grid-patterned surface, leaving the protagonist watching in shock as the mysterious event unfolds at the tower. A character reacts with shock to a sudden burst of green aura, while Subaru contemplates the unfolding chaos with a serious expression. A green-haired character with an eye patch admits they would have rushed in if not for Subaru's update, while a young man expresses deep hesitation about the situation. A blonde character asks if they know something about the light, and the green-haired character tells the new generation to remember this sight. As the fight continues, someone shouts a warning to the Spirit of Vanquish just before a foot descends to crush a man. The Spirit of Vanquish asks Esther for a status update, and she uses her peeping sub-skill to see through the walls, reporting that the kings inside the tower are being slaughtered. She explains they cannot escape because a barrier or spatial shift has trapped them inside. A voice warns that they can only deceive the administrator for 15 minutes, so the Spirit of Vanquish agrees to hurry and finish the job. He unleashes his Rift Cleaver, but expresses surprise when his targets manage to dodge the strike. Esther screams at the Spirit of Vanquish to stop, because the tower is still unharmed, making him realize his skill failed to break it. The protagonist notices the barrier and realizes that if his targets are not here, he must call on Keelam to strike. Lightning blasts the tower as Keelam smiles down at the destruction. The Spirit of Vanquish watches the attack approach, while the voice of Subaru's non-blood older brother, Taiga, orders the immortal to hurry up and act, but he tells them not to rush. A fighter unleashes his cursed blood and declares he will take all of his opponent's money. He promises to get the gate open soon, asking the man to step aside because he has an appointment to keep. The hall begins to crumble, shocking a trapped fighter who wonders what is happening now. Subaru approaches the masked figure in silence. Ruin tries to explain the situation, but Subaru cuts him off to say he will take the lead. Ruin notes that someone is trying to destroy the barrier from the outside, which confuses Subaru. Verde overhears them and realizes the high-ranking kings were killed, though he tries to convince himself he misheard because no power can break their barrier. A dark-clothed figure lunges forward to unleash an energy blast. As Subaru watches the debris fall, a man with a glitched face greets him. The newcomer arrives on a floating platform and asks if he is a little late. His sudden entrance shocks the onlookers, though the masked figure notes he is flashy as usual. Subaru yells at him for being very late, while Ruin admits it is tough to see his own father with that much energy. The group travels through the void on their platforms to confront a winged creature. When Subaru asks about the remaining enemies outside, the glitched man dismisses them as no problem. The 6 kings of the renovated Rainbow Country are already fighting the horde of monsters outside. Subaru decides to handle the main enemy himself, but Safina tells him not to interfere because no one can land an attack on it. The executor scoffs, as the spirit of Vanquish floats forward to face the winged Quish floats forward, to face the winged creature alone. Realizing the enemy wields items from another world, Subaru agrees to let the spirit of Vanquish take the lead. He promises to eliminate the remaining threats for them, which prompts a boy named Verde to leap forward and call them idiots. Verde screams for everyone to fight and call reinforcements, but his companion mocks him, pointing out that extra numbers mean nothing if they cannot even hit the target. When Verde asks what an executor actually is, Safina explains that they appear whenever the rules are violated, recalling the time her father opened the doors. She reveals that another executor appeared back then and slaughtered her father without letting him land a single blow. She warns that the executor is invincible because it can attack while remaining completely untouchable, leaving Verde terrified of the monster. However, another king notes that Vanquish stands ready to fight, meaning he must have defeated an executor before. Safina assures them they will soon see how he did it, and Subaru tells Vanquish he is counting on him as the king unleashes a star-shaped spell. A creature lands on the rocks. A man tells Subaru to set his questions aside because he must focus on the current mission. Subaru realizes his split technique fails against the barrier, so he decides to experiment further. The creature manifests and strikes to defend its territory. Watching from the shadows, an observer laughs because the attack has no effect at all. Elsewhere, a man bids a woman farewell so he can leave. The creature mocks Subaru, explaining that attacks from an inferior world are useless because it is an executor. A man declares he will take the lead, while a woman is shocked to learn that superior and inferior worlds actually exist. The creature confirms its intent, forcing a runner to sprint toward the barrier to escape. A fighter realizes the danger because the snakes they face are designed to explode from the inside. The creature furiously demands the intruder shut up and die as punishment for breaking its barrier. Subaru unleashes his energy to acquire the level 1 Rune of Destruction and Rune of Creation. The creature vows to make him regret this, unleashing a blast called Abaddon to destroy him. Meanwhile, a group travels on a flying vessel to reach their destination. The creature emerges from the smoke, while another man decides to steal everything to fund his escape. An observer laughs at the coincidence after the group discovers something unexpected. Vanquish grins and tells the creature that its curse has no effect on him either. The creature panics because Vanquish is completely unharmed. Vanquish prepares to punch the monster, ignoring its claims that physical attacks will not work. Vanquish leaps forward and delivers a punch. He declares he will take full responsibility for everything, then stares in shock that his plan actually worked. Even though he foresaw this, he cannot help but tremble, remembering Vanquish telling him that he would be the one to do this. Standing in the settling dust, Vanquish flashes a sharp grin and mockingly apologizes for hitting him. The onlookers watch in disbelief, shocked that he actually landed an attack against the executor. Vanquish looks down from the cliff and asks if he is going to die from just that. Magic erupts from the crater as the creature roars that it will not be underestimated by an inferior worm. The creature's face distorts as it realizes the attack was a curse. Another player explains that Vanquish enveloped his fist with a curse to strike the soul directly, something the younger generation does not know because it is a specialty of the Rainbow Country. A woman notes that Vanquish's fighting style is impossible, because curses are supposed to be exclusive to the executors. The green-haired man stares in shock at the stolen power. Vanquish launches a strike and tells his opponent he intends to kill him anyway. He unleashes his cursed blood, and the executor realizes this curse is powerful enough to actually end his life. Vanquish drives a cursed punch forward, battering his enemy with relentless force to break him down. He smiles with glitching rainbow eyes, warning the executor that he has not even gotten serious yet. Subaru watches the overwhelming display in silence, quietly absorbing the new skills his system grants him from witnessing the battle. Elsewhere, an ally holds an hourglass and complains to Tobit that they only have a few minutes left to fool the administrators. Tobit groans that Vanquish is dragging the fight out just to show his possessor how to fight. The masked man adds that Vanquish is also counting on Esther, which immediately flatters her into helping. An enemy demands to know what she is doing there, but she answers by unleashing a blast of energy from her mouth. The attack manifests as a draconic roar, catching their targets completely off guard. She taunts them, explaining that as kindreds, their skills carry curses too. Voices shout for Tobit and Barnabas in panic as the ambush hits. The masked man flares his own purple aura, stepping up to finish the job. He unleashes his Tyrant's Hammer attack, driving his fist into the ground to create an explosion. Subaru contemplates his situation until the man greets him, noting he has finally arrived. They are caught in a powerful surge of energy that shatters the ground beneath them. The man stares him down, declaring he will take responsibility for everything he has done. A multi-armed warrior unleashes a storm of blades, decapitating one enemy and bombarding another. Subaru watches the destruction in silence. A nurse asks a floating creature if it needs her healing to recover. Another woman mocks the executors for lacking guts, challenging them to show their skills before they die. The man realizes he just needs to reach the 10th floor to see the true stage. A meditating character resents his brothers for having it so easy. His companion touches his shoulder, suggesting they go home to rest after their long fight. A fighter asks if becoming Vanquish's kindred will finally allow her to hit their enemies. Landa complains about being bored, but her companion tells her not to pout. He reminds her that Vanquish has no room for more kindred right now, though she might still receive a name. He complains about the kid taking too long to decide, calling Killam out for being stubborn. He notes that while curses work on the executors, they still need their own power to win. The blue demon dismisses this, deciding they simply must become stronger to survive. He asks Killam if he is glad about this opportunity. Killam and Delta react with confusion when an oath is proposed. Vanquish confirms the offer, explaining that Judith and Carrion leaving has created 2 empty kindred openings. He addresses Killam and Delta directly, while a system prompt confirms the acquisition of monomanipulation. Vanquish asks them to become his kindred to help fight the administrators, prompting them to question his ongoing rebellion. When the demon asks what they get out of working under him, Vanquish clarifies this is an oath between equals, not servitude. He warns them not to play dumb, knowing they must be confused by the offer. Vanquish appeals to their nature, pointing out that warriors like them constantly seek out stronger opponents to fight. Delta admits he dislikes teaming up with an undead, but tells Killam it is fun because they were trapped in that gate not long ago. Killam smirks and says they can still climb to greater heights to grow stronger. He uses Observe on the soul of the first knight, then shouts to Delta that this is fun as they prepare to clash. He drives a lightning headbutt into his opponent to start the fight. Divine thunder erupts, blasting energy across the foggy landscape. The warrior tells the undead he has blocked the sunlight for him so they can fight together. Vanquish lunges forward, his eyes glitching as he contemplates his next move. Vanquish drives his fist into the green-eyed creature, earning the title of Awakened who overcame the crisis to increase his stats. Vanquish leaps forward, shattering the ground beneath him to keep the pressure on. Vanquish's vision distorts with a digital rainbow effect, and he realizes his time is running out because the signal has arrived. The skeletal creature demands to know who they are, so Vanquish calls himself a weakling and asks why it thought underworlders would die without a fight. He states they would obviously find a way to beat their enemies, because the Rainbow Country already discovered 3 ways to counter the executors. Since curses and dimensional split failed on the creature, Vanquish raises his fist to use the final method. Purple energy erupts behind him as he asks the creature to guess what the skill is. The creature watches from the shadows as Subaru unleashes his magic. Safina wonders what the skill is as she watches him. The young man tells her she already knows that power. The figure pulls up the blanket and demands not to be bothered so he can take a nap, leaving his listeners stunned. Vanquish confronts the winged creature, promising to make it remember the sensation. The creature stares back, demanding to know how Subaru possesses such power. Vanquish praises the creature for keeping its composure. Vanquish grins and announces his attack. The creature flinches as Subaru unleashes a blast of energy. Meanwhile, in a dark space, a woman smiles. She tells her companions that the shriek was a signal to retreat. Elsewhere, a creature screams in terror before a robed figure. In another room, a man taunts his companion for losing their superiority. The companion calls them fools and vows to prevent anyone from escaping. Back on the battlefield, Vanquish calls upon the skill Those Who Walk Under the Sun and releases it. Sunlight usually poisons vampires until they burn to ash. He recalls a past conversation where a companion's deportation left him to face the penalty of lowered stats. He remembers standing at the beach with Sayaka, who accepted the penalty just to walk in the sun. By releasing the skill now, Vanquish regains the strength that was being held back. He stands victorious over the defeated creature. Suddenly, a claw bursts from the cracked ground. To those watching, Subaru seems to suddenly vanish from the battlefield. In the next moment, Abaddon's lower half is completely obliterated by the attack. The onlookers stare in shock. They cannot understand what just happened. Subaru grips the artifact. A powerful figure manifests in the wasteland. His body glitches and distorts as the energy consumes him. Sayaka realizes what is happening. She points out that his body is crumbling. Someone confirms the skill used is amnesia, because it matches the legend. Subaru remembers it as a power that severs a soul cycle to return it to the universal unconsciousness. A figure in a golden headdress calls this unthinkable. They realize Vanquish must be connected to the administrators, because only they could grant such a weapon. Faced with oblivion, Abaddon feels an indescribable loneliness, drifting like an astronaut lost in space. His soul faces an isolation of absolute zero, because he can never return to the living world. Abaddon cries out. He warns the other executors so they can escape his fate. His cry is so sorrowful that even his enemies pause to listen. Watching from a distance, the kings feel pity for Abaddon. Vanquish feels no sympathy at all. He tells the creature to stop its wailing. He asks if Abaddon ever listened to the pleas of the worlds he destroyed. He declares he will never pardon him and strikes to decapitate his target. He unleashes a wave of energy to finish the rest. The remaining 4 executors stand headless, dead before they even realize what happened. A lone survivor screams as he tries to channel power through an artifact. Vanquish tells him it is useless, because he has already killed everyone. The survivor recoils as his body begins to fail. His mind fractures, flashing back to a mundane argument. He falls to the cracked ground and begs for his life. He cries that he did not know he would meet a fate where he can never be reborn. He is terrified to disappear completely. The others watch in silence. He begs one last time to be spared. The watching king reels in shock as the final executor is consumed by the distortion. The figure says now then and turns his attention to the assembled kings, leaving them in shock. He stands alone on the cracked earth, contemplating how long it has been. With his eyes glitching, he asks if they are going to keep looking down at him, forcing the robed figures to their knees. He mocks the submissive kings because not a single one of them could defeat an executor. One of the kings accuses him of causing this, while another demands to know what Ruin and Safina have been doing for the past several millennia, declaring that they should die if they have no fight left in them. He raises his hand to strike. Subaru suddenly shouts for Vanquish to stop. The glitching figure pauses and turns his attention back to Subaru. As the glitching effect fades, he calls out to Subaru. Subaru begs him to go back to normal because his current form is too scary. As the entity stares him down, the people on the ground panic in absolute disbelief, convinced Subaru will be killed for speaking out of turn. Instead, the figure casually apologizes for being scary, leaving the onlookers completely baffled. The kneeling crowd breathes a sigh of relief, shocked that a few words from Subaru stopped the mysterious man. They realize this entity effortlessly killed the executors that the 3 kings couldn't touch, and they stare at Subaru in awe, leaving him thoroughly confused. Meanwhile, a desperate survivor hopes to just make it out of the area alive. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure with rainbow eyes reaches out with black painted nails. He reflects that he defeated more executors today, and notes with satisfaction that Subaru is growing well. Holding the green pendant called Lyra, he waits, knowing it won't be much longer. Behind him, a young woman stares in resentment and tells him he is just like her father. The group watches the display of magic in awe, realizing they are finally witnessing Vanquish's true fighting style. They admit their eyes can barely keep up with the speed, and one asked Shikishima Ryo if he saw the fight. But Shikishima's mind has already moved past Vanquish and the executors, focusing instead on the decision to either abolish or release the gates. He knows everything they do is to free the human realm, because letting everyone die in battle would be a complete waste. He wants the gates to disappear so they can all laugh together again, and he decides this is their best plan to make it happen. He realizes the option to release the doors is tricky, but since the King of Verger's motion remains undecided, they have to push through now. He waits in silence, knowing they have a lot to ask him. Meanwhile, Ariake Subaru struggles to climb a set of stairs, hoping he can just make it to the top before his strength gives out. Elsewhere, Vanquish apologizes for startling the adventurers, and cheerfully offers them a drink of his lifeblood, which they realize with horror is blood mold. A hand strikes him down to stop him from forcing the drink, while the onlookers wonder how he can act so friendly after fighting. Vanquish snaps at Safina, yelling that he will never approve of her marriage to Ariake Subaru. She reminds him that Subaru has already rejected him countless times, proving the underworlders have entirely too much patience. Sybil approaches Vanquish to greet her father, confirming that he made Subaru his possessor exactly as she predicted. She notes that Subaru is a finer vessel than expected, but promises to stay on guard to secure a high ranker's heart, because the executors are immune to her foresight. She turns to leave the meeting early, telling Vanquish she already knows how it ends, while he explains to the others that she is the cause of his concern. As she walks away, she wonders if the shadow of death has finally left her now that Ariake Subaru has changed the future, until a sudden realization hits her. The glitchy entity is initially shocked, thinking the shadow of death has disappeared, but he quickly feels relief upon realizing it is not. Elsewhere, Safina is left in disbelief, because she can only glimpse the silhouette of a future that is still 3 months away. The long-haired man with the glitching face realizes that only a few enemies are capable of killing him, and he expects to meet them soon. Suddenly, an attacker lunges forward screaming Vanquish's name, crushing a person in a red robe under a violent assault. 3 onlookers stand completely shocked, struggling to process the sudden chaos they just witnessed. The figure complains about the pain, while Esther orders him back to his seat to avoid drawing the administrator's attention. A young man with an eye patch stares in disbelief, stunned that Ariake Subaru has gathered such powerful comrades. He realizes that each and every one of Subaru's allies is strong enough to rival the three kings themselves. Subaru confronts his visitor, while the glitchy character aggressively warns the woman to keep her hands off his master. When she ignores his warning, the figure apologizes for the noise, waves goodbye and vanishes. Later, Shikishima Ro discusses the gate situation, noting that despite the recent casualties, the remote attendees make their plan doable. He instructs Ruin to propose his idea to the three kings, though Ruin is frustrated to be asked right after the executor's disaster. Ruin says his help depends on the proposal, so Shikishima reveals a plan to instantly reduce the number of gates in the human realm. In the meantime, the three kings hold their own conference through a magical orb to finally decide whether to abolish or release the gates. The players realize they were nothing more than frogs in a well, because no matter how far they climb in the underworld, someone stronger always appears. One man apologizes for his failed predictions, but his companion reassures him that the executor's arrival was beyond his foresight. He vows to kill his enemies to get stronger. Elsewhere, a gathering forms before an ethereal entity to discuss their next move. An armored woman suggests they clear the obstacles faster so that nothing major changes, and the large figure behind her resigns to the plan. The leader thanks them for their approval, though a masked member teases Silver for uncharacteristically considering the overall benefits. A muscular man steps forward to announce the three kings' decision to the waiting crowd. Subaru arrives at the gathering just as the announcement begins. The speaker declares they will temporarily suspend the gates in the human realm, which freezes the countdown because no new gates are appearing. The speaker then reveals that doors will be released to other countries, sending ripples of disbelief through the crowd. He explains that any country can now send doors to the human realm simply by applying, leaving Subaru to contemplate what this means for his own plans. The entity adds that they are permitted to collect soul energy from other countries' cleared doors to accelerate their possessors' growth. With the rules set, the hosts declare the start of an all-out underworld gate-clearing contest and tell everyone to give it their best shot. One team curses their rivals for one-upping them, while another adventurer berates himself for not thinking of the strategy first. They agree to apply immediately upon returning, shouting that they will send their own door to the human realm. As the factions prepare to move out, a leader promises to properly compensate his subordinates for their upcoming trouble. Subaru realizes Shikishima's plan to release only the doors stops new gates from appearing while doubling the number of players who can clear them. He admits he was too focused on abolishing the gates to see this option, crediting the new kings for the idea. Elsewhere, a young woman decides to pretend she is just looking for a gift for her sister to explain her presence. His allies express relief that a strategist as good as Shikishima is on their side. When Subaru thanks Ayaka, she promises to always help because being his kindred cost her nothing. However, Ruin warns that the underworld will still fall unless they deal with the administrators soon. Subaru explains that a future he saw before Vanquish arrived requires him to meet certain allies in the underworld to stop that from happening. He asks to meet the three inventors who originally created the gold, silver, and copper doors. Because the three kings each hold a master key to their respective doors, they agree to act as guides. Subaru splits the party into three groups to head inside the doors. Subaru joins Safina and Ixes to meet Terra, the creator of the Golden Country's door. Safina explains that although the doors were a joint project, Terra is the one who engineered the limited seats and the dimension transcending system. Subaru realizes Terra must be a super genius, and Sayaka notes that his inventions require incredibly sophisticated skills despite Safina speaking lightly of them. Safina asks pardon for interrupting Terra in his library to announce their arrival. The mad inventor Terra welcomes them, but since he is out of tea, he asks if they would like to lick his shoes instead. He presents his practice begging for life shoes, explaining that practicing for the inevitable moment they must beg for their lives will theoretically increase their survival rate. Sayaka questions the absurdity, but Subaru enthusiastically takes a shoe and licks it, happily declaring it delicious. Sayaka screams his name in horror, then asks Safina why she would ever want to marry someone like him. But Safina is already eating one too, finding it sweet, which leaves Sayaka horrified that everyone is licking shoes except her. Safina explains to Subaru that most of Terra's inventions are worthless junk, but his burning passion gives him a 1 in a million chance to create something amazing. Terra thanks his king for providing a space where he can focus, then asks what business brings her here. Safina introduces Subaru as her fiancé, though Subaru quickly clarifies he is just an acquaintance, and Terra gladly offers his services to a guest of the king. Subaru gets straight to the point and asks for a skill or item that can locate the administrators. Terra smiles and tells him that such a thing already exists, leaving them completely stunned. When asked how the item already exists, he offers a second serving of shoes, which one excitedly accepts before being shouted down. He admits he is not the same person he was back then, acknowledging they must have a lot of questions. Meanwhile, Jinga, Shikishima Rue, and Ruin trek across the snow to meet Arcane, the inventor of the Silver Country's door. Ginga approaches the blue crystal creature to introduce his special guests. They realize they are facing the King of Silver, who warns them that a dungeon break will happen in exactly 3 days. Someone tries to run for the barrier, while Ruin begs for anything but the Ice Nine. Shikishima steps forward and introduces himself as a friend of Tsunemori. Arcane notes that Shikishima is a teammate of Ariake Subaru and demands to know their reason for coming. Shikishima assumes Arcane has plenty to say about him too, and asks if the creature is a terrorist. Arcane confirms that the Ice Nine is not his only crime, as he is an underworlder who creates powerful skills and constantly seeks to unleash them. Ruin is horrified to hear that Arcane has racked up 70 criminal charges. Jinga screams in distress, insisting he never meant to lie to Arcane about his companions. Meanwhile, a man with a sword resolves to reach the inner sanctum to find the heart of the abyss. Back in the snow, Arcane tells Shikishima he knows they did not come just to judge his crimes. Shikishima agrees, explaining that they need him because there are currently only 3 skills, like Dimensional Split, that work against the Executors. Noting their stubbornness, he explains that Vanquish sees new possibilities in the Ice Nine. Shikishima demands that Arcane invent a 4th skill to defeat the Executors, leaving the creatures staring in surprise. Elsewhere, 3 figures in a dark cavern ask if anyone has ever seen a cultist who is actually human. In the snow, a girl watches a boy in the distance and wonders if he is laughing. The young man simply replies, Ginga. Elsewhere, the 3rd group approaches a remote cabin to meet Zora, the inventor of the copper door. The team is made up of leftover members who complain about being paired together. The undead fighter asks if imitating Hirasaka would help ease the tension, but his teammate threatens never to forgive him, so he drops it. They discuss how Zora's alchemy allows him to grant skills to items, just like he did for the king's staff. They arrive to find the cabin destroyed and Zora under attack, leaving Subaru to contemplate his next move. The group watches in shock as the elder is injured and blood mold begins to manifest. The undead fighter steps forward to demand what the attacker thinks he is doing. A man in a military uniform stands over the terrified Zora, apologizes to the old man and tells him he needs him to die now. The group is stunned to recognize the prison warden from the human realm, who casually mentions he has already sealed Kiryu Ase's powers. When he is addressed as Q, the warden turns and greets Naruse. Naruse realizes that Q's arrival was not in Subaru's foresight, because Q intentionally canceled the prediction to ambush them. As Q begins to reveal his true identity, Naruse lunges to strike him, but his attack phases completely through Q's body. The undead fighter realizes the truth just as the man declares he is an executor. The executor tells Subaru and Sayaka that he is their enemy. Subaru stares back and promises to defeat him. Half a year ago at the Panopticon prison, the executor thanks Subaru for handing over a criminal whose abilities are sealed. He dismisses Subaru back to his regular tasks. Before Subaru leaves, the executor asks him a strange question, wondering if he loves this world after being a player for 3 years. Back in the present, Sayaka is stunned to realize they are fighting an executor. The undead fighter clicks his tongue in frustration, because being in an undead body prevents him from using curses to block the incoming attack. Subaru steps in and unleashes Hecatontraires, dropping a golden arm to intercept the strike and shock the executor. Channeling his magic, Subaru sighs and complains about having to do the heavy lifting. The undead fighter screams at him for nearly destroying Hirasaka's body in the crossfire. Subaru replies that Hirasaka would not die from that, though he admits things are a bit different this time. The executor walks through the dust, realizing it is true that Subaru's kindred can use curses. Ariake Subaru realizes his attacks have little effect, so he decides to keep his distance to avoid Q's fiddle stamp. He charges forward to maintain the pressure from mid-range. Q smiles, delighted that Subaru thinks the stamp is his only weapon. Years ago, an eye ordered Q to erase any elements that disrupt the world's order, choosing the former conqueror of billions of worlds as an executor. Q mocks the entity, asking if it spent too much power to afford a veteran for an assassination mission. He accepts the task anyway, declaring that anyone who opposes the administrators must die. When asked why he complies, Q looks at the eye and says he does it to protect this world. Back in the present, Q's eye activates as he explains that executors are conquerors who invade other worlds for the administrators. Subaru unleashes his multiple arms, but Q reveals he still has the skills he possessed as a conqueror. Q activates a technique called Blue Stripes. Energy erupts as Q blocks the flurry of strikes. Subaru stares in shock, trying to process this completely different kind of skill. A voice notes that he is still as stubborn as ever. Telling himself not to hesitate, Subaru attacks again by expanding his construct into a titan's arm. The boy in the white uniform dismisses the giant fist as uninspired. He lunges forward to unleash his second skill, Golden Assault. The man dismissively declares that his opponent is nothing more than he appears. He realizes his opponent saw right through the double attack. The soldier calls his skills exaggerated and critiques his inefficient magic usage. The protagonist struggles against the blast to endure the lingering black energy. To counter, he unleashes a barrage of golden swords from the sky. The soldier stands completely unfazed amidst the blast. Seeing this, the dark-haired man demands to know why he is doing this. The protagonist lowers his weapons wearily. The soldier repeats that the attacks are too exaggerated, warning that he is not easily satisfied. He explains that a truly excellent ability is simple, leaving the observer shocked that he survived the impact unscathed. The protagonist realizes the soldier's true power is the ability to suppress anything he touches. He remembers the previous reports and confirms it is the exact same skill as Ariake Taiga's. He tries to deflect the incoming energy, but immediately finds a blade pressed to his throat. The soldier stands over his defeated body in the grass. A blonde woman screams out for Subaru in shock. A green-haired man watches the fallen fighter and asks his ally if he plans to help him. The protagonist considers what he must do next to survive this encounter. Meanwhile, a blonde man quietly observes the entire battle on a large screen. Ludwig stands over the fallen Ariake Subaru, pointing his sword at him, and asks if he remembers a question from the past. Subaru lies in the grass and recalls being asked if he loves this world, to which he answered yes because Ariake Taiga was in it. Ludwig then asked what would happen if Taiga did not exist, wondering if Subaru would stop loving the world. Subaru admits he still would, explaining he suffered from an incurable illness before becoming a player. He used to sneak out of the hospital to walk alone through the streets. Standing on a high ledge, he would gaze up at the open sky in awe. The vastness made him feel completely free. Tears in his eyes, he realized just how beautiful the world truly is. Overcome with emotion, he stares ahead and realizes that the sight before him is truly beautiful. Despite the threat, he declares he will protect this world even without Taiga here. Ludwig gazes out at the landscape and agrees that the sky is beautiful today. His expression softens as he confesses that he too loves this world. But he warns that opposing the administrators is the same as condemning the world to death. He commands Subaru to keep living as he always has, without thinking about unnecessary things. With the sharp edge resting against his throat, Subaru firmly refuses. He stares back at Ludwig, insisting that being tied down and simply waiting for death is not truly living. He remembers his time in the hospital, where he wanted to make friends with the other patients, but they always died before he could. He reflects deeply on his complicated relationships with those he left behind. Standing in the light, he remembers the day he realized what it meant to be alive and thought the world was beautiful. He watches a man get pierced through the throat, contemplating absolute strength. He reflects on his inner determination, knowing that the essence of life is to continue feeling. He declares that the essence of life is to continue feeling, and that being treated like pawns in the administrator's game is not truly living. He draws his sword to fight back and activates his sixth skill, Imperial Keeper. Julieta realizes that the force is controlling his weapon rather than his body, because Imperial Keeper manipulates any weapon Subaru touches. The skill even affects materialized objects, so Julieta cannot unhand or dismiss his weapon, Sempagita. Julieta tries to use his Blue Stripe's ability to counterattack, but he realizes it is no use. He notes that Julieta's skill requires direct contact, which leaves Julieta defenseless as the attack closes in on him. Q asserts his control over the area, telling Subaru there is no way to advance or retreat. Subaru freezes as Q declares he is completely surrounded, realizing Q intentionally let his weapons be sliced so the scattered pieces would trap him. Q readies his sword, stating that obeying commands is just another way to live. They stare each other down until Q abruptly drops his stance and admits defeat. Q explains that because he failed to eliminate Subaru, his own termination sequence has begun. As Q's leg glitches, Subaru demands to know why he obeys the administrators, and Q says he already told him. Q smiles thoughtfully, reflecting on the beauty of Subaru's world while stammering through his memories. Subaru is stunned as Q explains he wants to protect this world because he failed to save his own ruined homeworld. In his final moments, his friends beg him not to go as his body continues to break apart. He remembers his old mentor coughing while trying to explain a trial. In the memory, Hugh gently massages the old man's shoulders, smiling as the elf begs him not to sacrifice himself. Back in the present, a burst of red energy erupts around Tucci. Subaru realizes the administrator's termination protocol is just a sloppy curse, so he unleashes his own cursed blood to destroy it. The character begs him to let go, warning that his intervention will only drag him down to die as well. Subaru's Shaosei refuses to let him embrace death, vowing to overturn the administrators because they treat the world as a plaything. The Eye Patch Man and the elves watch as the standoff escalates. He screams that he will not let him die. A red aura erupts around them and they scream in pain. The blast clears to reveal a crater, leaving the boy lying exhausted on the ground. Q looks down at Subaru, asking why he would go to such extremes to save him. Subaru begs Q to live, explaining that since the curse is broken they are no longer enemies and there are people who want him to stay alive. The elderly elf and the younger elf cry out for him. Q looks up at the sky and breaks down in tears, apologizing repeatedly. He continues to weep, overwhelmed by emotion. The Eye Patch Man praises the boy, but the boy replies that hearing praise from him brings him no joy. Subaru notes her curse output is unusually strong for a kindred, and she admits it is likely because she has a deeply spiteful personality. The man with the eye patch asks Hirasaka Renji if he expected things to turn out this way. Renji smiles and says he did not, but he always believed the boy would pull it off. Looking at an old photograph, Renji declares that the boy is no longer just a follower, but a true friend and equal. The man tells him he heard the words, and Subaru clenches his fist, quietly accepting the acknowledgement. The man asks about his training progress, and Renji confirms that since Ludwig has finished learning, his own turn is approaching. He vows to keep pushing until he is strong enough to fight the executors too, reaching out for the power he needs. He repeats his determination to face the executors, summoning his strength. Vanquish watches in shock as Renji attempts the impossible right in front of him. Subaru remembers how Renji interrupted his training to ask Vanquish if he could learn the anti-executor skill as well. Vanquish warned him that because underworlders and humans have fundamentally different soul structures, he could not learn it directly. Subaru intended to translate the structure and transfer it to Renji through the door's trial as his 8th skill. As Subaru acquires the Eye of Truth, Renji stands alone in the trial, straining to push past his limits. He demands the energy submit to him immediately, channeling the power directly to bypass the rules. He easily secures 3,000 points to break the threshold. Vanquish realizes that because Hirasaka Renji and Amaya Sayaka are undead without physical bodies, they completely bypass the limitations of the doors. Amaya Sayaka is able to inherit skills from Thunder Killin without a door, because their souls are perfectly compatible. Hirasaka Renji manages to increase the level of his existing skills by following Ludwig's instructions. However, inheriting a skill from Vanquish defies all logic because their souls are completely incompatible, yet Renji realizes he has somehow achieved it anyway. He sheds a tear as he summons multiple blades, realizing this is his new sword. Ariake Subaru stares at his opponent, realizing that despite all their time together, he never truly knew him. He admits that when it comes to fighting, Renji far surpasses his own genius, as Renji effortlessly parries the strike. Meanwhile, back in the human realm at Zora's alchemy workshop, a man interrupts a hug to ask why they have come here. A woman pulls Subaru aside to talk, preparing to reveal a significant truth to him. Elsewhere, a man visits his injured companion in the hospital, telling him he is still as reckless as ever. Subaru suddenly announces an emergency, because Chusan just contacted him with urgent news. Back at the library, Subaru stops in his tracks and tells Safina he must return to the human realm immediately. She complains about their date, to which he replies he never agreed to one. He explains that an executor has appeared at the home of the Copper Doors inventor. He has to leave, because the executor is actually the warden of a player-exclusive prison. A man explains that defeating the warden removed his suppression effect, so over 300 convicts are about to break out of prison. One of the convicts unleashes his magic. A woman holds a sword to Subaru's throat and warns him she will not just let him go. Subaru tells her they have to go back to protect their own world. Safina agrees to make preparations immediately because he desires to protect the common folk, and Ixis accepts the command. A man asks if they are leaving so soon after he made an extra shoe, and a small head thanks him because the shoe was delicious. The man offers Subaru the engagement ring. He explains it can sense administrators across billions of worlds but cannot transport him there. So Subaru smiles and says that is enough because he is not the one going to them. Terra wishes him well, and Subaru waves goodbye to assure him he will come back. Elsewhere, a man reflects on the prospect of seeing the amusing boy again. Terra contemplates an item that can transport people to the administrator's world, so he decides to make one himself. Subaru calls out to Shikishima Ryo. Shikishima tells everyone to hurry back, and the group gathers under the archway. Someone cries out for Subaru, and he looks back. A hooded figure hands him a box as a farewell gift. A small figure tells him to wear whatever is inside to return to the underworld. Safina smiles and promises they will meet again, and Subaru thanks her. Before they leave, he walks through the doorway. An elf and a soldier watch them vanish through the archway and note that they are always in a hurry. Safina smiles because she had fun and wishes Subaru luck. A voice calls him her future husband, warning that she only stays alive to wait for the perfect moment to kill him. Meanwhile, at the player-exclusive Panopticon prison, an inmate stomps a fallen guard, cheering that the warden's stamp is gone and they are finally free. He threatens to eliminate anyone in his way, but is interrupted by a magic circle. Someone activates the Freezeflow sigil, launching into a fast-paced brawl to suppress the breakout. The rioting inmates demand to know what their attacker's deal is. As Subaru acquires a new skill called Gaze of the Abyss, a man and a woman reveal their identity to jog the rioters' memories. They are the former Black faction. Subaru watches as the prisoners stare in shock at the blue auras surrounding the group. The onlookers realize they are facing the former comrades of Aryake Taiga, including Kiryu Eisei. The Black faction members mercilessly beat the rioters down, explaining they have an upcoming meeting with a friend named Kuruki Taichi, and cannot let a prison collapse ruin their plans. Subaru wonders why Yatsurugi Kei is glaring at him, as Kei and Kaga Shingo apologize and declare he is going down. Nearby, Himeno Yumeno leaves several men writhing in agony from her pain nail skill, mocking them for making so much noise over a scratch. When a fellow prisoner notes that he expected her to join the jailbreakers, she admits she simply plans to align with whoever is on the winning side. She walks away confidently, certain that no matter how many rioters there are, they will never win against Kiryu as he readies his freeze-flow sigil once more. News breaks that 300 inmates have escaped from the player-exclusive prison in Tokyo, so Subaru urges the group to hurry before anyone gets hurt. Julieta reminds them that Kiryu Eisei is at the prison and should hold the inmates back, but Subaru still tells Shikishima to hurry. Shikishima lowers his phone and tells the surprise group that the situation is already dealt with. At the prison, Kiryu sits on a pile of defeated inmates, deciding to go back to sleep because he suppressed the riot single-handedly. Shikishima relays that they are not needed, and Julieta realizes the prisoners never stood a chance because their average level is in the 30s, while Kiryu is above level 80. Shikishima announces he is heading to headquarters because Kinokawa called to arrange a hearing and a press conference, which catches Subaru off guard. Back at headquarters, Kinokawa cries with relief as she learns that the gate countdown has stopped, meaning no new gates will appear. Shikishima tells Naruse to follow him to answer questions, and the group watches the two walk away. When someone suggests grabbing lunch, Subaru says he is returning to his hometown, while Sayaka decides to go look for sushi. Julieta opts for a walk, leaving Subaru standing alone in the empty park after they all wave goodbye. Subaru opens his front door and announces he is home. He admits he wanted to share a meal with everyone, only to find a blonde man sitting inside his apartment eating a bowl of cereal. Subaru stares in absolute shock, wondering if his mind is playing tricks on him because of what he has become. He realizes the blonde man casually preparing cereal in his house is Hyudo Kotetsu. Subaru yells in panic, demanding to know why Hyudo has returned to their world when he was supposed to be gone. Hyudo admits he has no clue because this is simply where he happened to land. Pouring milk into his bowl, he promises he is not an enemy this time to calm Subaru down, and offers to share crucial information. He fixes his eyes on Subaru, preparing to reveal what he knows. He claims to know the exact number and locations of the other conquerors currently invading this world, leaving Subaru stunned. Elsewhere, a tense conversation unfolds as a man is called out for his stubbornness. They check the news on a tablet to find that their former comrade, Haji Miuri, has quelled a prison riot. At the same time, another group confirms everyone is present. They gather together in a large room to review their members for the upcoming conquest. A man arrives late to join them, addressing his leader as their king, while his eye glows with power. Back at the house, Subaru panics upon realizing that if the world is being invaded, the administrators must be intervening to cancel the future again. Seeing his shock, Hyudo proposes a deal to work together and asks if Subaru wants his help. The blonde man tells Aryake Subaru that in exchange for more information, Subaru will have to provide for him. Looking out over the city, he notes that this world seems well preserved. He explains that players here accelerate their growth by cooperating with the underworld, making them difficult to conquer. Another man realizes his current level is a joke against them, but the blonde man reminds Leon that it is a matter of high risk and high return. He declares that the reward for completing their mission will be the world itself. As the gathered group listens intently, he reveals that his previous plan to conquer them through the underworld failed, so he exhausted his soul cost to summon them here. Handing out phones, he announces their new plan is to use Leon's skill to overwhelm the enemy with sheer force. They agree to exchange everything they know to get to the bottom of the situation. 2 days later, Hyudo Kotetsu marvels at the sheer number of people in Shibuya. Subaru asks Hyudo if he is getting used to his new phone, assuming he has questions. Hyudo confirms that he has no problem with it. As they walk through the crowd, Subaru asks where they are heading. He is shocked when Hyudo casually replies they are going shoe shopping. Hyudo explains that Subaru's clothes fit but his shoes do not, demanding Subaru pay because he has no local currency. He complains that he cannot fight with his full power and uncomfortable shoes. The others are shocked to learn he intends to fight alongside them. Standing in the rubble, he reveals that the enemies they face now have also attacked his world, noting they are strong. A sudden accusation of betrayal stops them in the middle of the street to figure out the confusion. While one plans to take a nap before the test, his companion insists on buying the shoes alone and demands the money directly. They receive a reminder that this is a rank F dungeon, so Hyudo sends the latest location updates to guide them through the crowd. Subaru thanks Hyudo for the help, glad to hear the positive news. He reflects that it has been a long time since he had allies by his side to share the burden. Later, they arrive at the store, where he gathers everyone's attention despite looking exhausted on the stairs. Staring out the window, one of the group members turns and apologizes for being wrong about the plan. With the intel shared, Subaru acquires the level 1 Eye of Truth skill to see hidden statuses, and the team moves out. Someone pulls Subaru aside to question if they can trust Hyudo Kotetsu, because player windows are private and he could be lying. They warn that this man is the one who killed them in the King of Aurora's future to bring about their world's ruin. Subaru listens to the warning about Hyudo and contemplates his next move in silence. A young stranger threatens to kill Ariake Subaru, then immediately demands that Subaru provide for him. Subaru clutches his chest in shock. Subaru reminds him that their next destination is the Tower of Trials dungeon. He explains he has no funds or place to stay in this unfamiliar world, so he cannot support anyone. But after a moment of silence, Subaru agrees to help him anyway. The stranger is surprised by his good nature, but Subaru assures him he will handle the situation properly. Subaru asks if the man was sent here because of a penalty in the underworld. He vows to find a way back to his homeworld, even if it is in ruins. He refuses to give up, because abandoning his home is the same as admitting defeat. Wishing himself to reach a specific spot, Subaru presents the cursed blade to him. He teases the stranger for hating to lose, which only annoys the boy. The boy quickly dismisses the comment. Elsewhere, three figures confront an unexpected arrival. Meanwhile, in a library, Subaru checks his phone and decides they can trust the new arrival because he seems straightforward. A man with a block on his head instructs his companion to use Ice 9 to defeat the stranger if he turns on them, and his companion reluctantly agrees. An enemy swears to make them regret their actions. A man in sunglasses explains that Subaru's open-mindedness allows him to accept both good and bad. He notes that this very trait is what makes Subaru a capable king. After receiving a warning about an upcoming high-rank dungeon, Subaru checks his phone. He spots his target sitting alone on a park bench. Observers watch from a distance with tired eyes. The boy confirms he has eyes on his own objective as silhouettes gather atop the Shibuya 109 building. Across the city, multiple factions cross the streets to close in on their enemies. A hooded figure and another man announce they have successfully located their march as well. Back in the library, the young boy acknowledges the situation as a tall man looks down at him to discuss their next move. Subaru grabs a man's shoulder, making him turn around in confusion. The man recognizes Subaru, while a blonde boy with freckles asks what a celebrity is doing here. Subaru tells them he is going to fight all of them, because he refuses to let them take this world. Subaru is unimpressed by their setup, but the boy is shocked that Subaru already knows their objective and their numbers. But he is even more stunned that Subaru wants to start a fight right now. They are in the middle of a crowded Shibuya. Subaru steps outside to prepare, deciding it is time to do this. He steps up to face a man in a cape. The man looks down at him and asks if they have met somewhere before. Back in the Shibuya bookstore, the blonde boy asks again if Subaru is really going to fight them here. Subaru says yes, so the boy tries to protest. Subaru promises he will not let a single person die, leaving the boy in shock. Subaru unlocks a basic sword mastery skill to prepare for the fight, while one of the men awkwardly excuses himself and leaves. As the battle intensifies, Subaru drives a fist into his opponent and follows up with a spinning kick that sends the man in the green robe flying. The man in the green robe vows to make Subaru regret this, asking if they should begin in earnest. He warns Subaru that they are in the middle of a city, demanding to know if he cares about killing civilians as he takes a protective stance. But as he looks around, he realizes with shock that the surrounding crowd of humans is completely locked in place. A swirling portal opens, and someone explains that this is the void that leads to the underworld, ensuring the city remains untouched. Subaru tells him not to worry about the civilians because the only one getting killed is him and snaps his fingers to activate his time acceleration on the count of 4. 2 days ago, Subaru and his allies gather in an apartment, overwhelmed by the news that the conquerors are teaming up to invade their world. One of the men explains that the administration hates them, and that the reward for conquering this world has been changed from rare items to the world itself. The group reacts in horror as they realize the invaders plan to completely annihilate all the natives and steal their home. The unprecedented reward shocks the allies, while the informant smugly admits he would have joined the invasion too if he had met the requirements. While his allies shout in fury, Subaru remains focused and asks what the success conditions for the conquest are. The man reveals they must eliminate all players within Tokyo's 23 wards, warning that their numerical advantage means nothing against the powerful enemy leading the charge. He explains that this enemy can unconditionally brainwash any lower-level player, so an elite must defeat them individually to prevent them from fighting amongst themselves. Since he is a conqueror who can see enemy locations in real time, he proposes they cooperate to capture the targets efficiently. The others realize that fighting in the 23 wards forces them into urban combat, meaning they must evacuate the residents first. They turn to Yudo, who agrees to handle it. The others wait as he prepares his magic. Yudao Yusi activates his 7th skill, Crack des Chevaliers. The ability sweeps over the city, placing every non-player into a locked state where they can neither move nor be damaged. Because the skill anchors Yudo to his location, the others are now free to fight without harming the city. Udo warns them that his magic will only last an hour, so they must act quickly. They agree and scatter to initiate combat. Elsewhere, Naru's Akira confronts the conqueror known as Havgen. Nerys warns Havgen that he has no intention of letting him escape. Nerys tells him not to worry about the frozen city, explaining that anyone still able to move is an enemy who must be taken down. Realizing the situation, Havgen decides he must use his special ability, declaring his intent to kill Naros. He dismisses the city's lockdown as a mere defensive skill, demanding that Narus die and hand over this world. Havgen immediately unleashes Deep Freeze. A man in a suit explains that the tower is a place to realize desires, while Narus watches in shock as his opponent's body turns white. The enemy drives a punch into Narus's side and lunges forward to press the attack. Narus plummets downward, stunned by the man's speed, but realizing that is not the most surprising part. A voice reminds him that he was the one who approached first, leaving Narus to discover something shocking about his own body. He realizes he is freezing over from an unfamiliar magic, and stares in disbelief. The enemy looms over him to boast that his skill is extremely cold, staring him down to ensure he understands. The frost pierces Narus's inside so deeply he feels nothing, but he curses in frustration because he knows he will bleed to death once it thaws. The enemy catches Narus muttering about another simple ability, while Narus realizes he is at a terrible disadvantage because the man fights without a weapon. The enemy challenges Narus to show his trick if he has one, because the next hit will kill him, and Narus agrees. He decides he has to switch out to survive. The enemy realizes he is facing a reverse, just as a flashback shows a man named Narus admitting he has someone in mind for a contract. A fiery entity named Lambda announces he has chosen his reverse, warning him not to disappoint him. Lambda erupts into the present, laughing maniacally as he takes control. Amidst fragmented memories of a farewell, the enemy watches the flames as Lambda tells Narus to just ask for help next time. Calling Narus a prideful brat, Lambda smiles and promises to burn the enemy to ashes for him. The fiery character grins wildly and calls his target a prideful brat because he refuses to ask for help. The fiery character promises to burn the enemy to ashes for them, flashing a manic grin. Narus realizes this is not a bluff and that his opponent is genuinely trying to kill him. The attacker begins to state his name. The fiery character summons a move called Inferno Lambda, standing barefoot with ribbons around his ankles. He demands the kid state his name before he burns him to the ground. He adds that he has never forgotten the look on his face back then. A man with pink-tinted sunglasses notes that Narus seems to be enjoying himself, which startles him. The attacker explains that a reverse's stats depend on their host body, so he decides to be conservative to avoid draining his magic power. Subaru rejects the power forming in front of him because it does not suit him and watches a blast erupt. The man in sunglasses stares in shock before bursting into manic laughter. He tells Narus he has taken a liking to him because those flames are useless. The man unleashes an energy attack, forcing Narus to jump through the air to evade the ice. The man realizes who created the item Narus is using. Magical ice spikes strike the target while the fiery fighter unleashes another attack with an ecstatic laugh. Subaru braces himself, noting his own resistances must have decreased to allow the attack through. The man dives down and asks if he is the one who killed her, which he admits is true. The fighter laughs and calls humans fragile to mock his opponent. He lands hard, realizing what his situation actually means. As they discuss a past event, the man expresses amazement that his opponent can regenerate. Lambda says he does not know or care how much damage he can take before he dies. Lambda declares this is fun, so Subaru prepares to strike back. A man presents the cursed doll's heart, while Havgen inspects his burned hand to figure out how the flames penetrated his cold. Havgan watches his opponent heat up even further, and the man lunges forward to attack. Havgan smiles and retaliates with an energy strike to stop the charge. A masked warrior stands over his fallen opponent to finish the fight. The young man laughs as the Demon King's darkness activates, because the fight reminds him of the past. Thousands of years ago in the underworld, a demon calls out to the wind and thunder sprites. Lambda introduces himself as the fire sprite and challenges them because he heard they are the strongest in the area. Lambda throws a punch to demand a duel, but the man tells him not to worry. The blue-haired figure calls him weak and asks if he is a spirit born from the King of Red Copper, suggesting he go play with spirits of his own element instead. Lambda refuses, complaining that the other flames are lukewarm and lack any real heat. He hates being used as a tool to fuel stoves, declaring that anyone born from flames must aim for the top. He vows to defeat the strongest spirit frost so he can become hotter than the sun, which makes Kilim laugh and call him stupid. The blue-haired figure steps into the snow and tells Lambda he needs to fix his dishonest side. Lambda groans to his big brother, but the figure walks past him, noting that the kid has potential. Lambda blushes at the compliment before suddenly realizing he does not even know who he is talking to. The man observes that they have a lot to talk about before the figure finally introduces himself. He is Frosty Amante, the strongest spirit in history, leaving Lambda completely stunned. Elsewhere, a smaller spirit asks her sister how the fight with Vanquish went, and she vows to steal her skill back next time because the battle ended in a draw. Back in the snow, Lambda ignores the danger and weeps at Diamante to fight, leaving the others wondering if he is really that stupid. A moment later, the man watches in shock as Lambda's frozen severed head is held up. Diamante praises Lambda's straightforward and passionate nature, telling the warrior that if he wishes to defeat him, he must become his apprentice. Two men stand in the rocky wasteland, sharing the same determination. The blue-skinned character glares in silence. Elsewhere, a man sprints down a bloodstained hallway because he has to reach the emergency exit on the second floor. Meanwhile, the frozen character stares at the demon and asks if this means they are brothers. The other excitedly shouts for his brothers anyway. A lightning bolt blasts the blue character, forcing him to beg for mercy. The demon watches the display and mutters in frustration. Back in the air, Havgan faces his opponent, who declares himself a challenger whose fists turn everything to ash. The challenger unleashes his energy, boasting he burns hotter than the sun, and Havgan realizes he intends to decide the battle with a single strike. Subaru smiles through his injuries and admits he likes that idea. Nearby, a man asks if she means the person from earlier, telling her she has always been like this. The fiery challenger channels his power, declaring his hatred for the administrators because of their underhanded schemes. He shouts that he loves straightforward guys the most. Subaru gathers his own energy and accepts the challenge. He raises his fist, realizing they actually get along. The challenger ignites his truest flame. Subaru smiles as he faces the incoming strike. They clash mid-air. As their fists meet, the challenger realizes Subaru is completely honest in every single way. He looks into Subaru's eyes and understands, remembering the ruined city where he conveniently obeyed the administrator's commands. He had grown tired of living that way, so he secretly wished for a straightforward man to defeat him. He smiles and unleashes the last of his fire. He leaps forward. He bids farewell to Lambda, admitting he had fun and was completely bested, as Subaru receives the Dragon Slayer title and levels up for defeating him. Havgan plummets through the air, defeated. His opponent watches him fall, agreeing that he put on a spectacular show before murmuring Havgan's name. Elsewhere, a man is asked where he ranks in strength among Aryake Subaru's comrades. The blonde man turns his back to the structure and declares that people say he is the strongest. His listener stammers in disbelief, completely stunned by the claim. In the underworld's Sea of Brilliance, Nerus asks if he is supposed to become his reverse. His companion falls silent to reflect, then confirms it and asks if he can do it. Nerus asks why he was chosen when they hardly know each other, so his companion reminds him that they have memories of the future. Nerus admits he never understood those memories, acknowledging that their journey has come to an end. The young man looks across the desolate landscape and explains that in that future, he died fighting against Narus. He assures a surprised Nerus that he holds no grudge, because it was an honorable duel, and he lost fair and square. He simply feels they have a connection, and asks the shocked Narus how long he plans to follow him. Nerus smirks, completely confused by the explanation, until the young man snaps that it just means he has taken a liking to him. Promising to take responsibility, the young man says he will be counting on him, calling him Narus. Looking weary, Nerus agrees and calls him Lambda, and they seal their pact with a firm handshake. Back in the present, a chibi companion screams Lambda's name in distress, but he just complains that they are too noisy. His ally yells that their magical power is almost empty from regenerating his flames, but Lambda's thoughts remain fixed on Havgan as he floats in the void. One of the allies admits the fight felt good, but asks who is next because their mana is completely empty. They agree to fall back to recover, though another character glares and promises to kill their target. Sucelis, a conqueror immune to slashing attacks, was supposed to be the perfect counter to a sword wielder, yet he now stands bleeding before Ariake Subaru. Sucelis demands to know how Subaru managed to cut and defeat him. Subaru explains that his rainbow overcoat, a reward from Vanquish, reduces opponent resistances by 75%. Sucelis realizes Subaru's strict as immunity and cut him faster than he could draw his sword using pure skill. Subaru confirms this, prompting Sucelis to call him a monster. Kneeling beside the defeated man, Subaru asks where Haji is. He explains he needs to know because an ally warned them. Haji is stronger than all of them. He intends to cut her down before she can encounter anyone else. Sucelis warns him he might be too late, bringing up the strange skill stopping time in the city. He reveals that Haji has already gone to eliminate the source of that time-stopping skill. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure watches as the person from the top of the tower finally begins to descend. A blonde player stares in shock, while Shikishima Ryo sighs at the hassle, frustrated that their plan to contain ex-Black faction Haji Miori within the city has failed. The enemy glares at Yudo Ryusei and tells him he is in their way. Yudo crosses his arms, unimpressed, and calls out for Kinokawa Sakura. The golden chain skill erupts and binds the shocked enemy. The captive chuckles, realizing Yudo had predicted they would have a trick up their sleeve. Kinokawa floats above, explaining that it is only natural to assign guards to protect their key defender. Shikishima readies his weapon and cheerfully warns the captive that he will snap their neck if they move an inch. Realizing they are cornered by 3 gold-rank players, the enemy unleashes a surge of power that shocks Yudo into asking what this strength is. A shadowy entity emerges from the darkness, declaring its absolute desire to obtain this world at all costs. The enemy unleashes a king's authority and leaves the players stunned. In the chaos, a pink-haired girl is struck down by magic, and someone cries out for Yudo. A player with a red streak in their hair prepares for combat as purple energy flares. 3 harpy-like creatures swoop down from the sky and demand that the players stay and play with them. The player realizes that the crows perched on the enemy's shoulders were actually these creatures all along, which the harpies cheerfully confirm. The harpies declare themselves a trio and challenge their opponent to try and dodge them all. A dark figure interrupts the game to ask a question of his own. He promises to explain everything later, asking them to just follow his lead for now. He asks the harpies if they've ever managed to dodge thunder. Subaru walks away, apologizing for not having the time to play their games. As a tentacle lashes out, he stares his enemies down and promises to kill them. Meanwhile, the others realize that Yudo Ryusei's skill is still active and pause in shock. An entity breaches their defenses and strikes the shocked group. They scream in panic as an ally collapses from their injuries. As more allies fall, Sayaka turns around just as her name is called. A wounded ally warns them to watch out because their enemy is using an abnormal power. Subaru hears Udo's warning and acknowledges that the gold player is far stronger. He smirks, declaring that Yudo is better than some shabby boss. He glares at his opponent and vows that he will be the one to end her life. The conqueror, Boss Andreste, reveals her true face and decides to dispose of the thunder manifestation first. In Haji Miori's homeworld, the last guardian deity falls, leaving the world completely doomed. 4 figures walk away through the crumbling ruins. They curse the administrators for suddenly raising the difficulty and treating them as mere playthings. One of them asks Hafgan if there is any word from Quietus. Hafgan says there is nothing, guessing that their ally might already be dead. They decide to contact the King of the East because they must find a new world to inhabit. Whether they coexist with the new world or invade it will be left entirely to the administrator's decision. As a king, Haji Miori, also known as Andraste, is desperate. Powered by a sub-skill that rapidly restores her mana, she forms a protective barrier. She channels her power and tells her opponent to focus on the fight at hand. Her opponent is shocked, asking if she plans to spare them. Andraste activates her eye to summon the Thunderbird, but Entity steps forward and devours the beast whole. The girl fighting her realizes that if she had attacked directly with her own Thunder God, she would have been eaten too. She unleashes a fiery spirit instead, glad she listened to her master's advice. He advised her to always test a high-level enemy's resistances before committing to an attack. With a casual goodbye, she blasts the floor with a powerful magical strike. Sayaka watches the clashing energies above, while Subaru looks on in confusion. An energy strike hits the tentacle and catches him in the explosion. He admits the blast could scorch the Kraken, acknowledging she is strong enough to challenge him one-on-one as he braces against the flames. Sayaka glows with blue energy, explaining that while her other master lacks compatibility with her, she is ready to fight. The enemy feels the shifting air and wonders if it is just wind, before suddenly realizing the true danger. She is crushed inside a blue energy sphere because Sayaka is controlling the air itself, leaving Subaru to contemplate his next move. He realizes what he needs to do, gathering a fierce blue aura around himself. Unleashing a sky tremor, he dashes forward, completely engulfed in the powerful energy. He leaps straight through the explosion and lands in the debris to prepare another strike. Elsewhere, a woman standing atop a snail asks, "We will mech if it is done yet." The creature raises a barrier just as Sayaka screams and unleashes her energy. She drives a punch forward and forces her opponent to admit she is strong. The man prepares to act, while the small snail creature tells her she would have won if she were facing anyone else. The woman summons a colossal, ethereal green mask, leaving Sayaka staring in absolute shock. A red beam blasts through the air and the warrior screams as it tears through her midsection. The attacker explains that he cleaved the air itself to strike her, sending her collapsing to the deck in a spray of blood. He notes she would have had a better chance using high-speed thunder strikes, and the wounded girl realizes she completely misread her opponent's strength. Seeing that the attacker is going to kill her, another man activates his second skill to summon a yellow energy shield. He launches into a fierce golden assault to protect her, clashing with the enemy in midair. The blonde fighter unleashes a 68-pound carronade attack while a young woman bids farewell before a golden object. Kinokawa, Sakura, and Fuchigami Mei are left badly beaten, but their opponent is surprised they are still able to move. The Aspidochelon turtle emerges to protect them, and Kinokawa yells at the enemy for ruining their chance to overcome the gates. The enemy smirks at her words, genuinely amused by the idea that the gates are considered a threat. Kinokawa is shocked by his reaction, while Subaru watches the strange man from afar and wonders what his deal is. The enemy unleashes another Strubo attack, striking down at the girls protected by the giant turtle. Kinokawa screams in agony as the blasts tear into her, prompting her ally to scream out their names in panic. The ally briefly considers dropping his defensive shield to fight, but immediately stops himself because he cannot let the civilians get hurt. The enemy declares that the game in this world is far too lenient, boasting that he is a king who has survived far harsher battlegrounds than they ever will. Elsewhere, a warrior known as the God of War calls the crowd weaklings and strikes down the Aspidochelon. Seeing the beast defeated in one strike, the woman recognizes the skill and realizes she is facing Haoru Kotetsu. Kotetsu confirms his identity and asks if she is undressed, prompting her to ask if this conqueror from another world has joined forces with the locals to plan against them. He tells her he would never team up with weaklings, but notes there is someone stronger among them as he readies his warp edge. Indra stays in shock as she recognizes Ariake Subaru floating before them. A swordsman warns his opponent to step back to avoid getting hurt, while a blonde woman realizes her attack failed because her target has slash resistance. Figuring her resistance-reducing item was just out of range, she decides to cut her from up close, but another character steps in to ask Kyudo if they can take over. Kotetsu refuses and calls the newcomer an idiot, while a wounded man in a cloak collapses on the stone stairs. The scarred man grins through his blood, remembering what he needs to do next. He stands in the fire and confronts Oxysia, identifying him as Hayudu Kotetsu. Someone shouts a warning to Understi to be careful. A slash strikes a bird-like creature as the entity manifests as Mercurius, the god of thieves. A man in a red outfit lunges forward to attack, reacting sharply to the shifting battle. The Grand Earth troops unleash Olakumi, bringing a rock structure crashing down to pin a man and a woman. A man reaches out in shock, asking if the person before him is Baekwonho, but the newcomer reveals his card as Ilek, the Etwile Demon Beast Slayer. Ilek uses his woven leaf cutter technique, forcing a swordsman with an eye patch to kneel and raise his weapon to defend himself. The swordsman stares back through the flames, his expression hardening so he can prepare a counter. An observer covers their mouth in shock, hesitating at the display of power. The two fighters clash mid-air, exchanging attacks to test each other's strength. Down below, a man in a suit is grabbed by his collar and begs for a minute because he only wanted to ask a question. A Hydra manifests on the battlefield, prompting an attacker to launch a surprise assault on the swordsman. An observer notes that the woman is depleting her mana by constantly summoning new beasts, which leaves Oxysia struggling to keep up. Relying on his absolute will skill to resist mental attacks, the swordsman realizes he needs an extra edge to defeat a snake that regenerates. Typhon clenches his fist to gather his energy for a final strike. He stares through the fire and activates Imperial Radiance to finish the fight. As he calls upon Apidamakimahis, he acquires the Gluttony and Predation skills, forcing a direct collision between their maximum firepower attacks. The one who comes out on top of the monster horde is Hirasaka Renji. He unleashes a fiery explosion and admits that seeing his opponent cry makes him feel weak. 10 minutes earlier, Yudo Ryusei is struck by a green energy blast. Shikishima Ryo readies his weapon to face off against his opponent. The conqueror, Artio unleashes his power as his eyes glow with intensity. Shikishima clicks his tongue in frustration as he is forced back by Artio's fixed artillery skill, Bulliness. Shikishima skids to a halt, realizing he must avoid Artio's line of sight because the light-based attacks hit instantly. Udo remains completely calm under the barrage of attacks, shocking onlookers. Artio activates his defensive skill, Asteria, to completely block the incoming bullets. Realizing all his linear attacks are being intercepted, Shikishima impatiently demands that his ally hurry up. Someone suddenly calls out to Udo, catching him off guard. Udo activates Crack de Chevalier to shine a blue light directly into Artio's eyes. An ally unleashes Sulfur Rain, noting they would have already finished Artio off if they could attack from the front. Shikishima Ryu prepares to clean up the remaining enemies, because Udo Ryusei has already decided the battle's overall outcome. He strikes down an opponent but is caught off guard and coughs up blood as an unseen attack pierces his stomach. A dark-skinned woman reveals she raised her presence to ambush him and Ryu drops to his knees, cursing that another enemy was lurking nearby. She addresses Shikishima Ryu by name, looming over him as he struggles. Back at the ambush, the woman recognizes Ryu as a celebrity, asking why he willingly risks his life by exposing his identity. Ryu complains that he has to keep up his PR, so she dryly notes that getting assassinated almost makes him a real politician. She bids him goodbye and turns to walk away. But now the teacher is asking if to cover him, and Ryu grins, deciding this ambush will serve as a great warm-up to test his limits. A pillar of purple energy erupts around him as he activates zombie powder to nullify his fear and push past his injuries. Shikishima Yuro's transformation into a teal-haired woman with sharp teeth leaves his allies completely shocked. Azalea stares in surprise, realizing her opponent has just used a transformation skill. Shikishima stands before her and declares his new identity as Ruby Smoke. He reveals that his reverse form is actually one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, the Zombie King. Ruby Smoke explains the technique to the stunned Azalea. Pulling Azalea close, Ruby Smoke exhales a thick cloud of smoke directly into her face. Azalea's eye widens in pure horror as the smoke takes effect. She screams as the deadly zombie powder instantly begins melting her flesh. Ruby Smoke grins, knowing the chemical produced in her body acts as an extremely potent poison when infused into her cigarette. As her enemy collapses, Ruby Smoke stands amidst the energy. Glass Spirit floats nearby and points out that Ruby Smoke shows absolutely no mercy. Ruby Smoke tells the spirit to throw that naive thinking away, because Azalea was just about to kill him. She glares and reminds him that this is an invasion and they are at war. Ready to move on, Ruby Smoke looks toward a distant portal, guessing the main battle is happening over there. Elsewhere, with only 3 battles remaining to repel the conquerors, another group is caught completely off guard. Subaru prepares to face Leon, knowing the one with the most power can force others to move. Elsewhere, Hirasaka Renji and Hayudu Kotetsu confront Haji Miori. Meanwhile, Tsunemori Jinga charges in the battle against Conqueror Hogni, who tries to recall his name. Hogni analyzes Jinga's stats and introduces himself as the spell sword of the King's Guard. Claiming to be their strongest member, Hogni blasts Ginga with green energy. He strikes again, boasting that their own ice wielder Hafken is exponentially stronger than Jinga. Spitting blood, Jinga agrees, admitting he is probably the weakest of Subaru's kindred. Hogni is shocked that Jinga survived a fatal wound, realizing he used ice to protect his body. Hogni dismisses it as a boring trick and decides to just kill him again. As snow begins to fall over the city, Jinga vows to get stronger because he refuses to accept his limits as a silver rank player. Ginga tells him that even though he has not developed his strongest skill yet, this is a good chance to test himself. He remembers Subaru instructing him to go into the door and triumph using a single skill, so Jinga accepts the challenge. Ginga activates his 6th skill, Snowflakes. He mounts the perennial Curse. The sudden blast catches his opponent off guard. The falling snow freezes everything it touches, leaving the man struggling to comprehend what is happening as Jinga stares him down. The opponent panics as his soul is erased, realizing this must be the curse Anastray warned him about, though he thought only Subaru could use it. Ginga acknowledges that he cannot compete against the strong using purely his own strength. He decides to use his power as a kindred. He readies a blue javelin, remembering a woman asking him if he would be a hero. The opponent begs him to wait and asks if this is real, but Jinga simply grips his staff. He channels his energy and dries his hand down to unleash an attack. Ginga declares that he is a protector, and warns the invaders they should regret trying to conquer this world. A man stammers in disbelief. Jinga remembers that Hirasaka Renji and the others went to defeat Haji Miori. He stares ahead, determined to finish his part. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of Shibuya Tutaya, a young boy decides to take a nap, telling his subordinates not to wake him unless it is an emergency. Subaru floods the area with a sea of blood to secure his victory. Leon realizes the mist itself is toxic, so he will take damage just from breathing it. He cannot believe Subaru has only been a player for 2 months, because the boy fights with the wisdom of someone who has faced death countless times. Leon admits he thought this match would go much smoother. Subaru apologizes for the underhanded method, but argues they must retaliate in kind to survive. Suspended above the hazard, Leon explains that his world was ruled by 2 kings. Subaru listens as Leon names Haji Miori as the king of the West. Gripping his sword, Leon summons his king's authority and manifests his royal robes. He smiles and unleashes a sudden burst of energy that catches Subaru off guard. Leon absorbs all of the cursed blood into himself, leaving Subaru to identify his true ability. Facing him down, Leon formally introduces himself as the King of the East. He challenges Subaru to find out whether his eternal cycle or Subaru's immortality will prove stronger. Sometime later, a cloaked figure hands Subaru a ring crafted by Terra, which can track the administrators. The figure asks if he plans to hunt them down right away, and Subaru replies that he will wait for the right opportunity because he still has preparations to make. Subaru asks Vanquish what a king actually is. He explains that after attending the meeting, the underworld kings seem entirely different from mankind's concept of the title. Vanquish tells him that an underworld king is determined by the soul's disposition, because a true king's soul possesses a magnetizing effect that compels others to follow. He warns Subaru to be extremely cautious of their unique king's authority, a power Subaru remembers Ruin and Sybil using. Elsewhere, the young King Leon stands in his royal cape and contemplates the concept of eternity. He inspects his hand and asks if the power flowing through him is a curse. A magical symbol manifests before him, and Leon locks his piercing gaze on his opponent before launching into action. His red-haired opponent unleashes a burst of energy and calls Leon as annoying as ever. Lion pushes through the attacks and lands a strike that forces the fighter to realize Lion bypassed his physical body to damage his soul directly. While his enemy stands in shock, Leon explains that he just gained the ability to use curses to attack by absorbing the cursed blood with his scepter. Subaru sits quietly and calls it kind of Leon to explain his Eternal One skill, to which Leon smiles and says it would be regrettable to die without knowing the cause. Witnessing Leon's arrogance completely erases Subaru's mercy, so he reveals his decoy blood has blocked the sunlight and releases a new power to ensure he does not lose. He admits he acted without understanding the reason and smiles. Elsewhere, a fighter and Hayudu Kotetsu face Andastre, leaving Kotetsu stunned. The fighter unleashes his full power attack to destroy the monster looming over the building. Andastre is astounded, unable to believe he killed Typhon, her strongest summon, in a single blow. The 2 men watch the distant figure, while Kotetsu struggles against the pain to keep fighting. Andastre wonders how Kotetsu is still standing, as he realizes his skin is stained with poison. She explains he is covered in the venom of her previous summon, meaning she has already won. Kotetsu realizes she used her strongest attack as a decoy to trap him, proving her cunning nature. He readies his fingers to counter and wonders how he can possibly get out of this. Suddenly, a man smoking a cigarette intervenes to address them directly. He scolds them for their carelessness as a blast of energy throws the combatants apart. He points out that without his help, all their injured friends would have died on the ground. Kotetsu recognizes the newcomer as Shikishima Ryo, explaining he saw him heading this way before attacking. The man notes Kotetsu chose to trust him and activates ruby smoke to create a barrier. He declares he will take responsibility for the woman, enveloping a shocked Kotetsu in gas. Kotetsu feels his body become lighter as the energy takes effect to heal him. Andastre decides to kill the fighter before he recovers from the poison, so she unleashes an explosion. A dark-haired man asks if the cursed state can be cured, while the woman with the headband realizes her attack was a mistake. Mercurius, the god of thieves, takes a sudden strike through the chest. The others watch in shock as the wounded woman asks her opponent how he is still able to move. He holds up 2 fingers, explaining that his Pantheon skill manifests the god of medicine to heal his injuries. He tells her he planned to kill her when her guard was down, because he does not care how she dies. As the men walk away, the wounded woman smiles and reflects that life never goes the way one wants. 2 men discuss the situation, noting that gathering 7 strong fighters to their side is an impressive feat. They remain confident that their victory is assured, because Lian, the king of the East, is still alive. Meanwhile, a fighter readies his spear to attack, and a dark-haired man promises to report any findings. The crowned man smirks as he looks at a photo of Leon, because this is the person Ariake Subaru is currently fighting. The blonde man points out that the other side has already lost, leaving his opponent in shock. Asserting that Leon will never lose to a human, the figure unleashes the blood and corpse fist technique to strike with Dead Man's Springer. Leon swings his staff and leaves his opponent bleeding and shocked by his completely different strength. Subaru glares at his opponent, declaring he will simply overpower and defeat this king from another world. He launches his attack, stating he has heard that being a king is merely a disposition of the soul, so he intends to crush him. He clenches his teeth and unleashes a wave of energy at the king. The king flinches, then firmly denies this, declaring that a king actually has a duty to uphold. Years ago, the king's followers offered him their abilities, knowing his king's authority lets him absorb and use others' skills. Because he can only hold 3 skills at once, and must save one for his plan, the king decides to take Hafgen's ability. Hafgen asks if he means his skill, right before the king activates Deep Freeze. Back in the present, Subaru looks at his arm, realizing it is frozen to the core because the king stocked that ice skill. The king warns him to stay obediently in the room if he wants to survive. Subaru realizes close quarters combat is not an option because touching the king freezes him, and his ranged cursed blood attacks will just be absorbed. He stares down the blonde king, knowing the one thing he must avoid at all costs is letting him absorb Rift Cleaver. The king stands before his magical crown, wondering if Subaru has noticed his predicament now that he cannot use skills or fight hand-to-hand. He tells Subaru to take his time thinking, because he needs to buy time for Andastray, the king of the west, to arrive and turn the tides. Standing in the vast open space, Subaru states he has something to ask before he kills him. He points out that when they first invaded his world, neither of them were kings yet. Assuming they received their power from their predecessors around that time, Subaru asks what happened to the previous kings, and learns they died. A tense silence falls over the group. She says she would never take this gamble or risk her comrades if she had another choice. She asks to confuse men if they want to know why she did it. The woman with glasses realizes she is just dragging out the conversation to prepare something and orders them to kill her. She agrees that they figured it out, while one of the men suddenly feels a strange sensation. She tells him their judgment is correct, but too late, because her cruelty skill has already fully restored her magic power. Scotty launches a wide-range water attack, which the spiky-haired man dismisses as useless. He realizes his mistake when he remembers that Yudo Ryusei must remain completely still to maintain his stasis over Shibuya, which is why they have been protecting him. The black water engulfs Yudo, using its buoyancy to lift him and force him out of his position. She cries as she accepts the loss of her comrades, because their sacrifice allows Lian to activate his trump card. A beam of light erupts to release Crack des Chevaliers and Udo curses as his hold on the city breaks. As Shibuya returns to normal, Leon readies his magic. Wielding his sword amidst a purple aura, Ariake Subaru faces off against Leon, a king channeling energy through his royal scepter. Leon swings his dark blade, calling Subaru the one who will bring the destruction of the world. Leon warns him that his current status cannot be reverted, but panics when Subaru uses teleportation to bypass him, because that skill was missing from the intelligence report. Bleeding from a sudden strike, Leon is completely shocked to see how rapidly his opponent has grown in power. Leaving the king bleeding from the mouth, Subaru teleports directly behind him to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, in a nearby library, innocent bystanders look up in surprise as the shockwaves of the clash shatter the glass around them. Nigel screams in agony and prompts the onlookers to realize a battle between players is happening right outside. When Yudo Ryusei's skill is abruptly cancelled, a cloaked figure confronts the woman responsible for interfering. Driven into a corner, Lion grips his scepter and is shocked by the power of this skill. Using the authority absorbed from his predecessor, Lion activates his scepter's hidden ace, Catastrophe, to summon otherworldly players at the cost of human souls. Subaru screams as he grapples and proves he has grown exponentially stronger since his fight against Ariake Taiga. He plans to use the skill to consume the souls of everyone in Shibuya, because he needs them as sacrifices to summon his allied players from other dimensions. His allies watch as the first condition of having enough people nearby is met. The third condition requires his health to be below 5%, which was fulfilled precisely because Ariake Subaru battered him with such fierce attacks. Subaru tells him to take his grudges out on the ones actually responsible. Lion prepares to unleash the power left behind by his predecessor, King Brigit. He suddenly feels a strange sensation as Catastrophe begins, but his plan to activate the skill completely fails. Subaru's katana swiftly strikes him before he can finish using it. Lian stares forward with a bloodied face as he collapses. Years ago, a young Lian kneels beside Brigitte, the previous king of the East, as she lies bleeding on the floor. He demands to know who did this to her. Brigitte tells him the executors attacked her because the game's administrators noticed they were trying to escape. The executor who stabbed her promises to explain everything as they proceed. Lian stares in disbelief at her fatal wound. Brigitte tells Lian he has the qualities of a king and must take up her mantle. Lian protests that he could never do it without her guidance. Brigitte warns him that hardships arrive before anyone has time to prepare. She reaches out and orders him to accept her king's authority, leaving him completely stunned. A voice begs to be freed from the administrators to save their dying people. A man weeps over his defeated companion Brigitte to mourn his failure. He kneels in the cathedral, devastated, because they could not make it in time. When a cloaked figure approaches the bloody Brigitte, the survivor demands to know why he has returned. The newcomer declares he is the next king of the West to claim his authority. The survivor grinds his teeth in frustration before the newcomer calls out to Lian. The figure proposes an alliance, revealing an untouched world they can steal to survive. Lian questions the invasion, but ultimately agrees to the slaughter for the sake of their people. Subaru reels from the sudden vision as the system grants him new passive skills to perceive the truth. The king realizes Subaru's sword moves too fast for his defenses, leaving him helpless against the strike. Bleeding and desperate, the king mutters that he must win for his people, forcing Subaru to reflect. Subaru contemplates the burden they share before preparing his final attack. He drives his blade into the crowned ruler to end the battle, telling him it is over. Subaru calls him Lian, then stammers because the words slipped out of his mouth on their own. Lian stares in absolute shock, demanding to know what Subaru is talking about. Subaru realizes their high sensibility has triggered a soul exchange, just as it did during his battle with his brother Ariake Taiga. He tells the stunned king that he finally understands the invasion because they share the exact same sentiment. The dying invader listens in silence as Subaru admits that the desperate need to protect his home resides inside him too. Subaru pushes away his own memories to focus on the boy in front of him, wondering how he can cause Lion such sadness. He tells Leon they need to stop this fight, warning him that activating his skill means there is no going back for either of them. The unexpected proposal makes Dielm freeze in shock, and that single moment of hesitation gives Udo enough time to reactivate Cractus Chevaliers. The skill transforms the plaza, placing all the humans into stasis so that the catastrophe can no longer affect them. Subaru realizes Udo was only buying time and curses himself for being a fool, because he just let his one opportunity slip away. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance that Endestre sacrificed her own life to create, promising she would take care of everything. Driven to despair by the memory of her suffering, Subaru breaks into a laugh. He remembers his fallen ally and punches the ground in rage, screaming that he never should have listened to Udo. Leon breaks down in tears as he remembers his final goodbye to her, devastated that everything they worked for has gone to waste. Subaru watches him cry and remembers a similar sorrow from his own past, before asking Leon why he is weeping. Subaru promises he did not trick him, because he genuinely wants them to stop fighting. He kneels to urge Leon to remember why he invaded this world in the first place. He explains that their true enemies are not each other, but the administrators who orchestrate their suffering. The revelation makes Leon stare in shock as he finally realizes who Subaru might really be. The white-haired man looks at the young king and confirms that they are going to defeat the administrators. Leon stares back in absolute shock, insisting that it is impossible to fight beings whose existence is like that of gods. The man explains that they have a winning chance through sympathy between players, because Leon's sensing is high enough to read his heart. As a glitching entity sits upon a throne, elsewhere the man holds out a sphere and begs Leon to hear their plan. Years ago, their leader stood over a ruined city and declared that to ensure their world's survival, he and Leon would bear the cross of destroying other worlds. Halfgan questioned who should really be bearing that cross, but the leader silenced him, refusing to endanger their people by opposing the administrators. Halfgan reluctantly offered his help and pledged their lives to the cause, earning a quiet smile from his king. In the present, the brown-haired captive wakes up healed on the floor and asks why they were saved. Subaru watches closely, his eyes shifting to a rainbow hue as he threatens to kill the captive on the spot if they try anything funny. The blonde man readies his sword, but the captive just mutters that his life means nothing now. Someone calls out to Subaru as he steps forward to confront the group. When the captive looks up and sees the white-haired man standing next to the blonde boy, they cry out Leon's name in shock. The brown-haired king demands to know why Leon is with Ariake Subaru and what happened to his catastrophe. He accuses Leon of betraying them and abandoning their world because they had called a ceasefire. Leon shouts that he is wrong, explaining he decided to join Subaru's plan. The other king is baffled by the mention of a plan. While a system window notifies Subaru of a slight increase in luck, Subaru cuts them off, warning that the administrators will hear them if they keep arguing out here. He uses a key to open a red portal, bringing the kings inside a snowy landscape to talk safely. Inside, the spirit of Vanquish greets the kings from another world. He announces that their goal is to take down the administrators. Subaru listens silently as Vanquish tells the kings to ignore whether it seems impossible and just listen to the plan. The brown-haired king stares at Vanquish, sensing an immense power. Knowing Vanquish could kill them in an instant, he asks if the vampire could beat the administrators himself. Vanquish casually admits he has no chance, leaving the king frustrated about why they are even talking. Vanquish points out a ring that can locate the administrators, revealing he plans to use it to visit an old friend. Lion realizes this means Vanquish has an ally among the administrators. Vanquish laughs that Lian caught on faster than Subaru did, prompting Subaru to tell him to shut up. The brown-haired king aggressively demands to know how much Vanquish actually knows. As the system grants the runes of destruction and creation, the glitchy-faced figure explains that there are 9 administrators in total. He reveals the game was created to extract soul energy from the 8 controlled zones. He adds that executors are chosen from the conquerors to eliminate any irregularities. The group pauses in the snow, overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information they have to process. The freckled girl realizes the one administrator without a zone must be their ally, impressing the glitchy figure with her quick understanding. He warns they are fickle and might not cooperate. Despite the grim circumstances, she knows they have to keep pushing forward. Even so, she refuses to give up, clinging to whatever hope remains. Clinging to the 50% chance that an administrator could join them, they listen as the seated figure plans to use that power to beat the others into submission. He suggests escaping the game, making the blonde boy realize why Lion put down his arms. Knowing this is their only chance of victory, he insists they cannot let it slip away. He agrees to start tomorrow, asking what they want him to do, as they stand over a defeated man. The dark-haired man reluctantly admits that he has no choice but to listen to their demands. The freckled girl calls out to Halfdan, while the flame-haired young man praises the fallen warrior. He tells the cloaked king to be proud of Halfdan, which the king confirms goes without saying. Kneeling beside the unconscious warrior, the king covers his eyes and apologizes for being a pathetic leader. Through his tears, he realizes that Halfdan's sacrifice was not in vain, and he embraces his fellow cloaked companion. The blue-haired man shouts Halfdan's name into the distance, as a young girl sits peacefully reading a book in a field. A man in suspenders notes they lost Pwyll and Hogni, while another warns the group not to try anything funny. The blonde boy asks if they are staying to lend their strength to this world. He admits Vanquish's proposal surprised him, but he is more curious about what kind of king Ariake Subaru is. He explains that during their battle, he felt a connection between their souls. He clarifies that this connection is not just why he stopped fighting, but how he confirms Subaru's true nature. He reveals that Subaru's disposition is not that of a king, leaving the others distressed and confused. When asked what he means, he admits he has never seen anything like it before. As Subaru's magical power surges elsewhere, the boy declares that the form of his soul is a savior. Elsewhere, a man acknowledges the situation before noticing Subaru acting strangely. He stares closely and asks if Maria hasn't already healed his wounds. Subaru promises to explain everything as blood suddenly drips from his eye. Subaru stares in silence, prompting the men to ask why he is looking at him like that. The day after the defense of Shibuya, the Japanese Player Association holds a press conference. A representative announces they accepted an invitation to the underworld to meet its leaders. The members who crossed over present the documents they gathered to share what they learned during their stay. The Japanese Player Association hopes to secure a leading global position by announcing their unprecedented results. At the press conference, the representatives declare they have reached a formal agreement with the underworld. The underworld has agreed to stop sending any new gates to their world, to handle compensations and future interactions. They promise to cooperate and communicate openly with all nations. The moment the floor opens for questions, the room erupts with raised hands. Elsewhere, a survivor flees through a dark forest, desperate to reach a safe zone. Back at the association building, Shikishima drops his public persona, completely exhausted. He complains that he always has to do all the talking. A colleague praises his professional performance, admitting he intended to help, but realized it was unnecessary. Shikishima checks on Subaru, who confirms his left eye has not done anything strange recently, so Shikishima tells him to report any changes immediately. With the press handled, they turn to their next major threat, the fifth calamity. Kinokawa cheerfully reminds Shikishima of his upcoming international meetings, while another colleague refuses to cover for him because she has never been to the underworld. Shikishima asks if Tsunemori can handle the fifth calamity alone, and Subaru says yes. He plans to send a certain freeloader to help, while Ludwig happily goes shopping using Subaru's credit card. Shikishima tries to recall the details of the fifth calamity, the entity destined to kill Subaru. If it reaches full maturity, those absorbed souls will transform into an army of monsters designed to attack all of Japan. Right now, the small armored creature sits in a sunlit forest, its growth rate only at 7%. Watching from the shadows, an observer agrees that their only goal right now is to survive. Elsewhere, an armored creature plots to build an invincible army by absorbing souls to turn the land into a hellscape, but a voice interrupts him. 3 men approach to ask if he is the fifth calamity, and as the creature stares in confusion, one of the men apologizes. He unleashes a freezing spell called Ice 9, instantly stopping the creature to avert the calamity. One of the men frustratedly asks why he was even brought along, so the man in the bucket hat tells him it was just for insurance. Meanwhile, back at home, Subaru returns with his companion. They are welcomed back with a freshly made lunch, though Hayudo is quickly scolded for being a freeloader. Elsewhere, a man promises to take responsibility for a woman, while an exhausted survivor treks toward the city, uneasy under another man's intense gaze. Back in the kitchen, Hayudo marvels at the food, while in a distant office, a woman questions her director's orders. Sayaka calls out to Subaru, apologizing to the glass spirit for interrupting its meal. She hesitates, sensing something wrong as three figures stand in the void and a powerful presence looms over the moon. She notes that they have visitors, and a floating head alerts Subaru to the emergency. Shikishimaru arrives to warn Subaru that because news of his crossing to the underworld has spread, leaders of other nations want to capture him. A group of foreign players approaches, preparing to fight. They smile with confident power, ready to unleash their abilities. Subaru gazes back at them seriously as Shikishima tells him to be careful, but Subaru just looks on skeptically. As the enemies focus their intense gaze on him, Subaru reassures his team they will be fine, and his allies stand together. A man watches in disbelief as Subaru's group leaps straight into the magical field. In the clash against the world's top players, an enemy girl is instantly captured inside the glass spirit, prompting a woman to shout that they are no longer needed. The team shouts in unison, regretting their decision to come because it only led to a terrible outcome. One injured woman thought Ariake Subaru was the only threat, and she is shocked to learn there are 4 monsters to deal with. Elsewhere, a group sits down to eat instant miso soup. One man realizes his target is far more formidable than he expected. In the underworld's white birch forest, a barefoot man arrives for a meeting. He complains about being called out to the middle of nowhere with a strict time limit, and asks Sibyl what this is about. She explains that she had him provide the location for their meeting. She declares an emergency because the 8th calamity has been rewritten. She warns that the blue-eyed executor will soon appear in the human realm. The man levitates in shock at the name. She reveals that this executor is connected to the previous King of Silver who raised him. She asks if he truly believes her, which catches him completely off guard. She adds that Abaddon's power is nothing compared to Blue Eyes, while the man hopes he can just make it out of the city. She insists they need to take action immediately. If they do nothing, their future is sealed. In another ruined world, a man in a suit stands over a fallen body and answers his phone. He asks the caller which operator they are. He notes that the time has finally come, while his companion worries he is going to use that dangerous magic. He guesses the caller must be anger, balance, or chaos, since they have never met, and politely says goodbye. He remembers the one who is supposed to support him, realizes what the new job is, and agrees to send it back. He introduces himself as the Executor Mastema, noting that his contact is not changed at all. A blonde boy decides to hang the laundry outside to take advantage of the nice winter weather. Inside, a man asks if he is expected to be a hero, while a silver-haired man scolds him for wasting time instead of training. When someone asks where Ariake went, another character explains that he went out for a walk and is currently at a cafe. A woman demands that the freeloaders start doing their share of the chores and help her clean the sofa. Watching them bicker, the blonde boy wonders if they seriously expect this peace to last forever. Meanwhile, a faint crack appears in the sky as Ariake Subaru sits outside a cafe, happily enjoying a delicious coffee. His quiet morning is interrupted when a nervous man in a suit approaches and asks if the seat next to him is taken. Subaru points out that there are plenty of other empty seats, so the man awkwardly changes the subject to the nice weather. The man stares up at the clouds, calls them truly beautiful, and suddenly begins to cry. When Subaru asks if he's alright, the man wipes his tears and apologizes, claiming the beautiful sky just made him a little emotional. Then the man's expression darkens, and he mutters that it is truly unbearable to have to destroy such a world. Subaru freezes, confused, and asks what the man means about destroying it. A blue-haired man arrives at the cafe, apologizes for his tardiness, and slides a business card across the table to Ariake Subaru to reveal his employer. The man introduces himself as Asmodeus, an executor and the president of the Blue Eyes Company, leaving Subaru staring back in tense silence, while a brief memory flashes of a dark-haired man confronting his companion about her strange behavior. Subaru immediately flares his aura to prepare for a fight. Asmodeus claps his hands in delight, praising Subaru for becoming a veteran warrior in just 2 months and proving why their client wants him. Subaru furiously demands to know if this is a joke. Asmodeus politely apologizes but warns that fighting is futile because the body sitting across the table is merely a split soul. As a distant memory echoes a promise to explain everything, Subaru demands to know if this agency has come to declare war. Asmodeus corrects him, while the fragmented memory continues with the dark-haired man somberly agreeing with his companion. Asmodeus explains that their core company value is to plunge their targets into utter despair, so they decided to give Subaru an advance notice. The dark-haired man in the memory recalls nearly dying to a monster without magic, while Asmodeus casually apologizes for showing up without an appointment. Smiling, the executor reveals that Subaru is not their only target, because his subordinates are currently paying a visit to every single one of Subaru's kindreds. Subaru tries to use his telepathy to warn Shikishima Ryo, Amiya Sayaka, and the Glass Spirit. Asmodeus notices the attempt and politely apologizes, stating that they have already blocked that ability to ensure his despair. When a shocked Subaru asks how they did it, Asmodeus simply calls it a company secret. A blue-haired man admits he is being kept at his opponent's pace, unable to read his true intentions. Someone checks their watch, while a woman is asked what her expectations are for Ariake Subaru. A dark-haired person notes that challenging stronger opponents is the only way to grow. A blonde boy stares in shock as energy blades manifest around him. A girl stares at the sky as a man threatens anyone who dares to defy the king. At an outdoor cafe, a man in a suit hands Subaru a document and asks him to review it. Another man vows to use every prepared asset to pierce his enemy's heart this time. A blue-haired man asks Akira why Maria did not heal the injury on his eye. A dark-haired man declares he will decide the value of the other's life right before his own left eye begins to bleed. Meanwhile, at the player union meeting, a speaker announces they have attended the otherworldly representative meeting. He instructs the attendees to review the distributed materials to understand what they learned in the otherworld. The day after the Shibuya defense, the Japan Player Federation holds a press conference to announce the expedition's achievements. The representatives declare that passage to the human world is now permitted, as the otherworld has agreed to stop sending new gates to compensate for past damages. Promising to cooperate worldwide, they open the floor to a Q&A session, prompting a flood of raised hands. Afterward, the group retreats backstage, utterly exhausted from the ordeal. The pink-haired speaker lashes out, complaining about being forced to do all the talking because he assumed Kojima was a professional streamer. A blonde man casually defends himself before they turn to check on Toharu's condition. Toharu confirms his eyes have shown no abnormalities, but he is strictly ordered to report any sudden changes. The stressed group shifts focus to the fourth calamity, though Kinokawa Sakura reminds them she cannot help, because she has never been to the other world. When asked if Tsunemori should face it alone, one man decides to bring someone else along, planning to fund it with Ariake Subaru's card. Asked for a reminder, they name the late Emperor of Illusion and recall how he absorbed souls in the mountains of Kyushu to complete his growth. If the Great Emperor finishes growing, it will convert the accumulated souls into monsters and invade Japan. A flashback shows it sitting in the forest with its growth rate at only 7%. The entity decides to take a nap, ordering its guards to let no one in. Its commander plans to turn the area into hell to create the strongest army in history. An armored guard politely acknowledges the order. 3 men suddenly appear, asking the guard if he is the fourth calamity. The soldier stares in confusion. The blue-haired man casually apologizes for the intrusion. He steps up to the armored figure. With the calamity instantly defeated, the young man wonders if he even needed to come here as insurance. Later, Subaru arrives home. His housemates welcome him back and announce that dinner is ready. They joke about how Hayudu's the biggest freeloader among them. He considers this. He asks if everyone agrees. They sit down, marveling at the delicious spread. He sighs, telling her she is still as reckless as ever. Subaru activates his invisibility. Sayaka steps in, apologizing for interrupting their meal. She hesitates. Elsewhere, 4 figures gather in a void. A mysterious figure notes that they have a guest. Recapping the recent events, Shikishima contacts Subaru with an urgent message. He warns that major countries have learned about interworld travel and are now targeting him. They plan to abduct Subaru and drag him back to their territories. Outside the building, foreign agents are already moving in. A blonde woman smirks confidently. Another agent glares with yellow eyes. They activate their supernatural abilities to prepare for the assault. Subaru looks up, sensing the approaching threat. Shikishima tells him to be careful, promising that backup is on the way. Subaru breaks a nervous sweat. The blonde intruder locks her gaze on the target. Subaru and the enemy stare each other down as the clash begins. As seen before, a battered man on the phone admits he thought they were only dealing with Ariake Subaru, but a pink-haired woman confirms there were 4 monsters in total. Meanwhile, Subaru and his group sit around a table, peacefully eating instant miso soup. Elsewhere in the birch forest, a man with a glitching face meets with a girl named Sibylla. She explains that she had the Silver Hand, a subordinate of Tomei, provide their meeting place. The glitching man reveals that the details of the 8th calamity have been rewritten. Because the enforcer with blue eyes has appeared in the human world. The group realizes he means the former Golden King, Ruin's foster parent, and the one who killed the former Silver King. Knowing the Blue Eyes' power far surpasses Andra's, they decide they must take action, because otherwise the future where Tomei dies will be confirmed. In another snowy, ruined world, a man in a suit holding a scythe stands over a fallen body and speaks into his phone. He asks the stranger on the line if they're an administrator, an informant, or a member of the infiltration team. A young man asks if it is his turn next, while elsewhere a dark-haired person takes a call and promises to call back after Enforcer Mastema announces a request from the president. Meanwhile, back at the apartment, a blonde boy decides to hang laundry outside to take advantage of the nice weather and sarcastically greets Hayudo as he wakes up at noon. Hayudo asks where Ariake went and learns he left for a walk to a cafe. As the others complain that freeloaders should at least help with chores, the blonde boy looks down, wondering if their current peace will last forever. At Star Coffee, Subaru happily drinks his coffee, planning to enjoy this brief peace to the fullest before the seventh calamity arrives. Subaru is confused because the cafe has plenty of open seats, but the man sits down to make casual small talk about the beautiful weather. Subaru listens quietly until the man suddenly starts crying, prompting him to ask if he is okay, but the weeping man insists he is fine. Subaru is confused by the mention of destruction, prompting the man to finally introduce himself. He hands Subaru a business card, revealing himself as Asmodeus, the president of a world collapse agency called the Blue Eyes Company. Asmodeus states he is an enforcer, prompting Subaru to instantly summon his rainbow energy to fight the man who caused the end of the world. Clapping his hands, Asmodeus praises Subaru's rapid combat reflexes and notes it is no wonder the administrator is paying attention to him. He quickly apologizes for offending Subaru, but warns that fighting him is meaningless because this body is merely a subspirit. When Subaru asks if he came to declare war, Asmodeus explains that their policy is to ensure their target experiences utter despair. He claims that notifying Subaru in advance will be more effective, leaving Subaru to wonder what he is talking about. Smiling, Asmodeus reveals that his target is not just Subaru, because his subordinates are currently paying a visit to every one of his followers. Subaru calls out for Sayaka and the rest of his team, trying to use telepathic communication to warn them. The man in glasses apologizes and reveals that they have already blocked the connection. Subaru realizes what the enemy is about to do, admitting that he was too rash in his approach. When the man claims his methods are a corporate secret, Subaru contemplates what he needs to do to break out, and immediately receives the goddess's blessing to boost his stats. The man in the suit reels in shock, realizing Subaru is a kind of enemy he has never encountered before. Subaru studies his opponent, wondering if this unfathomable man is a doppelganger or a soul fragment of the main body. The man checks his watch and announces that it is time to begin. The blonde boy warns them that whatever expectations they have for Ariake Tomei, they should already know the grim truth. He reflects on how this world is hell, before looking up in horror as an energy attack strikes the city. A boy stares in shock as a mysterious doorway opens right behind a child. The others watch the sky in terror, realizing they have no way to stop what is coming. Back at the cafe, the man in the suit finally addresses Subaru. He smiles and slides a stack of documents across the table, asking Subaru to review them. Subaru glares back, his eyes flaring as he prepares to activate his power. A masked figure kneels on the floor, while Shikishima steps forward to introduce himself. Ryo Shikishima complains about the unbearable heat, even though it is winter in the story. The pigeon-masked mascot explains they needed a commentary partner, and Ryo questions being chosen merely by process of elimination. The mascot argues that talking to oneself looks dumb, to which Ryo replies that talking to a fictional character is just as absurd. Annoyed by the remark, the mascot immediately dives into explaining the 8 calamities. Elsewhere, Ariake Subaru feels a wave of relief as he realizes his previous concerns were completely unfounded. Back in the commentary space, the mascot introduces the first calamity as the 3 doors, prompting Ryo to reflect on Vanquish's proposal to switch the door's master. They react with alarm upon realizing that upsetting the kings would cause the superweapon sacrifice to devastate the entire region. The mascot points out that Subaru was only level 40 back then, making Ryo marvel at how the 3 kings are now allies. Meanwhile, Subaru remembers how Safina calling him an interesting man eventually led to their cooperative alliance. Ryo acknowledges the impact this had on the future while Subaru contemplates his next move. The mascot moves on to announce the second calamity, which Ryo identifies as the Executioner's Palace. He explains that the moment they invaded that territory, a powerful spirit confronted them. Ryo realizes winning was utterly impossible because enemies like Ramda and Calcanus possessed insane levels of strength. Subaru questions the absurd multiplier before launching an attack against the beast. The mascot explains that Ilarak defeated Calcanus instantly due to a Beast Slayer title, leaving Ryo skeptical of such an absurd multiplier. At the same time, Subaru recognizes a woman from the Information Guild and glares at her with cold hostility for insulting him. Ryo understands this multiplier made Ilrak invincible against the Silver Nation, and the mascot adds that Ilrak would even defeat Ruin. Comparing their strengths, Ryo questions the very nature of these titles, and recalls that Toharu also possessed the Demon Slayer title. Sometime later, Subaru looks down with a melancholic expression before quietly agreeing with his companion. When Ryo demands a proper explanation of the titles, the mascot ignores him and introduces the third calamity as Ruin, the Silver King's successor. Ryo asks who Ruin was controlling in the original timeline, and Hatogashira replies it was Taichi. Ryo wonders if those two ever got along, but Hatogashira dismisses the topic as no longer relevant. Hatogashira prepares to discuss the fourth calamity and notes that the casualties during the first invasion happened because many doormasters were killed. He explains that Toharu defeating Kotetsu minimized losses, prompting Ryo to ask what would have happened if they had not gone to the other world. Hatogashira reveals that Kotetsu would have killed Vodan and Ruin in the first two invasions and drawn against Safina in the third. Ryo is surprised by this revelation. Meanwhile, Subaru declares his intention to eliminate his rival first, while Amaya Sayaka warns him to be careful with his powers. Back in the explanation, Ryo deduces that since a draw would have killed Hyodo, the third invasion must have occurred after the original Toharu died. Hatogashira agrees, explaining that Kotetsu's invasion of the human world happened after he defeated both the bronze and silver factions, making his level much higher. Ryo realizes Kotetsu must have easily surpassed level 100, and is shocked to discover levels can go as high as 200. Hatogashira admits they never explicitly stated an upper limit, and Ryo realizes why the future Toharu could not win. Hatogashira excitedly announces the second half of the explanation, but Ryo panics and shouts for him to just draw the main story already. Later, Hatogashira enthusiastically kicks off the second half of the bonus comic, and Renji braces himself to give it his all. In a different scene, a melancholic woman decides she must pay the price for her actions in her own way. Renji urges Hatogashira to get back to the main story, and Hatogashira apologizes defensively, promising he is working on it in parallel. Meanwhile, a trio of figures pauses in surprise as they encounter something unexpected in the shadows. Hatogashira introduces the fourth calamity, the Emperor of Deception, and Renji notes that this is the one who killed him in the previous timeline. Hatogashira mocks Renji for holding a grudge, then explains that a fully matured emperor could have rivaled Ilrak in strength. Renji expresses shock at that potential power, while Hatogashira reflects on how lucky they were to nip it in the bud. In the main story, Subaru glares at his enemy and promises to kill him. Back to the comic, Renji questions what the Emperor even is, and Hatogashira identifies him as an enforcer. Renji asks if that puts him in the same category as Abaddon and other non-human entities. A pink-haired character and a purple-haired woman discuss the Blue Eye Company's preference for humanoid designs, noting it is Asmodeus's personal choice. A pigeon creature introduces the fifth calamity and identifies the figure as Dragon King Guel, the level 99 achiever. The pigeon explains they were lucky to defeat him in the other world, because otherwise he would have destroyed half of Japan, as only threats of this magnitude earn the title of calamity. They note that even if all the Gold Ranks fighters had survived to face him, they still could not have won. The sixth calamity is the Great Earthquake, the exact disaster Taiga caused in the original timeline. Taiga and Kokugaiji used their time acceleration skills to bring the earthquake forward, proving to the others how terrifyingly overpowered time-related abilities are. Meanwhile, Subaru realizes that someone has been watching him from the shadows. The seventh calamity, Damnatio Memoriae, wiped out the minds of every human except the players in an instant, effectively destroying humanity. The purple-haired character points out that there is not much mystery behind it, but its true nature must remain a secret for now. A dark-haired young man politely excuses himself from the conversation. Because the eighth calamity's events have already changed, they consider the invasion resolved. He notes the difficulty has increased with the changes, then wonders if the group they saw was the Blue Eye Corp. Reflecting on the original timeline, the characters express deep pity for how terrible it was. Thanks to the information from the Aurora King, the future version of Ariake Subaru, the current timeline has taken a huge turn, turning the Otherworld and the Three Kings into allies. They discuss how Subaru became a vampire and wonder what happened to his future self. The pigeon-masked figure explains that since the Aurora King resides in the Universal Unconscious Sea, he might still be there, just as Subaru acquires a title that heavily boosts his growth. A figure in a bird mask concludes their explanation, leaving a listener in shock. Shikishimaru explains this strange dream, and his companion tells him he is just overworked. Elsewhere, Sakura Kinokawa receives a command to terminate her contract with the Golden Knight. A voice demands she become its vessel, shocking an observer who realizes the entity plans to possess Kinokawa. A man confirms the door replacements will be finished by tonight because Terra is handling the adjustments. He grabs a bleeding captive by the hair, noting that the others are scheduled to proceed with their replacements. Nearby, a man spots a familiar woman and freezes in shock. Another player explains they must form a contract with a more powerful master to boost their basic combat capabilities. A boy adds that Sibylla shared a new future with them yesterday, which changes their plans. Ariaki Subaru realizes that because enforcers are involved, nothing is absolute, so they must prepare their own measures. A broadcast announces a press conference regarding the sky. The trio checks an informational poster before heading out. One player sighs in reluctance but agrees to go. News channels report that cracks appeared in the sky yesterday at noon, leaving their connection to the gates unclear. Citizens react with terror, fearing monsters will pour out just like they do from the gates. Some people wonder what will happen, while students simply shrug it off. Experts warn that the sky clock is unpredictable, while panicking crowds scream that it is God's judgment. The United States Union President publicly blames the Japanese players for causing the crisis. A woman explains that these rifts appear randomly, meaning enemies could attack from the other side at any moment. Subaru steps forward and declares he will be the one to handle it. Officials discuss the unprecedented number of rifts, noting that the enemies pouring through will likely have a strength no lower than level 4. They worry that if they are unlucky, enemies of Hyudo's caliber, or worse, could suddenly invade the city. One of the men reflects that the gates actually help protect their world from these otherworld conquerors. They realize the numbers are too overwhelming to completely stop, meaning human society will need to rethink its entire approach to defense. The men gather, troubled that the cracks have appeared far more harshly than anyone imagined, instead of the usual gates. Shikishima Ryo adjusts his hair, visibly frustrated by the unfolding disaster. An aide suddenly bursts into the room, shouting for them to hurry to the press room to explain the situation, because the reporters are making it worse. Inside the chaotic meeting, people demand answers about public safety, driving one official to shout that he cannot stand the pressure anymore. They warn that if the gates disappear entirely, no one can predict what will happen to either world. A man points out that the inhabitants of this world naturally want the gates removed, and admits the officials are not wrong to fear the consequences. Caught off guard, the official demands to know who these intruders are. The blond man remarks that he is still as stubborn as ever, but notes that he seems ready to accept his fate. The subordinates flinch in shock as they recognize Shikishima among them. Shikishima tells Subaru that he knows better than anyone how to handle this situation because he understands it the most. He notes that Naruse and Tokomori bear heavy scars in their hearts because they took the mental damage alone. He decides this is the best way to face the battle with Blue Eye Corporation, telling the others to just wait there. He tells Shikishima Ryo to stay back as well. Director Hizaki suddenly appears, fanning herself, and tells the children to stay out of her way. The men are shocked by her arrival, but she smiles and says it is obvious she came to act like an adult. She calls them noisy and urges them to continue working on countermeasures for the crack. When they ask if she is going alone, she declares she is here to take responsibility because her son told her to. The men are annoyed by her sudden grandstanding about important adults taking responsibility, but one of them trembles and admits he is saved by her presence. A blue-haired girl warns them to step back from Toharu's future, making them wonder if there is a collision. A live broadcast shows the woman with the fan, and a character watches, calling her mom. He realizes that director Hizaki is actually related to silver rank player Hizaki Julieta. He wonders if saving the child is enough, because those who risk others' lives leave permanent scars on their spirits. A man rudely tells his mother to shut up and hangs up on her, shocking his friend. He points out the real problem before a woman bids him farewell to leave. Outside, a group watches a broadcast on a large screen to understand the situation. A man asks a rhetorical question, trying to grasp the gravity of what is happening. He reacts with confusion, while his companion looks on with suspicion. A young man hesitates, expressing deep sorrow and doubt about what comes next. He watches as his ally channels energy to predict which interdimensional crack will open next. The man activates his skill, preparing to use his ultimate suture technique to find the answer. He asks Kana if this is another one of her predictions, knowing her connection to Soatari Kengo. Outside a hospital, a nurse confronts a girl to stop her from leaving before her wounds have healed. The girl insists she will heal and acquires new skills for mana manipulation to prove she is ready. Himeno Mario declares that her power will be needed from now on to face the coming battles. Subaru remains silent and accepts the task. Elsewhere, a woman sitting under a spotlight greets the commoners, announcing herself as the silver-ranked player, Hizaki Julieta. Hizaki stands with her guards, confronting the group to assert her authority. Hizaki decides to explain the complex situation to them. holding up two fingers to announce that there are currently two major threats they must face. The narrator explains that the Seikensho enforcers have been hired to torment and kill Ariake and his overseers in a month. He notes that these monsters have killed the three kings of the other world before, making a normal victory impossible. But he hopes Ariake's side has some strategies to survive. He then warns of an even more serious crisis. Administrators have scattered dungeons filled with rank 4 or higher monsters, in place of gates. She sits back and asks if Ariake and his allies can handle this unprecedented crisis. She confidently shouts that they can do it. On the couch, the characters sit confused, wondering what he is even talking about. She realizes she has lost track of her own words. The next day, at the Player Alliance headquarters, Hizaki suggests using the girl because she can determine the order in which the rifts will open. The others are shocked by the suggestion, demanding to know what he is saying. They ask how he could possibly know something like that. Kana holds a memorial portrait of her deceased older brother, Sawatari Kengo. Itoshima speaks up, relieved that Ariake Subaru remembers them. He skips the complicated details and explains that Kana has a premonition skill. He points out that knowing the dungeon order in advance lets them act proactively, even though he finds the whole situation a hassle. He explains that he only came because Kana absolutely refuses to let the city suffer any damage. Kana remains silent, burdened by her premonitions. Ariake watches them, taking in the weight of her resolve. Subaru traces the cause of yesterday's clash back to an incident that happened 3 weeks ago. He remembers how the evil faction destroyed the house where he and his brother lived, leaving them trapped in the ruins. As magic rains down to bombard the good spider monster, the creature takes a direct hit from the energy blast. A man threw himself in front of the young boy to shield him from the explosions tearing through the landscape. He explains that Hizaki Julieta stepped in with his magic to help them survive the blast. Meanwhile, Kana explains that she is currently staying at Itoshima's house. Back in his rented room, a man sits on his bed and jolts in surprise when a blue door suddenly manifests before him. He realizes the sheep involved is Kamina, the King of Clarity, and recognizes the name immediately. He clutches his head in panic, realizing that the current events are deviating entirely from how things are supposed to end. Because Kamina's ability can predict the immediate future to determine the dungeon opening order, he decides to take a nap until an emergency arises. Elsewhere, Shikishimaru considers their defensive plan, but concludes that completely avoiding damage is impossible. When asked why the thousands of dungeons pose a problem, Rue explains that blocking every single invasion across the city is too difficult. The blonde girl greets them hesitantly, while a man warns her that he will not hold back because he intends to take responsibility for his actions. Another character offers to stand so she can sit, leaving Subaru confused by the strange dynamic playing out on the sofa. Rino Shino introduces herself and cheerfully reveals she became a player 3 weeks ago, leaving Subaru completely stunned that they share the same secret. The elf explains her master is the King of Oranges, and her skill monitors souls, while Reno manifests an orb of the earth. Because dungeons are made of soul energy, they can use this orb to see which ones are about to become active. By coordinating their abilities, Reno plans to tag all the dungeons that are waking up. Combining their skills allows them to determine the exact order the dungeons will open and monitor every threat worldwide. Reno bears severe facial scars inflicted by a skill, and they want Maria to heal her. Maria grins with shark teeth and unleashes Shoha's magic flame, engulfing Reno in a bright green magical aura. Reno touches her neck in pain and cries out in disbelief as the energy does its work. She stares into a hand mirror, absolutely amazed to see that her face has healed beautifully. Kana cries tears of joy, telling Reno she can model again, while a younger sibling asks her big sister what is wrong. Others can only watch and weep as the devastation takes its toll on the city. Families cling to each other in the aftermath, leaving Subaru to rest his chin on his hand in deep contemplation. He realizes he is holding something unexpected. But 3 days later in Roppongi, a woman pleads with him to reconsider his plan. A pink-haired companion points up at the skyscraper, asking if this structure is the dungeon they opened. Hayudo explains that they must use their dungeon to oppose the executor, but a blonde man challenges him to prove it, warning him to stay still. He declares that everything begins once they get inside, while the pink-haired companion demands to know Secretary Ando's last words. Subaru agrees and confirms that everything is proceeding exactly as scheduled. Deep in the Obsidian Sea, he meets with the three kings, activating his absolute will to block any mental interference before a mechanical giant is struck. He explains that Sayaka and Hirasaka are continuing their training, while Carrion and their allies head to the other world to reclaim their power. With his forces divided, Subaru selects his current team for their first dungeon conquest battle, knowing they have only 31 days before the Blue Eye Corporation invades. The group heads into the Bright Path to begin their first mission inside the rift. A blonde man orders them to report back once they have integrated. A young man is surprised to find himself human, but declares that this is the beginning as he steps forward. The team is shocked because they step out into a space where there is no ground. Subaru and the pink-haired girl scream in panic as they fall through the open sky. The blonde man explains that the air composition is often unsuitable for breathing, so they will need to control the air to survive. Subaru pushes his skills to evolve, because he must protect his life to accomplish this unprecedented mission. He calls out to Hyudu in concern as a creature emerges from the ocean below. Subaru asks what is happening as three monsters appear in the sky and roar at them. Caught inside the creature's mouth, Subaru activates blood mold, blood control to fight back. A masked blonde man summons the pantheon of the gods. The pink-haired girl activates her fifth skill, deviation, to assist in the fight. Subaru smirks as he finally understands the situation, and shatters the air with a powerful punch. His companion calls him reckless as they continue plummeting through the air. To counter the descending winged figure, Conan readies an imitation shining star attack and draws his sword. Elsewhere, four figures travel across the water on a giant creature, discussing their invasion of a primitive world and wondering if conquering it will be easier because it lacks humans or players. The blonde man admits it might be easier, but warns them to stay alert because the monsters inhabiting this vast world are abnormally high in level. A dark figure looms over them as the blonde man warns that these enemies can still attack even when dealt great damage. The pink-haired girl gasps in surprise as she realizes this creature is the boss, Thunder Dragon Uranus. Presenting a glowing orb to offer a solution, a suited man reflects on his own insignificance, always believing he is just a small fish in a big pond who shouldn't be arrogant. Thunder Dragon Uranus reveals this level is 239 before firing an energy beam through the floating pillars. Shocked by the blast, the pink-haired girl watches an injured cloaked man dash away and leave a trail of blood. Realizing just how strong the dragon is as it looms over the group by the shore, the small crowned character reacts with furious shock, because the tall man beside him remains completely calm. Desperate to reach the infirmary for help, the blue-haired boy panics and calls out to Lambda, prompting the pink-haired girl to shout for Maria to switch positions so they can survive. Engulfed in flames, the fiery-haired warrior laughs maniacally, realizing his master's words were true, because there really are incredibly strong enemies here to fight. He revels in the true pleasure of battle, but his excitement is quickly derailed by confusion when the spiky-haired man bluntly dismisses him. The blonde man tells him to look at the creature, and wonders if this information will reach his main body. A woman with glasses explains to Subaru that the engraved eye is different from a normal rift, because it guarantees an item drop once the challenge is cleared. Hearing this, Subaru remembers how Hyudu cornered Vorden in the other world, and a robed figure confirms his thought. Subaru realizes that if he waits and defeats the creature, he might obtain a special item. A man confronts a woman about her consistent behavior, looking at her with sorrow. Elsewhere, a man stands over his defeated opponent, mocking him because his carelessness cost him the fight. A blonde youth is stunned that such a possibility exists. Subaru's group stands on a glowing floor, resolving to do whatever it takes to survive. Subaru confronts a massive purple dragon and tells it to begin. The dragon answers by firing a beam of magic. A young man lunges through the explosion, using his flames to strike back, sending his target flying. He glares at his enemy and vows to kill him. Subaru watches the fiery display and wonders why he is the one being treated as the villain. A pink-haired woman steps up to fight. Meanwhile, a dark-haired man lies down to sleep, asking to be woken when they arrive so he can rest. The dragon uses thick red flame smoke to hide its movements as its yellow eye scans the haze. Caught in the smoke, a floating woman wonders if the entire space is just an illusion. A giant monster lunges to swallow its target whole, clicking its teeth in frustration. A young man with an eye patch swings his red sword, shouting to finish the fight before the monster recovers. A void slash cuts through the air, and the winged dragon screams as the energy hits it. A blonde man watches the beast and strikes it with his Immortal Slayer attack. He sees it only leaves a shallow cut because the creature's skin is too tough, so he realizes he has to use more blood to break through. Suddenly, his vision glitches, and before Subaru can react, a blow strikes him directly in the head. Admitting they are right, Subaru falls backward as he bleeds from his eyes. Someone kicks the next energy blast away, giving Subaru a moment to look down and recover. Nearby, Hyudu screams as energy tears at his bleeding eye. The blonde man remembers having similar conversations with administrators. He opens his inventory and pulls out a B-rank elixir to finish the battle. An enemy watches closely, noting that this is an item even he does not have. A long-haired person asks if they will stay beautiful until the end, just as the elixir takes effect. The blonde man uses the potion to multiply his skill power by 60 times for 3 seconds. He unleashes Pantheon, calling upon Thunder God Zeus as a skeletal monster erupts in fire. A man bleeds from his eye, while a blonde man, his leg fading into smoke, declares he will restore the world because acquiring items from Hyperion Online is his only goal. The blue-haired man admits he still does not fully understand the situation, looking down in resignation. Elsewhere, Subaru and his party successfully clear their first rift after defeating the skeletal boss. The four men stare at a light in the sky as a blue aura envelops Subaru. Subaru reacts with surprise when a notification announces his level has increased. Sannaru is shocked to see his level drop to 80, while Shikishimaru gains 5 levels to reach 97. A teammate is relieved that the leveling system is shared between gates and rifts, noting it has been a while since they leveled up. He adds that the big jump makes sense since the dragon they fought was crazy strong. Kotetsu Hyudo levels up to 173, standing silently with his arms crossed. Standing on the surface, the others are stunned to realize Hyudo is already at level 173. After a brief flash of murderous intent from a dark-haired man, Subaru realizes that Hyudo's current strength is nearly equal to his own power in his vampire state. A teammate is shocked that Hyudo is 5 times stronger than them, just as a brilliant light appears in the sky. Subaru notes that clearing the rift guarantees an item drop, and Hyudo explains that higher levels usually yield A-rank items. Subaru asks if the drops depend on luck or stats before noticing Hyudo's sudden silence. Hyudo acknowledges the truth as the group is shocked. The new weapon bends causality to guarantee an unblockable hit. The next day, Hyudo casually remarks that despite the guaranteed hit, the weapon is still not great. Subaru stares in absolute disbelief at his teammate's casual dismissal. One of the players realizes their attack fails against physical resistance, meaning they cannot use it to take down someone like Lambda. The blonde man points out it still works perfectly to break an enemy's guard, which surprises Ariake Subaru as a system window informs him he has acquired a new title for crossing the line. The blonde man explains his plan to use the rifts and their newly acquired items for high-speed leveling, leaving Subaru deep in thought. Elsewhere in a dark corridor, a character is suddenly confronted by a mysterious figure. Subaru agrees with the strategy, stating they will spend the month before the Azure Eye Company attacks, gathering useful items and leveling up. Someone voices an objection, so Subaru suggests sharing this leveling method with the rest of the players. A cloaked player agrees, though another admits they have no idea what is causing a mysterious health issue that even Maria could not solve. Subaru feels relieved to finally have a clear path to grow stronger, and his team cheers in agreement. He knows he must escape this dungeon to prove his innocence, and he hopes everyone else is progressing well with their own countermeasures. Meanwhile, at the Obsidian Sea, the true ancestor moves to a new throne and heads toward the administrator, leaving his subordinates stressed. A blue-skinned horned man confirms they cannot contact the progenitor until the others return from the operator's base, frustrating a red-haired warrior as explosions rock the area. A female warrior lunges at an enemy while another fighter readies a sword for defense. Standing in the cavern, the group admits they cannot tell if the sudden change in their vassals is good or bad. A dark-haired man agrees, watching in shock as the power output suddenly multiplies fourfold. In a flashback, the pink-haired warrior realizes the surge is actually fivefold as jagged green energy engulfs the battlefield. With a vibrant, colorful gaze, they realize this abnormal rise in power is changing everything. Subaru reaches for his weapon as the man informs him that the next dungeon is located at the Temple of the Sun. One of the fighters curses in frustration, while Subaru watches them quietly, finding it hard to believe they were ever human. A woman worries this might be the result of staying in a pure soul form for too long. Another man unleashes a blast of energy and warns that a total personality collapse is possible if they continue. A woman asks if her companion thinks the situation is strange, prompting him to ask what she means. One of the men points out that their transformations are similar to Subaru's after his vampirization. An enemy suddenly looms over the woman to intimidate her. A man observes that Suka is trying to push through her limits to gain more power. One of the fighters falls into a deep trance. Subaru notes that Hirosaka Renji is stable, because his soul strength is on a completely different level. Subaru sighs in relief as he contemplates his next move. A woman channels her power, causing a dark hand to crack under the immense strain. A man offers to explain everything from the beginning, but Subaru knows he does not have much time left. A small demon suggests simply asking them directly what is happening, which startles the others. The man declares he will use his power to send them straight to hell. Elsewhere in a flashback, in the New Verdant Kingdom territory, a guide leads his uncle and a young girl through a mountain pass toward the Ghoul King's tomb. Kyrian thanks the girl for leading the way. He calls out to Verde, the New Verdant King. Verde admits his surprise that one of Subaru Ariake's vassals is actually his uncle. A green-haired woman agrees, saying she never expected her brother's child to be the one to revive their nation. She notes that despite the challenging journey, they have done all they can to help fight the executors and operators. Verde thinks back to his father, swearing their efforts will not be in vain. Carrion chuckles and praises Verde for being such an accomplished kid. As they arrive at the entrance to the Forbidden Grounds, Carrion recognizes the dark cave. He notices a sad gaze and asks why he is being looked at with such pity. He pats his masked guide on the shoulder, thanking them and promising some pocket money later. The dark-haired girl addresses Carrion directly, asking if he is certain about his next move. He confirms he is returning to his original body because using his true power in the other world was too much for Hirasaka's mortal frame. The girl states she also needs her curse back if she is going to fight the executors. Carrion smiles, admitting he liked Hirasaka's body, and asks her to take care of it once he leaves it. The small creature in the pocket says he understands the order before the girl wishes him luck. Carrion unleashes a wave of green magical aura. He greets the giant figure trapped in the cave, announcing he has come to retrieve the body he left behind. A man with a stitched mouth welcomes the Ghoul King. A man in a suit rushes forward and invokes their contract. He punches through a wall to demand proof of the claim. The man with the eye patch accepts the challenge gladly. He is told to commence battle and prove he is the rightful owner of the body, so he uncovers his eye. Sticking his tongue out, he prepares to use Ghoul Fist. A dark-haired man asks if he is really going to say nothing. Elsewhere, Ariaki Subaru and his team look up at the sky after clearing the first rift and defeating the boss. Subaru is suddenly enveloped in light as his power surges. He is surprised to see his level has increased. His level jumps from 90 to 96, and Narius experiences the same increase. Shikishima Ruo notes that the level system for rifts and gates works the same way. He adds that their levels went up so much in one go because the dragon they fought was incredibly strong. Hayuda Kotetsu checks his own status to see his level has reached 173. The others are terrified to realize he is that strong. Subaru points out that Hayudu can match his vampire state, leaving Rouge shocked that their ally is 5 times stronger than them. A system notification announces new items and Subaru realizes that guaranteed item drops actually exist. Hayuda assumes it is only a B-ranks drop, because high-level rifts rarely give A-ranks items. When the system reveals it is an A-rank Tente ring that ignores defense, Subaru wonders if it is based on luck before asking what is wrong with Hayudo. The group realizes the ring bends causality for a guaranteed hit, though it lacks raw power. They know this alone will not defeat Lambda, but a blonde man points out it is still a perfect tool to break through defenses. They decide to use it creatively for fast leveling, because they only have 1 month before the administrators attack. Everyone agrees to the plan, and Subaru suggests sharing this method with the other players. Subaru is still concerned about his strange, undiagnosable condition, but he is grateful to have found a concrete way to get stronger. As they prepare, he wonders if the others are also taking precautions against the administrators. Meanwhile, at the new Soul Throne, known as the Sea of Obsidian, an administrator departs. A red-haired woman and a blue-skinned demon realize this leaves them with no way to communicate until the operator contacts them. Watching an explosion in the distance, the woman curses their timing, unsure if the recent changes in their kin are a blessing or a curse. An abnormal increase in power hits, and the man warns that the real main event is about to begin. Subaru readies his sword as the system grants him a new title for facing the end. As seen earlier, one of them clutches her head in agony, wondering if their souls were corrupted because they stayed under the influence for too long. Another warns that their personalities will completely collapse at this rate. Subaru hesitates, but the woman points out that they are shining like gold. One of the men asks if that seems strange, realizing the changes look exactly like when Subaru turned into a vampire. He wonders if Amiya Saika is trying to achieve a breakthrough to survive the transformation. Sayaka stands silent amidst the wasteland. Hirasaka stabilizes, proving that survival depends entirely on the strength of a person's soul. Hirasaka launches himself forward, acknowledging that his opponent is on a completely different level. Subaru looks down, clutching the energy in his hand. He knows he does not have much time left to finish this. Ioni suggests they just ask the two what is happening to them. They gasp in sudden realization. As seen earlier, Verde leads Carrion and his companion through the mountain pass, and they thank him for guiding them. The young man is Verde, the king of vibrant green. They admit they never expected Ariake Subaru to be part of their kin, and note how well Verde has rebuilt the country. He reflects on the long journey, explaining that becoming an enforcer gives them the leverage they need to fight the administrators. Verde remembers walking through the ruins with his father, hoping their shared suffering had a purpose. He decides it was not in vain, and the man chuckles, calling him one hell of a kid. They reach the entrance to the Forbidden Land, where the man pats Verde on the head and promises him pocket money for the help. His companion, holding the glass spirit, asks Lord Carrion if he is entirely sure about this plan. Carrion notes that his current vessel is starting to crack, so he has to take his original body back. He explains that Hirasaka's body simply cannot handle the strain if he wants to use even a fraction of his true power in another world. Because he needs his curse to fight the enforcers, he prepares to step down. He announces he is saying goodbye to Hirasaka's body today, though he admits he actually liked it. He asks his companion to look after Hirasaka's body once he leaves it, and she agrees to the request. She wishes him luck as Carrion strides forward into the cavern. The man with the eye patch hesitates before greeting his opponent, noting that it has been a while. A foot pins a target to the wall as a bandaged man announces he has returned to collect the body he left behind. A system window confirms that his various Slayer achievements have been integrated into the single Monster Slayer title. He tells the Ghoul King to wait while the man with the eye patch powers up his technique. Moving quickly, the bandaged man demands that the others show proof, according to their contract. He punches the air and laughs, approaching the figure in robes. The man with the eye patch smiles and says he knows, declaring that their battle starts now. Challenged to prove he is the true owner of the body, he just grins. He prepares to strike with a death fist, his expression darkening as he attacks. He pauses to consider his next move.